they introduced something else in addition to the sphere called the geoid. The geoid is the lumpy potato Earth model, if you want to call it that you've seen. It's not the smooth round one with the grid lines on it. And through mathematics, beginning in around the 1880s or so, they formally tried to merge these together. And what the geoid represents is gravity corrections. And around that time, they've also introduced astronomical refraction corrections. So you got a gravity model and a refraction model. Oh dear, right? They've taken both of those and they've merged them in to try and cohere something that they can use to a greater degree of accuracy than just a standard spherical coordinate reference grid. Now they've got something that has a localized corrections. And then all this gets baked into GPS. So it's a bit more complicated than just saying, yeah, the sphere, the globe Earth is incompatible with the flat Earth. It's more accurate to say the spherical coordinate reference grid itself, a spherical topology is incompatible with the flat topology without, without any volume. There's more to it. We can look at navigation systems, and navigation systems have, if you ever use like an old school Garmin or TomTom GPS and you go out driving, you notice on occasion that you might need to be snapped to grid. You might need to be snapped to your road because you start flying off. I mean, most of this is due to inherent errors with GPS timing calculations on the receiver. It's potentially signal degradation from the beacons. But on a grander scale with airplanes that are flying over a flat Earth and must conform to a spherical topology, there has to be a correction. There has to be a way to convey the aircraft's coordinates in a spherical space that is commensurate with radar trackers, with GPSs, with flight tracking software. All of this is based off of the reference ellipsoid, WGS84. That's a spherical grid. And so what these aircraft systems are doing is they're taking azimuthal headings, elevation headings, pitch, roll, yaw, all of that, and they're calculating in real time how this should take place if Earth was a ball. And then they spit out coordinates onto a screen for the pilot to see of the airplane on a ball. But there's no feedback back into the airplane. It's not like the system is accepting the flat Earth measurements of the airplane and then applying globe calculations and feeding the globe back into the airplane so the airplane can fly around a globe. No, that's not happening. We've got the flight telemetry data from the black box to indicate that there's no evidence that this is happening either. And the best argument the globies have is, well, the airplane just self-corrects, or the pilot's doing it unknowingly, or the curvature of the Earth happens over such a big space over a long period of time that it's barely noticeable. It's like, okay, great. You start to sound like a flat earther now. You're not coming up with evidence for your globe.
Wait, why? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was a diss at first, but then I get what you're saying.
Yeah. When I first looked into this, man, first place I went to was Flat Earth Society. I mean, I'm sure a lot of us did. Like, oh, disc in space, cute. Disc in space, that's cute. Let's see what these flat earthers are about. Oh, man. After all this, guys, like the past 10 years of groups like 24/7 FE, how does Flat Earth Society still exist?
Does it exist?
I think so. I mean, I haven't checked in a while, but I thought they had like a fairly active Facebook page, website with forums and interaction.
Have to Google, see what's up.
I think Papa Flurf, right? Lindsay Harris, Tomb of Illumination, that guy. on YouTube. He's got this crazy so-called model of how the flat Earth system works. I think he was like in earnest and seriously a mega poster over there up until recently. I think he only recently found out that group is really just a gigantic troll op. So
Their website says recent news, and the most recent post is September 1st, 2016.
what?
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay. Yeah.
They have links to a Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, and Flickr. Yeah, you know this is old.
Flickr, dude.
Let's check on the Twitter. Let's see what the Twitter says. Account suspended. So yeah, they're cooked.
They're cooked. Okay, well, maybe they're not around. I stand corrected.
As there's a membership register. There's a member number, member name, location, this, and date of joining. Apparently the
The
president.
original front finder.
This is really weird. This is Daniel Shenton, Hong Kong, president. Member number 2. Weird. Yeah, the most recent member on the list here is Bobby Ray Simmons Jr., a celebrity member in 2016, and the most recent before that is 2014. So this website's like covered in dust webs. They're 10 years old at the used it.
Maybe there's another one somewhere. Maybe they got another webpage.
That's
Or
the
they
first thing that
changed
comes up on Google. Let's see if there's anything
Wild.
on there. Actually,
Well-
when I search Flat Earth Society, the first thing that comes up is this song. Some song by Bad Religion.
Dude, so Flat Earth Society is no longer like the honeypot trap troll op. Which one is now?
Well, here's the problem, dude. To me,
.ws.
the issue is that it's self-created. They don't even have to Google Flat Earth. This idea of the disk in space has been deeply planted into their minds. I mean, 9 times out of 10, maybe even 10 out of 10, you line up 10 people and say flat Earth, they're automatically thinking of a solar system with a bunch of globes and then some sort of flat planet. Every single time,
Yep.
That's what happens. And it's unfortunate because we didn't give them that idea,
Right.
but it's just in the ether, if you will.
No, you're totally right. You have to remember that in our interactions.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I am driving. If I'm lagged, I apologize. But it's good
No,
to
you're
remember that in our interactions so that we don't spoil a potentially great conversation that turns hostile due to this misperception that never came up.
Yeah. I think that's my. You're pretty good at going into the technical details of like these maps and coordinate systems and all that stuff. And I think my quote unquote expertise comes in with kind of dismantling that disk in space idea. I know that's not very difficult to do, and anyone can do that, but
No, you're good at it, though. People
particularly
listen.
enjoy that. Well, I mean, if you ever hear someone like I hear Indio being like, "So where's the edge of the universe?" Like, I mean, yeah, I feel like that's kind of a CB original right there. But I always take it to the universe.
Yeah.
It's everything they try to apply to the flat Earth. If they try to apply it to the universe, they might be able to realize the issue with asking that question. Like, what is the shape of the flat Earth? Well, what's the shape of the universe? Oh, well, I don't know. How do we couldn't know that? All right, well, there you go. Where's the edge of the flat Earth? Well, where's the edge of the universe? Oh, we're not able to know that. All right, well, yeah, facts. Exactly. So I think that's my favorite way to sort of uh, thread up the disk in space idea. Just take them to the universe. And some of them will be like, no, no, I'm not talking about the universe. I'm talking about the Earth. Like, oh, well, you're trying to force an object in space. Can't do that. So,
Dude, I got a question for you along these lines. The Matrix trilogy. Do you recall at any point globe or heliocentric reinforcement at all at any point in any of those three films?
yeah. Not that I can
I
recall.
don't.
And I think it goes deeper than just those movies, too. I mean, there's lots of
No.
different media that never point at anything globe. Love that.
And the construct that everybody spawned inside of in the Matrix movie that they were part of in the beginning, right? That construct obviously can't be a globe in an outer space reality construct.
Hmm.
And where they were on the outside world when they came out of the Matrix, was that ever presented as a globe either, or just another construct?
The only time any sphericity was involved was when Neo was talking to the architect, and the fisheye lenses on the screens in the background. That's it. One of the city scene shots had a very strong fisheye lens and showed it as a ball.
Bro,
Yeah, so not at all.
I met this girl a couple months back. Like, her name was Trinity. I was like, dude.
Born in 1996 or something, 1998, whatever came out.
Close. Like,
man.
It was low key around. She was around that age.
Yeah.
And she was a looker, but she's like my toxic, cute type, shoes and black hair and shit. I'm like, damn. But
that's funny.
Trinity, I'm like, oh, I'm trying to be Neo in the Matrix right now. But yeah, anyway, no, it's more than just. It's more than just the Matrix too. Like I've done a couple different like anime breakdowns, and the ones that I talk about typically, they don't even. There's no idea of a globe. Like Attack on Titan, it's just it's like they never like zoom out, quote unquote, to that point. It's always just land here and ocean there. Like same with Full Metal Alchemist. They never like zoom out to see anything curving or whatever. I could go on. There's tons of different shows like this. I think anime is kind of based.
Yeah. That's interesting. These kinds of shows, Matrix type of shows that are just about the cosmology as much as they are about the action and the plot and the characters. Revealing a non-heliocentric, non-globular existence. I find that fascinating. I mean, there could be more truth in some of this than we realize, coming deep from the minds of people who've spent much more time and effort thinking about these issues than we have to present it this way.
I just wonder how some people know without. And it seems like some people already know stuff and they didn't. It's like we sort of had to learn through trial and error and experience. And it's like whoever's coming up with these shows and movies and stuff, how do they know? Like they sat in a Discord. I mean,
yeah, that's a good question.
It'd be cool to like.
Yeah, they didn't struggle.
Well, it's like there's probably also other cultures out there that never included a globe in their upbringing or anything. I heard about some cultures that they just have like different philosophy, even on your age. You know, like standard Western idea is that your age starts the moment you were born. As soon as you pop out, okay, that's you're starting then. But I've heard about cultures that they start you around. They add the 9 months basically.
Yeah.
And so
No, you're
I mean,
right.
there's probably cultures that they never thought it was a globe. You know, it'd be kind of cool to interview those guys if we ever come across them. Once we get that flat Earth money rolling in, we'll have to do like a world tour.
Yeah, get back to grifting, guys. Come on.
Seriously, I think Beta Techtrix just talked about that before. He's like, "Well, I'm balling. This is what I'm gonna do." I think one thing that I'd like to do with the bread is I don't know if you guys have seen Adam Unsalted's. He has these like those a billboard with the black swan on it.
Yeah.
It'd be so funny. You guys, if you haven't seen it, it's actually mad funny. I'll try to find one, but it's like Times Square, giant billboard with just the black swan on it. That would be really funny. I would pay that. I would pay for that. See if I can find it. That's my favorite.
E in the chat asks, do flat earthers believe Earth is the center of the universe? I mean, I would say that, look, let me not speak for everybody here, but I would say flat Earth is the universe.
Big brain. Yeah, man.
Wait, isn't flat Earth a description of surface?
Oh, Jamsy, don't do this, bro. Come on, bro. You're gonna confuse the new guy.
It's
Isn't
is
the universe
sun
flat?
is the sun flat Earth?
See, you don't know what the sun is, Jamsy. Stop. Don't.
Exactly,
You know
but
what-
we know
you
what
know
the
what the
surface.
sun
But we
is?
know what the
Alright.
surface is.
All right, Jamsy, go ahead, bro.
We know what the
Who
surface
here-
is, right? It's
Who here
not
knows what the sun
Oh,
is?
Nobody, bro.
Nobody. Okay. So how can
Nobody
you
in
have
human history. Nobody in human history has ever known that, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
It is
people who study the
observable
sun for a living don't know.
Wait, how can you prove that no human in history know what the sun is?
Okay, go ahead. Give us one person in history that's proven like knows what the sun
Why are
is.
you asking me? You claim that there is no one, and I'm asking you.
Well,
how
you're
can you know
saying-
that?
You're saying there must be. So how did somebody get to know what it is?
Before
Run
I
us through
answer
the
that
steps on
question-
how someone would know it.
Perfect, I will. But before I answer that question, can I have an answer on how can you claim that no human has ever known what the sun?
I just we can walk through it pretty soon.
This is why we want you to go through your walkthrough. We want to know how someone has known it. Until you prove us
Right.
otherwise, we're going to sit here and say nobody knows.
Yeah, the burden is not on
You
us
basically
to
have
present a counterclaim,
How many
to
people am I
back a
talking
counter.
to?
The burden is on you to present evidence for your claim. I don't
No,
have
you
to
made a claim.
automatically
You made a
believe it.
claim. No, don't lie. You made a claim. Actually, not you, but the other
No, it
guy.
was me. It was me. But
Yeah,
No,
it
the
was
claim
you.
on the table
You
is
made a
that
claim.
the claim on the table is that scientists know what the sun is. And we say
Ooh.
no. There's no
Have I
way they
said that?
can.
Have I said that?
You didn't have to.
No,
say it.
it's not your
It's not
claim.
for
The
you.
claim on the table, the claim that you
No, I
are
have to say that.
representing but have not
We-
said is that scientists know what it is.
for you to say that the burden of proof is on me to prove this information, but I haven't had.
And he's not even going to
You
listen.
had a claim, and I'm asking.
No, he's not. Like, what the hell is this?
It's been
I
claimed
think,
for you.
How do you know something? How do you know something, my friend who came in here?
CB, you had a claim.
How do you know something? Please answer.
I will answer after, bro. I say like one at a time. Like this is how we have conversation.
Yep.
I ask
How do
something.
you?
we have
Yeah,
one-
you're not going to answer because you're not going to engage with the subject.
I will, but respectfully.
Excellent.
then
So
do it.
one
How
at
do
a
you know-
time,
how do you
Ski.
know something?
Ski and Yoda.
Respectfully again, since I'm not talking to you. Conversation normally go, you ask me something, I answer, I ask you something, you answer, and we keep going like that.
I mean,
So
you're
he
just
had a
buying
claim.
time
You
at
haven't
this point.
I asked him a question.
You haven't answered anything. How do you know something? How do you come
because
into
I didn't
knowledge?
receive my answer first. That's why I didn't answer to nothing.
Look, I'll just quickly.
What was your
get through
question?
This with them, and then I'll throw it to you guys.
My question again.
All
So
right.
if you don't know the question, you shouldn't even be talking in the first place because I wasn't talking to you, Mr. Yoda. I was talking
Did you
to
ask a question?
Yeah,
Yes,
he's
I
trying to
asked
ask me- he's trying
CB
to
a
ask me.
question.
Yeah.
Since he had a claim that no human has ever known what the sun is,
No, that's a
how do
counterclaim.
you know that? No, he claimed it.
That's a
He was the
counterclaim.
first guy claiming.
It is kind of like a counter.
No, that the claim is how do you know it? How does anybody know it?
CB,
That's the question on the table.
Respectfully, I will
Oh, for
put this
fuck's
guy
sake.
20% because I don't know why he wants to talk
No,
in your place, right? So I want to
It's
speak
fine,
to
dude.
Steve.
He's right though, but you can't put him on 20% progress and shit. So
I have to because he keeps talking over you. So I want to speak to you right now.
I
Because
mean,
you
he's
had the
kind of
claim, not
cooking
him.
though. He's making sense. Look, it's
I don't
not,
care
I'm not
if he's
making
cooking
sense.
according to you,
Alright,
right?
bro.
I get
Just
it.
get
You guys
all
are
out.
all in it together, but I asked you your claim. It wasn't Yoda's claim. It was your claim. CB's claim.
All right, same answer. Let's move on.
Yeah, bro. The claim on the table is that the scientists do know what it is, and I'm saying that's cap. So it's not really some grandiose claim that I'm making. And we can easily walk through this, Ski. If you and I are standing like shoulder to shoulder, pause,
Pause.
and we're
Why does it
looking
have to
up
be
at the
paused? You're
sun.
making it gay. What the fuck? Anyway,
Yeah, big pause.
Big pause. Big pause.
So we're looking up at the sky, at the sun, okay? And I look to you. No, you look to me and you say, "Hey, what is that?" I'm gonna say, "I have no clue." And I go, "Well, what do you think?" If you say anything beyond, like, we all know the narrative, we all know the story. Well, it's a star, it's a sun, it's like a big ball of like plasma gas in outer space, da da da. Like, everyone knows the story, but how do you actually know what it is? Like, what could you possibly say? The only honest answer is I have no idea. How could you know that?
What's the shape of the moon?
Wait, Robert, hold on. We're doing a thing right now. We'll come back to you shortly.
wait, what do you mean? How do I know what is the thing? Like, I will just
Go ahead.
go
Just tell
around
me.
it, do experiments on there, like.
Oh, you can't do
touch,
that.
Use my
can't do that.
senses, basically. Yes, I can.
You can't do any of that with the sun.
Yes, you can.
Alright,
Have you ever been on a
go
shadow,
ahead.
for example, and then all of a sudden you step on light? And what happens? Oh, there is some heat coming.
That's not an experiment on the sun.
Tell you
That's
what
one of the
sun
many
is.
things.
No, it's
that
not.
will prove. So, wait, chill out.
That was an
chill out.
epic fail. That was
is
a
not epic.
monstrous
Chill
fail.
out, man. Let me finish my sentence.
Womp womp.
You don't even know what I was gonna do.
You said you can smell it, taste it, touch it. You can't do any of that when it comes to the sun.
So what's the sun smell like?
Okay. Whoa,
Yeah.
chill. That was just me saying that I use my senses to verify what's something.
You also said
Let
you
me
could do
finish. I didn't
experiments on
finish.
it. You
I
can't
didn't
do that.
finish.
Okay, so let's go through your senses. Touch. Can you
You know
touch
what?
it?
I'm just-
No.
it's
Can you
over.
hear
You
it?
can't
No.
let me finish.
Can you smell it?
You're
No.
running away.
Can I feel it? Yes, I can. I can see it.
You can
Yes.
feel the sun. You're
Yes,
an
I
idiot.
can. I can feel the
No, you
sun,
can't.
the energy that is radiating, like the fire that is probably, I don't know. do
Okay,
you
hold
feel
on.
the radiator?
Where
You know
is
what's
the
inside
sun?
radiator?
Let's start there. Where is
No,
the
no,
sun?
no. I haven't finished my sentence.
No, just
When I step into the
Where is
light,
sun?
if I'm in the shadow, I step into the light and all of a sudden I feel warmer. So that
That's
tells
not
me
the
that
sun.
that thing is actually emanating heat. Regardless if you
Okay.
like it or not.
Alright,
It's
So it still
what?
doesn't tell you what it is. Whoop-de-doo.
It doesn't tell you
It
what
emanates
it is.
heat. Congratulations. You can feel warmth radiating on something. Well done.
I can say that thing is a source of light and it's a source of heat.
Okay,
Can I
that
say
doesn't
that?
tell you what
That's
it is
it.
still.
Can
And
I say
that's
that,
it.
yes or no?
You have no idea how far it is, how big it is.
Well,
All right, fine. Where is it?
That's after. But so
No, where
far,
is it?
How do you figure that part out?
So far, can I say that thing emanates light and emanates heat?
Cool, but that's
Yes or no?
we're not. That's not on the. That's
Can I
not
have a
the
yes or
question
no
on
in the chat?
Yes,
Alright.
that's not the question on the
Yes.
table.
Okay.
So wait,
So
Can
we're
you
getting
guys
this.
frame it
How about
correctly? Can you
this?
frame it correctly?
We're getting
We don't know the cause of the effect. We know the phenomena. It does. We know certain phenomena that it causes, like you mentioned, heat, right? That kind of stuff. We can observe it moving across the sky. We label it the sun. We call it the sun. On Spanish, el sol. In other languages, they label it different names, right? So, but the real question is, what is the cause of that effect? No man knows.
Well, we
What
will
is the
get
cause
there.
of
One
it?
second, one
All
thing
right,
at
let's
a
go
time.
ahead.
We're taking baby
Go ahead.
steps towards
But
something.
that's not the
here,
question on the
We're
table,
not jumping to
Steve.
conclusions.
We're not like, wow, wait, so it's light and heat? Like, wait, what? That's
Well,
not the question.
Can,
It's
can
like,
we at least
what
agree
is
on
it?
that? That's what I'm asking.
We already did. That's not even no one's question. No one's challenging that.
Well, we do because you guys keep having like major claims and nobody knows nothing, and all of a sudden,
No, we didn't
can't
say
agree
we don't
on,
know
on
nothing.
minor things.
We just said,
So
okay,
at
how about
least
this? Watch this.
I need to
Steve,
make
watch
The
this.
claim was we don't know what the sun is. Still on the table.
So far, I can
Well,
already
you're
say
on
So
that
chill
it's
out.
feet.
So how about when you put forward what it is, since
That's not
you
a question on
know?
the table.
So far, we are both agreeing that it's a source of light and it's a source of heat. So
But no one
those two
was
things-
challenging that in the first place. So
No,
thank you.
apparently you guys are because somebody is telling me
No,
oh, there's
it
a
wasn't.
phenomena, and
No, it
yes,
wasn't.
yeah, you are.
All right, Ski, watch this. Watch this. Where is it?
That's we will go there. When
No,
we
let's
take
let's,
baby
let's
steps.
just jump right there.
No,
Let's
no,
jump
I'm
there
not gonna
right
jump to
now.
nothing. I'm not gonna do what you
No,
want.
we're gonna do that right now.
baby
That's
steps.
let's start there. Where is it?
So, what is the shape of it? That's one other question that we can probably answer right
You
now.
don't
What
know
is the
that
shape
either,
of the
so-
sun, guys?
No, we can't
What-
answer
What
that.
do
No.
we observe? What do we observe? Is it a circle at least?
Not a
Does
ball.
it have a circular shape?
You can't
Does it have
prove
a circular
that.
shape, though?
guys.
And the
Why is it
reason
only
why
a
you
circle?
can't prove it, the reason
Here's
why
the
you
thing-
can't
here's
prove
the
it,
thing that
hey
I'm looking in
Scooey,
the
listen
sun.
carefully. The reason why you cannot prove this, listen,
Everyone's getting
I know
triggered.
you're excited.
No,
No,
you're
I'm
excited,
not getting
my
triggered. What I'm going to do is I'm going to force you to listen. When a car is at a long distance away from you at night time with its headlights on, they are square headlights. At a long distance, they appear to be round. So you claiming the sun is a particular shape and then say a long distance away, you're going to look like an idiot, son. So how about you think first?
Point.
Okay, so far it's a source of heat, it's a source of light, and it has a circular shape. Okay.
Yeah, what do you know beyond that?
That doesn't mean that's
Well,
a circle, bro.
Can we at least agree on these
Honest
3 points
question.
so far?
Do you know anything beyond that?
Yoda, can we agree on these 3?
No,
please?
we can. Do you know
No.
anything beyond that?
What do you mean you can't? Yeah,
Do
okay,
you know
stop.
anything beyond
Stop,
it,
stop,
though?
If you're telling
No.
me that's not true, can you prove me otherwise? Maybe the shape.
It
Yeah, I
appears
see
to be
circle.
round. It appears to be a
Maybe-
source of
maybe it's
heat.
a
Okay,
triangle
great.
to
Do you
you.
know anything beyond it?
Is there a triangle to you?
Dude,
Do you know anything beyond it appearing to be round and a source of heat?
No, that's your claim, right? You gotta
I didn't
prove
claim
me
any.
that.
I'm asking
it's
a
a
question.
question.
It's not a question claim.
No, I know more than that. Of course.
Yeah. Okay. What
Well,
else
that's
do
what
you
we're trying
know?
to get to, bro.
We get there. Well, just chill
No,
out.
we're gonna. That is where we're.
Why
That's
trying
where
to
we're
jump to
at right now.
conclusions so fast?
That's where we're at right now. You don't even have the shape. So what's?
He's probably Googling shit on the fly, CB.
No, I do
That's why
have
he's
shape
stalling
right
for
now
so
because I'm
long.
obsessed.
Wait. So
Observing a circular
is it spherical or circular?
Well, to that information, to that question, if I move around, right? If we are in different places around the
Can you just
so-called
answer?
globe, it is technically it is. Yes,
It is what?
there is a sphere.
How do you know that?
Well, unless you live in a 2D world, I don't know what other. I mean, the options are very small, so it could be
Well, we don't live
a
in
cone.
2D, so.
No, 1 second. The options are very.
Oh my
small.
god!
It could be a
dude.
cone. It could be a sphere, or it could be.
You're not taking baby steps. You're walking backwards, gang.
No, so if you observe something
Can you
in
just
nature
answer-
that has a circular shape, the options are limited, my friend. It's either a cone, it's either a sphere, and I think that's it. Do you know any other polygons that have, or like shapes that have a circle has a base?
He's
Okay,
still
how
making the
about-
claim that it's a sphere. I'm going to
Do
claim
you-
it's
yes,
a sphere, and you're
yes
going
or
to
no?
tell me it's a sphere.
It doesn't
Do you
appear to
have
be a
any
sphere.
other
Hey,
shapes?
Scooey, have you got me muted?
Do you have
Scooey, have you got
I
me
can hear
muted?
you, OCS, but I'm not talking to you.
Bro,
Do you have
look,
any
dude,
other
we're just gonna-
possibilities?
We're just gonna jump right to it. Fuck your shapes. Where is it?
No. Let's stay on shapes. Let's stay on shapes.
Yeah, no, we're not, because you don't know the shape. So where is it?
Do you know the shape? Do you know the shape?
No, my
Okay, so
claim is
let me
that
tell you what
I'm
the shape
saying-
is.
No, dude.
Thank you.
This is getting old super fast. Just put it in the chat. Where is it? And we'll go from there. This is just retarded.
Yeah, put in the chat whilst you're there your claim of what you know it is. And thank you for projecting. Because you've just proven to us you know sweet FA.
Yeah. Oh, we're taking baby steps. No, just put it in the chat because you're not going anywhere with this.
And that just shows he doesn't listen and doesn't observe anything.
I'm not concerned with Ski. If he's not willing to answer the question. He says he knows, but he doesn't know, so it's fine. Kind of proved my point. We'll take the win there.
We did have... He's gone. What a shame, Robert. Special K. Mud. Who else we got that I don't know? Who's Cap'n? I think I've seen that name before.
Yeah, I think he's been around. No pun intended.
Down the bottom, Coin.
All right, I've got a timer going, by the way. We'll see how long he's going to spaz in the chat. We'll see how long it takes until he...
Look, this, he thinks he's got something. You got owned by baby steps.
Yeah,
you weren't even taking baby steps, bro. You were still crawling.
Bro, you're going backwards. I don't even agree that the sun is like a... I mean... Who's to say it's like a... See, this is why I want to ask him, where is it? Because I don't know. I mean, it doesn't... In his mind, it's some sort of physical object. So then it must be... See, he says, it's not a 2D object, so it must be a 3D object. Well, how do you know that?
I just think it's amazing. 3 mile away, they can't tell you what shape a car headlight is, but yet they can tell you that something that's 93 million miles away is a perfect sphere. Like, what the? I noticed how he did his best to dodge the original question that was put forward.
He's just going to cry in the chat, so...
Yeah.
I'll give him one more shot to answer the question. He's got... That's all you need to answer, bro. Because I think this will quickly reveal that you don't know what you're talking about. So if you can answer, where is the sun? We'll go from there. I've got the timer at 1:44, 1:45. All right, Ski. Where is the sun? You're unmuted, by the way.
So yeah, it's had a sphere, a cone. What was the other guy saying?
And he's just going to reset.
Conical cylinder. So that's already a lot of things that we know so far by baby steps.
All right, cool. So you've got spherical. All right, we'll give you that. Go ahead.
So which one is it, according to you?
You can have what it's you're the one saying you have the knowledge. I'm saying...
No, but I thought you have a brain to decide what things
It's your claim, Ski. It's not ours.
But is my claim wrong? Yes or no?
That's my question. You can have it, bro. You can have it. Just
it's your claim. Put it on the table.
So you agree with the claim, right?
Go for it.
Keep talking. We don't have to agree to it.
Let's just make sure that CB agrees that could be one of these.
CB doesn't have to agree to it. It's your claim. Put it on the table.
Bro, you have too much low...
He's so what?
Oh, man. Meta.
He's so speaking the truth and it offends you.
Australian boy, you have no impulse control. Chill out.
Oh. Shitty accent. You have no fucking idea. How about you grow a set and put your fucking claim on the table instead of being a slimy little piss stain? So put your claim on the table. CB does not have to agree to your bullshit in order for you to put a claim down.
But he did.
No, he didn't.
Oh, you're claiming it's
What did he agree to?
Oh, you're claiming that what I said is bullshit. Go on.
You still haven't answered the question.
You still haven't answered mine, though. But anyway, I'm not
Okay, so
gonna.
we're the one asking the question, Ski. You're at
No.
3 minutes and 33 seconds. So where is the sun?
Yeah. Well, wait. I haven't finished my thing. Why do I have to answer that? I will go there. We will
That
go
is
there.
the question on the
Slowly,
table.
slowly.
That is the question on the table.
No, the question on my table is what is the sun? That was the question.
Yeah, which you haven't answered.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. So don't go around now and saying that's another question because we haven't
Okay,
answered.
yeah,
the
we
first.
definitely want to know. Well, if we're going to know what it is, we're going to need to know where it is.
Not
well.
necessarily.
So-
Who says that? Who says that?
Yeah, I'll say it.
I mean, I can see it, so it's definitely in front of me when I'm looking at it so far.
Oh, so it's in
Unless-
front of you. Okay, so where
Unless
is
I'm
it
looking at a
located?
mirror or
Where is it
something. Well, I
located?
don't know. But so far, by induction, if I look at it,
We're at
I know
4
where it
minutes
is.
and 14 seconds. So where is the sun?
It's above your head. Okay, so now going back to
Where?
What a fucking cop out! It's
back to
above
where
your
it
head,
is.
so you've got
Why
no
is-
idea.
Wait. Ski.
Oh, the answer to
Ski. At night, is the sun above you or below you?
well, now you're asking a third question, but I haven't finished.
No,
answering
that's
the first.
still where it is.
Well, there's still the second question. It's not the first. So
No,
instead
'cause
of
it- 'cause-
deflecting,
hold
can we just
hold
stay on
dude.
topic?
It's not
No, hold
deflecting.
on.
This is the question. Where is it?
You
So
are
it's above
deflecting, my
you.
boy.
I'm not deflecting. I've been asking you for 4 minutes and 48 seconds, 49 seconds, 50 seconds. Where is the sun? You said it's above you, but I bet at night you would point down to the ground and say it's below you. So, exactly, like the chat says, at night the sun is relatively under you. So, do you agree or disagree? We're at 5 minutes and 15 seconds. If
I
you're
don't
not
give a
answering
fuck
the
about your
question.
timer, but before we go there, I will.
Well,
answer
it's
the
just
first question.
exposing. It's exposing you that.
Yeah, I'm exposing how
saying
retarded
have
you
knowledge,
are, but
can't.
it's
Oh,
besides the point.
by not being able to answer the question. God.
Yeah, but you deflecting to other questions.
I'm
You-
not
you're
deflecting.
letting
The
me-
question on the table is where is the sun?
No, the question on the table is what
No,
is
I'm
the
asking
sun?
the questions. I am
No,
asking.
no,
the
no, no. I'm
questions here.
answering the.
Yeah, no, you're not answering the question. So we're at 5 minutes and 40 seconds of you not being able to answer. So where is the sun?
So, what is the sun, guys? That's what we're trying to get.
Yeah, no, I'm asking the questions here right now. So we'll just stick you back on mute. If you want to put it in the chat, that's fine. Okay, the chat says it's in space. Finally, someone with a pair. Do you agree?
Question in table
or do you
is
disagree?
what is the
I'm asking the questions here. So do you agree with bingo or disagree with bingo, Ski? We're at 6 minutes and 10, 6 minutes.
I will ask you
11.
one question and one only. Do you want to have an adult conversation or you
I just want you to answer the question, dude. Holy smokes, you're dodging, bro. The tap dancing
Yeah.
shoes are on right now.
Cap-
It's clickety clacking on the floor right now.
I can't believe you wasted this much time on him, CB. I'd have thought you pulled
6
the pin
minutes
at 1
and
minute.
30 seconds in of him tap dancing away from the question. This is proving my point. You don't know. If you did know, you would just throw it down on the table. It's in space, da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. He's saying, well, it could be a cone, it could be a cylinder, it could be this. Oh, so you don't know. Got it.
Actually, what he was referring to, CB, was all the things that it's not. So, like we said, you don't know what it is. You've told us everything that it's not. Congratulations.
He's like, well, the question is, what is the sun? Oh, well, you haven't even answered that. You're like, well, it's not 2D. It's not a triangle. All right, bro. We're at 7 minutes and 17 seconds. Still no answer. I mean, WCB?
Self-proclaimed victories are cringe.
Okay, well, Twonger, do you want to tell us what the sun is?
It's a ball of fire in the sky.
Wait, it's in the sky.
Actually, CB, I'll give Tonga one thing. At least he actually gave an answer. Unlike the
I
other
mean, that
player.
took him a whole of like 3 seconds. But again, what I said earlier, I don't know if you were listening, is that me and Sky, Screetard, we're standing shoulder to shoulder, pause, and we're looking up at the sun.
Pause
And
longer. Pause longer.
Big pause.
And I said that the only thing he could offer me is the same story that we're both raised on. It's a ball of fire, it's space, etc. So what can you offer beyond that? Because we know the bedtime story, but like how do you actually know that? What was confirmed out of that story? So, got anything else? Also, the timer is at 8 minutes and 47 seconds. Tonga, you got anything else? We're at 9 minutes and 9 seconds. Still no answer.
What was your original question?
Okay, well, John, we'll ask John. I'm saying that no one knows what the sun is. Do you know what the sun is?
I mean, I don't, but that doesn't mean no one knows what it is.
There we go.
What about Black Earth theory? Do you know about Black Earth theory?
You made another
John,
claim that no one knows what the sun is. Prove it.
He doesn't know. Wait,
But
he
that-
doesn't
Prove it.
I know what
He
the
got-
sun is.
He's,
I know what
he's
the sun
proving
is.
my
Prove it.
point. He doesn't know.
No, that's okay. So that doesn't prove your point. That just proves that I don't know it. That doesn't prove that nobody
Wait,
knows
is
it.
that Wolfie?
Yeah.
So round us up someone who does. That'd be
Is
awesome.
that Wolfie?
How about this?
Okay.
How could you know,
Wolfie,
John?
man? These fucking guys are even more retarded than Wolfie, bro.
Hold on, you're at 10 minutes and not being able to answer the
Find
question.
someone
You've
that
been
knows
10
what the sun
minutes.
is.
So, John, how could you know?
Well, I don't know because I don't know, but that doesn't erase the possibility of somebody else doing the work.
You can say you can do an okay, like doing the work. What does that look like?
I don't know because I don't know what the sun is, but someone who does and who did the work, I don't know what the work looks like.
Who knows?
I'll find that out for you. But my
Okay.
point is that like it doesn't completely erase the fact that like somebody might. And so
Go
it's
ahead.
a 90% possibility.
Ball of gas.
Go ahead. But I would recommend also that you say things like this after you've already looked it up, right? Instead of saying, "Well, someone for sure," and then you go out and try to go Google it afterwards. This is called like pre-Google vocalization syndrome.
Wrong. I'm saying there's a 0% chance of this possibility. Is it likely? Not really.
Go ahead. I wouldn't yap first and then Google later. I would Google first, then
Okay, but you're the one who made a claim that like you can't really prove. Lack of evidence isn't really evidence.
I'm just saying I don't know, and I don't think you know, and I don't think anyone knows. So if someone does know,
That's why I
let's step right up.
I can
We got
understand.
11 minutes and 11 seconds of nobody knowing.
It's a giant gas ball, right? It just happens to be yellow.
Oh, it's
Yes,
a giant gas ball.
what the sun is. Like, what are you?
Yeah, it's a
What
giant
is
ball
it
of
now-
looking for?
and
In what form?
Now, Ray,
Hold on.
this is what
Hold on,
we're
Ray.
trying to get to. How do you confirm that?
Yeah.
emissions.
Wait,
Oh, so that's what it is. It's not about like knowing what
hold
the
on,
sun
John.
is.
I don't know why you're yapping. You need to go Google.
I'm
We're gonna talk
asking
to Ray now.
a question. I'm trying to get the correct.
Hold on. You're supposed to be Googling right now. So, Ray, you said it's a giant gas ball. Again, I said earlier,
Yes.
everyone knows the story. So now we got to get to the part where we actually go and find out if this is true. So, what do you know beyond the bedtime story?
We have
that
like
everyone knows
recreated.
about?
We have recreated like miniature suns in laboratories, just
Okay,
to
yeah,
see
show
whether
us.
it's possible.
All right, go ahead, show us.
You do understand it's like it's a nuclear combustion that's taking place.
All right, yeah,
right?
go ahead and put it in the
This is
chat.
something that's very possible. Just telling me go ahead and show us is just fucking so disruptive to this.
Well, you
discussion.
said we
If you're
can do it,
capable of
so-
correcting me. If you're capable of correcting me, then you should be able to do so. If you think I'm wrong,
If
Hey,
you're
you're
capable of
saying we've done
speaking,
it,
you're
so
capable of
put it in
backing
the
up your claim.
exactly. I don't have to back up my claim if you don't believe it. That's
Yes,
all.
you
You don't have to back up your
I really
claim.
No, I don't have to because it's gonna be an argument of semantics on whether on the
No,
validity
just put
and
it in the
proof.
chat. We'll just have a look, and then we don't have to argue any words.
I don't
at
have a
all.
fucking. I don't have like a set of articles ready at hand like you fuckers.
Oh, then
to
why are
argue
you
about this shit.
yapping
I'm
then?
telling you. Because this
So
is
let me
this
guess.
is like fucking.
Now we've got
common
two that
knowledge.
are off
This is
Googling.
common knowledge. This is common knowledge that has been passed down by people who are more qualified than everyone in this fucking VC. Right?
Name one person. Wait, name somebody. Name one.
100%. Yeah, all of you niggas are not qualified. If you guys were qualified, you wouldn't be in a fucking
Name
Earth
one
server
person who
yapping
is
about the fucking
qualified.
shape of the Earth. You'd be on TV.
Oh, I know.
You'd be on TV
Look,
convincing people,
Ray,
right?
I get it. You're
You'd be on
crying,
TV
but name one
convincing
person
people,
that
but
is
you're not. You're on
qualified.
Discord yapping about flat Earth because nobody really wants to hear you in
We
real
get
life,
it. The
right?
flat earth
Let's be
researcher.
honest.
Name one
Let's be
person that
honest,
is
man.
qualified. Ray.
Be honest.
Can you name one person that is qualified?
any astrophysicist, and I'm pretty sure there's
Name
none of them
one.
in here, fam.
Name one.
You see, this is your game. It's a name this, name that, right?
Well, dude,
That's all
here's
you
the
can
thing,
fucking
bro.
do. It's a
Here's
semantics
the thing,
argument.
bro. This is called phantom
this?
expert syndrome. When you say, "Well, there's all these big brains out here with all the answers," and you go, "Okay, who?" "Well, I don't know." You're doing what John was doing. "Oh, somebody for sure knows." "Oh, okay, who?" "Well, why are you asking me?" "Well, you're the one saying there's people that exist with answers. So who?" Or are you just imagining there's a bunch of people out there with white coats on and they have answers? What good does that do, imagining that there's people who know stuff? Why don't you tell us who knows? And then we can go and find out, okay, well, what do they know and how do they come to this information? So far, we're at 14 minutes and 30 seconds, and not a single person in here knows what the sun is.
Yeah, not a single rando in the politics Discord knows what
Wait,
the
Jay,
sun is.
do you know? Now he's quiet. I mean, I don't know. Chat, I think my point is being proven live in 4K right now. We're at 14 minutes and 55 seconds. Nobody
Not a
knows.
single person in this random Discord
Jay doesn't know.
can
John doesn't know.
confidently say
He doesn't
what
know.
the sun
Ray
is,
doesn't
everyone.
know. Can
J
you
Dog, do
say
you know what
the
it
sun
is?
Well, wait, dude, you
yes
have
or
to
no?
make fun of me first.
Wait, no, just answer.
I
Do you know what the
love
sun
this
is?
format.
Now he doesn't. Now he's not confident. Now he's not confident. So wait, do you know what the sun is? Crickets. I love it. Honestly, the silence
Crickets.
is golden.
Okay, mute. Tell me to Google it and do some
Wait,
soundboard thing, dude.
Well, that
Fuck
would be
yes.
smart. Actually, that would be smart if you Googled it first before yapping. That's actually
All right, chat.
You're already off on a good point right now.
So
You're already
15
off on the
minutes
best
in.
point.
It's 8:46. My
Yeah, we're
bad.
at
16 minutes in,
15:44.
and not a single person on this politics Discord has answered
Yeah,
my
J
question.
Dog doesn't know. John Forte doesn't know. Ray doesn't know. Ski doesn't know.
Chat,
I mean,
this guy's just going off. He doesn't know a single thing.
I mean, J Dog, do you know what the sun is?
Of course I don't.
Okay. Oh, dude, honestly, I'll take that, bro. We got
Chat,
two
destroy
Glovers
this
in
guy.
here.
Just go after him. Make fun of him,
Oh,
chat.
he's look at he's crying, dude. This is brilliant. We're at 16 minutes and 19 seconds.
20,
I don't know.
21, 22,
23,
23.
24.
This is
25.
fucking epic. Oh my
How
god.
long is it going to take till we get someone in here that knows what the sun is?
I don't know. I mean, this is where all the experts come, right? The politics Discord?
I
Holy
mean,
cow, not a single one.
J-Dog, how about this? Let's ask you this. How could you know?
I don't. But we need all the
Okay.
experts here,
How
right?
about
And
this?
not a
Do you think
single
it's
one has.
possible
What are we?
to know what the
17,
sun is?
8:47.
J Dog,
I
instead
get
of having a
it. You're
meltdown,
hurting right
J Dog, instead of having a meltdown, you've just been handed
know.
a bucket of unlimited money. You can do
Yeah.
whatever the shit you like. How would you prove what the sun is?
Limited money? Oh my god! Wait,
You do whatever you like.
money.
You do
J-Dog,
whatever you
You're a
like.
bad actor,
Holy
bro.
crap! Wait. I'm drawing a blank. This is just too much.
All right, bro. This is just
Clown shoes.
soap is crazy. What the fuck is going on? All right, we're at 17 minutes and 15 seconds, and nobody knows what the sun is. You want to step up? I mean, coincidentally, the guy's name is Ray. Ray, what else you got, buddy? It's 17:40. Almost 20 minutes in, and nobody knows what the sun is. This is brilliant. Nothing? Nobody?
Well, I think most people will say what they've been told, but they might not know why they believe what it's made of.
There we go. I mean, that's kind of what I led with, is that nobody knows beyond the story that we're told, which John just put the story in the chat, which we know very well. Everyone knows.
You're talking about the
Story.
spectroscopy?
Well, that's what they're claiming. But he's in the chat. The sun is a star. Okay, we're off to a bad start there. A star is just a label. What is a star? It says at the center of the solar system, a massively near perfect sphere of hot plasma heated to an incandescence by nuclear fusion reaction in its core, radiating the energy from its surface mainly as visible light and infrared radiation with 10% ultraviolet energies.
Do you have problems with the science or observations behind spectroscopy?
It's just that how do we confirm if they're saying it's made of certain
elements?
Okay, where was the confirmation of that? Because I think Ski was saying you can taste it, touch it, smell it, etc. Do experiments on it. How?
Not really.
Exactly. So,
I mean, the best that we would get in the globe paradigm or the globe, understanding is we would send a probe to it and get some readings. I think, like personally, I think the science behind it is sound of it being nuclear fusion, just a giant nuclear fusion reactor.
We just looked at it.
But like we don't really have a way of like actually directly doing it unless we can create like a fusion reactor on Earth and then observe it. But when we're talking about that, we're dealing with so much energy that we don't really have a good reliable means of creating that much energy to cause fusion. Like the only way we cause fusion right now is through bombs. and the bomb requires a fission bomb in order to in order to trigger a fusion reaction.
Okay, so, and coincidentally, the guy's name is Kiro's son. Very interesting. So, where is the sun?
I think through testing, it seems that the sun rays are parallel, so it's really far away. But
wait, they're definitely not parallel.
I knew that was coming.
They're definitely not parallel.
Okay. I mean, that can you substantiate that claim?
I mean, should we start with observation?
Which one? The observations of sun rays appear like they're converging?
Not parallel? No, they're not converging. They're diverging.
Right, but like if we're talking about crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays, it's like when you look towards the light source, they do appear to be fanning out. But then when you look away, they appear to be fanning. They fan back in. If they weren't coming at you parallel, but when you turn around, wouldn't they continue to fan out, not appear to converge again on the opposite side of the sun?
So not parallel.
Well, I mean, we know train tracks are parallel, but when you stand and look at the train tracks in one direction, they appear to converge, and then when you turn around and look the opposite direction, they also appear to converge. But we know they're parallel. So just standing there and looking at it is not sufficient enough to conclude that they're parallel or not.
Train tracks to the sunlight.
Why it's a straight line that like goes over a distance that comes to like a converging point.
Well, my point is that if we can just observe them and say they don't look parallel, but we can't apply that same logic to train tracks, then it doesn't work.
It's not
then that observation alone is
perfectly parallel though.
Any light source is going to diverge. Even like a laser is not a fully collimated light source. There's going to be some divergence. So I wouldn't compare light to like a physical rail of iron or whatever, bro.
Right, but the farther away a light source is, the less it diverges from parallel, right? When you compare the rays from that light source.
You're saying the farther away it's more diverges more the farther away from the source.
No, so like if you have a light in a room and you put you have a light bulb in a room and you have two tall sticks standing up and you have the light close the light source close to the sticks, the amount they diverge from parallel will be more than when you move the light source like 10 meters away from the
So what are you saying? The sun is closer than what we believe it is?
No. If you follow the logic I was following is that we can show in a local example and observe the distance of the sticks, whatever's casting the shadow from the light source. As we move the light source away, they become less diverged from parallel, right? So in theory, if you have a strong enough light source and you get it far enough away, then you can have these two sticks, not moving the sticks, only moving the light source, that at a sufficient distance away, it might look parallel. Like, do you agree or disagree?
But it doesn't look parallel. We can see that it's divergent.
Well, the observation that I was, unless you have some other observation, but the observation I was referring to was just looking up at the sky and seeing sun rays. But we can establish that observation alone is not sufficient to conclude that they're not parallel, because many things that are parallel can appear to converge just from our observation.
Are you a flat earther too?
No.
Because the parallel rays thing is like a flat Earth like theory.
That's not a
at least according to the website.
No.
I'm looking at it right now.
Are you on Flat Earth Society? Because that's not a flat Earth.
He'd be on flatearth.ws. Strawman Central.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually spoken with a flat earther that would agree that sun rays are parallel.
Because they're not.
Exactly.
Right, but that's what we're discussing here, right? And that's when you just railroaded a discussion that we were.
No pun intended.
Because it's like it doesn't make any sense. Because it's like usually flat earthers that say it, but like this isn't. I didn't know this was something that was up for contention at all. That this was an argument that like people are saying that sun rays, like they're not relatively parallel, but they what's the word? Like they seem parallel, but they're not like perfectly parallel.
Well, that would be the globe Earth model, right? Is that we're so far away that the sun rays, because obviously if a sun ray is getting to you from the left side of the sun and the right side of the sun, if it's 93 million miles away, they're technically not parallel because they're both getting to your eyes, so they can't be parallel because your eyes aren't as wide as the sun is claimed to be, right?
Yeah.
So they can't be parallel, but they're so close to parallel that the angle of divergence would be so small and so minuscule that it doesn't matter, at least in local observation.
0.53 degrees or something like that because of the size of the sun compared to the Earth.
It's even smaller than that. I think it's like 0.000. Like there's many zeros we're talking about here, and how much the angle would diverge from a sun. Well, I forget off the top of my head how big the sun is, but we're talking about 93 million miles away. You draw that triangle, it's going to have a really tiny angle. So it doesn't really matter in most observations and applications of the sun. But what we're discussing here was I brought up when I mentioned the parallel rays, referring to the sun, and CB, I believe, was the one speaking. Said that they're not parallel. So I was asking, how do we know that? Like, what has been tested, or how does he substantiate that claim?
Oh,
and that's what we were talking about.
Can I jump in?
I got a comment. Sorry, go ahead.
So when you look at parallel rays emanating from a light source, you also have to look at the position of the light source from the point of view of the observer. The position of the light source in the sky from the point of view of the observer. Now, that means that, for instance, there's the 45-degree rule. An object that is 45 degrees high in the sky from your horizontal position is going to be the same distance high as it is away from you. So if you're going to claim that an object that is emanating light is some miles away or some miles high, if it's 45 degrees in the sky from your horizontal line of sight, then it's got to be the same distance along that horizontal plane that you're looking across as it is high from that horizontal plane. Now, I say that in a convoluted way to make sure that there's no wiggle room for descent. You cannot have an object like the sun be so close and then claim that those rays are parallel. What? Right? It just doesn't make any sense because you've got too many distant observers. You got too many observers all over the world that can see that sun, right? And those observers are far away from each other. You've got observers that are thousands of miles away from each other. So if you can't align that distance, that 45-degree rule, to fit for all observers, then you can't make a claim that the sun is close. And since
It's fine, but
rays,
your presumption that the sun is an object that occupies a physical space.
I
don't know what we're looking
debunk
at.
that. I can debunk
We don't know
that.
what we're looking at, and you have no way to know. And furthermore,
Allow
how
me
would
to
our eyes
respond.
process
Allow me to respond. Allow me to debunk
place?
that. Allow me to
Wait,
debunk
well,
that.
hold on. The first part of my response is, number one, you don't know, we don't know, nobody knows what the sun is, if it's even an object in 3D space.
False.
That's
Two, how do our eyes process parallel rays in the first instance? Open question.
Yeah. So to your first point, what you're saying is false. What you're doing is you're trying to redefine what knowledge is. You're basically saying we don't know.
No,
we don't know.
redefining
Well, I don't know.
I'm redefining
Allow
what
me
you're
to
assuming the
allow me
sun
to
is,
finish my
which is not an
response.
object
Allow me to
that we
finish my
know.
response. Allow me to finish my response.
All right, well, you're straw manning me.
Nope, I am simply making a response. So your concept of knowledge is so badly flawed that you can arbitrarily claim that you don't know something based upon any fabricated notion. What, I have to physically touch the sun to know it? Do I have to breathe in the sun?
No, you're straw manning me. I said nobody can know what the sun is because nobody has any direct knowledge or experience apart from the observation in the sky.
That's how you knowledge. That's how you know. You're directly knowing it by those observations.
All right. So listen, no,
again,
I mean, you don't know that the sun is an object. You asserted that the sun is an object.
And I'm gonna prove to you that the sun is an object.
You asserted the sun is an object for the rest of your argument.
Prove to you. Once you stop talking, I'll prove it to you. Once you stop talking, I'll prove it to you.
Then what could it be? If it's not an
hold on. We're just hold on a second, Vlad.
I love this.
So if the
How about those others don't interrupt? Thank you. Flattened, you were trying to say something?
Yeah. He kept interrupting me because he knows what's happening. So your concept of what an object is the issue. If you're gonna say I don't know what the sun is, I don't know if it's an object, then your concept of what an object is the issue. An object, at the very least, is in a fixed position in space.
This object, sun is that?
Because again, all of the observers, their line of sight to that object, this is what I started out with, their line of sight to that object converge. You have to fabricate a flat Earth.
Citation required. Nobody can triangulate the sun, period, flat or globe.
It's always being triangulated. It's always been triangulated.
Okay. Go ahead and triangulate the position of the sun in 3D space. Do it right now.
Okay.
Let's see how you do it.
Done.
All right, describe the process.
Okay, so basically, you again, we start with the 45-degree rule, right? Earlier, someone spoke about how the angle between the sun for multiple observers is so narrow that you can barely get an angle out of it because it's so far away. So then you wait certain amount of weeks, certain amount of months as the Earth goes around the sun, and you get another fixed position. You use the stars as a backdrop. You understand that those stars
the Earth
also
is going around the sun.
Hold on, I'm not done. You asked for it.
You're putting the cart before the horse because you're putting your conclusion.
No, I'm not. There is no cart before the horse excuse me. You have to have a tangible. You have to have a coherent explanation for why an object that I see in the sky is not an object. The stars, the sun, the moon.
Yeah, my explanation is nobody can triangulate a flat or globe.
Not done talking. You're
All right, well, you
creating a
keep
narrative.
loading
You are
up all kinds of straw
desperately
men.
creating a narrative, which is why you're interrupting me. You're desperately creating a narrative.
You're straw manning
No,
me. I
you're
can
desperately
interrupt you when you
straw manning.
desperately creating a narrative by interrupting.
Flatten destruction.
Okay.
That was coming.
Do you guys know Flatten Destruction? Do you guys know who this is?
Wouldn't have a
No,
clue, but
why
he's an
should I?
arrogant little
He's
piss
a frickin' anti-flat earth troll. He's a fucking moron.
Sounds
You're
like
literally
it.
talking to the lowest of the low.
Heretics Razor yet again.
Yep.
Bastards.
So, Flatten Destruction. Keep it on topic. Okay, I'm going to unmute you. Why don't you go back to the methodology on how you triangulated the sun instead of the fucking narrative? Okay? Really simple. He asked you how you triangulated the sun. The methodology, not the concept in your mind. The instruments that were used, right? How they measured, whatever they measured. Okay? Simple. And by the way, you said that you're interrupting. It was a Globetard that interrupted Flatten Destruction. Pay more attention. You're actually not listening. I bet you if I asked you anything Amish said, you couldn't tell me. Anyway, I'm gonna unmute you. You're gonna go back to Amish, but please, I was listening on YouTube. This is freaking horrible to listen to because it's just fucking audio chaos. So please, take turns or whatever. Thank you. You're unmuted now.
Okay. So again, you can triangulate the sun the same method you can triangulate anything else. You can use parallax, you can use foreground objects, and you can use background objects. You guys have a habit of interrupting a person when they're trying to explain it mid-sentence. So the idea that you can claim that the sun is
And the poison of the well was not exactly necessary, my young friend. Pull your head in or you're going to get yeeted. No, he marched himself. Wise choice.
So conversation over then? Done?
Sounds like it. Yeah, he couldn't keep himself together. I mean, I'm sorry for interrupting him every time he's strawmanned, but you know, I can't let them get away with fashioning a narrative out of strawmen, hoping to lose the audience and a Russian nesting doll of strawmen.
Yep, that was a really good point that I wanted to hear, actually, from just to break it down.
Oh, he's back.
I guess that. Okay, so Amish and FE destruction. Go ahead.
they can't do it. They just can't do it. So we would have to go to another chat room if you guys have the courage to have a real conversation.
Okay, Flattened.
You can't
Let's
do it.
yap. Flattened, get on with the story. Don't poison the well, just get on with your point. You're trying to prove our triangulation of the sun.
Again,
as you were.
I already explained it to you. And we're still left with the bigger issue, is that you falsely claim that the sun is not an object. Okay?
So how do you know what it is?
So, I know that it is an object. I just explained why. You're playing dumb.
I don't care what you think why. I want to know what it is from your mouth.
You're doing it again. You can't do it. You can't do it.
I can do whatever's necessary. I want you to tell us what the sun is, not what colour underwear you think someone else is wearing, not how you think they cut you off. I'm not interested in your meta bullshit. I just want to know what you think it is. Nah, want to run away. Suit yourself. I'm good with that.
How do you triangulate something that emanates parallel rays from a source that's way, way bigger than anything that you could possibly live on?
Sorry, what's your question?
Yeah, how do you triangulate something that emits parallel rays from a surface that is effectively flat and much larger than your existence?
Try to
Well-
simplify your question a bit.
Well, couldn't you do it with like if you have sufficient optical instruments that you can target the center and do it for multiple locations, and the more locations you have, the more accurate your triangulation would be.
That's less accurate. Each time you do that, each time you add a different observer dependency with completely new variables, you're adding in a compounding error. Each time
I mean, you would do it at the same time. Like instead of just 2 observation locations, you would do it from 5 at the same time.
Yeah, that would be a compounding error.
Oh no.
I think that would allow you to correct for error more than it would increase error.
Because that what you did, you added 5 observer dependencies to 1 observation. That's a compounding error. This is why they tell you stars twinkle type of shit, because there's it's going through different layers of atmosphere, creating a new incident.
No, like if we're talking about I'm not talking about GPS satellites. I'm talking about just the towers. If you're in range and you're getting triangulated by just 2 towers, would be less accurate than if you had 5 towers that were triangulating your GPS location.
They don't use triangulation.
Trilateration. Yeah, you're in heresy already with your own idea. You think that triangulation, that's called mesection. What you're looking for is a resection, trilateration. This is something you probably should have learned at Boy Scouts when they just did basic land navigation courses.
And trilateration uses 3 or more known points, right? Or more, right? So you can still have more than 3 points. And wouldn't having more points in your trilateration
for one observer, not for one observer. Not you don't add in 5 observers with 5 points and then be like, there we go. Bingo. That's it. Each time you change observers, you've added in a new set of variables that are unaccounted for.
For the record, I posted from the Astronomical Reports of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific paper called The Solar Parallax, which talks about triangulating the sun from looking at it. Obviously, you can't do that because they would have done that in fucking 100 BC, but because there is no solar parallax, then they can't do it. That's why they use another technique, right? Either proper motion of Mars or the freaking transit of Venus or whatever. But that comes with its own issues because you have to make some assumptions in there. Like the Earth, Venus is the same size as Earth. Or
right, but that paper says in one of the first lines that the reason there's a problem with it is because of the Earth's average distance from the sun. So the Earth, in this paper, it's saying that you can't do it because the Earth's distance to the sun changes.
Yeah.
So are you willing to accept that as true, and that's why it can't be done?
No, that's the claim, right? The claim is we can't measure this because the sun is so far away.
No, it's saying because they're saying they can't do it because the distance changes, right? So in the globe model, it would be an elliptical orbit, so it would have different distances at different times of the year.
Earth has a nearly perfect circular orbit in their model. Its eccentricity is like 0.01 or something. That's how that if you take an ellipse, like how stretched the ellipse is the eccentricity. The Earth's orbit is nearly a perfect circle. In your model. But that's not the point. The
but
point
it not
is
being
that when
a
you go
perfect
do the
circle.
observation of looking at the sun, you can't triangulate its position by looking at it.
You're fucking stupid.
You can triangulate the position at that time, but
How do you do triangulation? Just walk me through the method.
Okay, you have at least 3 points. You measure angles.
No.
The 3 points being what you're targeting, such as the sun. Yeah, 3 points. You need 3 points to make a triangle, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I'm talking about the observer, dude. We're talking about the methodology of an observer. We're on Earth. We're a couple people. We're going to triangulate the sun. How are we going to do this?
Well, you would have a known distance between two observers, and you would measure the angle to the sun, and that would give you two angles. And then you have a side would be the side would be the distance, and then you apply the angle side angle formula, and you would complete the triangle.
Okay. What triangle? You don't have a triangle. There's a ball.
Right, but the
taking an angle off a curved surface.
Right, and then you can apply. So if you add more observation points, and you can guesstimate, or you can assume a flat between them and see if the angles make sense for a triangle.
No, we're not assuming anything about the surface. We're just measuring the distance to the sun. That's it. Positioning it out there somewhere in 3D space. How far away is it? There's no way to do it by triangulation by looking at the sun. They admit it in what I just gave you. The reason parallel, that means there's no difference in angle.
The reason why your paper says they can't do it is because the Earth's distance to the sun changes. Are you willing to accept
whatever?
that as true?
The reason is irrelevant. The fact is they can't do it. That's the point. They can make up whatever cockamamie reason in their mind why they can't do it. They can't do it. So there's no naive measurement to the where the sun is relative to the Earth. There's a theory-laden, concocted Rube Goldberg device reason on where the sun is.
Okay. What about if you have? So we get rid of the ground as part of the triangle, and we have someone measure the elevation angle from the ground, and then at the top of a skyscraper directly above that person measure an elevation angle from their location to the sun. You can make a triangle that way. And that doesn't include the ground.
What do you mean? Look at the sun from measured elevation angle from the surface of the Earth, then go on top of a tower or mountain or whatever, airplane.
Have it done at the same time. So you would have another observer at a sufficiently tall building or
those
mountain.
rays also be parallel? How would that change the parallelism of the rays?
No, that would give you. I'm not talking about determining the parallel nature of the sun. I'm talking about just triangulating the sun, because that's what you were asking.
Yeah. Okay. Two of the
that
points,
doesn't. We're not looking at shadows.
Points need different angles to make a triangulation. Okay, and if the rays are parallel, they're the same angle. Do you understand? Because they're parallel.
We're not measuring the rays. We're just looking at the sun, targeting the center, and then getting an elevation angle from that location.
Are you confused, dude?
Maybe we're using different terms.
You have the base of a triangle, and you have the two sides. Okay. Vertex A and vertex B, right? Both measure, let's say, 75-degree angle. What's your triangle? Oh, there's no intersection point. Those lines are parallel. That's the point. You can't triangulate it because there's no point of intersection.
No, but we're not using the sun rays. We're just using an elevation angle to the object that we're observing in the sky.
The sun. How do you see the sun? From rays of light.
Light gets you. Yeah.
Yeah, the sun rays. You're looking at light from the sun. The light from the sun supposedly is in parallel when it strikes the Earth. The story is it's because it's so far away. Okay, that's a cool story. But what's the evidence of that? Okay, we don't know because we can't measure the distance of the sun. You know, they struggled with this for thousands of years until they came up with the transit of Venus nonsense, which Huygens deduced from numerology and mysticism. And that's the official story. Who knows what he really did? He used numerology to discern that Venus was the same size as Earth, the same radius. So then once you have the radius, and then you know its angular size, you can calculate how far away it is. Then based upon its transit of the sun, hey, it's this big, it took this long to cross the face of the sun, and it's this far away. The sun must be X amount of miles away from us. But they assumed, A, the size of Venus is the same size as the radius of the Earth. B, what the radius of the Earth was in the first place, because they never measured that either.
What's even better with this is that which number is correct. They've gotten numbers that are well outside of any sort of like statistical sort of error, margin of error. Their margin of error is like 100 million, or like 100 million miles, or something ridiculous. It's like, how could they be so wrong over and over and over again while thinking they're so right at the same time?
Oh, you should look up. I actually saw an article the other day. I didn't get to read it because it like flashed by. It was like Polaris refuses to be measured. Distance refuses to be measured. They've spit out so many distances to Polaris, and they're so wildly different. It's actually pretty crazy, man.
Yeah, but Polaris keeps changing too. How many stars is it? Is it 1 star? Is it 3 stars? Is it 5 stars? Is it all the stars? Like they have no idea what they're looking at, and they'll come back.
Stars. Have you heard about that one?
Oh yeah, that too.
Maybe the sun will disappear.
I mean, in a couple billion years, it might.
No, these stars just disappear. They just vanish. Like they're in the, they were observed, they were written down, they were named, all that stuff, and they just disappeared. They vanished. They're not there.
Wasn't that because of like how old they are, that they're already dead, and then like getting to us is just from so long ago that like they're not. Those stars we see technically aren't even there.
No, they're blaming incorrect, incomplete records.
No, they've hypothesized a bunch of different things. So, like,
there's
supernova that isn't great enough to freaking be bright enough to be seen. That it just fizzles out into like a brown dwarf. That they fucking the idea that you just came up with that it just dimmed enough in brightness it was barely visible, and then it dimmed enough. So there's a bunch of hypotheses. But the thing is, they don't know. They have no idea. I mean, they don't even know what the star is in the first place, to be honest. Can never be like what a star is, what its composition is, what it's doing, or any of that shit can never be verified. Never.
When you say verified, what do you mean by that?
So I say a star is made of cream cheese. I can never go to a star and test that.
Do you need to physically go to something to like to verify?
Yeah.
Just the existence of it?
To know, yes. You can believe whatever you want. Think of it as an analogy. You see a blonde in a crowd. Now it looks like your mother. But do you know it's your mother? Can you actually know it's your mother unless you actually go up to that person and say, "Hey"?
Yes, 1,000%.
Oh, how?
Well, if someone's standing,
no. Remember the word I used? I word no.
Yeah, no. Can I answer before you like spiral? All right. So in this crowd, she's super far away, and there's someone standing next to her. And let's just put it in a modern day and age where we have like camera phones and shit. Someone takes a picture of that person that I think is my mother, and then texts me that picture. I look at the picture on my phone, and go, "Oh shit, that's not my mom."
I can take.
I know. What?
I can debunk this easily. Okay.
No, you can't.
A better example might be. Oh, okay. Can I finish? A better example might be like you're in the Philippines or some shit, right? You see a woman. She looks like a woman. You think it's a woman. You go up to her. You see where I'm going here? You see where I'm going here?
Yeah, I see exactly where you're going.
Okay, so how do you know? How do you know? You just look. You should look. It's what it looks like, right?
You said the word woman.
How do you know?
Started giggling.
That's a completely different context.
It's exactly the right context. It's exactly the right context. You're saying, what if someone's next to that? It's a picture of them. Is that how you know now? Exactly. Cooked.
No.
You got my point here. You realize you're trapped.
So in that context, the woman, like the definition of woman and mom are like.
It looks like a woman, bro. Forget the mom thing. We get it. Whatever.
Yes, but like the definition of woman is like too flexible. That's a problem. The definition of woman.
I forgot.
You're listening past the graveyard. You ain't got no one at a star with a cell phone to take a fucking picture of it.
No, but there is like we have technology out there that like collects data of shit out like in the vacuum of space.
Really?
So like, there is a non-zero possibility of like getting that information from some sort of like whether it be satellite imagery or whatever the fuck they're using.
That's right.
Okay. A non-zero possibility.
Yeah, it's
fantastic. Do you know that?
Do I know who?
Do you know what a star is, or do you just believe?
Well, I think you're just redefining what like knowing is.
No, I'm not redefining what
if somebody tells me so, like if I'm given the definition, I now know the definition to it. Just because someone else told me what it is, that doesn't mean I believe what it. Like I know what it is, because we have the objective fact. Belief can't happen when like you're talking about like objective facts.
Okay. Can we know what a star is?
What?
No. Can we know what a star is? 100% positively, objectively. No.
Yes,
I give you 99%. I don't know if I can. I personally can't make the argument for 100%, but I'm fairly certain, with like 99% certainty, we can know
your
what
level of confidence is relevant, because all you're doing is telling me about your subjective brain state. I don't care about that.
No, it's objective.
What's about his 99% certainty? What's that based upon? Give me the mathematics of the statistical claim right now.
What are you talking about?
Not
dude?
you, the other idiot.
Oh, okay. Take a chill pill. Holy shit. Just a question. Damn.
You were just in the chat wishing death on others. Relax.
Not new.
I wish death on anybody. You still can't prove that I wish death on anybody. I simply said... Yeah, no. I never in there did I say I wish it was them. I'm just saying that, like...
Dude, you don't have to welcome back. It's fine. You're demonic. You're a demon. We're going to talk to
you. You're the demon, buddy. Come on.
You're literally just wish people died. So
I didn't wish anybody died.
I thought it was your... No,
I said Charlie was the one saying. Is that an issue?
You don't have to walk it back. We heard you just fine, bro. We heard you just fine wishing death on others, bro.
I think Charlie Kirk was the wrong one to go.
We're not talking about Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but it's part of off-topic shootings and violence that is not part of the channel.
Hey, CB brought it up. Yell at him. I didn't do shit.
I didn't bring shit up, bro. It's in the side chat, bro. You
immediately like derailed this conversation to tell me that I wish death on people.
It's true.
The YouTube thing is up. You want me to fucking clip it and show you where you jumped in, interrupting me, talking about me wishing death upon people, calling me a demon?
I'm trying to have your demonic ass relax while we talk to Twonger, because it's been 56 minutes and he still doesn't know what the sun is.
I think that's just like.
Do you know what the difference between?
I think you just the criteria doesn't meet your needs. Because you set these standards.
No one's even said
Hold on.
Oh
my God. The difference between inductive and deductive logic? It's okay if you don't know. It's fine. I think you do know. You probably just don't know the terminology.
Yeah, just like layman speak. Like, what does it mean if you induce something or if you deduce it? What do you think that means?
Were you asking?
Did he run off?
No, he definitely.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's got to go back and get the YouTube. Okay. Yeah, fuck him then. I mean, this guy is like, it's not worth talking to. Twonger, what's up?
Oh, man, why do you want to talk to fucking Twonger? I muted him.
Well, you guys are downgrading.
I mean, I am curious, because I know with spectroscopy, we can, like, when we look at the sun's light, it cancels out the bands of light that would be associated with hydrogen and helium. Do you have issues with that analysis?
It's not that simple.
Well, I know, because you have to account for other gases in the atmosphere, and
no, it's not even that. The
Okay.
bands, there's bleeding of bands, and there's things called Doppler line broadening, and there's what do they call it, Rabi scattering, and a bunch of other shit, dude. So these bands, it's not a.
Are you talking about Rayleigh scattering?
Hold on. It's not a straightforward measurement. These things are interpreted. Okay. This isn't like some fingerprint. I don't even want to bring up the fingerprint thing. That's bullshit too. The point is, it isn't that simple. It isn't as simple. This is just spectroscopy. We just look at the spectrograph and it tells us exactly what its composition is. No, that's theory-laden bullshit too. They sell it as something else. We're not doing this shit in a lab, right? So we do it in a lab. We come up with exemplars of spectrographs of certain elements, but then in nature, it can play nice with what is done in a lab. All these things are developed in the lab under highly controlled conditions, and none of that applies. No one can even say how the sun would, because it's an ionized gas, and light is supposed to be created from an unstable electron in a higher orbital, relaxing into a lower orbital, right? And then it emits, depending on the element, a certain frequency of light. That's how light is supposed to be generated. And that's why I say, hey, if it's helium, it's always this spectrum. It's always hydrogen, it's always this band. Well, the problem with that is, if the sun is a gaseous plasma, there are no bound electrons for this to even happen with. In fact, they say that it takes 1,000,000 years for the light that you see of the sun to quantum tunnel out of the core. The sun you see is the chromosphere, which is actually not the surface of the sun in the first place. There's so many problems with the sun. It isn't even funny. We can go on and on. It's like thermodynamically uphill, and it doesn't follow the frickin' what do they call it?
So
the appropriate thermal emission spectrum. There's all sorts of problems. We're just talking about the sun.
So is your position that you're not sure what the sun is, or you don't know?
That nobody knows. That's my position.
Okay. Do you have an idea that you would be confident in positing as a potential of what the sun is?
Why?
I'm not interested in attacking it. I'm just curious.
No. So you're missing the problem. You're missing my point.
You have to set up these arbitrary checkpoints that, like, you know.
Okay.
No, Indio, I just want to clarify. I'm not interested in attacking what you say. I was just curious.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm not. It's fine. I'm saying nobody knows. Okay, knows. When I say knows, I really mean something. People believe a lot of things, and they're going to be stuck there forever. Okay.
I mean, like primary
I
first-hand
can come up with an
knowledge.
alternative hypothesis. I can come up with a bunch of mathematics based upon whatever ideas I have. It could be rock solid, internally self-consistent, all that shit, right? Mathematically legitimate. Makes sense. Everything. Explain whatever.
Which mathematical model would you use to...
Oh my goodness. Shut the fuck up. Why are you interrupting me?
Okay, you know jack shit.
Why are you waiting? Anyway, I'm going to mute that clown. So anyway, no matter what I come up with, my logic behind it is going to be inductive logic, and everything is going to be an inference, right? Can't prove anything with inductive logic. We can't know what the sun is using this method. No matter how convinced we are, no matter how much we've convinced ourselves, this must be true, still not proven, okay, in a rational way. Because it's something called affirming the consequent, right? If sun made an X, then this mathematical model will work. This mathematical model works, therefore the sun is made of X. That's affirming the consequent. because there's alternative hypotheses which could also be true. Right? So this is well known in the philosophy of science. I mean, this isn't new shit. My problem really isn't that they use this, is that people think, the layman, most people think that science proves things and they're not using this method of logic. That's my problem. And they don't say, we believe. They don't say it openly. They run around with their chests puffed out saying, this is how it is. When they've used a method which can't even make that claim in the first place. They'll tell each other that, right? Amongst themselves, right? Academics will tell each other the truth. But how they interact with the freaking external outside of academia, they're not exactly, they lie by omission. Let's put it that way. But they kind of have to, because they rely on government funding, so they have to convince people that they're going to go, if you spend this money, we're going to bring back something solid. Not wishy-washy. Like, maybe we're going to come up with an even better story about what's going on. Because that's what all that is, right? The explanation is kind of just a story.
Did it go over his head? Do you get where it's coming from?
No, yeah, I see exactly where he's coming from. It didn't go over my head. I was just leaving the room open for someone else to chime in.
So, do you know who Oliver Heaviside is?
No, I don't think I'm familiar with that name.
Yeah, so he and what was called Maxwell's equations is actually his equations. They call them Maxwell's equations just because he came with a theory. He didn't use that mathematical technique. Vector analysis wasn't invented at the time, so he used something called quaternions for it. Heaviside and a guy named William Tate vectorized it, and that's what we now know as Maxwell's equations. He's a self-taught mathematician. He solved a telegraph problem, because telegraphs, they didn't know that, like, so you had a telegraph that went across the Atlantic Ocean and it wouldn't get there, right? And they thought that, like, the signal wouldn't get there, so they thought, like, we'll just frickin', it's like a hose, right? You just frickin' put more water pressure in it, right? We'll just put more power in it and it'll just spit out the other end, but it didn't work that way. He figured out why it didn't work and solved all those problems. Anyway, what he said, okay, here's a quote from him. It was once told as a good joke upon a mathematician that the poor man went mad and mistook his symbols for realities, as M for the moon and S for the sun. Right? What he's saying is that the variables in mathematical models of equations, people assign like these little stories to them, and then they call that an explanation. And they say, hey, we explained this natural phenomenon. Look at this mathematical model. No, you just told a story about your mathematical model. Now, the thing about mathematical models is that they describe things, they don't explain anything. And there's an infinite amount of mathematical models for any arbitrary data set. So they make a lot of claims of truth that aren't actually true. And they kind of like, I don't know, I wouldn't say bamboozled, they just kind of lie by omission. And some of them aren't like trained in the philosophy of science at all anyway, so they actually believe what they're saying. So that's why when we like, how did they get the distance of the sun? Right? The way they've gotten it now is theory laden, right? So they have a whole theory. If their theory is true, the sun would be 93 million miles away. If it's not true, it's not that far away. But they don't put it like that. They just say, as a matter of fact, I type in Google, how far away is the sun? It's going to state, as a matter of fact, 93 million miles away. But the fact of the matter is, nobody's ever observed the orbit of anything ever. When I say orbit, I mean full orbit. No one's ever observed the planet orbit the sun. No one's ever observed the moon orbit the earth. No one's ever observed anything orbit anything. Ever. In the history of mankind. It's a concept. Because all you have is your viewpoint. I have my viewpoint. You have your viewpoint. You can move around and change your viewpoint. But from our viewpoint, we've never seen anything orbit anything.
At a telescope and you'll see something orbit something.
Yeah, where do I point it? Where do I point it?
Into space.
Into space.
Like,
Which direction is that?
Point it into space and point it to a moon that's orbiting another planet. You can even look up in the sky
where?
and see the moon floating around our Earth. It's actually
Floating around Earth. You know what an orbit is, right? That means it makes a complete circle around another body.
Yeah, also
I want to see that complete circle. Where do I go to see the complete circle? Where do I look?
Well, you can go into space actually, although that's kind of hard to do
How do you know that?
because it's a provable fact.
So okay, so somebody did that. Someone went into space and observed an orbit.
Yeah, they were astronauts actually.
They went into space and observed an orbit. What did they watch orbit?
They watched the moon actually orbit the Earth because it's actually not that hard to do.
From their viewpoint.
Well, you can go outside at night and actually see the moon orbiting the Earth live. Not that hard to do.
Really? I see the moon. It's at the horizon. It takes an arc across the sky and disappears at the other horizon. How is that in orbit?
Well, if you realize that maybe...
How is that in orbit?
Well, how are you...
That observation. You said I could go out and observe the fucking moon and stay in orbit. How is that in orbit?
Go fly to another country and you'll see it.
How is that in orbit?
That's an orbit because you can watch it moving across our Earth.
Okay, so something moving across our Earth is in orbit. So do planes orbit?
No, well, they partially orbit, but no, not really.
They partially orbit?
Well, I mean, it depends. It depends what you define as orbit.
I already defined it. What did I say?
You
What was the?
you define NASA's lies.
How did I define it? How did I define orbit?
Orbit is something that uses.
How
the
did I
Earth's
define
gravitational
orbit?
pull to move you around. But if you're defining orbit as just goes around Earth, then no. But I would
No,
not
goes
say-
around any body. One body makes a circle or an ellipse around another body, an orbit.
Well, it's impossible to argue with someone who just makes up evidence.
Yeah, what evidence did I make up? If you don't say exactly what evidence I made up, I'm gonna ban you from this channel permanently. You got 30
Sure,
seconds.
ban me. I have.
You
plenty
got
of-
30 seconds.
Well, first of all, you lied.
You got 30 seconds, dude, to say what the lie was.
The Earth.
Say what the made up information is.
Sure, go ahead, ban me.
Waiting.
Ban me.
Do you not have anything? Oh, you don't have anything. So you lied, and you're trying to say I lied.
No, actually, you did. But
So
according
when
to
you said I lied, actually you lied. Think about what this topic is doing to you, dude. Compromising your morals, bro.
It's the globe mind virus affecting people.
Do we want to?
I mean, I think with the repeated observations of like Jupiter and its moons, can't you track the movement of the moons from one side going in front, going to the other, and then just like disappearing and then coming out on the other side?
Keeping is disappearing. They disappear. My point is that
As in, they're no. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you can assume they went to the other side. You can assume a lot of things, but my point is, it's never ever. An orbit's never been actually observed. That's the point. It's inferred, right? So we see moons go left or right across the face of Jupiter. And we infer that they're circling Jupiter in some fashion, going behind it. And that we can't see them, even though Jupiter's lit, they should also be lit. But we can't see them for whatever reason, because we're not at the right angle or whatever they're saying. Okay. Point is that whether they're going behind is inferred. We're making a big loop right in front of it. What if they just go across the face and then they go down and then around and then back up and across the face? And they're not going around, they're actually just circling in front.
Well, if they did that, wouldn't you
I could
still
infer
be
that
able
would
to see
be-
them do that?
No.
Why wouldn't you still be able to see that?
What's
Like if they
illuminating
went
the
from
moon?
one side to the other and they were just oscillating in the front from one side in front to the other side, and then back to the front to the left. You would
I can make up
still
a
see that,
story
right?
but I can make up a story on why that would be the case. See, you're thinking that these things are they're objects, right? I'm looking at it. It's illuminated by the sun. It's way out there. It's 16 million miles away, or wherever they're saying Jupiter is this week, right? In that their illumination of the sun, that you see you see a moon go across the face of Jupiter, and that it is also illuminated by the sun. But why isn't it illuminated by the sun when it's on the other side? Right? So there should be a portion, right? So right when it does like its U-turn, goes back the other way, at least until it got to Jupiter, it should be visible again. You should see it do a retrograde motion. No one's ever seen this retrograde motion. And I could make up some cockamamie reason why if they're doing circles in front, they disappear all of a sudden. You think let me ask you this. Do you think that, like, say 2,000 years ago, they started with the idea that the Earth is an egg? That they could, if they had 2,000 years, construct mathematical models, cherry pick, and use confirmation bias to quote unquote prove the Earth is an egg?
Are you saying egg because that's are you hyperbolizing
Egg, I don't
what
mean
is
it vertically. I mean
today?
I just mean just any arbitrary shape, right? You could pick any arbitrary shape, and if you,
I mean, by 2,000 years ago, they were saying that the Earth was round, and not like the layman was saying,
not
but like
everybody was.
right, yeah, the layman, like most laymen, just didn't care about what the shape of the Earth was because it didn't impact their daily life, so it wasn't something
Most of
that
the
they would be
world did not
privileged or
think the
cared
Earth was
about.
round. In fact, the Chinese were flat earthers into the 20th century.
Until the 20th century?
The 20th century, yes.
That's interesting. I'll look into that.
The last
I've
emperor
heard it
was the
before, but I
last,
hadn't really looked into
the last
it.
Chinese emperor is when that shit died.
Oh.
Harukin! Oh, that's Japan. And again, Ken's American. So yeah, I can do that. So some people thought the Earth was a globe, but it wasn't everybody. Wasn't even close to everybody.
Well, I think the people that were thinking about the shape of the Earth, and most would have probably thought that it was a globe, but most people just didn't think about it. So it wasn't something that they would even hold a position on. Okay.
Yeah, but even the educated people in China, India, wherever, the Mayans, pick a civilization, they all thought the Earth was flat. The only people that thought the Earth was a globe was a minority of Greeks in frickin' Egypt. And that idea spread and spread and spread and spread and spread to where we are today. It's very funny is that Copernicus writes about the Pythagoreans in the Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, talking about that it was so the Pythagoreans wouldn't write anything down. They were trying to kill the Pythagoreans. Were considered a cult in ancient Greece, and they wouldn't write anything down. Everything passed by word of mouth. And one of those dopes wrote something down, and then they figured out who the cult was, and then freaking they killed them all. So Copernicus actually references this secret knowledge this technique of writing, not writing things down, because Copernicus didn't want his book written down. He wrote it 30 years before it was published, and they basically forced him to publish on his deathbed. Didn't even force him. Probably didn't even ask him. He was on his deathbed. And that's the revolution of heavenly bodies. But in that it says these hypotheses need not be true or even probable. Just as long as you can make predictions about the planets, it is the duty of every astronomer to. I could just read it. It's the duty of every astronomer to account for the positions of the planets in the future as well as the past from the principles of geometry. And these hypotheses need not be true or even probable, meaning as long as you can do the calculation to tell you where the planet is, that's all that matters. The reason why is irrelevant because it literally says, because we cannot attain to the true causes, right? They knew then that the stars were inaccessible and they could never actually attain to the true causes of the motion of the planets or any of that. There's no way to actually do that was logically sound. Right, we know logically sound methods of figuring out cause and effect relationships. We call it scientific method. We know how to use it. Things like that you cannot apply the scientific method to. You have to do so-called observational science, whatever the fuck that is, right? And look at shit and maybe make predictions about the cyclical phenomena that you see, but you can never know the causes of the cycles of the phenomena.
Just want to highlight that it's been an hour and 20 minutes and nobody stepped up to say what the sun is.
It's a light in the sky. There's a light in the sky, and I said that is the sun. And I know what it does because my ancestors told me this was what it does, and I observed it doing the same thing. Then I can pass that forward to next generations and be like, what does the sun do? It moves across the sky.
You know, you could also pass forward that it's Apollo on his chariot. You could pass that forward.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how you know that is because Apollo is the sun god and he was given dominion over the sun. Duh.
Yeah, I mean, Kiro's son was here. I started a timer and then said that no one is going to be able to tell us what the sun is. So Bargrunt's saying, well, you're pretending you don't know. Okay, do you want to step up? It's been an hour and 21 minutes. Nobody knows what it is. So what do you got for us, Bargrunt? What can you tell us?
They don't even know what the mainstream claim of what the sun is. They don't even know their own lore.
Well, to be fair, I did preface that with we know the lore, so you don't need to provide that anyway. I need you to tell us what it is for sure, and then how you got to that conclusion.
But we can't know anything for sure. I don't know if I have hands.
Yeah, so been an hour and 22 minutes.
Nobody's high-fiving that dude.
There was like 5 before you joined. There was like 5 people. No, you can't say that we don't know. Okay, then what do you know?
Why
How
does
do we
that
know?
scare them, man? Why does that scare them, CB, man? Why do they like...
I don't know, man. I don't know because their scientists tell them they do know. So I mean, John, the demon, was in here saying, "Oh no, there's got to be somebody out there with the answers." Okay, who? What'd they say? Also, I reported that clown as well.
See what Speedmaster just said? The triggered atheist archetype.
What did he say? Oh yeah, wow, dude. See, this is what I'm saying. These guys are literal demons. I mean, the last demon was in here wishing death on people. That's fucking crazy, bro. What's wrong with people?
Oh, Bargrunt said Cavendish is a classic. Unmute Bargrunt and tell us what's observed exactly in the Cavendish. What will we see if we set this up? I bet you don't know. Bargrunt said Cavendish is a classic. Unmute Bargrunt and tell us what's observed exactly in the Cavendish. What will we see?
Wait, Kiro.
You're hot, Mike Kiro.
Are you watching it on YouTube right now? I think he's watching the stream on YouTube.
Bargrunt, unmute and tell us about the classic Cavendish experiment that you don't know a fucking thing about.
Yeah, well, I don't think we're gonna.
Dude, it's like Pretender Clown a minute in here, man.
The sun was put there by God on the third day creation, fourth day of creation.
I actually think if more people considered the fact that we don't know some of these things, it actually might help them wake up a little bit. There is way more mystery in this life than they're trying to let on. The scientists want you to think that they've got all this stuff figured out. They even say that we know more about outer space than our oceans. So it's gassing them up to think they've got all this stuff figured out. You don't even know what the moon is. You don't know what the sun is. You don't know what stars are. Period. And my
I do.
Still running.
Yeah, I do know. There are lights in the sky.
No, but that's not telling you what that is. Like, what is that? Okay, I see light. All right, but what is that though?
Well, what you see is what you get.
I mean, I agree with that. Sort of sometimes. I mean, I don't. We walked John through how if you're in like Bangkok, pause, and you see like a pretty lady, that what you see you might not get. So
yeah, I'm saying, but I wouldn't go one step further than that and be like, hey, I look up at the stars and there are lights that move through the sky every day for all of recorded human history. No change. They do exactly what they do. Some of these stars were formed in the constellations that told stories, almost like sky cave paintings. I wouldn't go on to then say there's something other than that. They're giant balls of gas with planets around them.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I get that. That's what they're doing.
You left out nuclear furnaces. The story's way more convoluted than that, Crit.
Hey, CB, you there?
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Oh, not you, Siri. I threw up a subscription for Frontline on locals. I wanted to see if you could test it or see if it shows up when you go there.
Hi, sorry, I can't help with that. No, I was kidding. You want me to check because I got you.
Yeah, just to see if,
That's funny. I didn't realize you said CB and Siri was like, yes, hello.
Yeah, and every time I do mention you, it does that.
Does that mean that CB is like a female name?
Did Siri respond to your? Hey Siri, how large is CB's porn folder?
Hey, dude. I shared that with you privately, Indio. Come on, bro. You don't gotta expose me like that, dude.
I think you're holding a few gigabytes back on me, man.
Gigabytes, bro.
Yeah, if you ever want to catch somebody, like if you ever really wanted to do that, tell them to share their screen and go to their history, their browser history, like really quickly. Like say without thinking about it, open up your screen and go to your browser history.
Is that what your boyfriend does to you?
Walker, that's the only time he chimes in.
Yeah,
Ooh, I like this topic.
What I just got here?
That's the topic that they.
If you didn't remember, Indio muted me for no reason, like a half hour ago.
No, no, I don't think so. There was a reason.
Yeah, I'm too articulate and intelligent for you.
Calm down, dude.
Yeah, certainly that was the reason.
He needs his ego to get a little like puffed up today, I guess. He's got to feel good today.
Well, I mean, Twanger, how insecure do you have to be faking it to yourself? Because no one in here believes you.
That's the thing. I don't care about belief. Science is fact. It's objective, just like the globe Earth.
Oh,
so you're refuting Hume in the problem of induction and all that's been written.
This ain't philosophy, son. This is science.
No, it's the philosophy of science.
Yeah, I know you like to go into the philosophy, but objectively, it's round, bud.
How did you determine how can you determine what's objective without philosophy?
I don't want to talk to you.
There you go,
bro.
This is literally like
take the L.
Fit, bro. That's literally what they do.
I'll talk to himself.
I didn't even do anything. He gave himself the L.
Take the L, bro.
Yo, Indio, let CB talk for a little bit. You've been yapping.
You gave yourself the L, bro. You're like, we're not doing philosophy. Science is.
No, all I'm saying is I don't want to talk to you. You've been yapping. I'm tired of hearing you. That's all.
Not science.
Yeah.
Hey, how do you determine object? Give me the scientific experiment that determines what's objective. Come on, Twanger. What instruments do we use? What do we use? We want to use science to determine what's objective.
How's it going today, CB?
Yeah, cooked.
You just pulled like a fresh and fit panel member, like a girl. That's what they would do. Well, here's a fact. Okay, can you back
Fresh
it up?
and fit is actually for retards, but I'm not surprised you would watch that.
Are you gonna address what I said, or you're just in your feelings right now?
What did you? I didn't hear. All I heard was fresh and fit, and I just thought about how stupid that show is. What did you say?
Exactly. Like you said, in your feelings, you just get triggered by it.
Well, I have a clip of like the women on there and how they'll say something like, "This is a fact," and then they go, "Oh, okay. Can you back it up?" No, I don't want to.
It's not surprising to me that you watch that show, dude. That's hilarious.
Are you gonna address? Are you just like still in your feelings, or you're not gonna address anything?
Address what?
Exactly.
Jeez, dude. He's gonna make you repeat it, TB.
Should I say it again?
Longer, dude.
I remember when I used to think CB and AV were the same people, but now I can tell them apart.
Tell your mom to buy you the non-toxic model glue. Okay.
CB is kind of like AV's retarded little brother.
Jeez, this guy.
So you just not gonna address
your jokes are bombing, dude. They're fucking bombing.
Also, I'm not seeing it on here, Miggy, by the way, bro.
No.
Let me try one more time.
I'm Michael Jordan. Stop it. Get some help.
Yo, can you give me soundboard perms in here?
That's a hard pass.
You can address something. I mean, I don't know. How about like a trade?
Yeah, address what, dude? I asked you. This is the third time I'm asking you what.
22-year-old virgin is in the house.
Well, like I don't know. Like, do you need me to say it in Spanish or slower?
Español, por favor.
Chinese? Like, when are you gonna address anything?
All right, dude. If you're gonna waste my time, I'm gonna mute up. I'll be right back.
There we go. Classic. Also, Twanga, by the way, it's been like an hour and 30 minutes, and nobody could say what the sun is, not you included. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, no, I'll have to get that clip sometime. Actually, let me grab it and put it in the chat since he just doesn't understand English. But this is what they'll do. I think it happened last night. Oh, this is a fact for sure. Oh, okay. Can you back that up? No, I can't do it.
Hey, real quick, dude, can you go to FU server real quick? I can't say it over this airways. So
Yeah, I got you. I'll give Twanga a break.
Dave Hinkle. Is that Flat Earth? Are you Flat Earth Dave?
Did somebody say Dave Hinkle? Was my mic working?
Yeah, are you Flat Earth Dave?
I am Dead Air Dave. I create dead air in here. So, y'all need some dead air? I'm here.
What do you mean dead air?
I don't know. It's just my nickname I've gotten. I've known for 10 years we don't live on a ball, but I don't come in here and actively argue it a lot. So I just kind of sit back and listen. So they call me Dead Air Dave. Go ahead.
How did you come to know that?
Actually came to my senses and started observing reality as it actually is to my senses.
And what did you observe?
The actual test I did was here in Kentucky at Lake Cumberland, if you know where that's at.
I don't.
A buddy of mine went to an 8.5 mile stretch of lake that should have been curving at about at 8.5 miles, should have been 56 feet of drop. I observed and recorded 0 feet of drop.
Alright, can you post his results in the side chat?
I do not have anything to post for that. That's totally hearsay. If you don't want to believe it, that's up to you.
Okay. Well, yeah, he probably got his measurements wrong.
Oh, I'm sure he did. I'm sure that water was curving, right?
Yeah, a little bit, yep.
It had to be below.
Twanga, the thing is, it doesn't have to be the water curving. What they don't do is do any real calculations for refraction.
Well, no, they don't do anything scientific or rigorous. That's the hilarious part.
Okay, let's go.
I mean, as in people.
Hold on, real quick, guys. Glober on Glober. You guys debate what refraction is. I want to hear this. Go ahead.
Yes, so refraction is, well, in technical terms, would be the reabsorption and emission of light, but really, you just say it in fundamental terms. It's the bending of light due to light traveling through different mediums.
So the atmosphere would be one medium, right?
Yes, gradiated medium. It's not a uniform medium, though. Like it's not the same pressure, temperature,
Still
and humidity.
one medium. Still one medium. So we're not talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Snell's law, are we? Are we talking about Snell's law? No.
Well, if
so
you want
something
to say,
else. There's other effects going on, not refraction.
Okay. Right. So
you could consider it refraction-ish, but definitely not refraction. Talking about atmospheric effects.
Okay, so then you just say refraction-ish, and then you say refraction-ish is happening.
Well, you need to apply terrestrial refraction, right?
Yeah.
Which needs an R value.
Yep.
So that's what we're talking about. When we're talking about effects in the atmosphere in your model, we're talking about terrestrial refraction, the light bending 7/6 of the radius.
Standard refraction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you need to tell us how much that in your and in those calculations of terrestrial refraction, how much can we see extra? How much further can we see?
It depends on the atmosphere, obviously.
Depends on atmospheric conditions. That's why you measure them.
This is first grade stuff, really.
Like,
so when you calculate it out, how much does it obscure an object?
When
just told you it
when you eat some food, how full is your stomach?
I'm talking about
what information is being communicated.
I'm talking about terrestrial refraction. So if you say refraction, okay, we want to find out what you're talking about and how much we can apply. And if you know how to apply refraction to it, then tell us how much it alters reality for us.
Yeah, but you'd need the measurements so you had an idea of how much light is refracting in a specific area.
So guaranteeing the end of it, you'll only have very minimal effects to explain away 10, 20 miles extra of land you shouldn't see. You get it?
So minimal effects.
You need super duper turbocharged nuclear powered refraction, basically, because even if we got your refraction on full force, whatever that is, the highest rates of refraction in terrestrial refraction, it still doesn't cover the black swan or lots of other observations.
Have you considered the fact that you could be wrong?
So refraction argument has got lots of holes in it, you know?
No, it doesn't.
What I'm interested to hear, like, what are these holes? Like, are you actually going to get into the problems?
Okay, so if you've got light going from one medium to another, like air through water, it's going to refract. And you can see quite clearly it's like the pencil's broken and stuck and just it's in two pieces, right? That's refraction. It's not bending. It's like splitting, refract. Right? So, but in the atmosphere, there's only one medium. So even though there is water, shut up. Even though there is water particles in the atmosphere, right? And you could say that there is some technically refraction going on when light particles hit water particles, right? And that is refraction, but on a much smaller scale. But it's going to create some effects, right? But it's not refraction, right? We're talking about something else. Talking about terrestrial refraction, and it's not going to cover the black swan or any other observations. So you need something better, man. You need more cowbell than this dumbass refraction argument, because it's not enough to get you through, get you over the line. Even if we heap it on. Even if we heap on 2, 3, 4, 5 times as much refraction as normal terrestrial refraction, still not enough.
Right, okay. So
since the black swan was mentioned, I do want to point out that in the video of the person where that picture comes from, he did the author or creator of the video did specify that on most days it looked like the platforms were behind the horizon, but it was on a specific day, and it took him weeks to get that particular photo, which would imply that on that day there was more refraction than normal. So that's a way you can see the effect of refraction and how it can make things look where if with less refraction it's behind the horizon, with more refraction it's above the horizon. And that's coming from the guy who...
Yeah, dude, you just broke your worldview there. Because with more refraction, that is a reduction in acuity. There's problems there. and you're seeing that you can see further than a physical geometric curve if you add in worsening conditions. And it got so bad that you guys don't know about the lore. This was originally rolled out by some anti-flat earthers called the Rumpus and the Ruhif. And they said with this, the visible limit that your eye could see on the spheretard would effectively be the back of your own head. And then the Ruhif leveled it up to get a little more degenerate. He said on a Baltard, you could check out your own ass. So this is a problem. This is a problem. The globalist said the physical curve of the Earth is a physical geometric edge that's blocking your view, obstructing objects from the bottom up. This is where you went into heresy with your own model, because now you have to say the curve of the Earth is visible beyond the curve of the Earth.
But what's the problem with that? If light is refracted sufficiently enough that you could see the back of your own head, then it would stand to reason that you could see a little bit farther beyond what is in an absolute line of sight to you.
Make it an unfalsifiable claim at that point.
Yeah, it's almost like
no. I'm not claiming. I'm not making a claim there. I'm just saying.
An unfalsifiable claim.
Hypothetically speaking, is it possible to refract light so much that you could see yourself without a mirror?
Yeah, we just use things that are falsifiable.
It's just impossible. It's just impossible to explain how you can see the horizon further than it should be on a ball using refraction. Using Snell's law, I can give you Snell's law, and I can give you refraction in single medium with the variation of density. When the light it goes from the less dense medium to a denser medium, so it loses its velocity, so it changes its path. I can give you that too. You can't use them both to explain how we can see the horizon, which is the surface of water. So the light that is coming from the sun is illuminating that surface of water. That light that is illuminating the surface of water bounces from the water to your eyes. So how can you explain that the light will refract down to your eyes when the light is going from a denser medium, which is the surface of water? So the air that is next to the surface of water is a denser air than the air above. So the light is going from a denser medium to a less dense medium. If refraction occurs, it will be upward, not downward. That's the problem that you have. That's why you can't
if the light's getting to you from after bouncing off the water, it's not going into the water and getting refracted by the water. It's reflecting off the water.
Yeah, it's reflecting off the water, and it's going through the air in a linear path. So from a denser medium, which is the air that is above the water, we know that density is from dense to less dense. So the dense part is the lower part. So the light is going from denser to less dense. If refraction occurs, it will be upward. Light will accelerate. It goes from a denser medium to less dense medium. It's not how you explain refraction. You explain light bending down because it goes from a less dense medium to a denser medium. But in reality, the light that is coming from the surface of water, that is bouncing from the surface of water and going to your eyes, it's not going from a less dense medium to a denser. It's opposite. So it won't refract down. Let's be real, guys. And that's why you can't repeat that in an experiment.
It's not gonna U-turn it down, but it would make the angle more shallow. And then if you keep doing that over a long distance, then it could,
that it is
right.
You know that it is the reason why you can never repeat that in an experiment showing that you can stretch up a curved surface, make it appear flatter than it is. Like, for example, going on a hill. No matter how the conditions are, the weather conditions, no matter how they are, you never see that hill. The edge of the hill, the edge of curvature of that hill stretch away from you, and you see more of the hill because of some air conditions. No, it never happened. And you can't experiment that in a lab. You can't put, like, for example, a sphere with, or half a sphere, and pour anything, change temperature, pour something on it, and make that surface of the sphere stretch away, and make that geometric horizon appear farther.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
I'm looking for a video that shows that.
Hold on.
I think I'm pretty sure I've seen one. Go ahead.
You can do this in your room with a magnifying glass and a blue tack on a globe. Like, you can demonstrate it easily. That you can just magnify what appears behind a geometric horizon into your eye.
What appears behind? I'm not talking about the
the
geometric horizon that we will make it appear farther. So more of that surface, that curved surface, will be apparent to you, will be visible to you.
Right? Should we go through? Why, if I stick a blue tack on a part of a globe and then I move it so it's away from my eyesight, it's just out of eye's reach, and then I put a magnifying glass and I face it towards it, do I somehow bring the blue tack back into view? Just barely.
No, you're just making the aperture bigger. You're using a magnifying glass that is bigger than the lens in your eyes.
What is it? So, but what, in terms of the principle, what am I doing that is allowing?
You're magnifying the visible part for that magnifying glass, because the magnifying glass has more angular resolution than your eyes. So the angle that of light that magnifying glass is catching is more than what your eyes can catch. It's not refraction.
Yeah,
that's magnifying the thing. And
wait! No! Wrong. It is refraction. That's how a magnifying glass works. It is What is the light doing when it goes through the magnifying glass?
It changes its path. Yeah, there is refraction.
Yeah, it's refracting. It's refracting. So all we're saying is air, right? Because of the different conditions at different heights, but has that magnifying effect, right? And it has extreme magnifying effects in certain significant temperature, pressure, humidity variations.
You didn't understand what I said. The angular resolution of that magnifying glass, so what the angle of light is that is entering the magnifying glass, is more than what you see. So, for example, if you take the magnifying glass, you see that dot that you put it in this curved surface. If you raise your eyes toward the upper edge of the magnifying glass and you take away the magnifying glass, you will be able to see that tag that you put it in the surface, because you raised your eyes to that position where that light, the upper part of the light, could enter the magnifying glass, and then the magnifying glass will just bend that light down to your eyes.
Yeah, but that's an example of how you can get light into your eyes that you don't have an absolute line of sight to, that you don't have a direct line of sight. I think that's the point. It's just a proof of concept.
You have a direct line of sight to that dot, because if you raise that upper part of the magnifying glass, it has a direct line of sight toward that dot. So if you raise your eyes toward that edge of the magnifying glass, the upper edge, you will be able to see that because it is in the line of sight.
Right, but now to apply that concept to the real world, it would be like having less strong but similar refracting, like magnifying glasses at multiple points between you and the thing that's beyond the curve, and then that's how the light gets to your eye.
It's not even
like conceptually. You don't have to reject this conceptually because it makes sense.
It's not comparable. The magnifying glass.
Okay.
It's using Snell's law because it's two mediums. One which is the air and the other which is the glass, and the boundary between the air and the glass is still
right. But each point of path that the light is passing through is applying Snell's law.
Is a single medium. Having a surface like a hill and waiting during the day, seeing if that surface of the hill will stretch away. But using Snell's law and an aperture and different aperture, if you use a magnifying glass with the same aperture that is that your eyes have, you won't be able to see the tag. I bet.
So Necro, say right. Let's just take an example. Say you have two boxes, right? One's filled with air, say 35 degrees C. At 80% humidity, right? Another is filled with air, 50 degrees C, at like near 0% humidity, as dry as bone, right? Under Snell's law, are they considered two different mediums of air?
Under Snell's law, no boundary.
Air is one medium.
I would consider two mediums because there is two boxes. So the boundary between those two mediums will be the walls of those two boxes. So the light will go from the less dense air to the denser air, passing the boundary, which is the box.
Under Snell's law, would they be considered two different mediums with two different properties?
No, dude, we already answered that. No, air is one medium. Glass is another. Water is another.
Okay. Right. Okay. So it seems like if you reject these fundamental principles, then
what fundamental principles?
Right. When something is a gradient, okay, you can
show us
discretely.
that. Can you post something in chat? I'm tired of your opinions, dude. Can you post something to back what you're saying there?
My opinions of what this lump of air is 50 degrees, this lump of air is 30 degrees. That's my opinion.
Yeah, so they're both air. That's air is a medium, not two different mediums.
Oh,
you're retarded.
And the problem,
you are. I'm the retarded one. Yeah, I must be the retarded one.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, the point is that the air with more humidity means it has more water vapor, so it would have a different effect on light passing through it than the air that is bone dry. So they should be considered two different mediums.
The problem that you have, guys, just listen. The problem that you have is when you think about one single medium that is going gradiently from denser to less dense, you will have a gradient. It won't be a hard cutoff. Denser, then a cutoff, and then less dense, so much less dense. No, there is a gradient. So just tell me.
That's why it seems to bend.
Just tell me how many mediums you have between the bottom of a cup that have denser medium, denser. Just listen, let me finish it. If you have a container that have a gradient of density from less dense to denser in single medium, one single type of medium, let's say air, for example. So to have you have denser part in the bottom, it's going gradiently to lower density in the top. How many mediums are there?
It depends on how granular your measurement wants to be, or how accurate your measurement wants to be.
Exactly, nail on the head. Like it's like asking if there's a spectrum between blue and red, how many different colours are there? Well, pick your granularity, you know.
No, it won't be you won't be able to say 7 colors because between the red and the orange there is a gradient. So the color that is it's a gradient. The color that is going slightly lighter than the red, it is a different color than the one which is the orange.
Well, so Necros, I think what we're trying to get at is that, so let's using your example that you said you have a container of a liquid and it has different densities, a density gradient throughout this liquid, right? And so if you want to get the most accurate measurement that you could possibly do, you would have to apply Snell's law in incredibly small increments along the path of light at each moment to determine the end refraction, that like where the point of light will refract to at the end of passing through this particular example. But if you applied it to the whole thing, just Snell's law to the whole thing, and got like an average density, an average and worked on that metric, then you could get an idea, but it won't be as accurate as if you did it with doing the top half and the bottom half, or as accurate if you did it in quarters, or if you did it in eighths, if you did it in sixteenths, right? The more granular you get, the more accurate your end result will be. Now, apply that to the air. You accept that there's a gradient of refraction that will happen through the air because the temperature of air changes, and especially directly over the water, you'll have a lot more vapor than maybe a meter or 2 meters above. So that's going to affect it. So you get this idea. So you can't apply Snell's law to the whole thing. Well, you could. It just won't be that accurate. But if you want to get really accurate, so
like I told you earlier in the beginning, I told you I can give you both. I can assume Snell's law with you, and I can assume a gradient, so the light's changing its path when it's going from less dense medium to denser medium because it's decelerating, so it's lowering speed, and the path will change. I can give you both. So can you use
what we're trying to get to
use them both or one of them to explain to me how the light will behave when it's going from a denser medium to a less dense medium?
So when light,
what will be the path of light?
So when light leaves a denser medium and then enters a less dense medium, will it be refracted?
I'm asking you.
Well, the answer is yes, right? It will be refracted.
Okay.
Just because it's leaving a denser and entering a less dense doesn't mean it's not going to get refracted.
Just listen. The question was really clear. I asked you to use those methods, both Snell's law or light refracting when it's going from a denser medium to a less dense medium, just without hitting a barrier between them. Because with Snell's law, you'll have a barrier. You have one medium and the second medium and a barrier between them. That's the problem that you have with Snell's law. So you can use them both. I can give you those laws both. Can you tell me what is the path of light? I'm not telling you that the light won't change. I'm not giving you any fact here. I'm asking you what will be the path of light when the light is going from the surface of water through a denser medium to a less dense medium.
Well, I mean, you can go ahead, Cosmos. You look like you want to chime in.
Again, it can depend on pressure, humidity, temperature, but if you expect that cold air, right, at higher altitudes, typically can contain more water vapor than warmer air at lower pressure, you can expect it to bend. And nice. If significant enough, you can just expect it to bend and be greater, less than, or not as much as the curvature of the Earth, leading to weird optical effects.
We are not at high altitude. You are a 6-foot person at the surface of water, standing, beach, looking at the horizon, which is at 0 elevation above the surface of water. the light, don't tell me, then the light will go to the high altitude and then it will bend, it will create like a hard angle. It must be, because that horizon that is normally to have to appear to you 3 miles away, and you are seeing it at 10 miles, 6 miles, 10 miles away. So that light won't go to space or the sky, go and enter in the clouds, and then it will create a hard angle, 30-degree angle, for example. Then it will reach your eyes. That's pseudoscience or something beyond that. So we are talking about the light that is going from the surface of water, which is 0 elevation above sea level, and you, 6 foot above sea level. The light is going from the denser medium, which is the part that is touching the surface of water, the air that is touching the surface of water, because water is constantly boiling. Not boiling, and constantly evaporating. So the air created from that water, vapor that is created from that water, is more on the surface of water than above. So the light will go from denser to less dense. Tell me what will be the path of light. I can give you both refractions. It bends. I can assume that now. Where?
Yeah.
Where will the light bend? Downward? No. I can tell you now it's false answer. Search for another one. Downward, it happened from when the light goes from a less dense medium to a denser medium. Now, the light is going from the opposite.
Right. Why is air? What happens to vapor in colder air? What typically happens to the humidity of the air?
You don't need to ask me questions. I just asked you what will be the path of light. You can assume whatever you want. Just give us. What do you think will be the path of light when the light is going from the surface of water to your eyes? Explain to us what will be the medium. I can give you that. You can tell me that, oh, wait, now it's not Archimedes principle. You will create another principle at the moment. You will have to create one, unfortunately for you, to explain to us how the less dense medium will be in the bottom and the denser medium will be in the top, at the surface of water. So just go ahead. Don't ask me a question. I give you the floor.
Right. So higher up, and you can have limits to this, right? With colder air comes higher chance of humidity in the air. So you can expect it to light to bend, right, towards the normal or away from the normal, depending on where you set the normal, what exactly you're calling the normal in this principle. And what you can expect to see, especially in certain temperature conditions, is an arc where the light appears to follow almost like a parabola, but it's not necessarily consistent in what parabola it follows. There's certain photons go round in this arc and manage to reach your eyes. Not all of them, right? Because obviously refractions are hazy. You know, they're fairly unresolved. You don't see them clearly. It's because just a portion of the photons that are reflected off that source or like emitted in the case of the sun are traveling in an arc as they're going through a gradient of kind of humidity and temperature. That's it. That's as simple as it is.
Yeah, I can understand that. But still, we are talking about the light going from a denser medium, which is the part where the vapor exists more, humidity.
No.
You are in the on the sea. You are observing the horizon, which is the surface of the ocean. So
Okay,
that
okay.
that part, the most vapor that you have, the most humidity, which is vapor, just particles of water, which is in gas form, water vapor. It's just particles of water that acts as water. That's why when you have fogs, which is just again vapor, it will act as water. It will attenuate light more than usual. So when you are on the surface of water, the more dense part is the one that is on the surface of water, and then it can go down and dissipate. Or the particles of water will just keep gathering more and more, create droplets, and then fall. That will be in the sky, not at the surface, not at 6 foot.
Right.
What you are telling us, it will happen at a higher altitude. But we are talking at 6 foot. The distance is just difference between 6 foot and 0 elevation.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. On a curve, it's not going to be 6 foot, is it? If it's going around an arc, it's not going to be curving at 6 feet from the ground.
So the arc will go to the sky and then bend down to your eyes?
Yes, which is what happens, which is why we see crazy effects with mirages sometimes.
So the light that you see, so the horizon that you see, that light is entering your eyes from an angle on the sky. So if you put a cap, meaning that you can't see the horizon, that light that is coming from the sky to enter your eyes won't be able to reach your eyes because the cap will stop that. So you won't be able to see horizons when you are using caps or hats.
What?
That's what you are saying. The light that is entering your eyes is coming from the sky because the light that is going from the horizon is going to the sky and then it bends down to your eyes. So that path of light, that angle, that light ray that is entering the lens inside your aperture, inside your eye, there is a lens. That light must come from the sky. So if I put my hand or a cap or a hat or an umbrella, I shouldn't see the horizon because I will stop the path of the light. I will put something in the path of the light.
No, because your eye... You're not... No. Because you're not looking... Think about your eye. Just use your common sense for a second. Think about if you're looking ahead, right? What's your angle of like, what's your periphery, right? Where you're saying you just put a cap over your head. When you put a cap over your head, does it block half your vision?
Looking level. If I put a cap...
No, just use your common sense.
Or an umbrella. So I am stopping the light that is coming from the sky. Like, for example, the sun, the entire sky. I can block the entire sky. I can just, if I use an umbrella, I can take that umbrella and block the entire sky, just make one single line, a single thin line of the sky that is above the horizon. I can make it visible. So how the light that is coming from the sky at an angle is entering my eyes? Then.
Same principle.
Can you draw that?
What, draw light entering?
Yeah, draw it. Can you draw it? A horizon, curved surface. Once a person is standing there, the light is going from the horizon to the sky and then enters the eyes of that person.
Necro, do you know with a lot of these examples what angle the light is actually refracting by?
And the distance between those two things is just 6 miles. You see the horizon at 6 miles. So do you know what part of the sky will it go? Just a couple of tens of meters. It will have to create a hard angle.
it will create a really hard angle to come back down to you 6 foot, 6 miles away.
Do you know what the angle would be that the light is refracting over that distance? Do you know what the angle would be?
I don't know. Do you know?
Less
Very
than
small.
1 degree. Less than 1 degree.
Less than 1 degree.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be light that would be in it, like originally pointing like 45 degrees, from the light's observation point, 45 degrees above the, the direction of the surface of the Earth. It would have to be something like if the refraction wasn't there, it might have missed you by like 10 feet above your head, and it's getting angled down by an extremely small angle to get to your eye. So it's not light coming from the sky; it's still coming from in front of you. Like generally speaking, it would only take a tiny refraction for the light that's 20 feet that would originally go 20 feet above your head to now enter your eyes 6 feet above the ground. Right?
Yeah.
It's just a very small angle that we're dealing with. Not drastic.
Nice.
The longer you make the distance.
So it won't go to any colder, higher and colder place where it can bend down because of that amount of refraction, that gradient that you think that the light will be able to change its path in, because still you are just away from the denser medium, which is the surface of water where the highest amount of vapor
refraction
is.
Yeah, but it's still
the denser part is
right. But if it's in that denser part, it gets refracted more, right? But then it leaves that denser part and goes to a less dense part.
Okay, but
it's still getting refracted. It's still getting refracted, just not as much as it was while it was in that denser part, right?
Wait. Do you think that the light bends the same path when it's going from less dense medium to dense medium?
No, I specifically
from a denser medium to a less dense medium.
It still gets refracted, just not as much when it initially entered not as much as the denser medium refracted it.
Are the paths the same? The paths, are they the same? The light will the light curve down when it's entering a less dense medium, or curve up?
We're dealing with such shallow angles that it only takes a slight bit of refraction to drastically change the direction or where that light's going to end up, right? So it bounces off the water in a very shallow angle, gets refracted, and then it comes off the water, and it's still in that denser medium. It reflects off the water, I should say, right? And then obviously the water is not a perfectly uniform; it's not a mirrored surface, so you got some scattering happening on that reflection.
Kerrison, do you know how significant?
When it reflects from the water and it's going toward your eyes, it's leaving the surface of water, entering a denser medium, and going from that denser medium, which is the place where the evaporation is the most, where the humidity exists the most, compared to higher, which is less dense. So the path of the light won't be the same as when it enters a denser medium, because the path of the light will go opposite. It's accelerating at that moment, not decelerating.
Kerrison, do you know how significant temperature variations necessarily even need to be to produce like significant refractive effects?
I think it matters more of how different, or like the difference between the mediums that we're looking at.
No. I mean, no, because temperature decides like often the difference.
Right, I understand.
Humidity and
you're right. Yeah. So how much?
You're talking per meter, like 0.1 to 0.15 like degrees Celsius to produce like significant, like basically like super refraction. That's how big it is. You know,
Yeah.
you ask a flat earther and they think it's like 10 degrees per micrometer or something that it has to be. It's not. It's actually fucking tiny. The difference in temperature has to be over.
Yeah, I knew it was tiny. I just didn't know how tiny. I haven't done the math in a long time. I haven't dealt with refraction math in a long time. It's been a while. But yeah, and that was my point, is that we're dealing with such small angles of difference that and when we're talking about light traveling, like with no refraction, it's a straight line over 3 miles or whatever. But with refraction, it's such a tiny angle that it could take something that was 100 that would normally go with no refraction 100 feet above your head. You change that angle by a small degree, and all of a sudden it's entering your eye.
It's exponential as well. So even if the change in temperature is like linear, so say like the difference is 16 degrees per 100 meters difference instead of 12 degrees, the difference can be like a change in the order of magnitude of like 5. And this is what I try to communicate with flat earthers. It's like an exponential increase with like small increases in temperature. That's why you get these like events of super refraction on certain days and things like that. I mean, anyone can go out and test this. Anyone can go and test this.
No one is saying or denying that light can bend. No. No one is saying that. But the problem is, it's just the opposite of the effect of refraction that is claimed change between the flat Earth and the globe. For example, refraction and light bending, atmospheric conditions, density of the air, like when it's more, it have more fog or something like that. All those conditions on a flat Earth, it will shorten the distance to the horizon. And the opposite of the claim, you have the globe that says that no, refraction, bending of light will help you to see further distance. So when you claim that light bends down toward your eyes, we are saying no. In the laws of refraction, light, when it goes from denser medium to a less dense medium, in clear words, it bends upward relative to the origin path, not downward.
Honestly,
when the light goes from the most area that have the most the humidity, which is the surface of water, above the surface of water, where there is more water vapor, it's the area where there is the constant evaporation of the liquid called water, and then you have above that denser, less dense area. In the sky, the light, you have the accumulation of that vapor, which is composing just the bigger vapor molecules and water droplets, which is clouds. So 10 feet above your head, no, still less dense medium than the surface of water. So the light will continuously bend up. We can explain how it happens on a flat Earth, and then that's why sometimes you have that surface of water that is clear mirroring, like it Fata Morgana. So the water, the light, will just bend up, and what you will receive is complete reflection of the sky from the water. But the illumination of the water, it goes up above your head. You don't see the water being illuminated. That's why you don't see the surface of water. You see the sky. You see just a false horizon, like a sky, and the ship flying above. if there is no ship, you will think that that's the horizon, but it's not.
So
It's just the light that is illuminating the surface of water is going above your head, and the reflection of the sky from the water is going on your eyes, so you see the reflection of the sky.
So are you suggesting that as the light reflects off of the surface of the water, and then and the surface of the water, we agree, would have more refraction properties to it because it has the more water vapor because it's directly above the surface of the water. But then as it leaves that denser, where there's more refraction, and then it enters less dense air above it, are you asserting that it wouldn't continue to get refracted at a downward angle? I don't mean downward as in like reflected back down. I meant like curved, like the path of light would be curved downwards.
No, it doesn't curve downward at all.
Okay, that's where we're going to completely disagree there. So where is it getting refracted then?
Water, it's going from a denser medium. Just research this thing. When the light
it's getting
going,
I want to clarify something because
research
this is important.
Just listen. Research this.
Is it getting refracted up when it's a denser medium?
Just listen. If the light goes from a denser medium to a less dense medium, it curves upward. When the light goes from a less dense medium to a denser medium, it curves downward.
Why don't you just use that?
When the light goes from a denser medium, which is the part that is above the surface of water, toward a less dense medium, it will not curve downward. It will curve upward.
No, according to Snell's law, it'll
go away from you.
According to Snell's law that you've been referencing, it would continue to get refracted downwards. It just would be not as much down as when it was refracted in the more dense medium.
When light, just listen. This is the answer. This is the answer from internet, and I know it. I didn't have to research it, and I'm reading it just to you.
No, that's
when
Snell's
light
law.
goes from denser medium to a less dense medium, example water, air, or glass to air, it bends away from the normal, the imaginary line perpendicular to the surface. To our eyes, this looks like the light rays bends upward relative to its original path. Compared to the light going from a less dense medium to a denser medium, it will bend downward. It's the opposite effect. You should know that.
No, that's incorrect.
You're not even using the terminology right. Is it towards the normal or away from the normal? Because it doesn't mean anything to say up and down.
Upward relative.
No, because that doesn't.
You don't need it. Well, okay, let's see an example. You don't have any examples. There's no reason to think you wouldn't need a container when every single example involves a container. So there's no debunking that. And so if that's the case, we're inside of a container. There's no going to space. It's super easy, bro. It's not that hard. The only thing I've ever seen
Does the container have to be solid?
No, look, see, we can get into this. We can get into this.
Because I would argue it doesn't always have to be solid.
We can get into this, but asking us details about the container isn't. I don't think that's.
No, because you're saying the reason we can't get to space is because we're stuck in a container. But if the container's not solid, there's ways around it.
Well,
correct.
No, I don't think there's an outside necessarily here inside of a container, and there probably does be a physical barrier. Because does your car tire, can that be not physical? Can the bottle of sparkling water, can that not be physical? No, it has to be physical every time. So I can't think of any examples. The propane tank, if you have a business where you sell, oxygen or something, it's gonna have to be in a container. You could have a non-physical container. How? Nate, give us an example of that.
You can have something that's like thick, that's like a thick liquid.
Give us an example. That also has to be contained, by the way. That also has to be contained. Actually, something Elijah taught me. So shout out to Elijah. That even matter in the liquid state has to be contained. If I were like mail you a liter of water, it's gonna have to be in a box, some sort of
crazy rabbit hole. Just hear me out for a second, right? Jello. Just off the top of my head.
Jello.
What, do you think Jello is a solid or a liquid?
It's not a gas. It's not gas. I mean, it probably also has to be contained. I mean,
no, but like Jello doesn't have to. Like Jello has a shape, right?
Now you're claiming self-healing. Now you're claiming a self-healing gel around the Earth.
No. He said no. You see, this is your problem with you guys. He said, "Give an example." I gave an example, and you immediately went down some.
Wait, what are we giving examples of exactly? Something that's not contained?
No. You said like where the container itself isn't like really a solid, where like something can pass through it, and Jello you can easily put your finger through into the middle of it.
Okay, show us
has to be contained.
What?
Yeah, show us the Jello.
Jello has to be contained.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
One at a time. Fuck, dude.
Show us the Jello container containing the Atmo around the Earth.
I mean, no, but I think you could slice through Sonny, by saying that even the Jello needs a container.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, dude. What?
No, what do you mean? Okay, have you ever seen?
You don't just spawn Jello, right? You have to have it in a container, and then it forms. It like you put it in the fridge, and it solidifies. It's in a container, bro. And then you can maybe remove it from a container, but like then it's like because it's kind of solid now. But I would say to even make Jello it has to be in a container. I don't even know why you're arguing this, dude. Jello, come on, bro.
Well, because it's.
What are you doing?
Because you wanted an example.
But that involves a container.
So something inside. Okay, but maybe the process, but in its finished form.
It's solid now. Its finished form is like a solid.
Yes, but it's a solid that can be passed through.
And what are you arguing now? That Jello is...
You're saying the existence of space, like there is no space because we're in some sort of like solid container and there's no way to get out of this container that we're in. But like you can put stuff in Jello, arguably take stuff out of it. So there's some.
Why are you even arguing?
You want an example because you want an example, buddy. This is on you.
Remember when I said earlier that
you wanted this?
2 + 2 is 4.
You started this conversation.
Yeah,
that's on you.
Find a way to argue.
I declare victory.
No, I'm not declaring victory. I'm just saying that like you want an example, and all of a sudden an example's not good enough. Dude. Like the minute I could provide one, you're like, well,
no. You haven't provided an example without a container. That is the argument. But
what do you want?
This goes right back to the syndrome.
You didn't originally say gas,
Donnie.
You just said an example of something being held out of physical solid container.
Gas is, dude. Gas pressure, because we're talking about.
Okay, well then you got to elaborate that. You got to say that the first time and not move the goalpost after I provide an example.
You're not. This isn't your first.
We got to be more specific then.
But I just want to point out, Donnie. I want to point out your syndrome. So I'm Dr. House in here. This is the syndrome I was talking about, where we could say 2 + 2 is 4, and you're just gonna find some way to weasel around it. We're like gas pressure needs a container. You're like, yeah, but Jello, which has nothing to do with even your.
No. You see, that's not the question that was asked.
Let me finish.
I was told to give an example.
Ways to weasel around it, and it doesn't even have.
It's not weaseling. You asked a specific fucking question.
Donnie, dude, relax.
You're weaseling around the fucking like.
It's not. I'm not weaseling. I'm gonna have to pop you on me for a second. Stop me, Pacino. The Jello has nothing to do with your worldview. I want you to highlight this. You're just arguing to argue now. This is what that 2 + 2 is 4 thing. You guys always do this. You have to have a container for gas pressure. You already know the argument. This isn't your first day here. You've heard it probably 1,000 times.
That's just a completely different statement, though.
It's not a different statement.
No, because that's
Jello doesn't back anything in your worldview, bro. So I don't know why you would even bring that up. You're just trying to go against flat earthers because of flat earthers.
Maybe not. My issue is that like there was a very specific question asked earlier that Jello was a very good answer for, and then
not a good answer.
Okay. You want an example of a liquid being contained. You named like propane tank, bottle of water, whatever, and you were like it always has to have some sort of like solid container or whatever. So it's like all right, Depending on if you think Jello is a solid or liquid.
Dude,
Jello.
Jello to contain thing. Come on, bro. Stop with the Jello shit, dude. You sound stupid.
Sounds like you just can't argue against it. That's the issue.
How does Jello apply to nature?
Because it's an example of a container that can be passed through, i.e., the container that Earth is in, we can pass through it.
How do you apply that to nature?
That Earth, container that
Jello. How do you apply your Jello theory to actual reality in nature?
Okay, just real quick question, because I tried answering. What words do you need me to start with before you interrupt me?
It's retarded, and you know it doesn't match anything in nature.
So was a rhetorical question then?
Jello isn't even
your answer was retarded because it doesn't match anything in nature.
Okay, but was I supposed to answer? Because I tried to answer, and then you stopped
because
me.
it has to apply in nature, bro.
Okay, so am I allowed to answer though? That's what I'm asking. It seems like this is a rhetorical question.
You can answer, but just remove Jello from the dialogue.
What I'm saying that this container, or whatever you want to call it, that contains Earth specifically, doesn't have to be completely something completely solid that you can't pass or move through. There's not some sort of a dome solid wall thing. It could arguably be some sort of dense gas that keeps shit under wraps, but then we can also, if going fast enough.
Whoa, we gotta stop you right there.
What?
No, it can't be gas because gas requires a container. This is our original statement that you have to have a container for gas pressure, so you can't have more gas containing gas. Even that gas, the more dense gas, would have to be contained. So you stepped in a trap there, kind of. We just need to see. Actually, I don't need to see an example of gas pressure without a container because it can't be shown, bro. The fact that you're bringing up Jello and all kinds of other trash just is kind of proving our point. There's no way to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, so there's no reason to think you can have gas pressure without a container. It's really that simple, bro. It's not flat earther logic. It's just basic shit.
So you're saying for the gas to exist, it needs to be in a container, or the gas pressure? Which one?
Yes,
because gas can exist without a container, but then your gas pressure is a different thing. Of course, the pressure of it would change depending on the size of the container, right? We can agree on that.
All we need you to do is try your best, or just admit you can either concede.
Okay, so you're just going to avoid my question because I'm trying to get to a common ground here, so that we don't talk past each other. So I'm gonna try one more time.
What are you saying? What's the difference between gas and gas pressure? Is that not kind of the same thing?
No, they work with each other, but
what?
They're not the same thing. Gas pressure is a result of the container it's in, and how whatever dense. That's not the word I'm looking for. But why am I explaining gas pressure?
Wait, you said it right for the first time. It was a result of the container. So yeah, there is gas pressure on Earth. So,
but what I'm saying is it gets higher because of the size of the container that it's in. Correct? We can agree on that.
The point is overall that.
Okay, I need us to agree on something before we start. Before we start talking,
you have to have a container for gas pressure.
No. I'm asking now. Does the size of the container change the gas pressure? And you make sure we're on the same page about that.
The amount of gas is the same, and you shrink the container. Yes, there's going to be more pressure. PV equals RT.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page about that because sometimes you guys aren't.
What's you guys, and what guys disagreed?
People in this room. I'm not saying about the gas pressure thing specifically. It's just very often we're not on the same page about a lot of things. So,
yeah.
There seems to be semantics issues sometimes, or just assuming that I'm talking about something else, just because the words sound similar. There's all debate, healthy debates aren't usually had in here. That's what I'm trying to say. Right. I'm trying to keep it.
Now that we're done with the meta, can you tell us where you would have gas pressure without a container?
Ooh.
Did someone play the fuck it? That's kind of funny.
Bro, you have the soundtracks on standby.
You're right. Healthy debate, Donnie. You're
actually it makes it more interesting.
No. I'm not an expert in this. I never claim to know.
Hey, thanks, Eli. I appreciate you, bro. Can you concede?
Gas pressure without a container. Where's that at?
I mean, I guess for the time being that I can't prove or disprove anything. Sure.
Atmospheres have pressure without a container.
Whoa, that's not true.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they make the container in a weird way.
Hold on, Ben and Jen. So you're saying the atmosphere, that is the gas pressure that requires containment. And in fact, that's actually the reason why the question's even being asked, because that's the claim on the table that the, quote, atmosphere is not contained. That's
okay, is it fair to say it's self-contained?
Hold on, wait. You gotta understand what's in contention is the thing you just claimed is actually being contended with. So using the thing in contention as the proof for that thing being that doesn't work. I think what is that?
Okay, what about it being self-contained? Have you gone over that?
No, bro. Listen. I'll say it one more time.
Okay.
Ben and Jen, listen.
that could go on all day.
The claim on the table is that the atmosphere is not contained by a container. So, since every other example involves a container, we're challenging that claim. Okay, if it's true that you can have gas pressure without a container, aka the atmosphere, please show us an example of this even being true.
The sun. The sun has down a container.
No, dude. See, this is the problem. I was gonna say this to Donnie earlier. Is that when we notice Globers try to make the attempt to prove it, the only thing they can do is use the claim on the table. The claim is that
water,
Jupiter,
like when you go diving, the pressure goes up with no container.
Hold on. Also, water requires a container as well.
I'm just mopping the floor with you.
You're not letting me finish, so not really. But the claim on the table.
So the atmosphere is self-contained and water is self-contained.
Ben.
And dirt.
Ben, I'd like to finish it and then throw it over to you or says who. You can't claim victory while you're speaking through others. The claim on the table is that Jupiter, the Sun, the Earth are all gaseous states that are not contained by anything. So we're challenging that claim. You can't use the claim that you're trying to prove as the proof for that claim. It's circular reasoning. So you're not mopping shit. Except for the water that also needs to be contained.
Well, actually, like Jupiter is almost mostly gas, and it has the most pressure because it's self-contained, like the sun and planets and moons.
That's the claim on the table. He's not listening. I don't know why we're talking to you, honestly.
Well, you just want to brush aside the self-contained.
Ben, again, this is both a begging the question fallacy and a special pleading fallacy. So yeah, it's not going to work.
Okay, well, I'm only arguing the reality of physics and cosmology.
Then physics, so it could be physical. So can you show me in some sort of physical manner where gas is coalescing into balls? And don't use the example of the thing in question, please.
Yeah, I can. Yeah. There's nothing that is flat. Everything is round because even subatomic particles.
He doesn't even know what you're asking.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Hey, it says you said it perfectly. Like you literally took the words out of my brain.
If you let him talk for more than 3 words, you probably would have gotten an answer.
Donnie,
but I understand you guys.
Either. Did you hear what he said, Donnie? He said, "Well,
no, because he said 2 words."
Donnie, you gotta stop yapping, bro. He said, we heard what he said. He said in physics, blah 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 blah. Okay, great. Then in show us physically gas pressure without a container. He's like, yeah, well, nothing's flat. That's not even answering the question, dude.
That was non sequitur.
Again, 2 words, and you guys are just like.
Yeah, Donnie. Words had
you guys have to have a little bit of patience.
Donnie, it was non sequitur. It was a red herring, friend.
Oh my God.
We're not going to deal with the red herring today. Like now, see, this is a red herring as well. You could be on the topic that we're discussing, which is the
TikTok brain.
Now this is meta. You actually can't focus on the topic at hand. You know, the topic at hand is gas pressure without a container, and you're talking about TikTok brain. Are you okay?
Yeah, we.
No, I'm saying that you guys have TikTok brain.
Like, how does that have anything to do with gas pressure?
Well, it depends.
You didn't bring that
Was there more words after that statement? Because arguably, if there were more words after that statement, you would have gotten an answer.
I mean, this is now concern trolling, and that's what we ban people for.
It's not
here. It's just
concern
talking
trolling.
about
I'm
it.
saying just in general, you guys can't listen past.
Yeah, I was talking, and you decided to interrupt me. So maybe you have the same problem. Let's agree to just, be a little bit more, I don't know, civil about the whole thing. What do you say?
Sure, I'll be more civil. But my point still stands that, like, if I'm trying to explain something to you guys and I don't get more than 3 words in, you're probably not going to understand my explanation and jump to the conclusion that it was wrong.
On topic. Your first 3 words should address the topic, not go into something that's not the discussion.
Again, that's just TikTok brain. That's at that point, that's on you.
TikTok brain. What would be TikTok brain?
Because I am perfectly capable of hearing someone out.
What would be TikTok brain is not focusing on the argument. That's TikTok brain. The fact that we're trying to stay focused on the topic shows we don't have TikTok brain. You're backwards.
Do you know for a fact that he wasn't focused on the topic?
Yes.
Hold on, CB. He's diverting from the topic right now. Donnie, I'm going to let you off of mute. You're going to tell me how we can have gas pressure without a container. That way none of us have TikTok brain. You get me?
God, these fucks are insufferable.
Still nothing to do with gas pressure. Okay, well, your silence is acquiescence. Nobody can show us gas pressure without a container, so I guess olive space is debunked. That was fun. Thanks, Donnie.
Boys. Yeah, we won.
Yeah, facts.
High fives all around.
Yo, you were bringing up Jello, bro. Take the L, bro.
Yeah, if there was context to it, dude.
There's no context to Jello, bro. Stop it.
Not at all. Not at all, I guess.
Because it didn't relate to really anything on the globe. It doesn't back up your worldview. It doesn't debunk what we're saying. You have everything wrong syndrome.
It debunks the fact that, like, you would need a solid container. You can have a container made out of a liquid or gas.
Yeah, sure.
Because Jello is not solid.
Yo, remember the TikTok brain thing that you said? We're talking about gas pressure.
Yeah, and I'm saying that, like, gas pressure can exist being contained by a gas or liquid.
Inside of Jello?
Sure, we can put gas inside of Jello. We can put gas inside of a gas. We can put gas inside of a liquid.
All right, give us an example. You're just putting your own foot in your own trap, bro.
What do you mean?
Show us gas pressure.
You want an example? You want a specific example of gas existing inside of a gas, right? A gas being used as a container or liquid being used as a container to contain said gas, right?
No, the whole thing. Reason you brought up Jello is because you said it could be passed through. So
that's the whole point of it. Because if it's a solid, you can't really pass through it because then you can't go to space.
If it's being passed through, then it's not containing, huh?
No. There are ways to pass through it. There's things with certain density. There's going to be some porousness to it. Like if you put,
I'll accept the liquid, I'll accept the solid,
like mac and cheese, right? And you put that in a strainer, the water's going to fall out. Shit's passing through, but it's the point of the colander is to contain the macaroni.
Containing solids. But our argument is that liquids and gases require containment.
No, I'm just giving an example of like something that can contain, but not contain everything.
But our argument,
depending on the size of the colander, certain size macaroni can fall through.
Containing solids. We're talking about containing gases and liquids, bro. At least mostly gases here. So pay attention.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to, because you were like, you went all crazy about like something passing through it as if like that's a foreign concept. That's not a foreign concept. We design things to do that all the time.
So are you saying that the Earth is surrounded by Jello?
They create filters to like only keep out certain types of gas.
Donnie, are you saying that the Earth is surrounded by Jello?
No, buddy, I need you to keep up. Listen, holy shit.
What is the Earth surrounded by?
I'm saying the Earth is surrounded by like a porous-like substance that's why we're able to go to space. Because it keeps motion in, but if you go...
what is that? What is that substance? What would that be?
What?
What is that?
What would that be?
What would what be?
The thing you just...
The porous-like substance, Donnie. Don't be retarded.
Well, the atmosphere.
That's the air. That's the gas.
All right, whoever the fuck, I can't.
Air doesn't contain air, dude. You know that.
Certain gases can contain certain gases depending on the density of it.
Demonstrate it.
Oh my god.
Crying is...
Yeah, I know.
No, because I gotta find a fucking image. It's just basic fucking science. Like you just go to any periodic table.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Show me another gas containing another gas. No worries. Demonstrate it.
That isn't being contained, by the way.
But don't forget it about the gas pressure without a container.
And don't forget your TikTok brain also.
Now, can we ask the flat earthers some questions now instead of us being interrogated?
I mean, do you have an example of gas pressure without a container?
Me? No, I'm not a flat earther, bro.
No, you don't have to, dude. You don't have to be a flat earther.
I just joined. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. I just want to know what the flat earthers think. Like, do they think the Earth is completely flat and there's no like? Do you think there's a heaven and hell? Like what do they think?
Here we go.
What the heck, dude? That's not even on topic. Heaven and hell? What does that have to do with flat?
Well, because I know some Christians think of the firmament, which makes the Earth flat and shit like that. That's a lot. That's some of flat earthers believe, just because they're Christian.
Some Christians think the firmament makes the Earth flat. What?
Well, like something in the Bible explains how the Earth is flat or something like that. So that's why they believe it, not because of actual like proof nowadays, just off the Bible.
Yeah, no, the Earth is measured to be flat by everybody. There's no curvature anywhere. That's why the flat earthers exist, because nobody's ever measured curvature. I just told you, nobody's measured any curvature. It's measured to be flat. Do I have to repeat it again?
Actually measured to be a curve.
All right, show me proof that it was measured to be flat.
Do you use Google Maps?
I have Google Maps, yes.
Okay. Is there latitude and longitude on there?
It looks like it.
Okay. Those latitude and longitude lines in reality were measured using the Earth and as a flat plane to get elevation angles to the stars and the sun. So everybody, even the cartographers that make your navigation systems, measure the Earth to be flat.
I prove it. I want to see an equation. Like, show me. Prove it.
Okay. 60 nautical miles per degree of elevation angle.
What?
60 nautical miles per degree of elevation angle.
Okay, yeah, explain that. Like, what does that mean?
That means that every minute of angle that you measure an elevation angle on the surface of the Earth to the stars, and if we're talking about latitude, we're talking about Polaris, is a linear distance across the flat plane as measured by whoever takes that measurement for all navigation. So that's a flat Earth measurement.
Like you coincide the stars with the Earth to use measurements?
Coincide? No, you take an elevation angle from the surface of the Earth to the star and then measure the distance across the surface of the Earth.
So stars seem to be like a pretty big like equation to measuring the Earth's like curvature, right? So I'll say it again. Like why
stars are not equations.
Okay, well you mentioned the North Star Polaris. Why? And I want to hear you answer this. Nobody else jump in. Why why is it when we head toward the southern hemisphere we don't see the North Star anymore? And because of the Earth's rotation, why is that the case?
Why is that the case? Well, you're farther away from it, but ultimately I can't tell you. Unless, do you think that the Earth is blocking out Polaris?
Maybe because
or you can ask them a question and talk all the way through 'em.
Oh, okay. Well, Ranger, relax. Hey, bro, do you think that the horizon is Earth curve?
Do I think that horizon is Earth's curvature?
Yeah, because you're saying that you can't see the North Star anymore. Is that because the horizon is blocking it out and the Earth is blocking out the North Star? Is that what you think?
I think it's because you're literally driving like underneath the planet and you can't see the Northern Star anymore. Like let's say for an example, right? Let's say for an example, right? The Earth is round, right? Okay, hypothetically, right? Let's just say the Earth is round, okay, and we are in the North Pole, or North Pole. You wouldn't see the Polaris, right? Like,
can you make your comments or questions a little bit more coherent?
What didn't you understand about what I just said?
Let's say the Earth is round. Continue. Yeah. Let's say the Earth is round, and then what?
Let's say the Earth is round, right? We got North Star, Polaris, bro. Let's say we drive on the other side, completely on the opposite side of the planet, right? It would make sense we wouldn't see the North Star anymore, right? But which in fact is kind of how it works nowadays, right? So how would you explain that if the Earth was flat? If the Earth was flat, right, and where would you have to drive on Earth to have it not be there anymore?
Instead of using hypotheticals, why don't we just go ahead and prove that the Earth is a ball as you want to hypothetically assert?
Well, I can't prove that to you right now.
Well, so you can't prove it. You can only just assume it and then use it in certain scenarios so you can affirm the consequence. Is that?
I can't prove the Earth is flat as you because you flat earthers won't agree with anything. You guys are delusional.
Nobody can prove it. Nobody. Not you, not anybody. Don't worry. You're not unique.
I mean, it's been proven.
Nobody. So that means nobody. That means nobody can prove the Earth is flat. Then, right? By your standards.
Sure, I can. Because everybody measures it that way, and we have water, right? Water's my favorite. Is water lays flat and level on the surface? Because water lays flat and level on its surface, and supposedly 70% of this Earth is water.
Yeah, but do you know why the Earth lays flat? It's not because of just water itself; it's because of gravity. With no gravity, water would not lay flat.
Say the G word. They don't.
Gravity doesn't exist either. Don't worry about that. Unless you can prove to me that gravity exists, I'd like to see it as an independent variable in any experiment. You can go ahead and give me one example of that.
Gravity exists, bro. You can just do Isaac Newton's fucking test, bro, and just take an apple and let it drop, bro. That's literally gravity right there.
No.
He said Isaac Newton.
It's not a test. If you're appealing to an experiment, I would need gravity as the independent variable in that particular experiment. Can you show me that?
Yeah, take an apple and let it drop, bro. Like that's gravity right there.
No,
whether
you don't understand.
I'm asking call it gravity or invisible body.
I'm not going to be taught through by you. I can tell you're triggered. I know it upsets you that gravity doesn't exist. But what I'm going to need from you next is gravity as an independent variable in an experiment, not you yammering about things falling. You got that?
So you want like an actual equation, a mathematical equation? Is that what you want?
No. I will say it again. I want gravity as an independent variable in any experiment. That's what I want. I'm very specific,
fucking
very
asshole,
careful with my words.
It's a constant. 9.8 meter per second squared. It's a fucking constant. You idiot.
Oh, what?
One of your Twitter brethren couldn't contain himself because he really wants gravity to be real.
So you want it as an independent variable? Like, what do you mean exactly when you say that?
Do I have to walk you through the scientific method to help you understand what an independent variable is? How old are you?
Yeah, kinda. I'm kind of retarded, so.
I believe him.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, explain to me what an independent variable is.
No problem. In a scientific experiment, we have essentially three variables. No, I'm not looking this up. This all comes from my noggin because I'm not retarded. Remember, the Globers are retarded. The Flat Earthers know more about your system better than you understand it. But in science, in a scientific experiment, you need three different variables. One of them is the dependent variable. That would be the naturally occurring phenomena. Number two, you would need the independent variable, your presumed cause of the effect. And number three, you would need your control variable. In this case, I would need gravity as the presumed cause of the effect, like the things falling. I want you to put that in an experiment and show me gravity doing what you say it's doing, or anybody for that matter. Gravity as the independent variable, the presumed cause, to test whether or not it does what you think it does. Go ahead.
So what was the first one again? The first variable you mentioned?
Oh, you're a waste of time. Who's next?
Yeah, I want to talk to Donnie. Donnie's
caught on.
He's in the chat saying that the atmosphere is the container.
Yes,
no.
really quick, because it just
what I like about that is he gave you your flat Earth, right? He conceded it basically, and then he went a step further and he said that's because of gravity.
That's true.
So you guys don't think gravity exists? Why do things fall then? What is that then? What would you explain that? How would you explain that?
Gases don't fall.
Not everything falls. The problem is not everything falls.
Gases don't fall. What gases? What direction does gas?
Depending on the density of the gas, it will fall.
It's the density, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the density. Kind of like how if you were to take a perfect density and leave it in water, dude, it would stay in the exact same spot where it currently is. So, majority of things on planet Earth though fall if you leave it in air, right? So explain that to me. What's the reasoning for that?
Exactly. So you conceded our point that depending on the medium, the vector will change. Like if you drop that apple, Isaac Newton, that test you thought that wasn't a test, if you take that apple and put it in water, it's going to go up.
Okay, yeah, because that's water, bro.
Depending on the
I know. So medium, depending on the medium,
I'm pretty sure apples sink, actually.
Determine which way stuff will go.
Why
so not everything
water in this equation though? Hold on.
Apples sink. Real quick, apples sink. They don't float. There's no air inside of an apple if you're getting the right apples.
You've never gone buying for apples. I'm so sorry you haven't had that experience. It's very fun.
Oh God, Tupperware ladies here. Fuck me.
So, Donnie, do you guys just want to have a special pleading fallacy where you only use air to prove your point? Or can we change the mediums and see where things go up and down depending on the medium?
Let's change the mediums. Let's have a little bit of fun. Let's see what happens. Fuck it.
Great. So, water. Now, you drop a pencil in the air, it goes down. You drop a pencil in the water, it floats. It goes up. In fact, you can force that pencil all the way to the bottom of the pool or the ocean. It'll go up. So what happened to gravity? Perhaps. No, it'll do it every time.
It depends on the pencil you have. Or apple.
No, it doesn't.
No, it quite literally does.
Okay, which are you using a granite pencil?
It doesn't matter. I'll admit, I'm being a dickhead right now.
We know, bro.
Where do they make these granite pencils?
What's your point? The shit float.
The point is,
there's different
depending on the
difference in density. Yeah.
And the object. Donnie, you gotta shut up. Depending on the medium of the object, Donnie. If you would shut up, I would say. Remember about the civil conversation we were talking about earlier?
Wait, hold on. Okay, I have 100.
Donnie, you're doing it right now, and that's why I have to mute you, because you won't shut the hell up. Depending on the medium and the object, that'll kind of determine which way it's going to go, up or down. Pretty simple. Everybody observes this. You deal with it every day. So I don't know why you're playing dumb. No gravity required in any of this.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I'm on 100 ping right now, so I was only talking when I heard silence. I'm not trying to be a dick.
I don't need to hear about why.
Yeah, you do. So was there a question, or was that just a whole run-on sentence?
No, I'm just pointing out to you what you already know, and no gravity is required.
Well,
and nobody has any gravity
is required.
Anyways. Nobody has any gravity to show us anyways. So, I mean, unless you want to show me a sample of the gravity, this is basically where it all ends for your entire cosmology.
Okay, if I were to go outside right now and run at about like 15 miles an hour, how would you... I couldn't give you a sample of my speed now, could I? Right?
Is speed the same as gravity?
Yeah, just humor me for a second.
Is speed the same as gravity? Now, I mean, if you want to say that it's abstract and conceptual, I would say, yeah, that's the same. Since neither one of them exist in reality, yeah, the same.
All right, sure. Under that count, let's just agree to... I'll humor you on that part. It's an abstract concept or whatever. But like, I could not get you a sample of my speed, correct? We're aware of that?
Abstract, of course you couldn't.
Okay, but just because I can't like hand you me going 15 miles an hour doesn't immediately disprove the fact that I ran at 15 miles an hour. Because I did. There would be video evidence. You can measure the speed it.
In this false equivalence, comparing something that's non-material, right, like gravity, but has apparently some sort of effect, would be different than describing somebody's rate of travel, distance over time. They're not even close to related. So try to pick an analogy that's similar. Like let's say gravity and Santa Claus. Those are a little bit better.
The gravity and Santa are like even worse of an analogy than mine.
Okay, so you tell me how
in the scientific world at all.
You got every other mouth, my friend. You tell me how spooky action at a distance is the same as travel or rate of travel, which is speed over distance or distance over speed. You tell me how they're related.
I can only hear half of what you're saying, dude. You're on some sort of fucking 1940s walkie-talkie or something.
Tell me how analogous gravity and speed are.
In that you don't need a sample to prove that it exists. That's the analogy.
Speed doesn't exist.
Do you prove it exists?
It does not exist. It's a description.
Sure.
Okay.
My point
There's a claim out there that
like
gravity
you're sitting there like you want a sample of gravity.
I want you to provide for me gravity as an independent variable in an experiment to do the thing that you guys say it does. You guys say this is physics. Well, that requires some physical shit, like some physical gravity. So where is it?
Okay, so are you asking for an experiment? Because 10 minutes ago, not even 10 minutes ago.
I don't want to hear the meta, bro. I told you already, and I explained it previously, and you heard it. Gravity as an independent variable in an experiment. This is physics, right?
Sure. I just want to know the question as to...
No. You've already heard the question several times. You're wasting my time and everybody else's. Show me gravity as an independent variable in an experiment by anyone.
Gravity can't be an independent variable.
Thank you. Why not?
It works.
Why not?
Because we exist on Earth and we can't change gravity. That's not something you can change. You would have to. The only way you're able to do that is to go somewhere else.
No. I'm sorry. I thought that gravity was on Earth. Is gravity not on Earth all of a sudden?
No, gravity is on Earth, but what's your point?
Where is it?
What do you mean, where is it? all around. Like it's not like a physical thing. It's not something you can just.
It's not a physical thing. So tell me, why does a not physical thing all of a sudden have physical effects? Is it like magic? Is it like Santa Claus?
It's giving Santa.
Are you insane? Genuine question. I feel.
Why would you ask me that when you can't answer the question?
Everywhere.
So when I show you that Santa and gravity are very similarly compared, you ask me if I'm insane, but you're the one that just told me the non-physical thing has physical effects, like magic, and I'm insane? I don't think so, friend.
You're fun. I like you.
I know, I kicked your ass, didn't I? I kicked your ass all over the place.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, I guess. I don't know.
We're up
I'm going to do great tonight knowing I kicked your ass.
Do you want to try it again? This time
I'm gonna go blow off some fireworks to celebrate.
Try what again? Ask a question. Have you dumbasses move the goalpost 4 times and then complain when I call it out?
Yeah, no, try again.
You don't know how to have an actual conversation. That's the issue.
Okay, well, go away then. Follow that logic, because you just found yourself in a contradiction. This topic will continue without you. You are not needed. You could go away. You could fuck off right now, and the conversation will continue without you. And even better, you think it's everyone here to blame. Everyone here is to blame, other than you. Yeah. You could factor you out, and the conversation continues anyway. You are the one in air, sir. No one else. You. If you can't have a conversation here, the most popular channel on the server, that's demonstrating you are the problem, not anyone here.
Finally, that's over. Thanks for admitting you need a container, though. Appreciate it.
I never said you didn't need a container.
Yeah, facts. Thanks.
But that still doesn't refute the fact that the container can be made out of a liquid or solid, possibly.
Not gas, not gases.
Liquid or gas is what I meant.
No. Well, we'd have to see that. Can you show us?
Show me a liquid.
As of now, not without some sort of circular reasoning, but that doesn't prove or disprove anything.
Wow.
Yeah, nice soundboard, bud. You have a rebuttal? You have actual something that contributes to the conversation, or are you just a fucking loser?
Without committing a fallacy.
You can just. I said that. I was like, without committing a fallacy, I can't really prove it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah, it does.
Emotional damage.
No, a bunch of fucking NPCs in here. I swear to God.
Dude,
well, fuck off then. You should be able to fault. There's 2 back-to-back claims. Everyone here is at fault but you. We're all NPCs. Those 2 things contradict each other in and of themselves.
No, they don't.
And either one of them could be used to fuck off. But you're still here.
Well, yeah, because you guys genuinely entertain me, and I really want to know how you guys' brain works. So that's why I'm in here. Because some of you are here genuinely, y'all truly believe in this shit, but some of you are after the grift, and I respect that. But my thing is some of you are here of your own free will because you genuinely believe in this shit, and I want to know how your brain works.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, you guys always say this.
I can appreciate a commitment to the bit, right?
Bro, you got roasted.
I get where you guys are coming from. It's fun.
Bruh.
You got roasted, bro. You got absolutely cooked on this container argument in the chat and on recording.
Well, you could argue it's subjective, but I'll let you. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I have
that W, I guess.
Yeah, well, the screenshot is the W where you said, "I never said you didn't need a container."
Yeah, because I didn't say that. The argument wasn't about whether you need a container. It'd be It was about the form of the container, whether it be solid, liquid, or gas.
I want you to show me what a liquid container looks like. A liquid container that holds air.
Would that be like a bubble in like the bathtub?
Which is also contained.
Actually, yeah.
Which is also contained.
No,
a
the
bubble in the
liquid
water,
container
an
lets
air
the bubble out. I want you to keep the air bubble inside the water ball in the middle of it and just contain it in there like you said can happen.
When you if you've the things they give to like 7-year-old kids or whatever, those bubbles, you blow a bubble, that's made out of liquid and there's air inside of that bubble.
But it's inside of a container. Like you guys
the container is liquid. The circle.
No,
the shape that it takes. The bubble is a container. It is a liquid container containing the air inside of it, your breath. It's like a balloon, but made out of liquid. What is so hard to grasp about this? That's how bubbles work.
Which also needs a container.
Okay, the liquid itself, but when you blow the bubble, you're creating a new container. Sure, the liquid in that form, it was shipped in that container. But then when you created the bubble, you created a liquid container. Because then you're just going like down this fucking rabbit hole of like.
How long does it last?
I don't know.
Take a guess.
Usually about like 3 seconds before some kid pops it.
So definitely not a liquid bubble over us, holding all the air in.
Well, you're talking about a very, very thin layer of liquid containing your breath versus something not completely different, but arguably a thicker, and it's not even liquid, but it still proves the point that liquid can be used as a container. I was able to prove that it doesn't have to be a solid container, and you'll still fucking spiral out of control into something.
Go ahead. Finish that sentence.
I don't even know. I don't know what the fuck you guys go on about half the time. But you're like, liquid can't be a container. I proved that liquid can be a container, and then it's just whatever this bullshit is. But, point for me again, I guess.
Not
liquid. Really. So you're saying that liquid can't be a container? Never?
Liquid
when
also
I just proved it?
Liquid also needs to be contained, dude.
Yes, everything needs to be contained depending on what your use for it is. But then you can also use that. You can turn it into something else.
You just debunked the globe.
Solid also needs to be contained. You put it in a fucking box before it's shipped out. It doesn't fucking mean anything.
Yeah, dude, it proves our point. You're in the chat saying the atmosphere things. It doesn't. That's the gas that needs to be contained. You said earlier on the call that it's a result. Gas pressure is a result of its container. So adding on more gas isn't containing that gas. You just ripped your own wig off, dude. Got him. Hey, get him. Hit him. Crit. Hit it, Crit.
Okay. Oh shit, where's
Come on, but before the joke dies, come on, hurry up, buddy. That's dead now.
No, I was too slow.
I got it.
It wouldn't be as funny now.
Got him! There we go.
Yeah, it doesn't really hit the same.
Yeah, well, it's fine. We got you just the same. It's all good.
Yeah.
And for Castle King in the chat, I just want to highlight.
Got him! There we go. A little better late than never.
That is such a funny clip, though. If anyone hasn't seen that or knows the original, it's really funny. SpongeBob. He's talking about SpongeBob. This is a perfect example here. Actually, there's a gal named Sandy Cheeks, and she lives at the bottom of the ocean. She's a squirrel. For her to breathe, she has to wear a contained helmet, basically, that contains gas, so that she can go around and interact with the other fish and stuff in the water. She lives inside of a dome. The dome contains the gas pressure.
No way you're using a cartoon for evidence of anything.
not evidence. I'm just
It's
highlighting.
your education level. He's using you and your education level, and he's using your framework of entertainment. This is all for you. You should be
Also,
happy.
one of your Globers used SpongeBob as an example of somebody that understands globe things. So yeah, you guys are getting smoked left and right here.
Yeah, I don't know
You
if
come
you're.
in here and you're like, hey, I'm an uneducated kid who's never heard the word no without crying, and then you say you're only here for entertainment purposes. SpongeBob. You've asked for SpongeBob, and you're getting SpongeBob, and then you cry about it anyway.
Yeah, so I'll finish what I was saying. It's your own side that brought up SpongeBob, by the way, so I'm just accentuating that. But Sandy lives inside of this container, like a physical container that holds the air in. Period. There's not a bubble that does it. It's not a more gas that does it. It's inside of a literal container. And then it has to be, when she goes outside of that container, she has to wear the container on her head so that she can breathe. It's really that simple. Like, if you can't understand that you have to have a container for gas pressure, you cannot be helped. You're bringing up things like Jell-O and more dense gas. You're cooked. This is even your boy Castle Queen can understand this. We'll let you respond. You know what I'm talking about, Sandy Cheeks?
Yeah, I'm still saying that like it's just a fucking cartoon where a sponge lives inside a pineapple. That doesn't prove anything. It just seems like a weird like.
I'm not trying to really
use.
Highlighting how you need a container for gas pressure. Even this is even highlighted in a children's.
Yeah, and no one's arguing against it. We all know that you need a container for gas pressure to exist.
You are arguing this. You're basically saying that you could have more gas that holds in the air.
Yes.
No,
it's a container.
Gas is now a
acting as a container.
Gas is a container?
In some cases, it can act as one. Yes.
Give me an example of a gas.
The same way a solid or a liquid can act as a container.
No, it's not. It's the same thing. Solids, liquid, and gases are different.
I understand that.
And why are you saying
they can act as containers depending on what's inside of them?
Give me an air container. I got to go try this myself.
I actually don't think you can get your hands on like the gas needed to form a container.
So you need special gas now. So now it's not earth gas.
No, you're misrepresenting what I'm saying. It obviously exists on Earth. That's why you're able, but like being able to like.
This way, then we're gonna do it this way, right? Yeah, I'm gonna get my better mic later. Don't worry. I just wanted to say something just now. I only wanted to say water is not a container either. My bad.
Yeah, I brought this up earlier. I gave you a big shout out, Elijah. He's saying, well, no, like, you can have Jell-O. Like, he's roasted, bro. 6 ways to Sunday.
Jell-O.
I want to see this gas container. He's like, well, you can have gas, but like, you just need special gas. Well, are you gonna have to get it out of a container?
Okay, I really need to make sure we're on the same page about this. I understand where you're coming from, that like the gas comes out of a container. But the issue is the gas would then be containing a different gas. You can say that like about anything. Something will come out of a container, but what it seems like we're arguing about is that gas then being changed from a inside something form state to like being used to contain a completely different gas, solid, or liquid. Gas comes in containers, but that doesn't. You can put something inside of that gas, or it's like a liquid comes in a container. Like I don't.
You're supposed to do it with like, dude. You're giving us examples where it must involve a container.
I know. I understand that like it's shipped from a container or whatever. But like you understand that like that means nothing, right?
That means everything. That's literally the point, dude.
No, because it wasn't being used as a container in that moment, right? because it was shipped inside of a different container. But then once that gas is taken out, or liquid or solid or whatever, taken out of the container it came in, and then used to contain something else.
Give us an example.
I need to make sure we're on the same page, though, because if I give you a gas that like was in a cylinder and then like a propane tank shaped thing or whatever, and then used to contain something else, you're still going to sit there and argue that like it came out of us, like that gas used to be contained.
Yeah, give us the where you're using the gas to contain other gases. Let's see that.
Okay.
Without a container.
What do you mean without a container? So that's what I mean.
Because we're saying you have to have a container, period. You're saying that you don't need the container, that you can just use more gas. So let's have a look.
Okay, but that still doesn't answer my question of if this gas is shipped in a container.
Yeah, we got that part. You said take it out of the container.
You're okay with that?
Okay, now we need to see gas container.
Are you okay with that? That if it was shipped in a container, then taken out, then used to contain?
We heard you. Now we're challenging what you said.
You didn't answer my question, though.
No.
I'm going to go look for an example.
Where you took gas out of a container and then you have the gas containing another gas without a container. Let's take a look. Chat, I guarantee you it's going to involve at least probably 2 containers. Let's have a look.
Why 2 containers? What's the first one?
It's like 3, but like let's take a look.
But like, what's the first container?
Bro, stop yapping.
I really want to know like what your like frame like, where you're coming to 3. No, I'm looking right now, but like I'm not going to put in the effort of like looking if like a container is used in the transport, and that's not good enough for you.
You're looking.
Yeah.
And
yes.
Listen, you transport.
I'm trying to find like a picture evidence for you guys.
Listen doesn't mean keep talking. So listen.
Because obviously, like
you're not going to take gas and then transport it and then uncontain it and it still be contained.
Also, I want to highlight a syndrome that I guarantee is going to happen as well. It is a hyper-limited timeline syndrome where they flash freeze like a screenshot of something, not literally a screenshot, but like they'll flash freeze a moment and be like, look, see? They do this with gravity. They'll say, well, look, I dropped something. And they'll only focus in on the part where something was falling from the moment you dropped it. Well, there's more context to that. Where it was at rest, you removed it from rest, then you let it go and dropped it, right? There's more to it than it's just falling. They also do this with gas pressure as well. They'll be like, here's some dry, well, let me not give them, let me give them an example. They'll have like a container with some sort of gas in it and be like, look, just look, it's there, you know? But you're not considering time and like what it actually does. It dissipates over time, etc. So I'm just gonna call it right now that he's gonna involve this hyper limited timeline syndrome, where he's only gonna flash a moment and be like, "Look, see, look, I'm correct." But if you involve more context, it's gonna involve like probably 2 or 3 containers.
Just kids, it's always fucking
No, I'm fucking goalpost, bro. You just need to post this example.
Oh shit! I gotta unmute it. Oh, word.
The fact that this is another syndrome as well, pre-Google vocalization syndrome, where they're like willing to vocalize something, and then when we ask them to like back it up, they're like, "Well, hold on, let me go Google."
Because you're arguing for like there's a difference between understanding how science works, and then the moment you guys like need like a picture of something, obviously you have to go Google that. I took a science class in 8th grade. I understand how this shit works. That's not something I need to Google to write about it.
Gas is containing.
I'm saying it's like because it's like 8th grade science. It's like common sense. That's what I'm saying.
Your school did not teach you this. What you're saying? No.
Yeah, actually, yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
Yes, I remember. What? What are you going to just sit there and say no? You didn't go to the same school I went to.
Everyone went to school, bro. Nobody taught you that you could contain gases with other gases, bro. Never happened.
Well, that's what I learned in 8th grade science.
You did it, dude. Fuck out of here.
What do you mean? I remember my teacher. Like I remember it very vividly. 8th grade teachers like what got me into like science and everything.
Bro, why are you lying?
Why? I'm not lying.
That you don't need a container for gas pressure. That never happened.
No. I never said you don't need a container. It says other. I can't tell if like you're talking past me or just like it's semantics.
If your teacher taught this, you should be able to pull it up pretty quickly. Like, what's the hold up? Why are you still like frantically Googling?
I'm trying to find like it because there's different. You guys need an image. Obviously, I can't like throw fucking
video, an example, anything, whatever you have, yes. Curriculum, like whatever you got, post it, bro. What do you even taking? What did you Google? What did you search?
I'm trying to find images of gas inside of a gas because that's what you guys will take. If I send you like an article, you're gonna be like, "Oh, it's from NASA." That doesn't mean anything. Or like, I'm not gonna.
Okay, bro, we got you.
I don't want to skip like the 30 steps of you like crying about the source or whatever.
What did you even put in the search bar?
Well, I started out with gas inside gas, but then it turned out to be like a lot of shit about like gasoline, so that wasn't helpful.
Okay, so what's in the search bar now?
Well, nothing now because I'm looking.
These kids don't even believe in math, man. You're wasting your time.
What is the point of this question?
I want to know. Maybe I can help you. Maybe the chat will help you as well. So what should we search?
There's like 3 people in chat. So
no, there's like 30 people in here. So maybe we could all help you.
No,
what should we
dog? I'm in there. There's only 3. I've seen it. There's only 3 people actively like in chat. You have like 40 people watching, maybe, but they're all like bots. You have like 3 people.
Hey, can I ask how much you guys make from your YouTube stream? Is it profitable at all?
I don't think it is.
Give it a second.
There's like 30 views, 2 people in chat, a bunch of bots.
You're supposed to be posting shit. Stop yapping. If you want help, tell us what we should search. There's hella ninjas in the chat right now. Heretics in there, Radwin's in there, Clipcord's in there, Resolve, and we have like 30 people in the call.
Maybe we can go back to when you were in 8th grade science. What was the lab that you guys did to prove that gas contains gas?
God.
Are you crying?
No, I'm curious. You remember pretty well.
Yeah, I remember
what was the lab
pretty well. I remember everything we did every fucking day.
That's cap.
Oh, so you didn't do a lab. There was no example of this? How come you didn't grill him and say, hey, prove that shit to me? Because I've never seen it. Did he prove it to you?
Well, I mean, we might have done a lab. We might not have. I don't fucking know. Seems like just a relevant-ass question.
But you remember him saying it, but you don't remember the lab that you did.
I don't remember the exact words, but it was in 8th grade that I learned about like that stuff. So
that stuff. What stuff?
So they told you something and you didn't actually remember, like they didn't demonstrate it for you?
They might have, they might not have. We didn't have all.
Oh, well then this is taught amongst all public schools. And this should be pretty well known, and there should be examples of it everywhere. In the search bar, you'd be able to find it really easy.
Well, then we probably didn't do any experiment.
He's obviously lying. Exactly. It's crazy that you have to play like this. When
you're the one asking me stupid ass questions.
You're saying stupid ass things, and we're having you back it up. And now
to say that
I said one thing that I'm in the middle of trying to find, and you guys are spiraling about the fact that I didn't pay attention in 8th grade or some bullshit.
That never happened in 8th grade. Go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah. It's crazy that, you know, for someone who thinks flat Earth is crazy, you have to literally sit here and lie about what some teacher, if you can't even remember if you did an experiment or not, told you about gas pressure not necessarily having to have a container because gas pressure contains itself. It's crazy that you have to say that and make all this shit up in a flat Earth room where you should just be like, look, this is how it's a globe, this is how retarded you are. It's really fun.
Do you need some help Googling? Like, what do you want us to look up for you, bro? What's in the search bar now?
Stack Exchange, actually.
So you got nothing, bro. You
can also concede the point.
God, I love that game.
Hello. You can also concede the point and acknowledge that gas pressure requires a container because the gas pressure.
No.
The gases.
I never said no. I agree.
Hello. I'm still speaking, bro.
I know, but like you're just misrepresenting what I said. I need us to be on the same page. Otherwise, it's just a stupid conversation.
So you're saying that you're gonna have multiple gases inside a container, and that demonstrates gas pressure.
One of the gases will be acting as a container, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're saying that you can have gas pressure without a container, right?
No. Yes, I think.
No, yes. That's a contradiction right there.
No, because there's still a container. The gas is acting as a container.
Listen. No. The only way you can demonstrate gas pressure based on the way gas behave is within a container, because the gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. If there is no container,
the
gases will expand. If there is no container, the gases will expand.
But we have a container.
What container?
The other gas.
No.
Good. The gases are exerting force, are behaving, are expanding. And to contain that force, you need the container.
Yeah, the gas.
The gas is pushing against, creating the pressure.
No, the other gas is acting as a container.
You're on recording saying that gas pressure is a result of its container. You've already said this, recorded.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying the other gas is being used as a container.
No,
it seems like you're talking about the first gas.
I think you might be missing the point, because the gas is also push against each other and collide against each other. Right? That might be the point that you're trying to talk about. But they only do that when they push in against the walls of the container and push against each other. That might be what you're trying to say.
You guys might hear that phone ringing because I called it earlier when I said he was going to only look at like a very limited timeline. Well, here's two gases interacting with each other, but that's also going to involve a container.
Yeah, gas collision happens within a container.
Oh, my fucking head.
Bro, you're getting air fried right now.
Just concede. You're not gonna find gas pressure without a container, unless you have a cartoon. Because
but it seems like you're like misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Bro, there is
other gas. We hear he's acting as a container.
Between you maybe saw a cartoon claiming that you have gas pressure around a globe, around a sphere, in a vacuum of space. You probably saw that cartoon, and that was
I didn't see any cartoon. No idea what that's about.
You're thinking that cartoon was a demonstration. But the actual demonstration you have to do
you're just
in
asserting
real life,
things.
not in the cartoon.
You're just assuming that like you're just making up some like weird story.
I bet you anything that you got some type of imprint from a cartoon thing.
No,
you think that's actually happening.
That's just not true at all. I had no idea where you're even getting that fucking conspiracy from in the first place.
The globe? You learned the globe from your in a book. You saw a cartoon, remember?
No, there were no. I mean, there were drawings, but it wasn't because of this quote unquote cartoon. There was no cartoon.
Drawings, the globe, the cartoon. Remember?
Yeah.
You remember the blue? You remember the blue?
It was more a diagram than it was a drawing, but I guess technically it would be a drawing because you got to draw the diagram.
A drawing, a diagram, yeah.
Some like real images.
Remember when
like they're not going to post a like black and white fuzzy image in it. Like
remember when you saw
for, like,
blue and white? In the diagram, you saw different colors, right? You saw blue, white, green for different properties of this drawing of the Earth or the globe cartoon. And you're thinking that the blue,
those pictures
you're
exist.
thinking that the
Doesn't mean
blue
anything.
is the water, the white is the clouds, right?
Yeah, we got
The
it, bud.
green is
What is your
land.
point?
The point is that in reality, to have the gas pressure that you are experiencing, a container is required, and the globe nonsense is impossible.
No, because we have a container.
Yeah, facts. Which is not
In
gas.
the globe? You're saying that in the globe,
It is in a gaseous state.
There is a container?
No, it's not in a gaseous state. That needs to be contained. No,
listen, he's correct. We do have a container. That's a true statement, but not on the globe. There is no container on the globe.
Globe has a container.
No, it doesn't.
What is
it? To put it bluntly, the atmosphere. The gaseous.
That's the gas, dude. That is the gas.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
At most is gas.
Okay, but like. No, but the gas is acting as a container for us.
Doesn't.
And you demonstrate that the gas can be. So you can go to the propane guy. You can go to the propane store.
Propane's a different type of gas.
The propane guy that you want some propane, but that you don't need a container to take the propane home.
No, you're asking because you're asking about a specific type of gas. Not all gases, or not all elements on the periodic table, or
the
just
gas
chemicals in general,
can
be put into a gas that went in a gas form.
They sell hydrogen, they sell oxygen, they sell multiple types of gases, and you can tell the gas guy that you want 10 different gases, but you don't need a container for all the gases. That's what you're saying.
Every gas on the periodic table requires a container. Everyone, all of them. And you're still not posting anything in the chat.
If you go to the gas guy and you tell him that you want the gases, but you don't need a container, that you gotta take the gases with a container, he'll call the police on you, or the crazy people. They'll put you in a room, a padded room.
What does the gas guy sell?
You need to be posting your evidence right now. Don't get distracted. Do you need help still?
Is it because you got a crazy ass claim that like you can't argue for?
No, that's
the only way you can demonstrate gas pressure, dude. The only way. You're saying there's another way of demonstrating gas pressure without the container. You cannot show that. That's why you can't find it.
That was some projection if I've ever heard it.
The only way we can demonstrate gas pressure is within a container, and the gas behavior will show you that the gas is pressed against the walls of the container, creating the pressure. That's in all the definition, all the demonstrations. The only way you can demonstrate it, gas behavior. And you're saying there's another way. There's something else out there that you can do, but you cannot show it.
Welcome, Tim Osman.
What's up?
You've been here before?
Oh, yeah.
All right. You've talked to Flat Earthers before?
Oh, yeah, I just like listening.
We're doing a no listening panel today, right, Crit?
No, that's okay. I can listen.
No, we're doing a no listening panel, so I'm glad you joined. Oh, wait, so you've talked to Flat Earthers. What did they say?
You know, all sorts of shit.
Like what?
Flat Earther stuff.
Okay. So wait, when it comes to the globe, is that something you understand a lot, a little? You're still learning?
What's your stance?
Well, the question was, when it comes to the globe, is that something you know a lot about, a little, or you're still learning?
I'd say a lot about.
Oh, okay, cool. Give us something. Well, what do you know?
The Earth is a cube.
Yeah, dude, I just came here to listen, bro.
So you know a lot.
You know.
Just give us like one thing. So one thing, you know a lot. So just start with one. All right. So, what about flat Earth? Is that something you know a lot about? A little? Still learning? And he's gone. Instant transmission. We have Honda Boy. Welcome, Honda Boy. We hear you breathing. And he's gone as well. Instant transmission.
Hey, no container guy. You can concede the point.
Yeah, he's gonna have to concede, bro. I mean, it's cooked.
Oh no! Did you read the thing I put in?
I'm not clicking on that IP grabber, bro.
Ah, cope. Actual fucking cope.
I'm joking.
I'll take it.
Okay,
I'll take it. Okay. Well, it's hard to tell with you kids sometimes.
What's happening? What's happening in there?
Let's go. Let's take. Can you like give a citation from this, or we're supposed to just read the like? What do you want us to look at?
What you got?
It's like right fucking there. Just really any of it. Just read any of it at this fucking point. Just
okay. It says you don't need a container. You need a force. You already conceded earlier that gas pressure is a result of the container.
Holy shit! Read more than 3 words, my guy. God damn.
This is your shit. What do you want me to read?
Well, the entire fucking response. Don't just read 2 words from an entire fucking paragraph.
Okay, but it's saying no container is needed, but you said you need a container. This doesn't even agree with what you said.
There's more to it. Holy shit.
Bro, this doesn't even agree with what you said.
Maybe for everyone's benefit.
Okay, the rest of it, guys, it's one. Just fucking read.
Can you copy and paste a bit that's relevant?
Not the fucking British guy. Oh, it's the same fucking actors every time. It's actually getting boring. I'm bored.
Yeah, bro, just instant transmission out of here, Jedi.
Oh, Jedi, yeah, you scared that guy away. What'd you do to him?
I'm sorry, I just thought it might be easy if he just copied and pasted what he was talking about. Sorry. I do apologise.
No, I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing you. He called me the Tupperware lady earlier, so I'm not going to talk to him either. He doesn't like me either.
You're fine. I know you're teasing. You're all right.
Wait, what is a Tupperware lady? I'm going to have to add that to my repertoire.
I really don't know. Ask that dude. Don't know why they call me that.
Look, here's him in the chat saying, I never said you didn't need a container. Then we go to his post. It says, no container is needed. Like, this doesn't even agree with what he said. Holy. This post is crazy though. Physicsstackexchange.com. For gas pressure to exist, must the gas be in a container? I'm not a physics student. I'm just trying to understand if there are gases making up our atmosphere, what makes the container preventing all the gases diffusing into the galaxy or universe? I wonder if this is like a low-key flat earther asking.
Well, here's the thing. They said all you need is a force. What force would that be containing here?
It says gravity. The second comment.
That's crazy because gravity hasn't been a force since 1915. That's wild. Not that it hasn't been since. It's just discovered that it was bullshit to think that it ever was in the first place.
The second comment on here says, I remember reading a flip.
You gotta remember that the ball behave in a certain way, and this force supposedly it's not about. The entropy of gases are not going to be affected by that force of gravity supposedly, and it's not even a force. Yeah, that's the only thing that you gotta say. Gravity is still whatever force you can achieve with gravity, whatever function. The entropy of gases, right? Only the container will.
The second comment says on this post, I remember reading a Flurf's complaint. If the Earth is a ball, then space would vacuum the atmosphere away. Believe me, it's trying, is what it says.
So his citation or reference is basically a conversation in physics stack exchange and some people trying to come up with ideas. Like that would be like me citing somebody's Discord conversation in the live chat.
Yeah, pretty much, Jedi. Pretty much. I really wanted to see what he was going to post from Google. I love actually like making them detail out what they searched. He's like, well, I searched gases containing gases, but it didn't give me anything. It's like, yeah, I know. I wonder why. Man, he must not like you very much, Jedi. That's crazy.
I'm heartbroken.
He's been getting roasted. He probably understood he was about to get roasted again.
He low-key kind of admitted that it's possible that what he saw was like a drawing. I said a cartoon, and he wasn't. No, it wasn't a cartoon. It was some type of diagram. He probably saw in a book, and he thought that around the globe Earth, you have gases being contained by gases.
So what he said about the teacher was like, that's crazy. He was like, no, my 8th grade teacher taught me this for sure.
Yeah, and he said he remembered everything from every day. Didn't he say that?
Yeah. Just Max trolling. Happy 4th of July, guys.
Oh,
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
likewise.
He was up early. He usually be asleep right now, so.
Who, me?
Oh.
Guess I'll use this time to advertise. Quick advertisement. Yes, guys, want to advertise our very first episode of Flat Earth Off-Road. A discussion slightly off topic on purpose between flat earthers. You guys have all used your critical thinking skills to get this far. So I'm curious how else you use your critical thinking skills when it comes to like maybe what you eat or what news you follow or how you vote, etc. There's lots of different things we can get into. But, an on-purpose, off-topic discussion in the chill room, off-stream, potentially recorded. Maybe if someone wants to record it and put it on X.
I thought I reserved right here. I reserved fucking Uptown.
Elijah, you're hot micing.
I don't know why these people on the side chat. Sorry, Dave.
Oh my bad.
Carry on.
I was gonna tell you, Jedi, that you're gonna have to hold back like a final boss for the gas pressure and other stuff. Because if CB, like a middle boss of myself, are containing the guy, you as a final boss, just hold your horses, bro. Just don't jump into the middle level. It's like when we're like in level 5 and you're like level 20 and you just wanna jump in and make the guy quit. Come on, bro. Just relax.
All right, man, I'll shut up. No worries.
Thank you.
Yeah, could you
What's
maybe
going
speak
on
in
here?
could Jedi maybe could you possibly maybe speak in another accent, like maybe like Korean or something? Because I think you're throwing people off with your British accent. I don't know, just saying.
Are they feeling oppressed by him because it's Independence Day? Is that why they're getting agitated?
Yeah. He's like the final. He was like the final fight. We were trying to hold him. You know, like he wants to throw the nuke right away and make the guy quit. Come on, Jedi, stop it! Don't do that.
Oh yeah, I'm happy about it. I'm cheering him on here. I've got my little sparkler. I'm like, yeah, red coat, get that guy. He called me a Tupperware lady.
I know.
Now the guy's gone thanks to Jedi. Now the guy's gone thanks to Jedi. His fault.
Sorry, if I
I chased him away an hour ago if you wanted me to, Jemsy. Yeah, I think
Jedi's
he's
trying to
teasing
speak,
Jedi,
and
but
you
I don't
guys are
even know.
censoring him. What?
Yeah, that's because he's a Brit. That's because he's a Brit. And we're celebrating our independence from having to say whilst and have a stiff upper lip. We got our soft, supple upper lips over here. Happy Independence Day, everybody.
An eagle I hear in the background. Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you're pretty close to France. I mean, you're basically right across the
Don't
channel. So
fucking
you're
remind me,
actually,
Sonny.
you're actually part French. So maybe try a French accent. I don't know. Just
don't know.
Just saying. Shit. What a show.
Don't try to antagonize them to insulting the French, Sonny. They can do that just fine all on their own.
Sick. Somebody said French.
Don't criticize me for putting down the Americans when I'm a French and I can put down the French just as easy. Oh.
You sound so Italian, it's unreal.
Terrible.
Oh, I chased away your other girl, but gosh, these guys, they really don't like me. Like, it's making me have a complex. Execution's great again. He says I'm insufferable. Jeez, worse than all of you combined. That's so mean. Am I worse than all of you combined? Is that true? I know. Thanks, CB. Doesn't get used to that sound clip.
Misogyny.
That guy's pretty bad. I mean, I've not heard him make any good faith arguments, so. The only one in here that I see that may not be a Globetar or may not be Flat Earther is Sam R4628.
Oh,
Sam,
welcome to the force. It's gonna contain the gases. Sam Force.
There's also Silly Goose. Anyone talk to Silly Goose?
Not recently. I think I've heard him before.
Sam R4628. You're up next. That was funny. The guy that was claiming to be Tim Osmond and like just asked a question, just told it's a non-listening panel. I just want to listen. No, it's a non-listening panel, right? And he leaves. Like just having the name Tim Osmond, that was going to be enough that everybody'd leave him alone or something. What? I'm a flat earther, a fake one, but I'm a flat earther. Yeah, my name's Tim Osmond. Will the real Tim Osmond stand up, please?
Welcome, Santo, to the panel. Is this your first time here?
Quite frankly, CB, I don't think that's any of your business.
I think I've seen Santo in here before. I don't recall hearing him speak though.
There's
Dang, Santo, you're really going to let Jedi talk
Oh
about
no,
you?
Santa definitely speaks. He was speaking, I don't know, I was listening to an ongoing conversation with him and somebody for a really long time. I think that was just a few days ago. Are you there, Santo?
He's in the chat saying, I can't talk right now, I just want to listen. Boy.
Too bad, what a disappointment. Well, maybe next time. You're welcome to stay and listen though, Santo. That's totally fine.
I'm going to stay and listen. This is a no panel.
At
Oh,
least
but
he didn't-
CB says you can't. CB says you can't do that.
At least he didn't say he doesn't have a mic or that his mic is broken. Like, okay, at least he didn't say that.
That is way better. Yeah. When people try to say their mic's broken, it's like, just say you don't want to or you can't talk. Like, you don't have to pretend that you don't have a mic in 2025. That's kind of silly.
How did you hear?
Yeah, it's like
I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was gonna stop me from hearing you?
Yes.
No. You got a mic.
No. We have control of your television screen, the vertical, the horizontal. Do not try to adjust your TV. Remember that?
No, what is that?
Yeah, it's either the Twilight Zone or one of those shows. You're now entering the Twilight Zone.
Gotcha. All right, man. Hey, man, if things don't pop off, today could be a good day to do our Flat Earth Off-Road, Episode 1.
I'm sorry. I was doing something else when you explained what that was, but these people probably don't want to hear it again, I guess. Can you give me a short version?
Yeah, Flat Earth Off-Road. Flat Earthers going off topic on purpose.
Oh, okay. Oh, some people would really like that. I'm going to send some people over there. Yeah. You're going to do that in the home server?
Yeah, we'll do it in chill. Probably not on YouTube. Most likely, not on the YouTube.
Keep it going. Yeah, keep it going 24/7, and then I can just keep sending people over there.
No, we're just gonna do an episode. We're not gonna do 24. I don't want to be there 24/7, but I just think that we're on a mission. We've done a pretty good job staying on topic. I think just letting some people let loose a little bit. 4th of July, celebrate a little. But the goal isn't just to ramble about random shit. It's like, I want to know how other flat earthers live. How do you, because I've been getting into, I don't want to go too far into it, but like, what do you eat? Are you into like a certain diet, or do you stay up to date on certain trends in politics or fashion or whatever, right? Just like, how do flat earthers live? I think there's probably a lot of similarities between us. I don't think it's like completely unanimous across the board how everyone is, but there's probably some similarities. Maybe we haven't really got into like, is everyone a conservative and stuff like that. I'd love to learn a little bit more about you guys in that regard. So yeah, just like a slightly off-topic discussion, not about flat Earth, but with flat earthers. I think it would be pretty cool. So, hey man, I might fire that up today and invite some people to come over, especially if it doesn't pop off over here soon. Could be a good day for it. 4th of July, man. The event isn't 24/7 created already. If you want to, if you pop over to the server and hit events, it will, maybe I should bump it to the top, but if you hit interested, it should ping you when it goes live. And it'll be episode 1. Be there or be square. Welcome, Keyshawn.
Hello.
What's happening, bro?
I was just going to say happy 4th of July, everyone.
Yes,
Thanks,
sir.
you too. You too.
Happy 4th. Yep. Have you talked to flat earthers before?
I am a flat earther.
Oh, word?
Yeah.
I see you got some you got a nice stack there in your profile.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How do fireworks work on a globe? Come on, you should know.
Hello, fellow kids.
Never mind.
Anyway,
Actually, in about 2 months, I've been a flat earther for 2 years.
Wow, all right. A newbie.
Newbie.
So why did you start believing the flat Earth?
Cause like you can't prove that it's a globe without pulling any logical fallacies. I kind of looked into myself as well, and I watched so many documentaries about it as well.
Did you sign up for the Flat Earth Society newsletter?
Think I did? Yeah.
Nice. So, like, how long have you been in the Flat Earth Society? You said like 2 years?
Yeah, I've been a flat earther for like 2 years once I started like believing it.
Oh, okay. Nice. And like, we're on a planet. Dandelion, what else should?
Not on a planet.
CB, that was the best question ever. I'm going to put that on a little sticky note on my wall.
I'm trying to channel my inner Neil right now. Neil's better at this than I am. Wait, you said we're not on a planet? What do you mean?
Oh, it's a dome.
Oh.
You subscribe to the newsletter. I'm sorry, I just can't get over it. Yeah, keep going, CB. You're doing it. You're doing it.
All right. The dome. Like, what do you mean by dome?
It's a flat earth where you live in a dome. Ice wall?
Ice wall. Wait, so the ice wall is the dome?
Oh, it's like the ending a little bit. There's more coordinates on the map. The map is actually more spread out. We live in between the ice. Like in between.
Whoa. Do you have like a map you can post it? I want to see this. Or like
I don't have permissions to post stuff in the side chat.
Oh, just DM it to me. I'll post it for you.
Okay. I can't. So, I just want to point out that there's definite. But you know what? Let me ask you a question. Do you see a difference between the two statements? It's been 2 years. No, not that. That no one can prove it's a globe. That's statement one. And statement two is, I know it's not a globe.
Yeah. You can't prove that it's a globe.
It's a slightly different. Do you think there's a difference between the two statements?
Do I see a difference? No.
Yeah, because some, like, say you think Dave Weiss, right? Now, for the most part, he runs along the line of you can never prove it's a globe because everything that's true for the globe is true for flat Earth. You heard that before?
I've never heard of that before, no.
Yeah, a lot of people have that reasoning, and not everybody's fully invested into this, and it's like, well, seen some wonky stuff. I'm good with that. It's enough for them to believe that the Earth is, not a globe. But then there are other people who have actually looked into the dimensions and certain major mainstream claims about what we would expect if we lived on a globe, and realized that, oh, it's not a globe. Why? Not because it's not a globe because, number one, no one's ever measured it to be one. That's why when you ask people who measure the globe, the best they can do is Eratosthenes, but he didn't measure one or claim to measure one either. It was already based on the assumption that the Earth is a globe. They were just trying to figure out how big. So they were begging the question. So there's a difference between someone who is at best skeptical because they can't necessarily prove something, while they may not think that they have the tools to disprove it either. And then there's someone like myself who's directly met the propositions of, you know, or whatever argument, whatever claim there is about the globe, I've looked into.
I mean, you say you know, but I don't know really what you're talking about. I don't know what you're trying to prove or like what kind of point you're trying to say right now. But I'm just making a claim. You can't prove that the Earth is a globe. Prove that we're spinning in Earth at 1,000 miles an hour, you know, in a closed vacuum.
Can you prove it's flat?
I can't prove it that it's a globe. I don't know what it is.
But can you prove it's flat?
I'm not gonna make that claim.
Okay, so
I can be deductive about it. I can give you research. I can give you studies. I can't prove it to you. I can just prove that it's not a globe. Like objectively,
you gave me a fine enough answer, and that was my point. I think that you missed, good sir. I was literally saying there's a difference between people who are at best skeptical and people who know. I asked you if you know
I'm a globe.
I'm sorry. I let you interrupt me. I let you interrupt me because I figured maybe I got you wrong or something. So now it's my turn to speak again. Now it's my turn to speak again. And it's like every time I make the same point that I'm trying to make the first time, you keep interrupting and interjecting. I'm going to stop you at some point where you're going to feel like, okay, maybe I'm being censored, or maybe I feel like I have to leave. Or you can be decent and just stop talking when I'm talking. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
So there's a difference between.
Just a slow.
There's a difference between some. All right, I guess I have to mute you then. Because I'm going to keep talking.
Someone,
no, I'm going to finish my sentence and then I'm going to wait and see if you're going to respond to it. If you're just here to talk and waste time.
Okay, let's do it then.
Great. So, again, there's a difference between me, someone who's done something experientially, that even is a word. Mary Mom, help me out. To know for a fact that the Earth is flat, versus someone who doesn't know either way, which is what you just said. Which is fine. It was fine until you responded the way you did, which makes me feel like you're kind of offended by me pointing that out. But if you're not, then we're good again. But that's an important thing for people in this topic to know, that you might be new, you might be a flat earther. There are things that you can still learn.
Experiential is totally a word. Is that what you said? Experiential? Yeah.
I mean, I think you was just.
Yeah, that's in fact, that's like a buzzword in education. Experiential learning. That's what we're supposed to be doing. You're supposed to learn from experience. I mean, that's right. Yeah.
Science is the correct terminology, but it's whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, Keyshawn, before we go too much further with this, I don't know how far down this road people want to go. I like the roads that CP and Elijah. I'm sorry, Big Daddy flew for.
I can draw a straight line on any flat piece of paper you want.
Globe.
I can draw a straight line on any flat piece of paper. That's not hard to do.
Let's look at it.
I've got a straight edge, and I've got a compass, and I got a protractor, and I've got flat pieces of paper all over my office, and I can draw straight lines on these all day long.
Perfect. What I want you to do is I want you to make a fucking sphere. I want you to roll it out onto a flat plane. I want you to draw a straight line on it, and I want you to make it into a sphere again, and I want you to take a look at what shape that is, if that line is still straight or if it's curved. Can you do that for us?
Why do I need to go through all those steps?
I mean, this is just basic. I mean, if the flat earthers are correct, this is just really basic stuff to prove that you're right.
Now, what makes you think the spherical coordinate system is reality?
Well, I'm just testing out whether or not you're correct.
No, you have no way to test if the world is actually spherical or not because you haven't proposed anything and you haven't provided any logical reason you're even capable of.
We're talking about a map right now.
Yeah, maps aren't reality. So you're not going to be able to determine if the world is really a globe by just staring at a map at it.
So
you have to get out there in the real world and do real world measurements. So the question I have for you is, can you actually propagate a curving line over a flat surface?
If the world is a globe,
no, let's put the shoe on the other foot for a second, Ding Dong, and let's have you propagate a straight line in reality.
A straight line in reality.
Hey, listen. What is a straight line in the embedding space, or is it on the surface
of the world?
Yeah,
on the map. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so is a straight line of propagation taking place within the embedding space of an object or on the object itself?
Define.
Define what?
Trying to figure out what you're talking about real quick. What's the difference between the embedding space of the object and the object itself?
The embedding space gives the object dimension, like volume.
What? I don't understand. What's the difference between the embedding space of the object
retard. That's
and
why the whole world knows
object?
it. The more you yammer on.
Okay, so on the world, what is the embedding space physically? Physically speaking. Like, what are we referring to?
I'm not going to give you a geometry lesson until you take the triangle test.
Okay. You're not going to answer the question because you don't know. That's fine. That's okay.
No, I do know. The audience listening who knows know. You're the one who doesn't know. You're trying to fucking Google what I said to try to understand it. You need to scale back, okay, to the like 99 or 100 retard level in this and take the triangle test.
I could tell you what it is and make you look dumb, but like I'm just not gonna do that.
But you have no idea what I said. What makes you think Google is going to make you an expert on something?
No, I just asked you a question. I'm just trying to figure out what the embedding space is physically.
Yeah,
like,
you have no idea what the embedding space is. That's why you're asking
what does it represent on the world? Yeah. What is the embedding space physically on the world? What is it?
And that will somehow...
Guys, I totally know the answer. I'm just silent.
We don't have an answer.
Does that law will give the sphericity of the Earth?
I wish I could understand what did you just say?
Does the embedding space give the sphericity of the Earth?
What is the embedding space of the Earth?
You have no idea what any of this means, okay? And you're calling us retards.
I'm trying to figure out if you know what you're talking about. I don't think you know what embedding space is.
Yeah, I don't think you know what maps are.
Let's find out what he's talking about. He's talking about curved surface or flat surface?
I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about too. He's talking about the dimension that gives something volume. Yeah. So on the world,
I know,
what is that?
I know,
what is that space?
Physically speaking,
what is it? Is it the crust? Is it the underground? Like, here, let me help you out, Yoder. Is it underground? Is that what it is? Is it 6 feet under? Is it a mile down? Like,
man, do you have any proof that Earth is a globe?
Yoder, do you
have any proof that Earth is a globe?
I'm trying to help you right now, buddy.
Do you have any proof that Earth is a globe?
I'm trying to talk to Yoder right now on the embedding space thing.
Yeah, exactly. You think you're trying to help me. You're trying to figure out what the hell I'm talking about because you don't know.
I think you're trying to figure out what the hell you're talking about.
No, it's a sphere. It's a sphere 2 dimensions. No, is a sphere 2 dimensions?
No, a sphere is 3 dimensions.
Wrong. Spheres are 2.
Oh, that's a circle.
No, dumbass. You can express your location on a sphere with 2 dimensions, x and y, or latitude and longitude.
Okay, what theory of
so
mathematics
you don't know what a fucking embedding space is, Okay,
What theory of
embedding
mathematics?
An embedding space turns a sphere into a ball. Okay, you don't know what a ball is, or triangles, or spheres.
Okay, so what theory of mathematics are you using to say that a sphere is two-dimensional and not three?
Differential geometry.
Differential geometry. A sphere is 2 dimensions. Let's see the logic.
Audience, he has no idea what he's doing, audience. He's just trying to become a quick expert on Google on something he never learned before. And we're the dumbasses. I'm sitting here eating in my fucking car, and he's on a computer like Googling this shit like a mad fury. It's pretty funny.
Oh yeah, for the sake of plotting? Yeah, no, sure, you could plot. That's fine. I don't disagree.
Yeah, now you're an expert on it. Congratulations.
No, I'm actually an expert in linear algebra, and so that's a lot of plotting. So yeah, you could plot on a sphere in 2 dimensions. You could do that.
Thanks for telling everybody that I'm right and you were wrong.
Make the sphere two-dimensional.
Thanks for telling everybody that I know what I'm talking about. I appreciate that.
Okay. So can you explain to me how... It's a very simple equation. Could you explain the equation for plotting a point on a sphere?
What the fuck?
Since you know what you're talking about.
Plotting a point.
Mm-hmm.
An equation for just a point.
Mm-hmm.
Not a vector.
A
point, just a point.
Mm-hmm.
A dimensionless object.
A point on a sphere?
Yeah, okay. A dimension. Yeah, just a point. Okay, dimensionless object. Yeah.
We'll keep it simple. I'm not going to ask you to go into my field of math yet.
About.
I won't ask you to go into linear algebra yet. Don't worry.
I won't ask you to take a triangle test anymore because you're too dumb.
Well, can you explain to me the very basic formula in differential geometry to plot a single point without a vector, right? Just a simple point on the sphere. Can you explain that?
I will explain to you. It's a.
I want him to explain. He's the one who says he knows what he's talking about.
We are group
Yoder knows what he's talking about. He doesn't need your help.
Yeah, there is a point. It's called point.
Yoder will answer the question. He's a big boy. He doesn't need you speaking for him. Okay,
I'm not speaking for him. I'm speaking for myself. Do you understand?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Yoder. I want to know what Yoder's explanation is.
Is it this open channel? Is it this open channel or it's closed channel?
While embedded in 3D space. Yep.
Okay. The point is this: 1 foot observer height on the sphere.
The distinctions of the sphere just refers to the surface, not the volume it encloses. Yeah, exactly. Because you can plot on the surface.
Yeah, 1 foot observer height. What is the distance?
Wait, so Yoder, just real quick, does differential geometry on a sphere deal with the embedding space or the surface?
Jesus Christ. That's a very interesting question. How that will give the sphericity?
Yoder, differential geometry of a sphere, does it deal with embedding space or surface?
How many more dumb questions can you ask that I have to answer?
Is this what passes as good flat Earth debate?
No, this is not a debate. I'm just exposing for the audience how much of a dumbass you are. You come in here, you think flat earthers are the dumbest fucks on the planet, right? You come in here and they fucking own you every single time.
Yeah, this is definitely what passes as good flat Earth debate, huh?
Okay, let's see.
Dude, I wish you guys were smarter. I wish you guys had actual
This is not a debate. This is an exposition. This is an exposition of your narcissism and how much it backfires on you. Keep throwing that boomerang at your face, little man. It's pretty funny, dude.
He really thinks this is a good look. That's crazy.
No, this is not a good look for you. This is terrible. I need a better Glober. Go call some friend of yours, maybe a satellite engineer to talk to, because I love talking to satellite engineers.
I'm really trying to use your field too, man. I'm doing embedding space and differential geometry.
This field at all.
I'm asking you.
You're Googling shit on the fly, and you have no idea what you're even asking.
I'm trying to use your terms to figure out whether or not you know what the hell you're talking about.
You are fucking up all the terms.
Okay, what does embedded space mean? What does embedded space mean?
Holy shit, why don't you rewind the tape? I already defined this, okay? And I provided
why don't you do it one more time? If
I defined this and provided an example with the sphere. Do you have a goldfish memory too? No wonder
I'm
it's
just
fucking
trying to make
frustrating.
sure. I'm just trying to make sure you didn't forget your Google session from 5 minutes ago.
What Google session? I'm in my car eating a freaking burrito.
Okay, so then you don't have Google. When you tell me the
I'm
definition
kicking
of
your ass
embedding
without a
space,
computer.
it'll be because you
I'm
actually
kicking
know
your
it. So
ass.
what's the definition
I'm
of
kicking
embedding
your
space?
ass without Google, without a computer. How does that make you
What
feel?
is the definition of embedding space?
Jeez, dude, go rewind the tape. Since you're at the computer, go to YouTube, go to our live stream, and why don't you rewind it and listen to it over and over again?
Do you know the answer?
Yes, I know the answer because I have a computer in front of me.
Okay, can you give me the answer and say how that has to do anything with the surface of the Earth?
So Yoder explained that the embedding space of anything is the dimension that gives it volume.
I don't think so.
Because I remember his own answer.
Okay, what Yoder saying? What is the main point that he is flat earther? What he's saying?
Well, he is saying that the world is actually, if the globe earthers are correct, and it's a sphere, that the sphere is actually two-dimensional.
No, I'm not saying the world is a two-dimensional sphere. God damn, follow along.
Well, I'm sorry, but isn't a sphere two-dimensional?
The surface is, yeah, but the world is not a two-dimensional spherical surface.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So
yeah,
the sphere is three-dimensional. I'm glad we agree. I'm glad we agree. The sphere is three-dimensional.
Okay, okay, sphere is three-dimensional. And now, how we will find out that there is a sphere outside?
That there is a sphere outside? I mean,
Yeah,
I could find a spherical rock real quick.
Okay, let's use geometry.
Actually, I have a lot of spheres at the office
just
for
a
work.
second, man. Can we use geometry for measuring the sphere?
Could I use geometry for measuring the sphere? I would measure it with an inspection device that would generate a point cloud.
Okay.
That's how I would measure it.
Oh, really? How we will measure radius of the ball?
Well, what you would do is you would take a point cloud, you would measure the distance of all of the points, and then you do a best fit algorithm, and that best fit algorithm would actually give you a radius and a diameter and an arc.
Okay, let's do that. Let's put some points on flat Earth. Let's put 10 points on the South Flat Lake, Bolivia. 10 points, not 2.
On the what now?
On the Salt Lake of the Bolivia. Let's put 10 points there. And observe.
So if I had a really big ball and you wanted to figure out with high levels of precision and accuracy.
How big ball is?
Really big.
How big? Can you tell me with the numbers?
Really big. Let's say the
radius
size
of 3,959. Radius of 3,000. Radius of 3,000. Radius. No, not really big. This size. Radius.
No, not that big. No, not that big.
No, that big.
3,900.
No, he's wrong. I don't know why he's saying 3,000. I want it to be bigger.
No,
but
we want it to be the radius of the so-called globe Earth 3,000.
No. I want it to be bigger than that.
No,
you want to be bigger, but there is no bigger. That's the size.
There's no bigger? There's nothing bigger than something with a radius of that size?
Yeah, we want to use the so-called radius of the Earth, 3,900.
Okay, I know you want to use that. That's great. I want to use something bigger, and since it's my point, I'm going to use something bigger. Okay? So.
Okay, what is bigger than Earth?
No, you're going to use the radius of the Earth because we're going to check if the Earth is that size, or you can kick rocks.
Okay, so as I was saying,
so as you were saying, you're going to use a sphere with the radius of 3,900. No, you're going to use a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, or fuck off. That's what you're going to do.
Right, so we're going to have a radius of, I'm going to call it...
No.
It's called radius fuck off.
You will use the radius what all world using, not your radius.
Let's try again. The radius was?
I don't want to talk about that real radius. I want to talk something
Why are you so afraid
else.
of letting me speak, Big Daddy?
Why are you so afraid to speak about radius?
I'm not. My entire thing is trying to speak about radius. It's my entire thing.
Why are you so afraid to speak about geometry?
What are you talking about? I'm literally trying to give you a radius right now.
Do you know the size of the Earth?
I'm literally trying to give you a radius right now. I'm literally trying to talk about radius and geometry.
What is the radius?
Why are you saying I'm afraid to talk about it?
What is the radius? Can you tell us the radius?
The radius that we're going to use is going to be 1 billion miles. That's going to be the radius we're going to use.
No, we will not use that radius.
My question to you is, if I had an object that big...
radius, man. That's not radius. That's the number. That's the number what you said now.
That's the radius of this of this situation.
Okay, let's use 2 centimeter radius.
Sure. Okay. But then it's going to be really hard to imagine. But
let's use basketball. Okay, that's the ball, real ball. Okay.
Well, basketball is not really all that smooth, but that's fine, I guess.
Basketball is not. Okay,
so if we have
do football. Let's use another ball. Let's use handball ball.
Why are you so afraid of using the 1 billion?
Why are you so afraid to speak about geometry? I want to speak about the spheres and geometry. Why are you so afraid?
Dude, this really is the best that you guys can do, isn't it?
One simple question. One simple question for you. Does any sphere has drop over distance regarding to size?
If I take a tangent of a point on a sphere, is there drop over distance? Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Can you show us that drop over distance in reality? With the given size of the Earth?
Probably. It'd be difficult.
Why?
Because the reality of the Earth is it's not a perfect sphere, right? So when you're dealing with theory, you have literally nothing else going on.
It's not perfect.
So we have things like mountains in the way. We have things like bumps in the way, and then we have to deal with the atmosphere, which is also difficult. When you're trying to figure out like a straight line over an atmosphere, it's also difficult.
Do we have a curved surface?
Yes.
Where?
An average curved surface, yeah.
Yeah, where?
Everywhere.
Can you show it?
In what way do you want me to show it?
For example, like this. This is the size, this is the distance, this is the drop.
This is the size of what?
Of your observation height.
My observation height. The size of my observation height. This is the distance.
Yeah, you are on the beach, let's say. You are on the beach.
Like I said, it would be very difficult to calculate this because of all the factors that I mentioned.
Why would it be difficult?
Were you not listening?
Do you know what they are measuring?
You weren't listening, were you?
Do you know what are you measuring?
Yeah, so unless you will actually respond to me,
I'm asking you, do you know what are you measuring? Do you know what are you measuring?
I hear you talking at me.
You are saying there is...
Hush. I hear you talking...
I also hear. I'm asking
I hear you talking at me, but I don't hear you engaging in a conversation.
Okay, you can interrupt me when I interrupt you. That's great.
I'm trying to actually have a conversation with you, and you just scream questions at me until
let's try.
I'm going to try to have a conversation with you, but I need you to act like an adult. Okay.
Okay, I will try. I will act like an adult. Question: How do you distinguish the curved surface from the flat surface?
How do I distinguish a curved surface from a flat surface?
Yes.
Well,
how do you distinguish that 10 miles is not flat?
How do I distinguish 10 miles is not flat? So are you asking to measure on the planet or just in theory?
No, I'm asking you, how you will know that 10 miles is not flat?
On the planet or in theory?
No, in the reality.
Well, in reality, we already know the shape of the Earth. We have satellites that are sent out to space to use GPS to measure these. Yeah, that's how we know.
Can you behave like an adult and answer the question?
But we're taking you down. just for the audience disclaimer, like I was amused by the Flat Earth Society reference, but just so everybody knows, Flat Earth Society is a controlled opposition organization that does things like try to push people into developing a replacement model for the globe, which is what you've also presented to us, Keisha. And so just so you know, for this group, it's good to see you because you can help us to explain why it is that not all people who understand that we don't live on a globe have to agree, but we've particularly banded together rejecting the concept of being able to definitively claim we claim neither an ice wall nor a dome because we go out of our way to not present an alternative model because for many reasons. One, we can't verify either one of those things empirically. And two, we feel like it's a good mental exercise for people to get off of the globe that they've been indoctrinated into, and just that in itself is so difficult to let go of that without having another thing to cling to that claims to explain and understand everything, because we recognize that the limits of human knowledge and experience mean that we will never be able to explain everything, and we accept that, and we ask people to join us in that journey, even if it's uncomfortable. Does that make sense to you, Keisha?
Oh yeah, I understand, but I'm just saying you can still prove that it's flat, but you can't just claim I know it's flat, because
you just told Big Daddy Flurfer that you couldn't prove it's flat. Am I wrong about that? Is that not what you just told him, that you could not prove it was flat?
I don't know if it's flat or not, but I can prove that it is flat.
How are you going to prove it, Keisha?
What? How do you?
So much evidence.
No,
so much
you can't
references.
say that. He just allowed it like that. It was number 8. Sometimes, like, come on.
What?
How you know something? How don't you know something that you can prove? How don't you know something that you've proven already?
I know, it's nonsensical. I agree. That whole statement was nonsensical. I'm right there with you, Big Daddy Flurf.
All I just know is it isn't a globe. That's all I can make that claim though.
Within the places that we can demonstrate, right? And we know across the exploration of all the land masses and the bodies of water, we can definitely demonstrate there is no curvature. He probably knows that because he hasn't seen the curvature. He's on the other server. You probably look at some of the tests on the laser tests. You probably seen that stuff, maybe long distance observation.
Level with me? Have you guys seen Level with me? Because it just seems like you guys are Level with me. Have you seen the documentary?
Yeah, Level. Yeah.
You're trying to say you can't prove that the Earth is flat, but you can prove it.
You can prove it. Yes, we agree. I mean,
and what I'm saying, I can't prove it. I'm saying anecdotally, I can't prove it, but I can give you studies and research about it.
Well, actually, I mean, I guess the word prove, I would have a problem with that only because what we're doing, what any of us are doing, is we're disproving the globe mathematical claims. We're coming up with the counterexamples that mathematically disprove the claimed geometry of the globe. So, usually we don't have to prove anything because there's nothing to prove because we're not claiming a shape and we're not, like I said before, we're not claiming a model. So it is true that here we focus on disproving because that's the only way that human knowledge really advances, right? We have a falsifiable claim of the radius and we've falsified it many times over. Yep.
So you're not native to anything. You're just proving your anecdotal experience, basically.
Oh, that's kind of the opposite of what I said. They have a mathematical claim that can be easily logically disproven. It only takes one counterexample to disprove a faulty mathematical conjecture, and we have shown thousands of counterexamples with more being added every day, and we only needed one. So yeah, we've falsified it. Yep, that's what we did. Nothing about antidotes. No, falsifying a mathematical claim with logic and reason.
Okay.
I mean, Keyshawn. Oh, go ahead. What were you
As
going to say?
ridiculous as it sounds, it's because it's not really actually ridiculous, but it's so simple that it's not so quick to be accepted. I proved the Earth is flat when I got in a plane and flew to Miami, because while driving there would have meant that I was on curve. When the plane reached its cruising altitude and I flew level, that distance is a linear distance through the air, straight line distance, flat Earth distance. I was a flat Earth measurement. I did that from point A to point B when I was on.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. Keep going. I want to ask him a question, but I will remember it. So yeah, just let me know when I should ask it.
No, that was all. If I were going to prove that it was flat, I'd say that, and then they'd say, well, why does that make it flat? And then I go into flight dynamics and trigonometry and stuff like that.
I mean, I would just straight up say that elites, they don't use their map, they use our map. They don't calculate curvature.
All right, try not to include us in the R. So who are the OUR that you're referring to when you say our map? Who are these people?
The flat Earth map.
Okay, well, we don't claim a map here, but what I was going to ask you, we can get into that if you're interested in discussing that, but so yeah, just so you know, I guess I would say, like, we if you're a globe skeptic, like, yeah, we're on the same page, there's no globe, so we don't necessarily have to agree on every other thing at this point. But what I was going to ask you is, have you done any long-distance observations, or do you understand the documented long-distance observations and laser tests, and, like, have you tried explaining those to other people?
Yeah, it's just propaganda.
You're saying the long-distance observations and laser tests are propaganda? Is that your statement?
Are you talking about the ones that they falsified?
No, I'm talking about the ones that falsify the globe. Like any of the laser tests, the FE core laser tests, for example, Dr. John Dee's laser tests, any of those. I can put some in the chat. If you haven't seen them yet, you totally need to see them. I actually do believe that it's possible for a person these days, with the way the world is so bizarre, and that you could understand that it's not a globe and not have seen the objective evidence that explains that. I'll put it in the chat. Maybe you can watch it later.
Okay.
You haven't heard of the laser tests or the long-distance observations, Keyshawn?
No, I'm usually go to the Red Bull Jump and other videos as well.
Okay,
I spoke to a Brazilian yesterday, and the Brazilian, he never seen the laser test, but he works with communication towers in Brazil, and he said, yeah, that stuff is line of sight.
That's cool. Where do you spoke to him in here?
In the English channel.
Nice. Just trying to figure out.
There's people that haven't seen all the information, but they have figured that the globe is complete nonsense. Just like that Brazilian is an example.
You guys know Wolfie?
And this guy as well.
Yeah, apparently.
You know Wolfie?
I've heard of him. Yeah, I don't know. Other people have been, yeah, I've heard of him. Feels like some Jedi would probably be able to explain to us who it is. I don't remember. Anyway, so this Dr. John Dee, if you Can you see that where I tagged you? Peer-to-peer results and observations. So yeah, those are the laser tests he did. I'll find you the FE Core laser tests, really useful. And his channel in general has a lot of really good information. It's these kind of things focus on, how you can objectively demonstrate the absolute, unquestionable fact that there is no globe. So the problem, how am I going to put this? So I've encountered people, I'm not saying this is you, but, actually like a friend of mine that I have in real life who just, came to understand the globe lie only recently, who came at it from a religious perspective. So I feel like this is going to become more and more common because there are more of these kind of people who are kind of like evangelizing flat earth. That's the only way I could explain it. And there's nothing wrong with that, but we've had some good discussions in here. Like I had a discussion with Salt Lake Stacy one ladies' night about how she at one time, was coming at it from that point of view. And she said this on the live stream, so I don't mind sharing it with you, another person's testimonial. But she came to realize she needed to learn, more empirical arguments because that, there's a lot of people who it might reach them to come from a religious point of view, but there's many people who, as soon as you try to come at it from that point of view, they're just going to be turned right off. So, or even just from a point of view of how you came in here, talking about your ice wall and your dome and so on, talking about things that can't be proven or demonstrated. So that's why we've thought, even if, okay, well, yeah, we can get to that. I'll finish my sentence real quick for you. So that's why we try to just go to it, especially when we're just dealing with the new persons. We just try to stick with things that can be empirically tested, repeated, and verified that you could go out and do yourself, such as the long distance observations. But you have another claim you wanted to make?
Yeah, I was going to say that, there's objective truth and objective reality. You can prove it objectively that it is flat. It is on a globe.
Yeah, we're on the same page. I totally agree. It can be objectively demonstrated that there's no curvature, no drop over distance. I totally agree.
But if you're a Muslim and you're going to say it's flat, you just can't really say that because the thing has to correlate with your religion. And all religions also prove that it's also a flat earth as well, objectively.
They might make that as a tenet of their belief, and it might be in their holy book, but then you're not going to be able to use the word prove because other people would have to agree to that faith. So right now we've got a bunch of people indoctrinated into the globe cult faith, right? So we don't want people to be indoctrinated into the flat earth. We want to get them back into gear to train their mind to accept reality in the present moment, how it presents it to ourselves as flat and stationary, and also to understand how they can go out in the real world and objectively test that for themselves using techniques that can be repeated by other people who will also get the same results. That's why we focus on that here. So do you understand? So I guess you've never seen the laser test, and so I can explain to you the long distance observations if you want. Well, we could start just with the laser test. So like if you look at that greatest laser experiment in history, FE Core, there's documents that back that up and explain all the measurements that they made. I'll find it for you and open it up just a minute so that you can show. If you haven't heard this before, then maybe you don't understand how. Have you heard of the 8 inches per mile squared?
8 inches per mile squared, yeah.
Okay, so you've heard of that. So yeah, the whole reason why you've heard of that is because that is used I'm just trying to find you this thing while I'm talking, sorry. That is used to show the drop over distance that's predicted by the globe, and that is not found when we test it in reality. So there's several different laser tests that were done by FE Core. I could show you the whole file. I'm just trying to, or you could look at that later, that video which explains it all. But yeah, if we just look at one of these, I'll try to find one that I could just put a screenshot in here for you. Trying to find one where I think one of them is 25 miles. I just don't want to say that if it's not right, but well, here's one that's 13 miles. I'll give you that one. So basically, all of these are trying to show you that the expected drop over distance, and this is the document, the file. Are you interested? Like, would you actually read the file if I put it up there for you? I'll just put it in there in case anybody else wants to see it. This is explained in great detail in here. So they had many different laser tests they did at different distances. And then you can figure out what the calculated drop over distance expected by a globe would be. And then the laser is still hitting the target at these distances where the target would be obscured behind the Earth curve if the Earth curve was there. So several of these, I know it's like it would be obscured behind over 300 feet of drop, and yet the laser is still hitting the target, and so on. So it's not going off into the fantasy medium of outer space. It's hitting the target because the Earth is flat. That's the basic idea of the laser test. Does that make sense to you? Keyshawn? Oh, I guess he's gone. Well, if he comes back, hopefully we can continue this conversation.
It's like when it comes to anything tangible, in one ear, out the other, it's like we have like a whole army of flat earthers that have no idea how the earth is flat. Like no laser tests, have no idea about the black swan. Now, it's not about the black swan. It's about us discovering the trick. The trick being that they're saying boats, buildings, lighthouses, what have you, are all blocked because of the geometric consequence of the globe, which would be the horizon. They even claimed on Nat Geo that because the cameraman was 1 foot above the level, the water level, that the flag would disappear due to the horizon being at 1.22 miles away. That was on Nat Geo some years ago. So what we've discovered is that claim about the horizon isn't true. There's no blockage there. There's no curvature there. There's no globe Earth here. There's no globe Earth anywhere. They don't. So that's what I mean about it's. They don't know that. They don't know much, but there's an army of them and so few of us. I think that's Hollywood's doing, or whoever programs us through TV and social media.
Yep, I'm seeing it, Big Daddy Flurf. I'm seeing it. You were on the same page. Yep, I'm seeing it. I didn't even know. I mean, that's one of the reasons, I came back here, because this lady I'm talking about was like alarming me with, she was like getting mad at me because I was explaining to her, how it was the myth that really, got to me. And, are you interested in hearing about this? Oh, and then guess what? Then she sent me a video of Witsit one time. I'm like, please don't send send me this man. She was a Whitson acolyte, and that was before the Antarctica stuff. You know what I mean? She was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that was going to upset you so much. They sent you this guy." It was pretty funny. You know what I'm saying? Like, after everything we've been through, then this friend, I've known her for like 20 years more, maybe. I've known that lady for like 25 years. Yeah. And, since, I won't even get into how I know her, but, yeah. So, anyway, yeah, that she like came out of nowhere and is like sending me WhatsApp videos. I'm like, what is going on in the world? Because she's the mother of a friend of mine, basically. So she's like an older lady, And I'm like, wow, how this lady's become a flat earther. Wild.
Yeah, it's tough because it's like with my ex, like she thought, flat Earth was the craziest. I guess, well, she didn't necessarily believe mainstream stuff. However, it was more like bacon. She didn't really have an idea. When it came to asking her a question about the shape of the Earth, what she thought the sky was. I mean, obviously she thought it was a globe, but at the same time, if you asked her and pressed her and she thought about it, she's like, but I don't really know. I don't care. So, some months later, she comes to me and she's like, yeah, so, do you know about like Samuel Robotham and this, that, and the third? And like she had got her hands on like the setup, the setup information. The information that you get for somebody who may be a skilled glober to come and just knock you down. I mean, like, that's what's being bred. Not people like us for some reason. Not fast enough. Not fast enough.
Yeah, I hear you. I still like poor Samuel Robotham, but I hear you. It's not like the best, argument. I hear you. I still into him just kind of nostalgically, but I hear you. Because I don't even think some of their arguments against him are great. But, we don't need to go there, right? Because we got so much more better stuff here. Right?
I mean, like, they don't even know, just like they wouldn't know our arguments, they don't know those. They know, like, the version that's, like, not much.
I mean, if this guy was for real, I don't want to talk too much about it when he's not here, but like, if this guy was for real, gosh, then we're in worse shape than we thought. When CB asked him if he's joined the Flat Earth Society, he gets their newsletter, he's like, hey, I think so. I'm like, is this guy just making a joke on us? But he could totally have been for real. Like, that's even more scary. That's even more scary. I'm sorry, guy, if you're there. I was nice to him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they got to know you can't be just running around claiming all this stuff and, expecting people to just jump on your bandwagon. Like, we're not about bandwagons around here. I just don't get what people don't get about that. Like, you gotta, like, the information's there to back it up. And I mean, it could be a coincidence that he just left when I was trying to, like, show him that stuff. It's like, hello, like, you could have a slam dunk argument and you wouldn't have to just be running around making claims that are, gonna just make you look like you don't know what you're talking about. Like, how could you even get into a debate if all you got is, we're definitely not on a globe, there's an ice wall, like, you're just not gonna get far, right? Yeah, I guess not. Maybe they don't want to get far. Joseph Joe is here. I don't know. Are you new to us, Joseph Joe? Welcome to the channel. Anybody else that's been here or whatever has a question, feel free to speak up.
mouth that we can't do this.
No, what
Is
I'm
this in your
telling you
head,
is
these
that a
calculations?
local measurement. Did you
So
you
non-local
understood
then.
why
How
I
do
said
we
a
measure
local measurement
non-locally?
doesn't make sense, right?
Sorry, how do we measure non-locally?
Okay, just real quick. Factor. Well, you don't agree with this, first off, so we're going to stay on this for a little bit.
For the sake of argument, can we just move on to how do we confirm non-local
No.
measurements then?
No, we are going to have a real conversation.
Okay. Have
Bro,
you got a
somebody
problem
mute this
with
guy.
local measurements measuring zero rate of change of slope?
A real conversation. So who's going to take your place then?
Rotate. How do I change the size?
What Sasha pointed out is a rate of change of slope of about 66 feet over 10 miles. You said that locally that's not good enough. When I bring up that we measure it flat, what? When do we measure the curvature, dude? When do we get to that bit?
Okay, perfect. Now, I have factors. Okay, I've written down very basic question, okay? Can you read that to the class?
Can you read it out and stop patronising me, please?
Okay, I will read it out for you. It says, the Earth is not, even by your admission, the Earth is not perfectly flat since we have things like hills and mountains and bumps, etc.
It's a change in elevation, yeah.
Yep.
No, it is perfectly flat. What do you mean?
Okay, so I am always at the same eye level as somebody else, even if they're standing on top of a building?
You're not listening? It is always perfectly flat. What do you mean?
Okay, so me and a person standing on top of a building are standing at the same
go back
elevation.
to what you said about it not being perfectly flat. Yes, it is.
Okay, it's perfectly flat. Gotcha. So when I'm on the 60th story of a building and somebody else being on the 0th story of a
Excuse
building,
me, do you disagree or do you agree?
I disagree that we are perfectly flat. And so do you.
Well, no, I don't, because level is an orientation. See, flat and flat don't mean the same thing. So when we say flat, we're talking about the orientation. So we're talking about a level surface. Just like sea level is a line, and wherever you are, you can be parallel to the line of the earth. That's an orientation, my guy.
Okay.
Horizontal.
So on this little graph right here, okay, we have a flat line, right? This is a perfectly flat line, okay? Let's just say that this line right here represents a 6 foot tall person. And right here, this is another 6 foot tall person. Because they are both on a perfectly flat line, the 6 feet tall people see eye to eye, right?
They have the same eye level.
Yep, they have the same eye level. But now, this is a building, okay? And this is another 6 foot tall person. Boop. He's standing on top of the building. Are these two people right here seeing eye to eye right now?
No, they're on a different level.
Oh, okay, perfect. So, Big Daddy, Flurf, do you agree that the world's not perfectly flat? Because we can have two people standing, then they're not eye level.
No, all horizontal lines.
Wait. What are you judging the difference in height off of? A horizontal plane, which is flat?
A perfectly flat line, two people of the same height will look eye to eye. But if there's any deviation anywhere...
You didn't hear what I just said. You didn't hear what I just said. So the deviation is with respect to the horizontal starting point.
Yes, the perfectly flat line. That's what it's based off of, yes.
Exactly. So
yes.
That's exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, that eye levels are parallel to the surface below.
Correct. Because this is a perfectly flat line, right?
It's horizontal, yeah.
Yes, we have a perfectly horizontal line here. But in reality, we don't have perfectly horizontal line. Sometimes the earth below you has a pothole, right?
All right,
We have
dude.
potholes. Do you agree
We're
with
going to be
potholes
talking
existing?
about changes of elevation. It's the same example with your building and your eye heights. Right now, we're going to be talking about depth. In a minute, are we going to be talking about the seabed as well?
I don't know. Maybe depends if Flurf thinks water is real or not.
Yeah, I mean, dude, we're talking about the surface of the Earth. Yeah, you can measure elevation and depth from mean sea level. That's going to be the horizontal line of the Earth, or, you know, it's the orientation, dude.
Well, that's an
what we're
average
talking about.
line that doesn't exist in reality, right?
That's what we're talking about. We're trying to see if that line there, that everything is going to be referenced to, the mountain eye levels on buildings, and when we go scuba diving in the sea, is referenced to a curved datum, not a horizontal one.
Wait, so you're referring to sea level?
The surface of the Earth, 70% of the surface of the Earth is mean sea. Yep.
Okay, so you're talking about sea level with your perfectly horizontal line, correct?
Yes, where we get level from, yeah.
Sea level, do you accept sea level as a thing that is real and accurate?
What mean the average of sea levels, that's the high and low tides and the mean average between them. That's just a change in level.
Right, so is sea level correct and accurate?
What do you mean, is it correct and accurate? It's measured all the time.
Okay, so let me ask this a different way. Is the world a sphere a correct and accurate statement?
Sorry, pardon?
Is the world as a sphere, is that a correct and accurate statement?
No, because that would mean the surface would have a rate of change of slope.
Okay, wonderful. So that's not an accurate and correct statement. The sea level is a thing that exists.
Yeah.
Is that a correct and accurate statement?
Yeah.
Okay, is the sea level calculations are correct? Is that a correct and accurate statement?
Calculations of what? The average based upon the measurements.
Correct. Sea level.
Yeah, sea level.
Okay, sea level is not perfectly horizontal. It curves.
No, level's a straight line from left to right. It's horizontal. You're gonna have to show that it has a rate of change of slope by measurement. What I told you earlier, and even on a local basis, you conceded, right? We measure it flat at 0 rate of change of slope. That's horizontal. For the Earth to be a sphere, that's a curved surface, you'd have to measure a rate of change of slope. 8 inches per mile squared, or 7.98 inches, if you want to be more accurate, or any curvature anywhere, if you want to say that it's not exactly a perfect sphere, we'd have to measure the deviations, right? So any measurement of curvature, please.
I couldn't follow. My point was very simple. The elevation of sea level is not uniform and it curves. And you said that sea level calculations were accurate and correct. So you are acknowledging curvature in the Earth
different places. Different tides in different places.
Yeah, that's Silky. Good point.
Is your belief that water, the water level goes down, low tide, and the mean is the average in between? That's going to be the 0 that you're going to get the elevation of your mountain from. Why are people talking through me? I don't understand why the need.
Boop. Oh, you guys understand perfectly. You guys mute and talk to people all the time, so don't pretend.
That's why
I haven't muted anyone today.
All right, we have sea level line here. Actually, let's do this. Let's do this.
Sorry, dude.
Line.
We're gonna
this is your perfectly flat world, okay? This line right here is your perfectly flat. This is your perfectly flat Earth, okay? Are you telling me that on your perfectly flat Earth, you can have water that does this? This is how water behaves on your perfectly flat Earth, where you have two different sea levels?
What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, we have
the moon pulls the water.
Two sea levels based on the horizontality.
If sea level 1, sea.
You know, listen. See, this is what happens when you don't stop the conversation when it should be stopped, because he's not listening.
No.
I was told that the different tides at the different points on the planet, or the flat Earth, or whatever it is we call it, give us different sea level calculations at different points on the planet, or flat Earth, or whatever it is. So that implies that we have two sea levels, or multiple sea levels. That means water behaves like this, in your mind?
So, dude, you just
doesn't
talked about
average out?
tides. Sorry, can you listen to what we're saying instead of the fairies that are in your head? Well, that's going to be a change of level. So horizontal will be its orientation, always perpendicular to vertical. Now you're
Perpendicular
claiming
lines.
Yeah, good. Now you're claiming that overall that surface curves because we're on a sphere. Do you have a measurement of that, please? Fifth time, I swear I've asked.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out how
dude, you're
we can have
stalling is
multiple
what
sea
you're
levels.
doing. What you're doing is you're stalling.
I'm just trying to figure out how your world works.
No, we're trying to figure out if you have anything that you claimed about the measurement of Earth curvature and that it is one. We've put the standard down. If you're going to try and say that it's a curved surface, then it's going to have to be measured to do so. At the moment, you want to understand how level works. It's really weird, dude. You deal with it all the time.
Correct. So you know that this sea level 1 and 2 can't exist. What you are saying
you understand,
can't exist.
What you've just drawn to me, it could be a tide coming in for all I fucking know. It could be a tidal bore. There could be land, the seabed raising upwards, like a coastline, for example. These different phenomena happened all the time. But if you want to draw a nice little pretty picture, it's just a change of level. Maybe a high tide and then a low tide. That's lovely, but that's just change of level. That's horizontal, that water. Now, again, can you show me that it's measured to have curvature?
I guess I'll be more clear.
Dude.
Water does not do
I'm
this.
just not going to bother talking to you if you're going to talk through me. This is why people muted you before. I'm just going to mute myself.
The water because of gravity.
Please don't interrupt with another claim that you are not going to be able to verify, especially when we're trying to hold this man to task about the Earth being a sphere. You want to interject another spanner into the works. That's helpful.
What, you're talking about me?
Yeah.
I'm trying to support your point. What are you talking about?
What, the moon?
Yeah, because the moon would then pull the water from above.
For fuck's sake. No, it's not open.
Yeah, it would
You're
pull
not
the
trying to
water
support
up.
nothing with your claim of the moon and gravity and tides. Just please be quiet.
Yeah, flat earthers, stop arguing with each other, okay? That's embarrassing. Okay, so I'm still trying to figure out. Okay, flat Earth, right? We have a flat plane, and then water behaves like this in your world, where we can have two different levels of water on a flat plane. Can you show me that?
It's called tides.
How do the tides work?
Why are you... Sorry. It feels like you're...
What's a tide?
Intentionally not understanding to prolong this agonizing conversation, because you know when this conversation finally fucking stops, and it will do soon, we're going to get back to you measuring that curvature of that horizontal line you say that the Earth is. You've already admitted that we can't measure it locally. It's got to be non-local measurements. That question still remains. I remember your answer last time was, well, that's where we are. That's a good question. I don't know.
Okay, so you're saying that this is explained by tides, okay? Can you explain?
Well, that's what you've just drawn, two different levels of water.
Yep, well, this is what we observe in reality, and you say sea level is accurate and correct. So we observe different levels of sea level in reality. How does that make sense on a flat Earth? You say it's explained by tides. Okay, I would like to hear your explanation.
Flat is an orientation, that's why. It's not no change in elevation. That's not what flat means in that instance. So flat means orientation. So it goes from one level to another level. The only way you can even define or describe the difference in those levels is that there is a starting point of level to begin with. Oh, it was level here, and now the level is raised 2 meters above the initial level reading. Okay, but it's still level.
That's not how water works in reality. It would go down to sea level.
You're retarded.
It would go down to the average sea level if there were different elevations, because it would be higher than sea level.
He's retarded.
Yo, shut the fuck up, bro. No one cares about your ad hominem shit. You can call him retarded or you can argue with him, bro.
He's not arguing with me.
Like here, let me do another illustration. I'll do another illustration. We love
Just told
illustrations
us
here.
that that's how
Illustrations are great.
water works. We observe it, and then when Eli points it out from a flat Earth perspective, saying that's changed, he says that's not how water works. Weird.
Trump supporter. I mean, you're having an issue for what understanding what they're trying to communicate. It doesn't seem difficult. It's just vertical is a change in the elevation from a horizontal reference.
Yep.
And we can use these tools in reality to establish a horizontal reference. So in reality, we can establish 3 points of equal elevation using the surface of water at rest. At any point higher or lower, the shortest distance between those 2 points would be a slope. And you could calculate, or you can measure this. What's the misunderstanding?
I am illustrating it right now. So right here we have water brush. We have got this. Let's do it like this. Boop. I gotta stop making that go down.
Trump, what I'm asking you to maybe think about is how would you establish 3 points of equal elevation to know whether something is higher or lower than it? Like how would you establish a horizontal?
Boop. And a bucket. Okay, so we have sea level right here. Okay, this is sea level. Do we agree? Let me mark it. We have boop.
Do we have tides in the sea?
Sea level.
Do we have tides in the sea?
Okay, I have no idea what that has to do with my question. Sea level.
If it's going to change the fucking level of the water, then yeah.
Okay, so right here we have sea level.
The water level changes.
This is a continent with a different elevation.
Hello?
Correct?
Do we all agree that the water changes level?
I agree.
Would it be like a change? Would it be a change between two horizontal planes of reference, measurable between those two planes of reference?
Yeah.
Gotta stop getting rid of all my stuff.
Do we agree that the water changes level? Be clear.
With different.
Just to be clear,
different.
You agree that the water changes level, right?
Yes.
Good.
So right here we have a continent with a different horizontal level than the rest. Okay.
Why?
Where does the water here go?
Oh my God.
Where does this water go?
You mean go?
It's raining. This is rain. Where does that rain go? Does that stay up here? Does it go boop?
Oh no.
Or does it trickle down to sea level?
Yeah, it goes down to the sea level that's constantly changing.
Correct. Okay. So the water up here, even though there's a different horizontal elevation, it still does not change sea level. Sea level suddenly doesn't become up here just because there's a different horizontal elevation. Correct?
God, it's like he needs his handheld.
Well, I'm just going through this because you guys earlier said different horizontal level means different sea level. And I'm just explaining that's not true.
Who said that?
That would be Flurf who said that.
How does this prove Earth is ball?
I'm just trying to figure out how water works on your guys'
wait a minute. That was a false dilemma, first of all. What's wrong with who said that?
You said that.
No, what's wrong with who? Yeah, sea level changes. That's why it's called mean sea level.
Okay, so can you tell me where this water on this continent that has a different horizontal level, where this water will go?
What do you mean?
Matter. That's not part of the question.
Where does this water right here that I'm indicating with this arrow, where does this water
listen, friend,
on
let me
this
help you out.
continent go?
Sea level rising and falling, so you have a mean sea level, doesn't mean that lakes are included in sea level. Are you kidding me, dude? Lakes are above or below sea level. That means they're not the benchmark for sea level. What's so hard to understand about that?
I don't think anything's hard to understand about that.
Right, so you're making a canard assuming that somebody else said that a lake is a different sea level. Nobody ever said that.
Correct, I agree. Nobody ever said that. I have no idea why you're saying this.
Because you're talking like that's what people are claiming, dude.
No, what somebody claimed was that if you have a continent with a different horizontal level, that will mean that the sea level is different for that different horizontal level. That's what we said.
What you said.
Incorrect.
No, that's what you started bringing it up, dude.
Nope.
This was your new example.
Nope. What I said is that sea level changes and it implies curvature.
No, it doesn't.
No.
Sea level doesn't change?
This was your argument, dude.
Dude, that's like saying...
It does.
Real quick. That's like saying I have 2 stories. Just pay attention, bro. That's like saying I have 2 stories in my house, and then I have a split level in my bedroom. Therefore, my house is a globe, dude. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
Just real quick. So I said sea level changes, and you guys said no, it does not. Correct?
No, I never said that. No, I never said that.
Oh, okay, so nobody is denying that sea level changes.
No one.
Okay,
ever
wonderful. So how can that possibly be on a flat Earth?
Because the sea level changes.
How can that be?
How can I have a second story on my house if the Earth isn't a globe? Good grief, dude.
How does sea level change? Sea level is what? It is the average level of the water on the surface of the flat Earth, right?
Right.
How does that change?
It's very simple, dude. It's called dynamic system. Okay, the water isn't a static object. Okay, look, I'm going to put it to you this way, dude. If you think that the level of a water can't change,
your movement
the Earth
is ass. Your movement is ass. The world is round. Go fuck yourself. Your movement is fucking.
Hey, cool story, bro. Cool story. Cool story.
He's correct. It's true. Average level of water on the surface. Okay.
Dude, if you can't understand that a lake can rise and fall throughout the year and how much water is in it, and if you benchmark that as a height, that it would change. And if you can't apply that to the oceans of the world without imagining the Earth as a globe, then you, sir, are functionally retarded.
I still have no idea why you're talking about lakes, but okay. Is there anybody who can follow along better in the channel?
He's laying it out as simple as it gets, dude. I mean, the change in the water level is a change in the vertical datum situated between 2 parallel horizontal planes of reference. What are you not getting?
I'm not getting how the average level of the water on the surface can change from location 1 to location 2 if, as we know, water rests level. As you guys have said a million times, it becomes level. You know what level means.
Water in the ocean at rest?
How on earth
can water in the ocean
it's the
at
average.
rest?
It's the average.
Water. Listen, the question
it's the no. It's not. It's not. It's an average.
Exactly.
Sea level's an average.
So if it's not at rest, it's going to be not the same level.
Incorrect. It's an average.
As in horizontal, though.
Incorrect.
No,
because it's an average.
Okay,
see
what
this
is
word
flat?
right here?
Okay. Oh yeah. Well, time out. Define.
It's
flat.
an average. Do you know what average means?
Define flat in the way that I've described it to you. Go ahead and define it.
You haven't ever defined flat to me.
So when
do you understand how just because the elevation of the water changes,
when I say flat,
that doesn't actually impact the sea level because it's an average?
So when I say flat, was I talking about the smoothness of a surface, or was I talking about orientation?
You said orientation.
Okay, so do you understand that there are 2 definitions for flat?
We're not talking about the definition of flat. I'm asking how sea level changes.
No. Flat and level is the same thing. Flat, level, straight, horizontal, same thing. So why I'm asking you this is because you keep talking about if the Earth isn't 2D. I mean, if the Earth is 2D, then how do we have these changes in elevation of sea level? But nobody's saying that it's 2D. We're saying that it's horizontal, orientally. I don't know the word.
Let's use real world objects. So let's go to my kitchen. Let's get out a cookie pan. Cookie pans are usually, long, and then they're not as wide as they are long, and they're only about 1/4 inch to 1 inch deep. Now you could fill that cookie pan half up with water, take a measurement, Then you can let some of it evaporate, take a measurement. Then you can fill it up more than halfway with water, take a measurement, and then you can get an average. Now, getting an average of those 3 different heights of water doesn't turn your cookie tin into a globe. Holy crap.
Yep.
I have no idea what you're talking about with a cookie tin or a globe. I'm trying to figure out how water
Yeah,
works.
we know you have no idea because you're dumb as a brick.
So we can
It's referencing your example.
I'll
about
actually
how you
use
came
the
to the
I'll actually
conclusion
use
that
the
the Earth
cookie
was a
tin.
sphere because of the changes of levels of water.
I'll actually use the cookie tin. We can work with this. Give me a second. We're gonna go to a new spot. We're gonna tread new ground here. Okay.
I could even shake it. I could even put a cookie in the cookie tin, then fill it with milk, and then jostle the cookie tin, and you'll see waves come and crash on the shore of the cookie. You'll see tides go in and out off the cookie as it starts to move. And then I could incorporate the evaporation and the addition of additional milk, average all those out, and then magically my cookie tin crunches itself into a ball right before my eyes.
Maybe if you're schizophrenic. I think the rest of us know that's not how that works.
Right,
but-
so you've just accused yourself, according to your own standards earlier, that you, sir, are schizophrenic. I agree.
I have a cookie tin right here, okay? And you said we fill the cookie tin up with water, right? And you said the water is going to have waves and it's going to splash around and it's not going to be the same level. It'll be a little bit chaotic.
So the point you're trying to make here, Linda, is you're not going to do anything to prove your curvature at all, right?
I'm just trying to figure out how water works. For the millionth time, I'm trying to figure out how water works if the world is not a globe.
It's very simple, dude. It's the exact way you witness it working.
Sixth level.
So what I witness on every single measurable flat surface is that sea level is constant. It doesn't change from location to location.
How do you know what a flat surface is?
Now we're not talking about
Wait, guys, let's hear him out. Maybe he has a point.
Yeah, maybe after fucking 3 hours he's going to finally have one.
I mean, I feel like I've been making good points this entire time. Just asking very basic questions. We have point 1 right here, and then we have point 2 down here. What is sea level of point 1?
You drew this out earlier when you had rain on the mountain and it went down the mountain into a lake, and then the lake filled up and it went over the brim, and then it created a waterfall, and then it went down to the sea level because water seeks its lowest equilibrium, and when contained and at rest, it's horizontal upon the surface. That's one of the facts about water. We actually use it as a leveling tool, level being a straight line from left to right.
Yes, that is provable, Jedi, and it will always be perpendicular to vertical. It's provable. I don't. Trump, are you doing all right so far with Jedi's explanation?
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm with him so far. I'm more interested in my little example, though. I'm currently typing.
Well, that would be flat. That would just be horizontal and flat. If it's if a line is perpendicular to a vertical, that would be horizontal, which would be flat, no change in elevation. And we can establish these things in reality with plumb bobs and water levels. But the water level has to be at rest.
But does flat mean orientation or?
But does flat mean orientation? Good one. Okay, so I'm trying to figure this out. So we have 2 locations, and we have a cookie tin. Okay, on the left side of the cookie tin, let's just say the sea level on there is 10. Okay, what about for 2? What's the sea level for point 2 in the cookie tin? Because I like that example actually. What is it?
I'm not watching your thing. Maybe Jedi or AI can jump on that with you.
Mm-hmm. I have a cookie tin. On one side of the cookie tin, the sea level is 10. What is the sea level on the other side of the cookie tin?
Well, if the surface of the water is at rest, it would be at the same elevation. It would be the shortest distance between the points, and that would be horizontal, perpendicular to vertical.
Well, it actually doesn't matter if the water is at rest or not, right?
It does.
Well, no, because as we previously agreed, sea level equals the average level of water on the surface.
Right. So then you're asking what's the depth of your pan? How deep is your pan?
I've already calculated the sea level for 0.1 to be.
Yeah, I'll just make up a number. Let's just say I mean, it's a pretty deep cookie pan of 10 inches, but let's just say your cookie pan is 3 inches on the right side, 3 inches on the left side, 3 inches in front of you, 3 inches behind you, and you can prove this by establishing a 3, 4, 5 triangle and squaring off the parallel planes at the top and bottom of your pan. So now you know it's all straight lines and at the same elevation, right? So it's just 3 inches deep, and you've proven it because you measured it.
Well, I mean, we don't even need to do that because we can just take the average level of the water, right? Because that's what sea level is.
No, we don't even have water in it yet. There's no water in it. It's just a pan as of now.
Oh.
And then you put some water in it. And you put.
I mean, we don't even need to do that. I'm giving you the answers already. Like,
wait, so then we put some water in it.
Let me ask Trump a question.
All right, in a second. So then we put some water in it, right? And then what we do is we fill it up and we keep it completely still. And then we go to the side of the pan. We make a little mark with a marker. And we see, okay, there's 1 inch of water here in front of us, 1 inch at the back, 1 inch to the left, 1 inch to the right. So it's all at equal elevation when at rest. You're understanding?
I'm with you.
So the question that I want to make Trump really quick is, Trump, do you think if this is a tank of water, I'm gonna blow air into like a pool? Let's say it's a pool. I blow into the pool. Do you think the sea level changes?
You blow into a pool like above? Yeah, no.
Yeah, I blow air into the pool.
No.
But it stopped being at rest though.
It doesn't matter.
And if you measure that, right? If you if you apply a force to the surface of the water, if you jump in a swimming pool, etc., right? It's going to move the water. It will no longer be at rest. And if you were to mark the sides of, okay, how big of a wave did Trump make? Let's mark it on the wall. You're going to say, okay, well, let's reference the level of the water at rest. We know where that was. Now we're going to measure in the vertical change and say, look, his cannonball was this high, 10 feet high. And that's going to be 10 feet high in reference to the horizontal established by the surface of water at rest. This is demonstrable.
Sea level is average, so it's not affected by local disturbances or changes,
or non-local.
Right.
It's quite a claim to claim that sea level, when it changes, is not affected by changes. What kind of claim is that?
No, the average. I'm saying, like, if you have an established average sea level at a particular point in time, if you disturb some portion of the water hundreds of miles away, that's not going to affect. Even if those waves got to your location, it wouldn't affect what your average sea level is at that point in time.
That's interesting, but how do you measure that?
But I mean well, that is a good question. But yeah, that was my point. You know that, right? So you know that at me beginning this point, that's what I told him. You know that, right?
So I guess I just want to throw in here really quick. Like, I really do need to stress
You're responding instead.
that we've already agreed that the sea level is the average level of the water. If I splash the water, it doesn't change sea level. If I blow into the water, it doesn't change sea level. And on the cookie tin example, all I was trying to get you guys to understand is that it doesn't matter if I'm 0.1 or 0.2, sea level's the same because it's the average level of the water. This really is just a very basic thing. But in the flat Earth world, where this should be true, sea level is equal everywhere on the planet because the world is flat and there's one sea level.
Right.
There should only be one sea level, no matter where I go. I could go to 0.1 on the planet or 0.2 on the planet, and it should be the same sea level.
We don't have one sea level. We have mean sea level, though.
Because sea level is the average level of water of the surface. Yes. Yes, sea level is an average. Correct. I agree with you. If the world is flat, the sea level would not change if I'm in Hong Kong or the United States or Jamaica. It doesn't matter if I'm on 0.1, 2, or 3. Sea level will always be the same. But that's not what we see in reality. And you guys have already agreed that sea levels are accurate and correct calculations. So, therefore, if on a flat Earth, sea level must be the same no matter where you are, and in reality, it's not the same for no matter where we are. Therefore, the world cannot be flat. It's a very basic ABC conclusion, logic base.
Well, the Eli, which you know him as Big Daddy Flurf, has already explained this difference
Sea level
too.
is not sea level. That's basically what you're saying is sea level is not sea level. Because
how am I saying that?
Because flat and level are synonymous. However, when you talk about flat and flat, you're equivocating. That's why now
it's just the orientation. It's the orientation.
That's why now when you say, well, that means if the level is changing, then it can't be level on a flat Earth. But what you're saying is the sea level isn't level. Okay.
No, I think if you don't mind me interjecting for just a moment, I think his point is, and maybe he's taking it a step farther that the Earth can't be flat. Maybe he's taking it a step farther. But the idea is that if there is an average sea level, and you agree that the average sea level is accurate, if at any point that sea level can change, then if you don't, you would need an explanation for how that could happen on a flat Earth.
What do you mean by sea level change? What do you mean by that?
Measuring sea level at two different locations at the same time yields you different results on planet Earth.
On the Earth.
If you're in Hong Kong or if you're in the United States, the sea level calculation is different. That should not be the case if this was a flat Earth. So I need an explanation for why.
No, you don't.
Okay, all right.
Well, that would just be a measurement. That wouldn't be a calculation. That would just be a measurement. The calculation would come in. The calculation
I need a drink.
Of water.
Well, I was thinking maybe the better question would be is how could you have if the oceans are all level with each other, how could you have sea level different in one location and then go to the other side, like a very far distance away, and have a different sea level measurement? Like if it's level, they should normalize, right? So how could you have sea level?
That's what they're doing. They're trying to normalize. That's what water does. Water tries.
Are you saying that? Hold on. Are you saying 60 feet in elevation in New York is different than in Hong Kong? Like, I'm 60 feet here. 60 feet above someone in Hong Kong, you're saying that that's not level. Because I know that y'all think that level is curved. But you're saying that it wouldn't actually be 60 feet in Hong Kong? Because you're saying over there, the level is different. So that would mean zero is different, right?
Is zero being sea level?
Obviously.
Yeah, I can let Trump, because this was Trump's point. If he wants to jump in,
don't fall back and let Trump, because you did a fine job at making things clear, right? Not that we haven't been doing that all this time. So again, like, are you under the belief that 60-foot height here in America is different than in Hong Kong?
No, the height wouldn't be different. It would just be what the sea level, the zero of the sea level, it would be different.
It would be based on the sea level. So if the sea level is different, then the height is actually also different. So you would have to agree with that.
Well, if you're 60 feet in New York is 60 feet above sea level, then you go to Hong Kong, regardless of what the zero is. If you're 60 feet above that zero, you're just 60 feet above that zero.
Now you're saying what I'm see, but he's saying that zero is at two different points in two different places, which means the height somewhere else wouldn't be the same over here.
Correct. We calculate sea level to be different elevations based on where you are on the planet. I'm back, by the way. That is a correct statement. How is that true if the world is flat?
I don't know that that's true, but that would be your burden proof.
Finish your food first. Thanks.
Make me.
Okay, that's easy.
Yeah, they're going to mute because they always do.
Because you're a disgusting, rude prick, and you're only here to derail.
He's literally showing you proof, and you don't engage.
Proof of what? That's what I thought.
Man, what did I miss? Did he prove that a cookie tin is a globe?
No, he got muted manually.
Oh, sweet.
You weren't able to say what he proved, so who cares if he's muted? It's kind of useless to the forum if he's not going to prove a globe or prove anything.
How can he prove it if he's muted, to be honest? Right?
Yeah, geez, yeah. How could he possibly have used that hour that he was allowed to ramble on for to prove anything?
Maybe if you actually listen to his argument, he's proven countless time, and you're just not listening, which is your issue.
What did he prove?
That the Earth is a globe.
How?
And he did that multiple times.
How?
First, he's talking about the sea levels. If you paid attention to that and see that.
You're just going to title the topics that he talked about? You're actually going to detail how what he said was actually proof of anything?
I mean, he did ask how, right?
All right. So I guess if you didn't pay attention to his argument, that's fine. I can repeat it for you. Right? You want me to?
No, I actually reduced his argument to its logical absurdity and proved how dumb he was by direct demonstration.
Well, what do you think's absurd about the argument?
His argument, essentially at its core, was an accusation that if the Earth is not a globe, then sea level can't exist. That is stupid.
Okay, first off, he wouldn't be claiming sea level doesn't exist because then thered be no sea at all, and I don't think he was claiming that. I think if you didn't get the point, but he was trying to claim that sea level unevenness wouldn't exist on a flat Earth.
I already proved
You denied the same thing you just accepted.
All right, so I'm not talking to you.
Is it weird?
You can make a point later, but I'm not talking to you, right? I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, you said he
just denied the thing he accepted right after that. Like
All right, so you can let us debate real quick. All right.
So your claim, you would then agree with him.
Yeah, but I'm also not talking to you.
That if I put water in a cookie tin, well, let's use milk because milk and cookies go together. So if I put milk in a cookie tin, a baking tin, and then I put a big lumpy cookie inside that milk, I would have essentially what could be analogized as the oceans and a landmass. So you're saying that in that cookie tin, that milk can't evaporate and change its level and be measured at a certain height from the base of the cookie tin. I then can't add more milk. I then can't jostle it so that in some places the water is moving. Sorry, the milk is moving so it's higher, and in other places it's lower. And that I take my finger, stick it in the top of the cookie, pour a little milk on the cookie, and then it's inside the lake on top of the cookie, and then I pour a little more milk to simulate rain, and then it goes down the side and fills up the cookie tin.
So every single one of these.
Okay, shut up! Shut up!
Okay.
Shut up!
I can respond to this.
Okay, shut it! Shut it! Shut it!
Aren't you making a question?
Shut up!
Aren't you? Is that not a question?
Zip it! Zip it! Exhibit A! Exhibit A!
Dude, what are you going to make?
Exhibit A. Exhibit A. Zip it. Okay, now that you've all zipped it, I'm actually finished. Go ahead.
Okay, so every example that you gave increases in the flat Earth model would just increase the level every time. You putting the finger increases. Okay, in any flat thing. Okay. You putting a finger in the tin would increase the water level, the sea level. You putting a cookie there would increase the water level. In every place. There's no local sea level. That doesn't exist. Sea level is an average of the whole place.
So
notice what I said. Notice he left something out.
But why wouldn't that be the case for
the globe?
Like, even if you like, what do you like? So that's what I'm saying. Do you think that like the seas are separate and like so like you put your finger in one place and it's like, what are you talking about?
Go Google the definition of sea level. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, listen, friend, you forgot that I included one thing in that thing, and that is that some of the milk leaves. Some of the milk leaves. So there is a rise and fall in different locations.
The overall sea level. The overall.
No, duh. No, duh. That's why it's an average. Holy crap! You finally got it.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
sea level is the average already.
Count that. It's already the average. It wouldn't count it leaving because it would come back and that'd be counted in the average.
No, yeah. Let me ask you this question, friend. How do you get an average of something?
You measure it across time and then you divide it by the amount of time.
Right. So you have to have so you have to have different measurements, right?
Yeah.
Over time, correct? So sometimes they're going to be higher, sometimes they're going to be lower, sometimes they're going to be somewhere in between. Then you take them all and you average them out.
And then you're going to
so what I described would be the same thing, dude. And if you critique what I said, the same critique applies to the globe. So if you're saying what I said is incoherent, then you're critiquing the globe as well. Because where does your water go? Good grief, dude.
Our water stays in one place, but it shifts around, it evaporates, goes on land. And if it's on land...
Oh, really? No, duh.
Yes, really. Because water...
Exactly as happened in my example. Holy crap, dude.
And that wouldn't disprove the globe theory at all, because the water is going to go...
No, dude. The measurement of a level from a benchmark doesn't disprove a globe. The fact that the surface of the water is horizontal and not curved disproves a globe.
What?
Holy crap, you guys are slow.
You assume sea level needs to be is a horizontal measurement?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Well,
sea level is horizontal
measurement. Basically, what you're doing...
That's what the mean tells you. That's where we get elevation and depth from. So the height of a mountain, for example, is taken from the mean sea level, like the 0 point. And 70% of this surface of the Earth, we're told, is water, and we use that water practically as a horizontal reference datum. So it's horizontal. It's measured that way. Yeah, it rises and it lowers, but that's a change in its level. Level being a straight line from left to right. Now that level, that line of the Earth, that surface of the water would have to curve. That would be a rate of change of slope. Horizontal is 0 slope, right? So we measure 0 slope.
You measure 0. If there was 0 slope, there wouldn't be waves at all. You just have a still ocean.
Again, we're going to be talking about waves and peaks and troughs. That's going to be taken from a level.
Are you going to continue? Or?
Dude, we're just talking about hydrostatics and water. We don't have to talk about the sea. If we want to measure over a distance of water, we can use a lake. Not all bodies of water have tides. Not every...
You can't really use a lake. Some lakes are too small to...
Sorry, okay, but we should measure over distance of rate of... Sorry.
Jedi.
We should measure over distance of rate of change of slope.
Jedi.
So after 3 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, 25 miles, you've got big lakes.
I can't even describe the feeling. It's like
Jedi. A lake, it's separate from the sea and most external forces because it's not connected to the oceans. So you can't measure the sea level with a lake because it's not connected to a sea.
That lake will be at an altitude, so up a mountain. The level of that lake will be parallel to the mean sea level below.
No, it wouldn't, because
it would be.
It's not connected to the sea, so it's not the same level.
No, you don't understand,
dude.
I think maybe this could be an example that we could kind of contend with. So I live near the Florida coast, and the average local sea level at the Florida coast of where I live is higher than the global mean sea level. So if the Earth is flat,
how the fuck would you even know that?
You have a lot of tides around there.
Now, how would you even know that?
Local sea level would be the average level.
Well, hold on. Hold on. There's a very important contrapositive here. If the Earth was a globe, how would that happen?
Well, on the globe, it would
exactly.
I was about to answer. Like, slow down. Like on a globe, it would be explained by like around the equator, there's a stronger gravitational force, or like different gravitational effects.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Except that Florida isn't near the equator. Cool story.
Yeah, the Caribbean Sea is closer to the equator. The Caribbean Sea. Sorry, the Caribbean Sea doesn't.
Also, wait. How are you going to say Florida isn't near to the equator when you don't even believe in a globe Earth? That's kind of crazy, man.
Well, it would also be near the equator on a flat Earth, though.
Also, Florida is relatively near to the equator. It doesn't just only.
Also, by the way, yeah, real cool. For the slow kids in the back.
The closer you get towards the equator.
Yep. Gotcha. So for the slow kids in the back, hold on, brother. We got to correct something here. For the slow kids in the back who might be listening and might have been fooled by that attempt at logic, you can critique someone's view without accepting it. Okay, it's perfectly valid. Thank you. Continue.
Sure.
Yeah, well, I was just contending that you asked how it would be explained on a globe Earth, and that would be gravitational forces. So, and with the spin of the Earth, you would have some angular momentum on the water around the equator, which would take the equator's local average sea level higher than the global mean sea level. And the farther north you go, it would be lower.
It's centrifugal. It bulges from the
gravity.
spinning.
You're right. You're right. Yeah. But gravity does also affect it in local areas because the changes of density in the rock and the crust.
Mainly the centrifugal forces.
But yes, you're right. That's why
y'all aren't gonna sit here and talk to each other and run into the end zone. Are you done? Jedi,
your mic's really quiet. I can't understand you. I'm sorry, bro.
Wait, hold on. You guys asked him to prove. He said an evidence, and you guys said that doesn't count.
Be muted because I just want to hear Jedi before I unmute you guys. We're not. What were you saying, Jedi? Because that was.
Mate, you're gonna have to remind me. I was listening to the idiots talk to themselves.
You said something about the Red Sea, and then you were trying to get in again when he was making
yeah, so not every body of water has tides. Florida was mentioned earlier. It's not as close to the equator as the Caribbean Sea. Caribbean Sea doesn't show tides. Lots of oceans in the world don't expose tides. Far away, it's primarily a coastal phenomenon that happens around andromorphic nodes or tidal nodes. So it doesn't happen everywhere. But again, this is just the raising and the lowering of the level of the water. That water is still horizontal. We use it as a horizontal reference datum to get the height of mountains and depth of the seabed, like I said earlier. Now, the claim is that surface of the water would have to curve a rate of change of slope. So the question still remains, do we have a measurement of the rate of change of slope of the surface of the Earth?
At this point, the conversation can be about tigers, and we'll always come back to this question because you guys don't agree with anything else.
What do you mean? That's the fundamental question about the surface of the Earth and its description and orientation. Now, the claim is that the surface is curved. The question is, do we have a measurement of that rate of change of slope?
Exactly. It's the only issue that needs to be dealt with.
I think I agree because I mean, you guys don't even have a normal understanding of sea level. So this is.
We've explained it. Do you require citation for our explanations? We all agree that the level changes. Okay, but that's not a rate of change of slope.
Yeah, waves going up and down has nothing to do with measured Earth curve.
The reason why I brought up the Florida example is because I'm here. I operate out on the water a lot, so I know that the average sea level in Florida, local average sea level, is lower than mean sea level.
You don't know.
So
you don't know that. You don't
so
know
I was
that.
Curious how that would be explained on.
You don't know that, bro.
You just said you've kind of answered your own question.
He probably
the average level's lower.
Like he probably could know that because if he's saying in Florida the water tends to be lower than the mean, obviously, because that there are some that are higher and some that are lower. Like, what are we talking? That's why it's a mean sea level, bro.
Specifically, no. In Florida, the average sea level in Florida is lower than the mean. Is what I mean. Like if you measure over a long period of time and you to normalize out tides, to normalize out like local disturbances, the average sea level in Florida is lower than mean sea level. So how would that be explained on a flat Earth? Is what I'm asking. Like, what would be the explanation?
Yeah, we can't offer a mechanism for tides.
Well, this would be irrelevant of tides because tides are normalized out for taking the measurements over a long period of time.
This is why I asked earlier, does Florida experience a lot of tides? Because if you're measuring the rise and fall of the water level over time and you experience relative, lots of tidal activity, then, or not a lot of tidal activity, then maybe
the tides in Florida aren't crazy. They're not drastic.
They're not drastic.
Somebody's echoing. Is that triangle? Okay. It's like a few feet. And then you mentioned the Caribbean Sea. The Caribbean Sea does have tides. It's like not that much. It's like not even a foot of change between tidal levels. But it does still experience tides.
Caribbean Sea. I can get the citation. Black Sea, Caspian Sea.
Right, but those are closed. Those are closed seas and not connected to the ocean. Or at least they have like an estuary. But
okay, now I get that quite a lot of them aren't, but not all of the ocean experiences tides. It's primarily a coastal phenomenon, right?
No, like okay, I don't know how, like I haven't measured it myself, but we do have tidal charts that show tides in the middle of the Caribbean Sea, in the middle of the ocean. I was in the Navy or Coast Guard.
Yeah, I'll get the citation for you because I'm referencing it. I'll go and get it for you. But nonetheless, I know you want an explanation for it. I'm not going to be able to give you one. But the question still remains, is that surface curving or not? And do we have a measurement of it?
Well, he just debunked, I guess, the moon pulling on water over Florida, so it's not the moon. Okay, that's that.
Well, just because the average sea level is lower doesn't mean there's no tides. That wouldn't be a debunk of the moon affecting the sea level at Florida cyclically.
I already debunked gravity pulling water down, so.
Was that it?
I think so, because it was important to see that you guys at least were mature and admitted that there's no explanation in your guys' view. So that was pretty nice, actually.
No explanation for what?
I like to see that.
What was there no explanation for?
No, that's not what he said at all. He said he couldn't give you an explanation.
And he's a globalist, so that would be.
No, Jedi said. Jedi. I think that was. I think that shows maturity, to be honest, because it's
tides
important
are long period. Dude, tides are long period waves. There you go. I gave you. There's your explanation.
Yeah, the thing with the tides too is that you've got species that supposedly evolved over, millions of years to be evolved to live in this sort of tidal pools. to
But the
use
thing is,
tidal pools, to use these areas as their habitat. So if they were only affected by the moon and nothing else, that would put a huge damper on this concept that also in Florida, that there's some other variable that's affecting these things rather than this is the way they work, exactly how you see it. Nothing more, nothing less.
I also want to point out that the moon. I also want to point out that the moon itself didn't measure the surface of the Earth.
What does that mean? The moon measured. The moon is a rock. You can't measure anything, right?
This is why when you got Florida, it's very flat. And people know that Florida's flat. So that's a good explanation for flat Earth. Florida.
Hey, can you stop being so manly in the background, please?
Sure. I'll be less manly.
This is a transgender room. So the Earth is round, right? It's a
no. That seems to be the bit that the conversation ended on. We all agreed that water goes up and down, the average sea level, for example. Now we need a measurement of that sea level curving over distance, a rate of change of slope.
Yeah, all you have
do
to
you know
all
how
you
to
have
measure
to prove,
such a
CD,
thing?
Yeah, all you
Sorry,
have to
what, the
show.
surface of, sorry, hold on. What did you say? Could we measure such a thing? What the thing that we're on, the surface of the Earth?
How do you measure such a thing?
With tools, when we survey the land, when we send signals, light, for example.
With which tools? I'm guessing you could shine a laser, but I don't know which tools to measure the curvature.
Yeah, we do shine lasers. So when we survey across bodies of water, say from the southeast coast of England to the northwest coast of France, when we're surveying that area for the Channel Tunnel, we use lasers and reflectors, working on the direct line of sight principle of a reflector, working on the law of reflection principle. So yeah, this is how we survey the land. We can also use other signals as well, or use different spectrums of light, like infrared.
Or I would argue you can also use a ruler over the internet cables, because that's how we connect.
So why do people believe the Earth isn't round?
Sorry?
Belief isn't required. The Earth is what the Earth is what the Earth is. Belief is not required. You could believe anything you want. You could believe that the Earth is a simulation. You could believe the Earth is concaved. You could believe the Earth is a giant lava ball that's water covered in the vacuum of space. It doesn't change Bo Diddley. The Earth is
So why
the
do
ground
people
you
believe
walk on.
the Earth is flat then?
It doesn't have anything to do with belief at all. The Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat and stationary. Believing otherwise doesn't change that.
Why though? Why do people believe in the otherwise?
They believe whatever they want to believe in. It doesn't matter. They will use the Earth as both flat and stationary. They could believe it otherwise. They could believe it to be all kinds of
They
stuff.
didn't care about the Earth or the shape of it. They would just believe in something
Okay, dude, here, I'll answer your question since it's hard for you to understand. Why do you think it's a ball? Because the guy on TV told you it was a ball. That's it.
Wait, CD, can you Google the flag of the United Nations?
It's like
flags of United Nations
it's a
are
compass
irrelevant.
with the North Pole on it, right?
Irrelevant. That's an AE projection. It's irrelevant to this conversation.
Yeah, it's not
What
about
projection?
belief.
What do you mean?
CD, like we all know that level.
You're breaking up.
It would be claim that horizontal rises over the distance, wouldn't it? Unless you believe it sounds reasonable. Breaking up.
Yeah, we only got the end of what you said, dude. I knew you said more. We just didn't hear it. Try again.
Are you outside? Where are you?
Wait, Sida, I think I can give you a thought experiment. Imagine the cookie tin. If you drop a cookie on the cookie tin that has water in it, don't you think that the water will curve locally on the place just on top of the cookie?
You mean there will splash?
No, after you dropped it.
Stop it, Francisco. Just stop it.
What do you mean curve? I'm imagining a square jar, or maybe like a tray with water in it.
Now drop a cookie.
Splash. And over time, water seeks its equilibrium and rests horizontally on the surface. Where did the curve come in?
If it's a small cookie tray, there's not going to be really a curve.
Oh, so over more distance, there would be curve.
If you're in a valley, it will actually be concave, like a concave if you're deep on the ground, and or maybe like in a valley with massive mountains around you, which will, a lot of mass will draw the water.
Whoa.
Gravity.
Have you got a measurement of this? Have you got a measurement of this hypothesis?
No, you can't, because I'm imagining it.
Yeah, I know. But without imagining, you kind of struck on the idea that over distance, because a cookie tray isn't big enough, over distance, we would experience a rate of change of slope.
Maybe there is a curved surface to like in a mug of water or a glass of wine. But
no,
it's so tiny. A few atoms of a curve, like so tiny. You can measure it with a mass spectrometer, maybe.
It's one of the interesting things about water.
We know, CD, we know, like in reality, people know in reality. They don't believe it, they know it because they prove it, that a water level or water at rest is a tool for establishing a horizontal. They know that that's true. You're telling us that you believe that horizontal changes in elevation, becoming a slope as you gain distance. Does that sound reasonable?
I don't understand distance. What do you mean by you said distance? I don't understand.
Yeah, you said distance. You said over a great distance.
Wait, what we know that exactly?
We know that everywhere, always, the surface of water at rest is used to establish horizontal. Is that true or not true? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, if I were to travel a great distance over the surface of water, would horizontal drop? Would it go down? Would level go down to conform to a sphere?
If we were on a sphere, we would go. It's like a curved. It's curved. The straight path, the horizontal path, is actually a curve around the globe.
Yeah, yes. That's a right change of slope.
Yeah, so now you believe in reality that horizontal can change in elevation, becoming a slope. You hear the insanity, right? Like you would know if you met me on a street with a shopping cart and I said something like that, you'd be like, yeah, that's right where that guy belongs.
So maybe there's no such thing as a perfect horizontal if you go to the quantum level. There's no such thing as a perfect.
No, we're talking about the surface level.
If you go deep down into the small,
we don't
right at the surface of the
quantum level. We can talk about the surface level of the Earth.
So, are you saying the Earth is flat because you can measure the horizontality with the?
Yeah, water is used as a horizontal reference datum. When we survey over water, we measure it to be level upon the surface. What we don't measure is a rate of change of slope, which would be needed for a curved surface.
Do you measure this over large distances, like over oceans?
Okay, so we should measure a rate of change of slope of 7.98 inches per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared. That means there should be a rate of change of slope from horizontal, a tangent in this instance, of about 66 foot over 10 miles. So 10 miles, we should measure 66 foot.
So how do you calculate how much line of sight would drop below the line?
Sorry, ask that question again.
If the Earth is a ball and all the water around it would be pushed down towards the center, to the core, based on gravity, then no matter how, if we are tiny humans, then we can't measure ourselves. We can't see, but we can.
Don't imagine those weird things. Don't imagine those things.
I mean, he can.
So what do you mean?
Look,
I don't understand.
can, but look, you're saying, fuck, I'm mad. It was perfect what he was saying. Like, if you were really small, what were you saying exactly?
Wait, let me ask him this. See, let's say that you grab a 78 inch like giant beach ball, right? And you grab an ant and you put the ant on top of the ball. Do you think?
I'm sorry, sir. Sorry for that. Can you just repeat what you said?
What I said?
Yeah.
If the Earth is a sphere, all the water would be pulled towards the center, the core, because the Earth is very massive. So for every mile you travel horizontally, the surface curves away by 8 inches, say for the first mile. So why can't this be measured? You're saying that you can't measure.
There's more to that.
No, that's the thing. It can't be measured. You're saying, why can't we? You can try. Like nobody says. We're saying it doesn't. When someone
you say you can't do it, it's not possible.
No, we're saying we don't. We don't measure any rate of change of slope.
It's possible. There's just no.
What
measure.
about with a laser?
It's possible. There is just no measure of any.
Yeah, attempts to don't yield that result.
Oh, because the water isn't like a calm water.
Hey, brother,
moves around.
Brother,
right?
Brother, let's get to the chase. It has been measured by laser before. It's happened multiple times.
Oh, there you go.
These guys would love to talk to you about it. I'm sure.
When he says he means horizontal. He doesn't mean it as in curvature. What he means that when we use surveying tools and survey the land over bodies of water, we do not measure any curvature. We always hit the target, for example, the reflector on the other end or whatever the target is, another camera or optical device. We always hit that target where we should not if the surface of the Earth was curved, because either if the laser was level, it would be the laser line would be above the target, so we wouldn't have a direct line of sight, or to hit the target, we'd have to go through the surface of the Earth. So when we survey with tools, we measure the surface of the Earth to lay horizontally. Would you like to see?
At a small distance.
Distances that we should measure curvature.
It wouldn't be at a small, like you're saying at a local, like when you say a small distance, and I'm sure somebody could share or I could share if you'd like the laser test to show this. You just raise your hand and say this. I can put it in the chat for you.
So over short distances, you can do the horizontal. You can just like a straight line, a laser or a level as your reference flat. But with the curvature, how you measure over like longer baselines, like tens of miles, hundreds of miles, the deviation accumulates, and that's when the curvature becomes measurable. So at long distances, the curvature relative to the horizontal. So at short distances, measure the horizontal. Your instruments will treat the Earth as flat.
Don't be rude. Tell him he's roboting.
You measure a curvature relative to the horizontal. That's just what I believe.
You're roboting AI.
What? What?
I was telling the guy who was roboting that he was roboting, so he knows.
You should fix your connection.
How about 25 miles? 45 miles enough?
You're breaking up. Can't hear you.
Mr. Roboto, your Starlink satellites have now moved. You no longer have internet.
I just wanted to point out to you when you say like it's over a small distance or some kind of local distance, right? So what happens in reality is that somebody does it over 10 miles, right? And this we'll share you the 25-mile long distance. If you think 25 miles is a short distance, let me see you walk 25 miles. But what we do in reality is we do 10 miles, 20 miles, etc. Right, and then you can do that in your location, and then I can do it in my location right next to your location, and then so on and so forth. And it works in every location, making it a universal principle that occurs in all locations. I mean, do you call that a small distance everywhere? Would you
You've
call
also
that
got. You think about this. You've got these
When I talk
superstructures.
about how
homie,
you
listen.
use a laser to
homie, listen.
like a level. Yeah.
You got these superstructures that use this concept. The Romans built aqueducts, using level to move water. You've got the Panama Canal. It lifts up boats to a lake in the mountains, then drops them back down on the other side of the Panama, back to sea level. You got the Panama Canal, the Suez Canal. That's about 100 miles. That's 100 miles of flat level water. And if that's not good enough, you've got the St. Lawrence Seaway that starts at 700 feet above sea level in northern Minnesota and slowly drops these super barges, 700 feet boats, slowly drops them down to sea level in Thunder Bay. Over a course
How the Romans
of
did it, I think they used levels. Like every mile they use levels, basically to check if they're building it properly. Because the aqueduct
and none of them were like
a very
we
slight
need to
slope
account
for the water level to keep going down it.
Yeah, and
there can't be a blockage.
They never accounted for curvature of the Earth.
But you don't need to if you're measuring it every mile. Then you just account for the.
You do. Let me tell you.
Just check the level every time because you have to build it, design it. There are terrain as well.
It's some kind of weird excuse, right? But let me tell you how you prove it, right? So imagine three positions: A, B, and C, right? Now and these are vertical positions. You make a mark on your post. So you go A to B, and you say, okay, 1 mile, and you go B to C. That's 1 mile. So that's a straight line. Then you go A to C. That's 2 miles. That's a straight line. And you just keep on doing that over and over and over. There's no curve to a straight line.
Can you say this again? Repeat this again. Is this Pythagoras you're saying, or what?
This is just extending a straight line segment. If you can imagine, you have three. You can do this in the vertical, right? So imagine you know what a plumb bob is, just so you can get this idea down. Imagine you drop a plumb bob, right? And that's a straight line. Right? Just goes down vertical. All right, so now you make 3 marks on it, A, B, C. You measure from A to B, right? That's 12 inches. Then you measure from B to C. That's another 12 inches. Then you measure from A to C, from the beginning to the end, and it's 24 inches, proving that it's a straight line.
I think the Romans, I definitely know the Romans, since you mentioned the plumb bobs, they did use plumb bobs.
Yeah, so now just imagine that in the other orientation, the horizontal orientation, A, B, C, from any position between the line, being the shortest distance between points, proving that it's a straight line, and there's no drop or in elevation of that line.
Okay, sounds interesting.
Well, it's proven. That's the proof. You know, when you say, well, they do it over a short distance, like 10 miles, then they do it in between the 10 miles, 5 miles, to the next marker, that would be another 10 miles. And they proved that it's in the horizontal orientation, and there's no change in elevation. It's proven. Because there will be, I can point out there would be consequences if it wasn't the case. You would get a different measurement. It would be a longer distance, or the points would not lie along the straight line.
The tools have got better. The principle's the same.
Yeah. Sorry, was it?
Hey, so when we build something, bring a bunch of levels with me, okay? I have a 2-inch level, 6-inch level, an 8-inch level, a 1-foot level, a 3-foot level, a 6-foot level, and an 8-foot level. After that, I use a snap line or laser, okay? So for long distances, we use laser transit. We level the laser, we spin up the laser, or we fire the laser and pan it. Then we mark where the laser is, and all things being equal, that it's level at the joint where you have it mounted, then your line is going to be level. So you can extend that out great distance. Some lasers that you can get for local leveling, are like 180 feet. But you can actually get more powerful lasers. You can get lasers that'll shoot 25 miles. So you use the same principle of a leveling laser transit. You set it up on one side of a lake. You set a target up on the other side of the lake, 25 miles away. Now, if the Earth is a globe, the laser should pass over the target because the two different local horizontals, according to what they claim in the globe, are offset to each other because one's on one side of the curve and the other's on the other side of the curve. So the laser won't hit the target. It'll pass over the target by 280 feet in the air. However, when they did this test, they did 17 tests leading up to this test. This was just the longest range test. They hit the target. In fact, they have a photograph of the centroid of the beam, which means that the laser is aimed at the camera, 25 miles away. So that means that the maximum variance is in the single digits. Not the double digits, not the triple digits. That means you debunked the curve by 2 orders of magnitude and essentially, quote unquote, leveled the floor or validated that it was level and that level isn't curving. So yes, this has been done, 25 miles. There's posts that have been placed in the chat for you. There's ones that were 28 miles. There's one that was done over land 35 miles using the same methodology. There's one that was done by a PhD physicist in the field of optics, which he used different wavelength lasers to prove to himself after hearing about flat Earth that yes, indeed, when shining a laser over water, you debunk the curvature. Curvature isn't present. So yes, you are correct that it should be measured, and lasers are a good tool. And when you apply lasers to the surface, it demonstrates that it's flat. And if you know anything about the physics of water, the physics of water are going to be the same everywhere. Okay, water at a slope flows, water that's uncontained flows, and sea level is the benchmark standard, right, for all elevation profiles. So if you could prove that the water isn't curving, that means the entire base standard for sea level isn't curving. That means that all elevation profiles are off of a horizontal plane or 2 horizontal parallel planes with a tolerance of a maximum deviation of the tip of Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, which is only 13 miles, against an alleged 190 million square miles of surface territory, of which 70% is covered by a liquid that seeks equilibrium. Therefore, the entire surface profile is between 2 horizontal parallel planes. The entire surface of the Earth is arranged horizontally. Therefore, it's flat. Not only flat, but very flat.
You're on a
I rest
roll.
my case.
Well, and he's out. Very succinct. That was very good. He listened to almost all of it, and I think maybe he went to go check out the video after it hit him.
No Bevites were harmed in the filming of this broadcast. By the way, that's how flat is defined mechanically in any engineering book or machining book when they're trying to make flat parts or flat surfaces. Because obviously you can't have something that's perfectly flat. So basically it's all arranged within a very strict tolerance between two parallel planes. Now those planes don't necessarily need to be horizontal for the surface to be. But the Earth's surface is obviously horizontal because the definition of horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon, which includes the direct reference to the surface of the Earth's orientation. Right? So in order for a parallel plane to be parallel to the plane of the horizon, it must be oriented in the same direction. That direction is known as horizontal.
Even in the Earth curve maps, the eye level is parallel to the horizon.
Yeah, all their base arguments require the Earth being represented as flat in the first place, and then they go from there to then alter the information to infer curvature with assumptions and logical fallacies and guesswork. Basically.
Who's having a hard time holding their phone?
Yeah, I know. It's like getting to the point. I've just given up. There's been so much background noise, so much hot miking and echoing that the last half hour has just been just garbage.
All right, let's issue out the awards for the day. Jedi gets 5,000 Flat Earth merch credits in the Flat Earth Superstore for not having to be asked to get his own citation, but volunteering. Since I presented it, I'll go get the citation. He also gets a gold medal.
Hey.
Just within the last week, we had a Flat Earther berate A little bit, not too bad. A guest, when they asked the flat earther making the claim to back up their claim with evidence. And when the evidence was presented, it wasn't even evidence pertaining to their claim at all. The guest pointed it out. He just mocked the guest. That's entirely inappropriate. If you present something that you didn't research because you did it on the fly, because you actually didn't know what you were talking about, or you didn't have it on hand, then the most appropriate thing is to be like, "Yeah, I don't have it on hand. I'll need some time to get that for you." Not to mock the guest, right? For asking a question for you to validate your claim as if that's not your burden to bear when you make the claim, because it is. Contrary to some people's rhetoric, flat earthers actually have burdens of proof to bear when they make claims, don't they? Mock the guest that they don't know what they're talking about, that they haven't researched it enough, that they can't understand because they're asking you a question to back up your claim. How is that appropriate?
It's not.
I'll give you the cheat sheet. It's not. There you go. Even being like, okay, I'm not going to do all your homework for you. That's a more honest and respectful response than, oh, I don't have to prove my claims. So those are light years apart, right?
Yeah, of course. Put me in mind of the conversation I had earlier today or yesterday with Newt, when we were talking about circumnavigation pole to pole. I at least pointed him in the right direction, right? Like showed him that was it the one more orbit, the last pertained flight. So he went and found that, and he had a kind of eureka moment. Maybe it stumped him for a bit. Anyway, I know that. But yeah, if people are going to make claims or reference something or whatever, and somebody asks you if you can back it up, yeah, do that. It's only going to help you, right?
Wrong.
I need a citation why he's wrong.
I'll give you a citation now.
I need a citation why you need a citation why he's wrong.
Dude, I'm going to give you a citation. You are fined 50 credits for violation of the verbal morality statute.
Hold on. A police citation, also known as a statement of offense, is a formal document issued by a police officer or other authorized person for a violation of law or regulation. Are you a police officer?
No, but the principle's still the same.
I am.
Still the same.
I am.
The police officer will at least reference the law. He will cite the law that has been broken. So
I know, I'm joking. Don't worry.
I know. I'm trying to make it still work. Make it still work.
I'm a triangle police officer.
The Holy Triangle? When I
I don't know what's holy about a triangle.
When I go to McDonald's, I ask for a trio, and it's like the guy is like, "Would you like to talk about the Holy Trinity?" I was like, "Bitch, I'm asking for a trio. What you talking about Trinity now?"
No, yeah, this isn't a religious room. Yeah, no, I'm Professor Triangle. I will smoke you in triangles. That's all.
Oh, like you can you roll a joint in the form of a triangle? That would be so dope.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah, bro. Hey, Dr. Triangle, we have a real paradox in our hands. So follow me and see if you can figure this one out. So, when you're about to fight someone, you say, let's square up. But the tool known as a square is in the shape of a triangle. Mind blown. So why don't you say, let's triangle up? Exactly.
What is the tool? That is in the shape of a triangle. I'm not familiar with this.
A square.
Bro, if I'm going to a fight, I'll just take a crowbar with me.
I don't know, dude. My square is pretty big. It's got three
Yeah, my
pointy
squares
ends.
are pretty big too. I'm gonna hit you before you hit me with your crowbar.
Okay. In that case, maybe I'll use nunchucks.
All right, but we got an addition to this problem here. So a framing square is in the shape of an L.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
How come it's not called a framing L?
Exactly.
Or why isn't it called a framing 90 degree?
Oh, by the way, that guy's claim about the water being at a different relative sea level throughout the year relative to mean sea level. So, in other words, it's lower than the average throughout the year.
What the Florida guy?
That just makes it part of the average, doesn't it? Because some parts are going to be higher than the average.
Yeah.
However, his claim was due to local anomalies. That is why the water is doing what it does. So, in other words, local conditions cause the water to be at a different relative sea level throughout the year. So, if you then ask, well, how does that work on a flat Earth? I could give him the exact same answer. Local conditions, because that's all he said. He said local conditions cause this. So, I could just say local conditions cause this. So, on both sides, we have local conditions causing something. And then you cross multiply and divide by 0, and now we both have $0. So in order to make money, you got to prove that that local condition is curved.
Whales. It's because of whales.
That local condition thing that you brought up was also in the citation that I put down about tides. There's going to be local conditions are a primary factor.
You know what one of those conditions is? The profile of the seafloor leading to the shore.
Yeah.
And the profile of further out leading to the profile. So there's one profile which breaks into another profile, and then it goes up the shore, right? And it has a different amount of additional change of direction of the water that other locations wouldn't have. That's why some places have shoaling, tidal bores, all other kinds of different things.
But they're so stupid. Like, so why do we have tides? Like, could it be that because the water is rushing in to the raising elevation toward the coast? Like, the fuck?
Well, it's actually not unreasonable to just use their same answer. So they would say that the tides are somehow related to the correlation of the relative position of the moon and the sun. So you could use that same answer because the sun and the moon certainly are not in the same place all the time. And if there's any correlation at all, you could claim that as some type of coordinated effect. So if they say if the Earth was flat, why is there tides? You could say, well, a reasonable answer could be the relative position of the sun and the moon are affecting the water somehow.
So true on
How does that make the water curved? It don't. It don't.
I do use that for tides. I just didn't go into it with that guy.
I can't believe they don't get that. It's like they imagine that the moon is like a giant magnet going over a ferrofluid. Like when you watch that happen, you'll see as you move the magnet above it, you'll see the ferrofluid will arch towards the magnet. And then when you move the magnet somewhere else, the ferrofluid has to return. Right? So the principle, if they claim that the moon is some kind of giant magnet for the water, like, why would that all of a sudden not be the case if the Earth was flat? That's interesting. That they think that they can remove the curvature of the Earth, but not remove the effect that they claim the moon has when the moon isn't the Earth. So that's the problem with them, is they try to synergize everything into one cause. You know, like where the globe is actually the cause. It's not the moon that's the cause, notice. It's the globe that's the cause. Isn't that weird?
That's a good one. Dang. Yeah, they're gonna be like, no, it's the iron core magma that's gravity. Like, they're trying to conflate the moon's gravity to freaking the core's gravity. It's like, which one is it?
Most of them don't even know the mainstream answer of the tides at all. So they just generally believe the moon affects the tides, or the moon pulls the water. They don't even know that the tide on the side of the moon is being pulled by the moon, but the tide on the other side of the Earth that they think is happening, how is that being pulled by the moon? Because it's going the opposite direction. Well, the legit answer from the physicist retards is that the moon is not only pulling the water, but it's actually pulling the whole Earth out from under the water on the other side at the same time. For real. So he's doing a double yoink. So when the moon pulls to make the tides, he goes yoink the water, yoink the Earth.
Damn, bendy Earth. Bendy glob.
You know what's funny, dudes, is like, remember when we had a slope earthers in here where they said that the reason why you can see this on the other side of a lake is because the water is lower on the other side of the lake. So essentially a diagonal lake. So at least that is so absurd on its face that you can't even take the person seriously, and you have to laugh and just know that he's screwing up. But this other guy with his, you can't have level water be at different heights if the Earth isn't a globe. Like that is just like, that's the first time I heard that. And that was pretty dumb.
Man-made lakes are made so you can see the other side. That's the one I heard.
Oh yeah. So what you do is you take what you dude. Listen. I actually charge a lot of money for this, and it makes me quite a good amount of money in the winter. So what I do is, after you make your man-made lake, what we do is we schedule an appointment during the winter when it's frozen over, and we take our steamroller and we flatten it out for you. And that way, the guests on both sides of the lake can see each other, and it just adds to the ambiance. And I charge like $1 million for each event, so it makes me a ton of money. It goes by the acre.
Sounds romantic.
Goes by the acre, dude. It's like $200,000 an acre for the lakes, bro. To steamroller in the winter.
So yeah, how do you explain the fact that there's high tide in the west coast of the United States when there's low tide in the east coast of Asia and Japan?
Yeah, the water's
then
moving
vice
around.
versa.
There you go. Problem solved.
What makes the water move around?
Yeah, it makes the water move around. It's a wave. One
It's a
big,
wave.
gigantic, long period
Wow.
wave.
That's a good
Yeah.
explanation.
You didn't know
That's a
that?
good explanation.
Google it.
I did
Google
not
it.
know that. So you guys have no
Well, now you
explanation.
learned
Okay.
something.
Okay. Well,
Called
I
a
know.
long
I know
period
you just made
wave.
up.
Scott, do you want to
I'm
tell us that the
driving.
moon somehow affects the water on the Earth?
I just want you to tell me how it's low tide in Japan when it's high tide in California.
Hey, I
Simple
did.
question,
Water
right?
A wave. Because it's a wave.
Why does that wave not crash on the beach then?
It does crash on the beach.
Oh, fuck. I forgot how stupid he is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I talking to a card?
You can't believe that. There's no way you believe that.
Scott, do all waves crash?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Oh, wow. Well, there you go, folks. They all crash.
Can you show me one that doesn't?
Wow. There you go.
Oh, you guys are really going with the wave thing, huh? Interesting. All right.
I'm not. I'm just pointing out that logically I can use the same affirming the consequent mentality of a Glover and prove that just look at tides. There's a non-crashing wave. Problem solved.
But do you
when you ask me to prove it, I'll just
Why
point to
does
the
it say
phenomenon
that
as the
at
proof.
NOAA.gov? Why does it say that at NOAA.gov, I think, that tides are long period waves? Why does it say that?
Ooh. That's hot, bro.
Okay, so how is there high tide in California and low tide in Japan at the same time? Same ocean, right? Just one ocean. And then when it's high tide in Japan, it's low tide in California.
Well, that's obvious because more water's on one side than the other, and then it goes back the other way. I mean, how hard was that to get?
But what makes it go back and forth?
Oh, go on, AI, do it.
You guys say water's flat, right?
Oh my goodness.
Flat and level. Flat and level. How can it be level if it's different heights at different points?
What, changing level?
But it's not changing level. It's high. It's higher in California and lower in Japan. So it's actually
that's
tilting back
changing
and
level.
forth, right?
Higher and lower is a change in level, right?
But that would be universal, right? It'd be higher and lower everywhere.
Yeah, just one clarification, D, before you slip out of this one. Higher and lower is just a change of level, right?
If there were higher and universal, if there were higher and lower universally, yes, but it's not.
Like what?
Why would you expect? Why would you expect it to be?
Oh, I wouldn't, and you guys should.
No, well, listen. I've never seen a water surface that is under dynamic stress in any manner, like that causes the water to move from one side to the other, where the surface is uniform. Never seen that, dude. It's always moving towards one side and then going back towards the other side. There's like a shelf of water that's higher than the rest. It's like one side is dipped down, one side's high.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking when you look at a pool or something. So when you look at a pool, the water's going back and forth all the time.
Holy crap! Yeah,
well, this is you guys' argument, right?
You make a big splash, and then it changes the overall water level in the local area. Or if you push it with a big toy.
So how big does the bowl have to be before the side of the water is higher on one side than the other?
Dude, it doesn't matter. All you have to do is insert some differentiation in the local forces. That's all you got to do.
Well, what differentiation of local force are we talking about?
Local force differentiation. What else?
What kind of forces?
Motion.
What's causing the motion?
F equals ma.
But something has to be causing the motion, right?
Now you think I'm being facetious and silly, but I actually am, because I'm just mocking the way Globers respond to us with these same stupid definitional terms for forces.
Okay. And so what causes?
Okay, let's put it this way. How about this? How about this, brother? How about this? Check this out. It's going to blow your mind. I can answer. I don't know. and it doesn't alter my position about whether the Earth is flat or not in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, but do you accept that the oceans or the water is higher on one side than the other?
Yeah, the ambient sea shelf in local areas is at different heights at different times of the day and year at different locations. Yes.
But it goes up and down, right, throughout the day. So the water will come higher in California and lower in Japan. Then 6 hours later, it'll be higher in Japan and lower in California. And another 6 hours is back and forth. It's just going on every day, right? We agree.
Sure.
And so this water's like tilting back and forth then, right?
Yeah, so welcome to Flat Earth, I guess.
What's making the water tilt back and forth on a flat Earth?
Tilt back and forth. Is that what you think is happening, Scott?
It's tipping. It's tipping.
That's what you guys are saying is happening.
Watch this. Watch this. The moon has a cosmic invisible hand that as it passes over the Earth, it swoops down in the water and pushes some to one side. And then when it goes to the other side, it pushes it back.
Seems legit.
No, hold on. Let's see what he replies.
All right, just okay. That's what you believe. That's okay.
No, that's what you believe. I just characterized what you believe. You believe that there's an invisible hand caused by the moon that's affecting the water in the manner in which I just described at different times of the day relative to where the Earth is. That you do believe that.
No, that's not what I believe.
Okay, then what do you believe?
Well, I believe in gravity.
The magical.
Oh, invisible. It's invisible, and it pushes the water on one side, and it pushes it back to the other. Wait, it's not a literal hand. It's a metaphorical hand.
Oh, what do you think's causing it?
I told you.
I told you the sun and the moon.
He was being
have metaphysical hands that are invisible, and they cause the tides. And I know that's true because the tides occur multiple times a day. I rest my case.
Local forces.
What local forces?
The local forces.
Oh, just local forces.
Forces that are local.
Just happen to cycle every 6 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. All right.
Yeah, dude, I could write it in a song for you. Some of those local forces are the same that push waters.
But do you guys at least concede that the tide's high in California while it's low in Japan? Do you at least
we concede to tides?
That's what I asked you, right?
Yeah, under pain of death. All right, we concede to the changing level of water. Also known as tides.
It's like you guys can't even hear the actual question being asked.
Do we agree to water being higher in some places and lower in another place?
Yes, at the same time. So
at the same time,
in Japan, where it's high in Japan and low in California.
Yes, we agree to tides.
And 6 hours later, it's high in California, low in Japan, right?
We agree to tides, yes.
You
got upset because you didn't think that you got the full question out, and the answer still remains because it was the same fucking question.
I know, but how do you guys account for the tipping
it's
water?
why I complain like a bitch then.
How do you guys account for the tipping water?
How do we account for the tipping water? Well, we measure it. We don't have a cause for it.
Local forces.
Over-tipping. I believe in over-tipping.
Right. That's good. Local forces. Anything else you guys have to offer?
No, that's it. Local forces. That's the answer.
Okay.
If I say I'm 6'2", you're all right. Anything else? No. Local forces.
Anything else?
Interesting. So you think that's an answer? All right. Fair enough.
Anything else?
Well, wait a minute. What was wrong with AI's magical hands, dude? What was wrong with AI's magical hands? That was an answer. You didn't like that one?
Geography.
Yes, that's an answer. That's fine. That's fine. I can accept that. He believes that.
Geometry and bathymetry. The shape of coastlines, bays, and estuaries greatly affects tidal patterns. Funnel-shaped bays, narrow inlets, and shallow waters. Local winds, offshore winds, onshore winds. High pressure systems, low pressure systems, river flow, tidal cycles. Yeah, local forces. Yeah.
Well, tidal cycles is what we're talking about. You can't use that.
Yes, I can. AI just use them. So that's the celestial. I'm talking about the local ones.
But AI is using a globe.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
he's using a globe. What?
Is the moon and the sun a globe?
How about this?
Wait, is the moon and the sun a globe?
The moon and the sun are both globes. Yes.
No, is the moon and the sun the earth?
What?
Is the moon and the sun the earth?
No.
Okay, great. Oh, all right. So when he was saying it was the sun and the moon, he wasn't saying it was the earth. He was saying it was the sun and the moon. So that would be not him saying it was a globe. That would just be him saying it was the sun and the moon.
Wait, who's him? I lost track.
Yeah.
So ask AI what shape the Earth is.
That's him. That'd be him.
Are we talking AI the person here or AI like ChatGPT?
AI is the person here.
AI, yeah. We don't. People here don't talk to chat bots and expect to get answers from them. That's some dumb shit.
Oh,
That's some Elon Musk stuff right there.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Okay, you're less confused now, Scott.
No, I understand a little bit more better about how you guys think. Sure.
No, he gets more confused.
Yeah, listen. A wise man once said, ChatGPT and other such AIs are essentially just an autocomplete for your own stupid ideas. I rest my case.
Okay.
So in other words, the AI isn't thinking about what shape the Earth is. It's just auto-completing a collection of stupid ideas.
Yeah, I asked AI, I'm like, how many people would have to be in on it for atheism to be correct? And it told me the vast majority of humans, past, present, and future, would all have to be in on it if atheism was correct.
Wow, you make as little sense as ever, Crit. Good job.
I just said how many people, like how many Sunday school teachers, astronauts, politicians.
In on what?
All of them. They would all have to be in on like they know. They know there's no God. They know that there's no God, but they just talk about God anyway. I'm like, hey, ChatGPT, like, what is the pure number of people that would have to be in on it for atheism?
That's giving them too much credit, bro. That's giving them too much credit that they know there's no God. Most of them are too intellectually cowardice to admit to themselves that they know anything, let alone that there's no God.
Yeah, I think those people are silly who say they can't know anything. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is pretty bad, isn't it?
I know, I agree.
Dude, hey, real quick.
I blame Discord. I blame Discord for that.
Well, look, there's other social platforms that were doing it even more heavy, which were specifically designed for those types of arguments. They just moved into Discord when those forums ended.
But 15, 20 years ago, nobody was ever saying that we can't know anything. That's just something that's cropped up the last 10, 15 years. And people think they're being really clever and really smart and being philosophical when they say that. But they're just being silly.
Kind of like Dr. Blitz when he said he wanted to have a discussion and then broadcast it to his audience as a debate. And then rather than talk about the topic of the nature of the curve or not curve of the Earth, he immediately cornered India on whether he can know anything at all.
Oh, well, I don't know Dr. Blitz, so sorry.
Yeah, well, don't worry. He's nobody of note or import that you should know him. Well, so just erase it from your memory.
Okay. Yeah, I always wonder what all these flat Earth or anti-flat Earth channel people are doing. Like, what's the big guy? Gotta forget his name. Don't ever watch him.
The fat one? Yes. The fat one's called Fight the Flat Earth. That's the big fat
these
one.
guys. I don't understand.
Hey, whoa now. He lost weight, all right.
Yeah, I don't understand why these people are taking their time to make videos to debunk you guys. It seems like a big waste of their time, but, it makes some money, I guess.
Yeah, it's a complete waste of time because you can't debunk a measurement.
Why? I know you can't. Yeah, I agree. It's already been measured, right? And round. That's how they know how big it is.
No, they don't know how big it is. It's actually flat.
Really? When did you measure that?
Well, they measure
When
it
did
when they
anybody
use
measure that?
well, they measure it when they use trigonometry over 80 miles when they're landing and sending planes in a level flight. So they measure it all the time, every day.
Can you share that math with us?
What, the simple trigonometry?
Well, the math they use to land an airplane.
The math that they use for the ascension and descension of an airplane into or away from an airport. That's what you
Yeah,
want?
sure. Can you share? Yeah, can you share that math?
All right, give me a second.
All right, thank you.
Scott, you mentioned how the anti-flat earthers on YouTube are wasting their time, but at least they're getting paid. You're here studying us and not getting paid for it, so aren't you a bigger waste of time?
No, because I'm learning something about you guys.
It's quite the opposite. Yeah, like you say you got this degree in political science, didn't know what Michigan and Downtown schools of political science were.
Oh, you got me there, man. You got me
101.
There.
This is like basically
good job.
101. Like try to construct a master's degree on something that's 101. Like, hey, do people vote on rational choice or based off identity? Didn't even know that. Didn't even know that that's already deeply studied and labeled and categorized.
You got me, man. You got me. Good job.
Yeah, stop pretending, dude.
You got me. Good job. Good job, Chris. Your life's goals have been accomplished. Good man.
You're going to bring any value to the conversation today, Scott?
Can't get blood from a turnip.
Yeah, I never bring value to conversations, do I?
None, yeah.
No, not really.
What? No, what? I like Scott.
I tried once, back in the day before you guys banned me. I tried to show you how celestial navigation worked. Tried to show you some of these, ideas about what refraction would mean with regard to your. But you guys didn't care. You didn't want to know. That's fine.
You don't know anything about these topics to begin with. You wouldn't be able to teach anyone this.
No.
Before before the 10th Man even mentioned celestial navigation, you thought it was something Captain Picard did in Star Trek. You had no clue what these words mean. And still to this day don't.
Sorry.
It's amazing you Globers can be such straight-faced liars.
That was great.
It's like no shame.
That was some first rate craziness there. Good job, man. But anyways, what am I lying about? Go for it, man. I'm listening.
Acting like you've ever been in here to add value or have a serious conversation and pursue where the evidence actually leads.
Okay, everybody that talks to you guys initially approaches you with the idea that they have the information that will change your minds. That they're the ones who can help you understand what you're missing. They're all wrong, of course, because they don't, and they don't understand why you guys really believe what you do.
They don't know jack about shit.
Everybody comes to you guys thinking they can help you.
Well, why do you start from the presupposition that we need help? Where'd you get that from?
Well, because you're wrong on something so obviously true.
Okay, so you've already determined we're wrong before you even started this interaction on day one. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, he's got Trump. It's Trump-style debate tactics. Just walk into a room and just screech wrong.
Yeah, that's
I mean, doesn't that scream fucking idiot to you? Because it does to me.
It's weaponized ignorance. He goes, hey, that group of people's wrong. What were they talking about? I don't know. I don't know what they're saying. How do you know they're wrong? You have no clue what they're even presenting. You haven't listened to what they said. You haven't been able to understand anything they've said. You've been doing this over and over again. Your own people think you're autistically retarded. You might want to double check yourself. Because if you're getting the same feedback from globalists and flat earthers telling you that you're both autistic and retarded, it couldn't be all of them. It can't be everybody.
Right, hold on. I'm writing down. I'm taking notes. So I'm going to take your advice, but you need to slow down a little bit. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I need to check myself. Both my side and your side think I'm autistic. Okay. What else was there? Sorry.
You can play the live stream back since you're so slow. That's why we recorded.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I'll do that. I'll go back to the live stream and take notes from there. Thank you, though. I really do appreciate this advice, man.
Yeah, just trying to help you.
Thank you. And I appreciate it. I really do.
See, the globalist side will just mock you and use you for entertainment purposes. Here, you're going to get some ideas on how to parse out your worldview and then be better for it.
I know. Thank you. I'm forever in your debt.
That being said, Scott, now that you've been enticed thoroughly, now that you've been enticed thoroughly, are you going to donate to my GoFundMe?
What? I might. What's it for?
All right. So do you know Dr. Shiva?
No, never heard of that.
Never heard of him. Well, anyway, some guy named Dr. Shiva, who supposedly is a professor or scientist or some other such nonsense. Who knows? Point is, he's recently been thinking of this idea like he's going to do a 5-on-5 team, 5 Globers, 5 Flat Earthers, and he's going to be like the leadership of it to make sure everyone's following the quote-unquote scientific method to together come up with a quote-unquote scientific test that they can do to prove the Earth is a flat or a globe. And then he's going to elicit funding from other people based on the fact that he's the figurehead of it. And so this idea that the 5-on-5 team come up with will be funded, right, under his supervision. So let's just screw all that and let's just raise a big GoFundMe and give all the money to me. So what am I going to do with that money? I'm glad you asked.
Okay.
What we're going to do is we're going to build a box. And inside the box, we're going to put, let's just say, 5 different kinds of gyros or as many different types of gyros as we can get.
Okay.
With the goal of having a true attitudinal orientation track of the box from the east coast of the United States, and I think it's across Highway I-40, all the way to the other side, about 3,500 miles, and also do it north to south and back again. So creating a crisscross over the United States. And if I'm not mistaken, although I could be wrong if memory serves, I think it's 15-degree displacement north to south. It should be reoriented, and maybe 45 east to west. But either way, it's going to be displaced the amount of degrees. So, in other words, oriented an amount of degree shift, and you'd be able to track it the entire way that it actually moved in that manner. How does that sound? Sound good?
Anyway, just put them in a box and wait a day.
No. See,
Mike,
you don't get it.
But they'll change all by themselves, right?
To say that I posted the what you asked for.
Okay, thank you. But isn't that what that Nodell guy did? It's he put a gyroscope in some kind of neodymium or whatever tube he put it in, and it kept registering 15 degrees per hour. Very annoying of that stupid gyroscope, but
Why would it read 15 degrees? That makes no sense. He wasn't on the poles.
But it did, right?
Yeah, but it's 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude. So why would it reading 15 degrees mean it's accurate? That would mean it's inaccurate.
No.
Why not? Look at, bro. If you claim that the stationary gyro has that differentiation, right? Then the transpositioning gyro from one location of the other, right, should just corroborate that. So why not do it? Because remember, keep in mind, this is under the auspices of people like Duffy and Shiva who think, I'm going to be the one to finally make the new test that's going to prove it to everyone and they're going to accept it. So obviously the old tests weren't good enough, right? At least in the state of social acceptance. At least in the state of social acceptance, they weren't good enough. Would you agree at least with that?
Well, good enough for who? And what tests are we talking about? I'm a little lost.
For whatever social group isn't accepting it, because these heroes keep coming in that they have to be the one to finally settle it, because no one accepts the evidence to date, right? So we got to come up with something new, something snazzy, something popping.
Well, everybody but you guys accepts the evidence.
Okay, let's say that's true. Then why do they care? Why is Shiva involved at all?
I don't know.
Right.
I'm
So
sure
the
they all
moral of
have
the
their own
story
motivations.
is, anyway, the moral of the story is that people are trying to fund new tests that are going to be better, bigger, badder, snazzier, hotter chicks, better food, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, to try to figure out a way to convince you guys of the thing that.
Well, let me put it to you this way: if I travel across the United States, and the gyros aren't displaced in the manner in which they should be by going over an arc in which your orientation should change by the amount of degrees traveled on that arc, would that mean something to you?
Well, your experiment is just so radically flawed in so many ways.
Why? Seems perfectly rational to me. What's wrong with it?
Okay, what do you expect to see when you watch these things as you're driving? What's your expectation?
I don't care. I'm just going to track it and give the information.
Well, what you're going to see is you're going to see roughly a 15 degrees per hour change in all these things.
I don't care about that. I don't care about that.
And
talking about raw attitudinal change, dude.
Well, no. And that's what you're going to witness.
So you could actually, if it's the case, right, that the gyros are benchmarked at 15 degrees per hour, you could just put that in the opposite, and then they should be displaced a different amount of degrees, only for the raw transposition and nothing to do with the alleged turn of the Earth at all. So we could still isolate that out. So it's either going to be that the vehicle is now oriented in a different orientation, or it's not. Right?
Oh, so what you're doing is you're going to counter or control for this 15 degrees per hour, and so just measure the difference.
Yeah, we're going to have some retarded gyros. Yeah, we're going to have some retarded gyros on one side of the box doing the retarded thing, and then we're just going to have some other gyros on the other side of the box doing something else. And that way they cross-reference each other and cancel each other out.
I'm not aware of any gyros that can control for that degrees per hour. They just measure the change, right? Is there some kind of gyros you can program to ignore the 15 degrees per hour?
Oh yeah, you can also program them to add it in.
Really? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Huh. I've never seen a programmable gyro. Then again,
Dude,
I've
anything
never
that has software translation before the end user interface can be programmed to output any reading you want. So if you're assuming that if you're traveling in this direction, there'll be a 15-degree displacement, you could take one benchmark gyro and add a negative 15 degrees, and then you could have the other one not do it, and then you'd be able to tell what's actually happening when you arrive.
So you're just assuming that this 15 degrees thing will be happening. You got to counter for it, right?
No. I'm going to control for it so that the Globers can see that it's being controlled for, so that their fantasy claims can be addressed.
But what is it you're controlling for then?
Dude, I'm going to take a gyro, right?
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to do everything that I just described to make sure that there's a benchmark where we could see the pure attitudinal change, right? Some gyros will be altered in a manner consistent with the alleged globe claims, and then others won't be. And then when you get to the other end, if they're not equal and opposite in both directions, then that proves that the globe claim is false.
How?
Oh my goodness, dude. If it takes, let's say it takes you a certain amount of hours to get where you're going. So then you should expect a 15 degree an hour change if the globe dudes were correct. So if you program that in and it doesn't zero out when you get there, then that claim was false. It wasn't 15 degrees per hour. That's assuming that you can travel at that speed consistently, which you can't.
Okay, you have two gyroscopes. One has the assumption of 15 degrees per hour, one doesn't. Right?
Keep in mind, we're going to be crossing, 3,500 miles, so you can't accomplish that in one day, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. And so you have two gyroscopes. What are you doing to each of them?
Dude, a whole bunch of stuff.
By your research design, but specifically, when you're writing up your report or your research results,
we're sending them east to west and then west to east, and we're sending them north to south and then south to north. Okay, and then we're going to cancel out. We're going to program them to read in the opposite direction, the alleged rotations of the Earth. Then we're going to do some that don't have that at all. And so when you do the crisscross applesauce, if they don't balance out, then the globe claim is wrong.
Okay, one of the things you're supposed to do in a lab report or a research report is write down your method that anybody else can copy it and do exactly what you did. So now tell the person who's going to replicate your work exactly what they should do to replicate it. Okay, so they go buy some gyroscopes from Amazon or something. What step?
Yeah, the whole setup will be finalized, printed, open sourced, and then a second unit will be copycatted and given to a Glober team. So there'll be one established by the original inceptors, right, which may or may not include a tag team of Globers and flat earthers. And then a copycat will be made and then given to another team as a control team.
Okay, so you buy these gyros from Amazon. You open the box. What do you do to them?
Dude.
Come on, details, man.
Yeah, first you put them in a box, and then you shake the box up, and eventually they'll evolve into a human.
Yeah. So you open the box, you take out the gyroscope. What do you do to it?
Dude, you identify how the gyroscope is intended to function. You get a baseline orientation.
You should already know that. You're telling someone who's
well, yeah, you're gonna pick. Dude, we hasn't been finalized yet.
Okay. Well, once you do get back to us,
the base principles of a gyro are pretty basic, dude.
I know.
They're gonna move relative to the orientation where they start to where they arrive, compared to the body that's rotating around them being the vehicle. They're gonna counteract on the gimbal, or if they're an optical gyro, they're gonna do what optical gyros do. They're going to be oriented in the vertical and horizontal axis, right? So one of each kind against each axis. So that way any shift in either axis will be noted. Then there's going to be a duplicate with the opposite reading or setting, right? And they're going to be going south to north and north to south. and you're going to input and track the alleged 15 degrees per hour across that, so that you can mathematically isolate what is the pure attitudinal change of the vehicle versus this alleged 15 degrees. And then when you flip the equations, if they don't balance out, then the claim of the 15 degrees rotation is false. Or the attitudinal change will be that there is a 15 degree per hour drift in the gyro, but the raw attitudinal change of the vehicle relative to the gyro didn't change, meaning that whatever is causing them to show this drift has nothing to do with its raw three-dimensional orientation from when it left, disproving the curvature. So either way, you disprove something.
Okay. So I bought the gyroscopes. What do I do to them?
First, you paint them red.
Okay. Then what's step 2?
Paint the box green.
Step 3?
Buy some cameras.
Are you beginning to understand that you have no idea what you're talking about?
No, I know exactly what I'm talking about, dude.
But
Very simple. That's why I don't need all that complicated stuff, dude.
The complicated stuff like being able to tell someone else how to replicate your experiment.
Dude, it's very simple.
Okay.
All the technical details can be ironed out. Yeah, I did tell you 3 times now.
You didn't even tell me what you do after I take this gyroscope out of the box.
I said paint it red, dude. What? You didn't hear me say paint it red?
Oh, come on, man. You couldn't be.
And after you paint it red, you read the manual. And then when the manual says do not paint, then you soak the thing in turpentine to get the paint off. Duh.
So pathetic.
Yeah, it is pathetic that you're trying to be hyper precisely pedantic rather than get the overarching point, because you're distracting from the point. So I want to ask you, if it's the case that the data of the raw attitudinal shift of the vehicle versus the quote unquote alleged spin differentiation, once those are isolated out, if the vehicle is not attitudinally oriented on a splayed radial from the alleged center of the Earth, if it's not at that orientation now, when it left, that would disprove the curvature, would it not?
It would, but it will be, so not worried about it.
Okay, perfect. So thank you, for the love of God. You understood what I was saying the whole time.
No, you said you could do this experiment. I'm saying you can't do this experiment. You have no idea what to do the experiment.
Holy crap, dude. I do know what to do. I need to get a bunch of money and then hire a bunch of dudes to do it for me. Problem solved.
Oh, okay. So you don't know how to do it.
You never heard it. No, I do know how to do it. I just explained how to do it. The actual technical effectuation is a different idea, dude. For fuck's sake, you don't get that?
Yeah, I do. I understand exactly what you're saying.
I know you do. That's why it's so tedious to have to squeeze it out of you.
Well, what I understand is not what you understand. I understand something.
Okay, fair enough. Now, check this out, brother bro. All things being equal, let's say we were able to perform this, and we're able to isolate those variables within the machines, right? And it proves by the data, well, let's not say it proves anything by the data. Let's just say that the data shows from the raw attitudinal orientation isolated away from any alleged quote-unquote spin, that the vehicle, in fact, maintained a practically horizontal orientation, and when it arrives, it's not at the degrees of differentiation that it should be when it left. In other words, it just shows that it traveled straight, or, minus going up and down the mountain, of course.
Yep.
So if it showed that, I think you said it would disprove the curvature.
Yes, it would.
Okay. So you wouldn't say, well, maybe there's an anomaly, maybe it has to do with some kind of energetic flux. It would just rawly disprove it?
Yep.
Okay, so that being said, do you think that would be something that Dr. Shiva and his team of financiers would be willing to do? Based on his premise.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I know. I know. It kind of sucks you're not up to the speed on that. But let's just say his goal is to come up with a new test that hasn't yet been done that both flat earthers and globers could at least maybe agree upon that it would be definitive that if there is a displacement radially, then that means that the vehicle transposed itself over a curve. And if there's no displacement radially, then that means that it transposed itself horizontally the entire time. Now, you seem to agree that that would be sufficient.
Well, I would think it would be sufficient to prove a non-curved Earth. Yeah.
Okay, so if that's what Dr. Shiva wants, not knowing anything about Dr. Shiva, would that be something that you think he'd be interested in based on that criteria?
I don't know anything about him, so I have no idea what he would be interested in.
I told you he's interested in a new test that the 5 flat earthers and the 5 globe earthers, under his supervision of adhering to strict standards of, above board or whatever you want to call it, they would both agree, hey, let's get these things together. Let's get the brains on it. Let's get the technical know-how on it. Let's get the logistics on it. Get a truck, get a box, get the person to take the trip and come back, get the other person, get it recorded, do all this.
Didn't we just put it in an airplane, though, and do it in 5 hours?
Nah. But you're not wrong. You should do both.
Okay.
I think you should do both. I think it should be in a ground-based vehicle for certain reasons, and then you should have another one in the air.
What
traveling is functionally well, because remember what Dr. Shiva's goal was, based on what I claimed his goal was, is that his goal was to have the flat earther and the glober on the team both agree that this test is sufficient. So that would mean you have as many confirming variables as possible. So if people aren't convinced by the plane for whatever reason, the ground-based one is going to be more convincing. But I do agree with you. You should do both.
But if you're making that argument, then someone should walk, then, right? And or someone should push in a wagon, or
no.
AI, I have a question on that. So if this experiment is conducted and it does show that drift, could it be possible that if you're on the Earth could still be flat? It's just that's how the flat Earth is moving through space.
Well, the problem is it has to be moving through space in different simultaneous axes in 2 different directions, and that doesn't seem to make any sense. That's why you do it east to west, west to east, north to south, and south to north. So in other words, the east coast of the United States can't be going laterally left, right, while the west coast is going sideways against it. Like, that would rip the continent in half. Now, keep in mind, many flat earthers already agree with this premise based on the alleged pitch data attitudinal orientation argument that has been presented by some of the members in the community. And that was actually one of the first people to present that argument was Wolfie 6020. When he told us, because he's a pilot, he knows the Earth is a globe because he has access to the attitudinal orientation rotational data of the airplane, which proves it's rotating around an arced path, which he never presented. And when anybody did get any data from the NTSB, it showed no such information. But the flat earthers say because of this pitch, therefore it's flying horizontal. So the flat earthers already accept this premise. And based on that logic, if they said that this is the number one proof that the Earth is flat, then they would have to accept the data from this other test, even if it superseded their assumption of what the data was saying there. So it would fulfill that burden on the flat Earth side of anybody who accepts that rotational data as proof of how you're traveling through free space, which, if it's pure data, you should accept it. Because at that point, the only thing you could appeal to is some kind of interdimensional trans-space positional wormhole simulatory gobbledygook, which is not necessarily technically impossible if you're an idealist, right? But if you're a materialist in any way, shape, or form, or even a dualist to some form, it'd be very hard to square that circle.
Sounds like a fundamental misunderstanding.
Of what?
Of what pitch data would look like on a gravitationally affected sphere.
Well, it doesn't matter because it depends on what type of data you're representing. Because remember, what an object is actually doing versus what an end user interface is outputting are two different things.
Okay.
But I'd love to hear your take. Go ahead.
I'm not sure what you'd expect the pitch data to look like. Do you think a boat should have pitch data?
Now, see, friend, real quick. Pitch data and attitudinal orientation relative to your initial leaving spot and the course of the arc of your path, those are two different things. Do we agree?
Yeah.
So, for example, you could take a pitch data from a differentiation of orientation, right? So the whole body of a vehicle could rotate, but the thing that's measuring the pitch could have to do with something else. But it wouldn't matter because unless you know how it's related directly to the output of the data that you get on the piece of paper or the readout, then you wouldn't really know what's happening.
If your orientation is towards gravity, then that it's not going to change.
Oh, so what you're saying is if you strap a square, which is a triangle shape, of course, the tool called a square, to a level, and you take a black marker and you draw on that triangle, let's just say it's blue, because that's the brand I use. So you got this blue triangle known as a square. It's a tool. It has degrees on it.
Yep.
So you super glue it to your level. You hold your lever horizontally, and then you zoom in on the 3 degrees of the blue triangle. The black mark you put is going to say 3 degrees. If you then tilt your level diagonally rather than horizontally, and you zoom in on the square, that black tick mark is still going to read 3 degrees. Is that what you mean?
No. If you hold your square level with a level, put it on top of a level, and then you fly it a quarter way around the sphere, there's going to be no change.
What? Yeah, there is going to be a change. The entire attitude of that object is going to rotate the entire time, dude.
Only relative to looking at the Earth from outside.
Doesn't matter. It's going to really rotate. In order to negotiate the arc. There you go. Yes, it's going to rotate.
In space, it will rotate, but you're
correct.
On Earth, there will be no reading of that.
No, that's wrong. No, we have technology that can read that. We have technology that is sensitive enough to read that, dude.
Yes.
But so the only reason that reading wouldn't exist is if that technology is 1, not applied to that instance, or 2, not disclosed. It's not that it's impossible.
But that's the thing. It wouldn't be necessary. Why would it be necessary?
Because I'll tell you why it would be necessary. Because some asshat 8 years ago named Wolfie6020 claimed, I can disprove the whole flat Earth proposition by showing you the data from a plane's black box that the plane is indeed attitudinally rotating in the manner consistent with traveling over a giant arc that is parallel in an arc-shaped manner to the curve of the Earth.
Okay. And did he?
No, of course not.
I don't know.
Because like you said, supposedly it wouldn't exist. So then where's the proof it's actually rotating in the manner in which you claim? Where's the proof that any object is rotating as it transposes itself across the surface of the Earth?
But this is the thing. Relative to the Earth, nothing rotates.
I don't care. Don't care. Don't care. I didn't say whether it would be relative or not. I said, where's the proof it's doing it?
I mean, it is a fair question.
I know. Super fair.
No, it's not. If I have an ant on a basketball and I throw the basketball's rotating, but the ant's not.
The ant is rotating if he's on the basketball.
It's not. You can look at the ant, and if you're on the basketball standing beside the ant, and you're ant sized, the ant doesn't look like he's rotating because you're on the ball.
Okay, one more time. Notice how I said it is rotating, and notice how you had to say it doesn't look like it is.
Yeah,
two different universes, brother.
That's your problem.
Yes. Looks like and is. Yeah, I know. Looks like and is are two different things. So the fact is it's actually rotating. That's the fact.
You can't see atoms, you can't see electrons, but they exist, buddy.
Wow, dude.
I'm sorry, it's not in a coloring book for you to look at.
Can't. Chief Kegwin didn't phone a friend to get dumber. He phoned a friend to get smarter. So if you're not going to put something smarter than Chief, why don't you let Chief take it for the globe this time?
Go ahead, Chief. This is how this goes.
No,
I've done this a lot.
Overlord, the two things are true at the same time with the ant on the basketball.
I know. So that means that the person on the side of the ant can't tell the ant's rotating because they're both rotating in the same reference frame. However, the ant is truly attitudinally rotating. You've already agreed to that, Mr. Chief, so I am correct. It is rotating. And that rotation can be measured.
I don't see why it would need to be measured.
Dude, a rotation is an acceleration. Yes.
I don't know what you mean. Yeah.
Traveling in an arced path means it means acceleration. Correct.
I mean, yes, but that's incomplete.
Yes.
That's incomplete.
The answer's yes. That means you can measure it.
For fuck's sake! Not if you're.
Holy shit, dude! So now you can't measure it. Okay, so you admit you have no proof of any measurement of any rotation. I rest my case.
You're making wild conflations that I don't think you're.
Oh, you mean reality? You mean I'm making claims about reality that reality is real?
Conflations of reality. You're making conflations.
Hey, listen. You already agreed that it is indeed rotating, and you already agreed that we have devices sensitive enough to measure it. You already agreed on both counts.
Yes, but the other part of that is that I don't because of the sensitivity required. I don't see why they would require this instrumentation.
I don't care. I don't care whether they require it or not. This is the beauty of my plan, brother. Chiefo. Chiefy, bro. Chief. If nobody needs it, then why are so many globe people like Dr. Shiva, Will Duffy, and other such zealots so interested in trying to come up with these plans to create a better test to prove
because it's useful to demonstrate to flat earthers, sure, but in everyday flights, nobody needs this information.
Right. They don't need it because they don't need to treat the Earth as a globe. You're right.
Yes, but this is a conflation again. Yes, they don't need to treat it as one because our reference frame.
Right, because it's not there. I agree with you.
That's not the conclusion. That's an incomplete. Dude.
All right, so let's put it in a logic form.
Like to see.
They don't need to come up with a curve. Hold on.
Hold on, questions that you have to answer. They're like, "Oh, you're wrong."
Let's put it in a logic form. Let's put it in a logic form.
You argue like a 4-year-old.
Holy crap!
It's not fair. Why isn't the evidence in front of me? I want to see it right there.
So let's go with Kent's logic. Kent's logic is the plane doesn't have to account for the curve of the Earth because the Earth is curved. There you go. That's Kent for you.
The plane doesn't have to account for the curve of the Earth because gravity does the work.
Okay, how about this? The plane doesn't have to account for the curve of the Earth because the Earth isn't curved. Both fit the data. So, since we both agree, hold on, friend, we set a baseline. on both sides that what you said is true and what I said is true. They both would be equally true, unless one of us can prove or disprove that the plane is actually rotating or not. You already agreed that it's possible to do.
Yes, like that flat Earth guy that got that what was it? What's it called? What was it called? Geometer? Is that right?
Oh, you mean Bob Nodell?
Yeah, that measured the 15 degrees per hour. Like, it was expensive equipment. There's no need to have this equipment on an airplane except to satisfy flat Earth misunderstandings.
Yeah. So, what was Bob Nodell's actual conclusion about the event? Do you know?
I don't care. But what was it?
I know. See, there you go. You don't care. That's the real answer. You watched a clip from some documentary about supposedly what a man did or said, right? And then you didn't go on to watch what that man actually had to say about it.
What did he have to say about it?
Yeah, what he said about it is that no, he went on to do further tests and he got different rates of rotation at different altitudes, which is inconsistent with a radio spoke rotating at the same degrees per hour. So that debunks that right there. So that being said, something translating itself over a surface that's an arc, okay, it has to be constantly rotating if it's maintaining level flight or a level position relative to.
That's where the confusion.
No, it does. No, dude, I'm not even gonna let. No. It's rotating. It's rotating. Period.
It's rotating if you're outside of the reference frame of being a human and being.
No, it's rotating. Period. It's rotating. Period.
Yes.
Listen, let me put it this way, dude. If you spin up a gyro, and that gyro is a free gyro in which it maintains its attitude. Yeah, it maintains its attitude. Mechanical gyro that maintains its attitude. You spin it up horizontally when you take off, right? The plane is going to rotate around that thing.
The Earth is not a square, it's a dick.
Yeah, whatever, dude. What did the other guy phone you as a friend? So the phone of friends are getting dumber as we go along?
Shut the fuck up.
All right, excellent response.
I'd be interested in them reading what I posted.
See, not only is the plane rotating, if the Earth is curved in the manner in which you say, and gravity is reorienting the plane to the vector of down as a splayed radial that alters its vector as you move, that means the plane not only is rotating, it must be rotating and cannot be otherwise.
What do you think? Why would this need to be measured, and what would they use to measure it with?
I mean, look, it doesn't quote unquote need to be measured, but it needs to be measured if you're claiming that the plane is rotating.
You're claiming the plane is rotating.
No, I'm saying if the Earth was a globe and the plane was traveling in an arced path, maintaining altitude and level flight, in order for that to occur, the plane would have to rotate, period. There's no other possibility.
But this is what I mean. The instrumentation to measure this
exists. It exists.
Yes, but it's very expensive, and nobody has this information.
Hey, listen, that's why we can crowdfund me. Hey, we could crowdfund me one, bro.
Yeah, sure, I'd put some money in.
I know you would. See, I'm an excellent salesman. I got one already. Boom! Hey, listen, Scott Mackey said if the evidence of this test shows that there's no attitudinal reorientation in the sufficient degrees, then I've disproved the curvature. He would not be a Glober anymore. So that means you should definitely put your money into it.
He also wanted to see the math for flight ascension and descension.
Start a legit GoFundMe. State your parameters, what you expect to find, all that stuff.
In case you weren't here, We're gonna get all the gyros necessary. We're gonna put them in a box in a truck. We're gonna send it east to west across the United States, 3,500 miles, back west to east. We're also gonna send one north to south and south to north on I-95, which is like 1,800 miles. So we're going to do a cross section, both with and against the alleged spin of the Earth, and then with and against the north to south, which are perpendicular to the alleged spin of the Earth. And we're going to use both directions, right, to mediate out any differentiation, so we can balance the equation of the alleged rotation. And then we're going to take that, put it on the side. Then we're going to get the raw attitudinal data of how the vehicle is reorienting itself relative to the gyros. And if it arrives at the other end of 3,500 miles and it's not now at a different degree of rotation, then it traveled over a flat surface. It's that simple.
Yeah, that's definitely all true. What sort of degrees would you expect to find, given the size of America or North America on a 3959 sphere?
Well, hold on. I can't remember exactly, so let me do it one more time. I thought it was 45, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, that seems like a lot, because it doesn't start right at the top, and it doesn't end. It does. Does it hit the equator? Does North America touch the equator?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter whether it touches the equator or not. It only matters like the raw mileage.
Yeah. I just mean, degrees from north to south of North America they're not gonna hit 45 degrees, but there should be a reading of different degree. I gotta run.
All right, cool.
I hope to see this start up. Laters.
Man, good grief, dude. Get back here. There it is. Sorry, I wasn't speaking to you. I'm speaking to my stupid computer. Oh, dude, that would be 50 degrees. 50 degrees displacement. So actually greater than 45. Wow, that's pretty good. All right, so we got two Globers that admit that such a test would convince them the Earth is not a globe. We got one of them to admit that there's no excuse they could come up with that would explain away that data, because it would just be raw orientational data in free space, which would be pure geometric chart. So then the next question would be, would any flat earthers be convinced if the raw attitudinal orientation data came back that the vehicle was indeed rotating, and when you chart the arc path out, it matches the global alleged circumference? Would any flat earthers be convinced by that? Hold on. Forgot about Kent. Hold on, Kent. We got you, bro. Go ahead, brother. All right, any flat earthers have any commentary on my alleged proposed testicles? We can't call it an experiment, and we can't call it a test, so we'll call it a Testocles triangle. How about that?
Yeah, it's cool. As you see, someone just blurted gravity and called you a 4-year-old. So
Well, so there were 3 Glovers. Yeah, but you got to think about it. 3 Glovers chimed in. 2 of them were rational and said, yeah, that would disprove the curvature. One of them said, not only would it disprove the curvature, but I can't, at least at the moment, think of any excuse to explain it
So
away.
many great things will happen soon. Oof. Whew.
Like what?
Oh, you'll see. You know, World War III is knocking at the door.
Okay, cool.
So many wonderful things are going to happen soon.
So you think World War III is a great thing?
No. I'm just saying a lot of things will happen soon. Very, very soon.
Isn't that always true?
Especially now.
Yeah, but like 5 minutes from now, a lot of things will happen. 10 minutes from now, a lot of things will happen.
Well said. A lot of things will happen. And it's just going to escalate. Anyway.
Okay, so that being said, if I prove with a gyro going from the East Coast to the West Coast, from the West Coast back to the East Coast, from the tip of from the tip of the United States to the bottom of Florida, so crisscross, right? And I prove that a vehicle did not rotationally orient as it should if it's traveling in an arc path, but instead maintained horizontality. Would you admit that the Earth is indeed not a ball? Yeah, so one of the great things that's going to happen soon, friend, is that you're going to be a flat earther.
He dipped.
All right, so Neil chimed in with a sociological commentary. I was looking more about logistical and technical commentary on this proposed test and the veracity of the results and whether it should or should not be accepted as definitive.
yeah, it's above my pay grade.
Okay, so then when it happens, I could just tell you what to believe about it and you'll accept it?
Now that you put it that way, it kind of sounds like my brain is a 4. So, no, I had to logically come up with my own conclusion.
What if I put the results in a book and title it The Official Definitive Results of the Final, Most Bestest, Double Plus Good Superest Flat Earth Test in the history of the entire reality.
Then I believe it.
And I make the cover.
I mean,
hardback, leather bound. Oh yeah.
if you credit me in there, if my name is in that book, then you got a maybe.
All right, we're going to quote you in the book the response from the flat Earth community and whether or not they respect this test. According to one flat earther, you've got a maybe, quote unquote.
Yeah, I need my my GoFundMe in there too. So and then I'll do it.
Uh, 100% of the ancillary GoFundMe profits will be portioned off to flat earthers who have refused to debate globe earthers unless they were paid a speaking fee. And so we'll pay them the fee and see if they actually show up.
Then yes, 100%. But no, I mean, yeah, going back to your main point, if you can, there's a test out there that, you know, can somehow say that there's a drift.
No, not a drift.
I mean,
not a drift.
No, not a drift.
This is about the vehicle. It begins in one attitude, and when it arrives, it's now 45 degrees displaced. Actually, 50 degrees. So from North America, United States mainland, traveling 3,500 miles, the vehicle should, well, obviously it's going to be level, but let's just say it's in a level parking lot. So it's starting out level or horizontal, okay? And when it arrives, it should be no longer horizontal relative to the original horizontal. It should now be 45 degrees rotated, okay? It would have to be if there was indeed a ball that it was traveling across of a 24,000 mile circumference, right? If it's not, then it didn't travel over an arced path. If its attitude doesn't change and it remains horizontally arranged the entire time, then it pretty much traveled over a flat surface, plus or minus, you know, the hills and, you know, whatever valleys, bridges and, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, give me the data. Give me the data, homie. And yeah, I mean that satisfies 2 out of 3 people, Globers apparently. So then you just got to deal with your invisible hand gravity Globers, right? But then that puts them into a contradiction, right? It's like, oh, but what we observe is not what happens, right? It's like, which is what we deal with every
time. I have a club for those guys. It's called the International Flat Earth Gravity Believers Club. So in that club, you're allowed to believe in gravity and accept that the Earth is flat without being persecuted for your beliefs. And in fact, we also have soft walls and soft chairs, so nobody can hurt themselves. Because rest assured, if there is a force, a pseudo force, a magic pixie, or the hand of God itself causing you to be returned to the surface of the earth, and you name it whatever you want to name it, and one such name you may include gravity, that doesn't change what the shape of the surface is, does it? No, the answer is it doesn't. So the idea that a force or any of the other things I described are holding you to the earth doesn't alter whether the earth can be flat or not. So it's perfectly coherent to recognize the earth measures flat and then still believe in gravity in that manner in which I described. So, I mean, if they want to do that, I'm not going to tell them they can't do that. So that's why we have the safe room. You know, it's got nice fuzzy walls, soft chairs, covered in, you know, harvested alpaca wool and down feathers with the shafts plucked out so there's no pokey things. Like, there's almost impossible to hurt yourself in there. Then we also have a two-way mirror where flat earthers who think that other flat earthers who quote unquote believe in gravity should be yelled at, they can go on that side of the two-way mirror and yell at them all they want. That way both sides get to do what they want to do, you see. And they could both order snacks from the snack shop.
All right, let's get the logistical costs of this out of the way so we can get this GoFundMe set up.
Yeah. All right. So let's get the three main things. Okay. So all the equipment is going to be $100,000 to $200,000. The salary for me to be involved is going to be $2.379 million. And then the snacks for Neil is going to be $17.
Add a couple zeros. Man, chips ain't cheap. You know, I spend around on average, I think $300 a month on chips. Pretty sad.
Dang, brother.
Let's do the math real quick. So if I eat one bag of chips per day, and that bag of chips costs $4, and then so 4 times whatever 30, go there. All right, $120, and then plus tax, we'll just put that at 200. Thanks, Uncle Sam. And then plus on the weekend, sometimes I double down, 2 bags of chips.
Wait, aren't you Canadian?
Yeah.
So how is Uncle Sam taking your taxes, dude?
Well, I don't know, Madame Queen, whatever. She fucking rapes us more than you guys. We get taxed like 12%.
And by the Queen, you mean Trudeau.
Yeah, Carney right now, yeah. But that's about $200 and something a month on chips. That can't be good for you. I mean, I do eat the healthiest chips possible. That have no, like, zero chemicals in them. So that's not an upside, but
what kind?
Hard Bite. They're a Canadian company. They're actually based off of like 20 minutes from my house. They like to make their own like vegetable chips, so it's just like they make like yam chips. They make like beet.
I don't think they're in Alberta. Post a picture if you get a chance on.
Yeah,
try
they're
them
in
out.
BC. And yeah, they're expensive, but some of those are on sale. And then Miss Vicky's, obviously. Everything else I boycott: Lay's, Doritos, all that crap. If it has more than like 4 ingredients in it, I don't even eat it. But yeah, that made me think. I'm like, damn, I am tired of spending all this money on chips because I stopped getting haircuts. I cut my own hair now, so I'm trying to budget. So I'm like, I'm gonna make my own. I bet you I can make some fire chips. You just get a couple potatoes. Freaking sliced potatoes are cheap as heck. Like, why am I overpaying for chips when potatoes are like? I guarantee you, it costs like 30 cents to make that bag of chips. What do you mean?
Dude, how much is the ounces on an average bag of chips? Like a full size bag.
I go by grams. It's like 200 and something grams. So, frick, I'm doing my weed math.
Real quick. So
It's 2834 that you have the conversion.
So the big one is 15 ounces for Lay's potato chips. So less than a pound. And that's the big Lay's potato chip. is $6.
Yeah, we don't get the double big ones. We just get if the extra big ones that you're talking about, they cost like $11, bro. It's like ridiculous. Sometimes I wish we had America sizes.
Okay, so a bag, you can get a 5-pound bag of potatoes for $4. So that's 5 times the amount of weight of your potato chips. But that's, wet potatoes.
Yeah, you obviously got to put the work in, then you got to get your seasonings if you want, and etc. But bro, they are making a bag from these bags of potato chips. And I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. These corporate potato people making money off me. So I'm gonna be the potato man now. Shut up, Ryan.
Potato conspiracy. Well, here it says it takes about 4 pounds of regular potatoes to produce a pound of potato chips because the water content is removed. So that would still be. So if you get a 5-pound bag for $4 and a 1-pound bag for $6, that's not too far off.
Yeah, I'm gonna test this idea out. I make my own chips in an air fryer.
I can tell you right now, though, there's something weird going on there because there's no way that a company is not making, selling potato chips. Like they're making 40-50% probably. So there's no way that they're gonna just make $1 off of it.
Yeah, there's got to be some math that's off. I mean,
well, some of the chips that aren't actually sliced potatoes, like if they're anything that's formed, they have a lot of filler. So it's not a pure potato. It's got, I can't remember what the other thing is, but obviously sometimes they put in cornmeal and other things, but there's some, I can't remember if it's flax or soybean something, but like they put in this retarded filler that when you hear it by itself, it doesn't sound like it'd be something good. And you're like, why? What the heck?
I've seen that shit, and they have it in the healthy aisle. Like, what? I don't eat that stuff. It doesn't even taste good. But onto
cornstarch. So cornstarch, rice flour, wheat starch are some of the things that are used as fillers in formed potato chips.
Now let's
so they don't call them chips though. They call them. I think they can't call them chips.
That's like ice
cream. Those. Yeah.
Crisp.
Dairy dessert.
Yeah. But now let's get to the serious topic about this. I'm eating some healthy chips, right? They get like 4 ingredients in them. Now, should I even be eating potatoes? Is this detrimental to my health? Because DMOC told me that potatoes were actually like, back in the day, they were just like weeds. And people didn't eat potatoes before, and then they had this king that came along and said, I need to get rid of all these potatoes. And the people are like, what do we do with them? And the guy's like, I know what we'll do. We'll sell them to people as food. And I started to do that, and now the world eats potatoes. So I don't know.
Well, that being said, none of that has anything to do with the nutritional value, right?
No, that story had 0 relevance.
Yeah, who told you that? That's stupid.
DMOC But he had a little bit more to say. I just forget the nutritional
No,
part.
that's just wrong. That's just very stupid.
Yeah, isn't the potato like a staple food for the Irish, and they're still here?
Yeah, any fruits or vegetables that exist now have been cultivated and like selectively bred for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. It's not like edible Irish potatoes existed and people just didn't know what to do with them. Like they were cultivated to become Irish potatoes, to become a staple food crop over thousands of years. So that's just like a patently retarded story.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Right. So speaking of potatoes,
If you look up where all of our fruits and vegetables come from, like the original wild plant that all fruits and vegetables, different types and species come from, they often come from some almost inedible, tasteless, fibrous, hard to eat, needs to be boiled version of the food that we eat.
Don't forget ugly. Don't forget ugly.
Yeah, ugly. It produces tiny fruits. We have selectively bred all of our crops and now genetically engineered them to produce bigger fruits, to produce more tasty fruits with higher sugar contents, higher vitamin contents. So yeah, this idea that potatoes were just like not a huge staple crop is just not true.
You know what else isn't true, my friend? The idea that the Earth is a flying space potato.
Yo, everybody. You guys was leaving, bro.
What?
Why are people leaving, bro?
Yo, did you guys see that Pete Hegseth is calling all generals?
What?
Hundreds of U.S. generals and admirals around the world have been called to Virginia for a meeting with Defense Secretary Hegseth.
Cool. They're going to compare wiener size?
Probably something related to 3-Eye Atlas.
Now what do we do?
Well, that's, Project Bluebeam is going to be on the menu shortly here in November is what they say, considering that it arrives in November. And if space is fake, it only points to one thing, that Flat Earth proves God.
Well, that don't make sense, man.
How does Flat Earth prove God?
How does it not?
Yeah, that makes sense, man. That's good logic, bro.
So what? The surface of is flat. Therefore, God is real.
Yeah, there's over 200 Flat Earth Bible quotes and verses.
Oh, give us one.
How about I give you them all?
No, just one.
Yo, dude, tell me them all, man. I'm curious.
Oh my goodness, Frill, bro. If you're going to pick an accent, pick one that actually people can understand.
Yo, this is my accent. I've never forget it, bro. Dude, I was racist, man.
What?
You're racist, dude.
Oh, you do know that all races can speak all languages?
Is this like Biggie Smalls or something? I was in the back of the dream.
No, it's Smalley Biggs.
All right, anyway. Well, we don't have to do the verses, do we?
It's Marble Mouth Cotton McGee.
I was gonna say Marble Mouth. The heck?
It's Smalley Biggs.
Yo, dude, you said that twice, man.
It was all a dream.
All right, listen up, there, Mr. How To. The Earth is not a giant potato, okay?
What do I think it's flat, bro?
Wait, where's this guy from?
Czechoslovakia.
Oh, man.
I can't handle those guys. Good luck, you
Holy
guys.
shit, you're Mexican?
Holy crap, dude! You made somebody leave the chat
Dude, why they leaving, bro?
because they can't stand. They can't stand listening to you, bro.
Oh no. Well, so like, when did it become fuzzy?
Baby, baby.
All right, dude. Whatever. Because I'm not gonna say that's not your real accent, but it's painful for my ears, so I'm gonna have to relieve my pain. Apologies.
You're not sorry.
Oh, speaking of fake events that would be impactful on the world stage that could be perpetrated by Bluebeam technology in regards to recent events, another Rapture prediction crashed and burned.
Hey, man.
It was big on the news the past few days, especially
Yeah,
alternative media.
like, it hit my city's Reddit. There was a lot of comments on that. People trolling, making fun of it.
You missed the drama, CB.
Did I?
Yeah.
What happened?
Not too much. I was just let's see who was here. Scott Mackey was here and some other guy, and I was basically telling them that there's, with this, in light of the Shiva thing, where he's trying to fund some kind of test that the flat earthers and Glovers would agree on that would or wouldn't be definitive. And I told them, well, maybe one such test could be getting the attitudinal information from a multi-gyro system that's calibrated to cancel itself out. To be able to weed out any alleged claims of the Glovers of being a rotational shift of the Earth moving through space, and just focus on the raw attitude of the vehicle that it's in. And so send it east to west to east, which would be for and against the alleged rotation of the Earth, and then north to south. And so it would, if it doesn't balance out in both directions, then that means the Earth isn't spinning in the manner in which they say. And then if the vehicle isn't attitudinally displaced by 45 degrees, then that also disproves the curvature. So either way, it's going to disprove something about the globe. And I said, if it's the case that the vehicle ends up here and it's not been rotated 45 degrees, would that, prove that the Earth isn't a globe? And Scott Mackey said, yeah, the Earth wouldn't be a globe. So he agreed. The other guest agreed. Yeah, the other guest agreed as well. And the only person who didn't agree was the third Glober who was present, which was basically like, he's not even smart enough for the Glovers to claim him as a Glober. He's just a sheep follower that if somebody said, hey, the Earth is a triangle, and they were like NASA, he would believe it. So he doesn't really count. But so 2 out of 3 Glovers were convinced that if that test occurred and showed no rotation of the vehicle, that the Earth wouldn't be a globe. So in the spirit of Shiva's little, I've got 5 flat earthers and 5 globe earthers where they come up with these tests, I think that's a pretty good test. And in fact, we don't even need Shiva to participate, because Shiva's just a self-aggrandized, I'm going to monitor it and make sure it sticks to the scientific method, when it's really not a science experiment. So I don't even know what he's smoking crack on.
Yeah, smoking something. Hookah.
Then I opened up the floor for critique from flat earthers, which I didn't really get much. And I also did some shots across the bow for the ever present lurker listeners who like to go back and tell other people what we do here.
Shout out to them.
Do you hear me? My computer.
What the hell?
What? Kyle Poop,
Or
what's up?
something like that.
Are we in the English server? What's going on?
Oh, can you hear me?
We can now.
Good. I don't know why you guys were like here earlier.
Holy crap, dude.
Dude, you can get that $1.50 mic from the store. All right, Neil, what's next, bro? What's next?
Buying more potato chips.
It's snack time on the flat earth.
What's next with you, CB, huh? What do you got?
Just get back from the gym. I'm just finishing some chores.
Bro, you seen this super technology legs? Like, basically the exoskeleton? Where you can, like, walk upstairs and you can, like, faster, you can, like, lift more weights.
It's been around for a while, right? Or is that some new shit?
Yeah, it's been a while for a long time, but it's just getting more commercialized now and popular. That's it. That's all I got.
Globers are going to need those because we're about to take out their kneecaps.
I mean...
Well, let's be honest. They had nothing to stand on anyway.
That's exactly what I was getting at.
Oh, I had them fucking rattled this morning. Oh, that was funny. Some dude was like, "Oh, I know what the sun is." Or I said, "No one knows what the sun is." And he's like, "How can you possibly say that?" All right, well, tell us what it is. Well, there's light. I'm like, okay, yeah, and like that's not even in contention, bro.
What is he giving the day and night on a flat earth?
I mean, luckily he didn't go that far. He might as well have said that though. But he's like, well, it has heat. I'm like, okay, all right. So we got there's light and heat. So what is the sun? Well, it's spherical. How do you know that? Well, it's not a triangle. It's not 2D. All right. Where is it? And he just fucking lost control. We go, well, where is it? Well, it's above us. Oh, okay. So then where is it when it's nighttime? The chat, like some of his Glover friends in the chat were like, oh, it's under us. I'm like, okay, so where is it again? and just do sort of move and control. I said, I'm going to start a timer and see how long it takes for you to figure out that you don't know what the sun is. Literally an hour and like 30 minutes go by and nobody had anything. Like, yeah, all right. Go ahead and take the dub, I guess. Up you. I feel like 5 people got so pissed off. Well, I don't know what it is, but somebody does. Okay, who? Well, I can't name anybody. Why would you expect me to do that? Well, why would you say that somebody knows what the sun is if you don't know who? That
Yeah.
phantom expert syndrome.
Bring your own globe earthers. They're like, like, no, the anti-flat earthers are pretty retarded too. They just don't know what the heck's what. They're just making assumptions. Oh, this person has it. This person has it. Who has it? No, right? So they're just logically, they're just being. I don't know, my brain's not working right now. Can't talk.
Then somebody spazzed out so hard.
Oh, man.
Somebody's got background audio, by the way. I don't know what they're listening to. But somebody spazzed out so hard. I brought up like a pressure fit thing. Dude, somebody's got a background because somebody put that guy on mute. He's walking some 304 TikToks. Because like I've seen girls on the panel on FNX, they'll be like, yeah, so and so, this is a fact, and they go, okay, well, can you like back that up? No, I don't have the time. It's late right now. I'm not able to back that up. Like, then why would you say it, or why would anyone accept that? If you're going to just say something and not have the ability to back it up, then what are you doing? So I mentioned that, and they were like, "Oh, you watch Fresh and Fit?" Dude started spazzing so hard, he literally was like wishing death on the Fresh and Fit guys. I was like, God damn! The hell?
You know what would be a good fix that? You put them in like a body of water, right? And then every time they can't answer a question, you just
what?
You just continuously move them into the deeper ends, right? And then the more they like lie and can't answer stuff, they're eventually just gonna drown.
Yes. Okay. Or that's the quick then. But yeah. Literally had been. I'm not normally the cancel culture type of guy, but golly, dude. We're not condoning wishing death on other people. That is insane. Dude.
Like in a game show way, right? Almost,
Well, not you. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the other guy that was in the chat earlier today. Anyway, I reported his dumbass. So that's how that went. It went from you don't know what the sun is to I wish Flat Fresh and Fit was dead. Like, god damn, dude. Yeah. How much it's not a globe. Maybe. Some of the people we're speaking to are literal.
That doesn't make sense to me, bro. Could you shut the fuck up, fucking retard, nigger, stupid idiot?
Wow.
Did somebody hear something? I didn't hear anything. Something happened?
Irrelevant mosquito goes buzz.
I think my mic glitched out there. Did I miss something or what happened?
I think he's trying to order a pizza.
Who? Somebody talking?
What?
Nothing. What? Do we like raid a Bigfoot server and be like, "You're all a bunch of idiots"? N-word, N-word, N-word. Do you think that'd be pretty effective?
This guy acting like I don't have a live stream.
Oh, did
Oh, we'll find you. Yeah, we'll ban you.
Oh, you found, sucker. You found. Look at that.
Yeet. Hey, yeah, I'll talk to you about it on the side, Paulus. I got some good news. Also, I have some clips of I'll have to pull them up when I get a second. But this guy, Indio, and I were talking to this dude, and Indio's like, so he said, "Oh, you flat earthers, you always think you can just like observe the earth. You have to use tools, like special tools you don't have access to. So you're not able to know it's flat because you don't have the tools like the experts do." And India goes, "Oh, okay. What tools?" It's like microscopes.
That was
Like,
Joshua.
that was fucking crazy, bro.
It was the
Dude, is he wrong? Is he wrong? Think about it. They say that your bathtub has like a 0.000000001 hump of earth curvature in it, and you need a microscope to see it.
That's not what he said. At one point, he got cooked so bad. He was like, "No, we were just naming random tools." And I think he said sticks after that too. He's like, "Microscopes and sticks."
Oh man.
Like, oh man. I was like, oh, you want to listen to it again? All right, here we go. No, that's wrong. You're taking it out of context. Like, wait, dude, you said it. Like, for word, bar for bar. Are you saying it's a straw man, bro? This came out of your mouth. Oh my god, these guys are weasels. Holy dude.
Yeah, but he was back today and he agreed with AI's test. So is he
They came
retarded?
back?
Yeah, he was one of the three Globers who agreed with AI's test, and he was spazzing the whole time too. I think AI knows who I'm talking about.
Nice.
I think Cross guy.
You know what else I like about my test? That it has to do with the orientation of an object in free space as it moves across the surface of the Earth. So there are going to be some people who are going to attempt to criticize me for even creating another test that could or could not do anything because they think that their arguments are already so good that you don't need anything else. But the fact is that one of their arguments that they claim is actually reliant on such a fact. And so if they accept that, then they have to accept my test as well. So it's going to shoot them in the foot. It's a little trap. And now that I'm saying it live, if they don't know it's a trap, that's their fault.
Well, that's even worse for it.
But it isn't. It's not, dude. It's not really a trap. It's just a proposed thing that could be done to get some data. It could be significant, not a big deal. It's okay. No alternative flat earth channels were harmed in the filming of this broadcast.
If you think being a flat earther is fun right now, just wait until the fake aliens come.
What if real aliens come?
I'll be even more excited. As long as the green ones are super hot.
So what you're trying to say is you're going to be first in line for the anal probe?
As long as the green ones are super hot.
Yo, were you following the fake rapture prophecy?
Only passively. I hate getting drawn into that shit because I don't buy any rapture either.
What do you mean? You don't believe in the South in The Simpsons?
I didn't catch that, man. You chopped out for me. Sorry.
I said, what do you mean? You don't believe in The Simpsons?
Oh, did they predict the rapture too? Oh yeah, they did.
I'm wrecked right now. Shit. Boom. It's like 30 minutes of me sitting in this. Fun.
Hey Neil, what if I told you the aliens are intergalactic weed dealers? Would you do business with them?
I mean, if you said weed came from aliens, I mean, maybe you'd have a better argument, but
It's actually pretty funny.
They actually got this thing. They're called moon rocks, right? And it's a weed nug, and it's dipped in oil, and then it's dipped in THC, and then they let that harden, and then it looks like a moon rock. I don't know. That's what they call it.
So that's why they gifted it to the Netherlands. Hey man, we measured Earth flat. What the fuck do you mean? We got freaking aliens, man. Yeah, but the Earth measures flat underneath that big, huge, massive UFO over New York City. What the fuck do you mean, man? I'm telling you, Earth measures flat underneath that big fucking UFO. No, man. Gotta be refraction.
I mean, you can have your flat Earth, and you can have your aliens. Like AI was saying, you look at the night infrared lens, and you see all sorts of crazy things.
Yeah, it's true. I had some old experimental night vision stuff that I got to take home and borrowed from DARPA. It's a while back, and I got to look up at the night sky, and I saw this crap up there. I figured it was all like bugs and mosquitoes and stuff, but you know, on occasion there's some weird things I couldn't explain either. But whatever.
I mean, it is interesting how all my stoner friends, quote unquote, believe in space and aliens and all this type of things, but they're totally anti-government, which is like it's so weird, like to see the conflating, views on life when they're so anti-government, but they get all their space information from the government. So.
Yeah, like how many anarchists love licking NASA's boot? It's hilarious.
And that's where I went. I'm like an all-in type of person, right? So then I had to look at like everything from the government and just, like put it into all one, big shababble. Yeah, some of the stuff they do is cool. Like some of my friends are glass blowers and artists, and they look at the so-called nebulas and whatever renderings NASA's giving them, and then they do cool artwork that resembles these galaxies, and it looks cool. Like I got a bunch of marbles and galactic-looking type of things, which is cool art, but I don't know. It's just interesting. Like all that stuff is get a telescope and then you get some CGI rendering, right? So like, how is that what we see? It's like you're adding stuff to it. It's I don't know, man. Star Trekky.
Hey Yoda, I was just having a read of this old mate on X. He's a rude little number, isn't he? Like he posted up his basically order of operations of everything he wants to do on the November 8th. So introductions, define problem, state hypothesis, define mathematical models in support of hypothesis, define the sources to gather data to validate hypothesis, define how the gathered data will be organised, define the methodology on how the gathered data will be matched with the mathematical models defined, and memorialise results in steps 1 to 7 into a document that will be agreed on by all parties on the panel. And then you get down a bit further and someone posts up. Point 4 is already a problem. Mathematics is a language. It can tell any story you want. A mathematical model is no indication of reality without verified measured models matching reality. And here's his reply back. You create a model reflecting the hypothesis, then do experiments to see if the data matches the model. If not, the model is wrong. This is what you should have learned in 7th grade, capiche? He's got an attitude, hasn't he?
Yeah, I had that same impression too.
Introductions. Hi. Define the problem. I don't have a problem. State my hypothesis. E.g. flat around. Well, I observe flat, so I'm going to go with the flat. And that's where the whole lot of them should come to a screaming halt, because not one of them observes curvature. So as soon as any one of them says curvature, they're a freaking liar.
I'd like to know what they propose to model.
Yeah, interesting.
Yep, because you might need an observation to model something, unless you're just going to model your imagination.
So yeah, the number 4, defining the mathematical models in support of the hypothesis. They're not going to get past that. If the FE guys that go in there are even halfway switched on, they'll just bring that to a scream. Actually, they shouldn't even get past the whole lot of them should be saying that it's flat. Defining the mathematical model, well, the FE guys should be going, this is where we go out and measure it so we can construct our model from it. And they should stand their ground.
Step 1, imagine something could be true.
And then we create this massive mathematical formula built around that dream.
Yeah, not step 1, observe a naturally occurring phenomenon. Step 1, imagine something could be true.
No, but it is true. Because, the Earth is a globe.
Well, yeah, you have to imagine it so much that you can make a model out of it.
You know what I think?
Yeah,
these
people, they all agree.
Oh, sorry, Neil. You're lagging.
I was just like...
I was thinking this, the nerve of this guy. I reckon what he's done, he claims himself to be the inventor of email. That's bullshit. He invented an email program. Hey, that's great. Congratulations. Give yourself a pat on the back. Now, I reckon the nerve of this guy, he has gone and done a bit of research and realised that nobody in history has ever proven we're on a globetard. And that's what he's going to put on his title after all this bullshit is done. The one who discovered it was actually a globe. And then he's going to go back and reverse engineer everything. Eratosthenes didn't do it. These guys didn't do it. Everything else is built upon assumptions. And now we've finally done it. And I was the man.
I think you're right, 100%. Yep, nailed it. You're right.
But what I did like, one of them, this random person posts up on top of his, it's got, I'm curious what these flat earthers think about microbiology. Do they think molecules and bacteria don't exist? A microscope is fake and is made to trick people. We can't see it and how it can exist. And then the response to that. Seriously? Lame correlation. How jabbed are you? Oh, shit. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how the Glovers like flat earthers don't know what science is. Flat earthers don't know how science works. When meanwhile, like they're in violation of the scientific method at like every turn they want to go through.
But it just comes down to definitions. Their definition of the scientific method is you create a model and then you go and test that model. But somehow they seem to forget to test the model. They just go, hey, we've got a model which explains things and we're good with that.
You make a model in the first place.
Well, you imagine whatever you like. And then you can just go...
Not the real model. The real model of something. How are you making?
Their one, for me, I would be going out into reality, measuring particular items that I wish to model. For example, my car, I'd measure length, breadth, depth, height, wheel diameter, all componentry of it, and then I'd make down a scaled model of that.
Yeah, it must be something in reality that you are comparing to, and you're saying this is the model of that stuff. What is real? That's only a model, but you need to have
That's
something.
how I do it. You asked how I do it. How they do it is they imagine something, and then they give explanations of how their imaginary whatever it is explains reality. They don't actually go and compare reality and then break it down and model reality. They just have an idea, and then they use explanations to fulfill this idea. That's all it is. And that's their definition of science.
Yeah.
So, of course, when their definition is different, they're looking at us going, you numpties don't know what the scientific... You just don't agree with science. You're anti-science. Flirfs are hopeless. They don't trust the science. Well, maybe you should look at what you consider science first, and we'll go from there.
But look at this. You realize that surface is not curving, did you? Matrix.
Well, that's where this guy's thing's going to come unstuck. Let's have a go. Listen to his things again. Number 1, introductions. Okay, let's say hi to each other. That's not really a big one. Number 2, define the problem. So this guy is all up about the scientific method. All right? So number 1, introductions. Number 2, define the problem. Number 3, state hypothesis, e.g. flat or round. Number 4, define mathematical models in support of hypothesis. He's pushing the Glober bullshit scientific method, and that's why you're going to have all these people, and however many follow this clown shoes, that are going to, all of a sudden, have no freaking idea.
Okay, you see the boiling water. What is the problem?
I don't have a problem with it, just don't put your hand in it.
But define the problem, man. You see you see the geyser in what is the name? Iceland. It's coming from the air, hot water. What is the problem?
Yeah, define the problem. That's where it's going to come to a screaming halt, because the problem is your scientific method is false. And then everyone's going to go, oh, you can't say that. And I'll get kicked out.
Well, I want to say, but you, like a person, you realize there is no, that surface is not curving.
Mate, I've never seen the ground curving. I've been up in planes, I've flown from the United States to Australia, and vice versa. Didn't see any curvature out of the plane, so...
Yeah, and why should I ask you how molecules work?
Oh, you can ask me whether I give you a sensible answer or not.
No. This is why would I ask you that question if you realize that surface is not curving? Why would I ask you what do you think about microscope, molecules, or whatever?
Normally as a red herring to deflect from the fact that you've just realised that you don't see any curvature yourself.
That means if I avoid to speak about the surface, I can be good glober.
Yeah, but what they're trying to prove is that we don't follow the scientific method, so they'll pick on something else scientific that they've heard one person say. So they've probably heard one random idiot go, well, I don't believe in microbes, for whatever reason, and all of a sudden they've just attached this whole flat earthers don't believe in microbes or microscopes or the scientific method. They just link all these random stupid things together.
I learned like a child in whatever. I didn't learn the steps when I was a child. I didn't know for the scientific method steps, till I didn't look into that. But for me, the one step was very, very important. Without that step, there is no science, and it's called experiment. No experiment, right. No science.
And that's what they've changed. They do these modelling, so they'll create a model. And then what they should be doing once they've got their model is then going out in reality and measuring. So this is a question of geometry. So the model should be a scaled down version of what they've got, not just a mathematical construct. So they should be creating what they see is a model, then they should be measuring it and testing it versus reality, which in this case they won't. So what they'll do, they'll present a mathematical model and then they'll go, oh look, we've already got a defined version, WGS84 or something like that, and they'll compare it to that. So they'll compare a thought up model, a mathematical construct, and they'll compare it to another one, and of course the other one's already a ball. So their answer is, they're still not comparing reality. They haven't touched reality yet. And that's what they need to do. They need to go and measure outside.
But do you know how light works?
Yeah, I flick a light switch on and my light comes on. That's how light works. It uses electricity.
You can see the horizon in the distance. That's how it's working, light. In the dark, you cannot see that horizon.
But you've heard it all before, mate, how they just jump from one to another. Every time something gets answered, it'll just be an instant. They won't go, oh, wow, that's cool. How about this question? It's just insta jump to something else. It's crazy. Welcome to our new person. I didn't see what it was. There's so many people in here.
Yo, mic check, mic check.
You're good.
How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad, mate.
I was asking a question in here yesterday in the text, but people were caught up in the voice chat, so they didn't really answer.
All right. What was your question?
Well, there was a guy, and he was explaining to someone, a British guy, Jedi.
Yeah, Jedi's British. Yep.
He was talking about the gas pressure, gas pressure without a container or with must have a container.
Correct. Yep.
So I asked, where do the gases come from? And Dandelion was talking, or she was in the text. He said mostly the oceans, which I agree.
Yeah, what is it, phytoplankton and stuff like that?
So my question was, if the gases are being released and we're in a container, would the pressure not be increasing?
But yeah, your gases also get formed back into liquids like rain. So the whole rain cycle, yeah, there's a whole heap of things going on. It's not just keeps producing gas until it goes pop.
Well, I get some of the gases up and down, but like the helium and hydrogen, I mean, do they come back down?
I don't know. I've never actually put a tag on one and followed it to see what it does.
Does they go 66,000 miles per hour in the vacuum? Do they? Yeah.
But regardless, if you want to isolate an individual molecule and understand what it does, that's great. But the broad picture is, if you don't have something to contain the gas, allegedly we have a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen YouTube videos where they put pressurized things inside of vacuums and then turn the chambers and then turn the vacuum chamber on and watch what happens. But technically that's what should happen to us. If the vacuum up there is so strong, we should not be breathing here now at all, period. And the speed at which that air decides to expunge itself should be explosive.
Yeah, I mean, I know they do say some of the gases, escape eventually at the top, which kind of makes sense. But I just don't get, if it's contained and like a gas is constantly being added, I'm sure, wouldn't the pressure would go up, surely?
Yeah, but if the gases are getting reformed, making other things, like rain.
Yeah, so in that case, like the helium and the hydrogen is coming back down to the Earth. It must be. Hello.
Yeah, I'm still there, man. I was just thinking of what those bottle things are called. Terrariums, that's it. You know when they get like big ass glass jars and they put all dirt in the bottom of them, plant little plants in there, chuck a bit of water in, and then chuck a cork in the top, and then they leave them? Why do they survive? It's exactly the same thing. It's just a mini scale version of Earth.
Not 100% on one of those, a cork seal.
Alright, then put wax on it, make sure it stays sealed.
You took a, like an oxygen tank, and you just kept adding to it. Eventually, that's going to go bang.
I was talking about a terrarium. You know what a terrarium is? It was on the internet. There was some dude that had one for like 60 years.
Yeah, but I don't think that'd be like completely
That's
sealed.
exactly what we live in. That's the best way to describe it. Nice and easy. Not to overcomplicate it.
But I don't think a terrarium would be 100% sealed.
No, we're not talking about how it's sealed. We're talking about the functions within it.
Yeah, but I'm saying if like the plants in that terrarium are producing gases, they would escape.
Yeah, and I've already said the gases are getting recombined back into the form of rain. Just because it doesn't rain exactly over the point where the gas is formed doesn't mean it hasn't happened. How do you know it's not pissing down rain at my house?
Most of the gases, come down.
You're just assuming that there's more gas getting created than what's getting used.
Most of the gas comes down.
Yeah, most of it.
Actually,
but like, even if like 0.1% doesn't, eventually that's the pressure's going to go up because there's going to be more gas.
Yeah, but you're forgetting that it's inside a terrarium. It's a biological system.
Yeah, I'm not really talking about the terrarium.
Okay, what are you talking about then?
His idea, Jedi, is that this gas getting produced, the gas level should just keep going up and up and up and up and up until the balloon pops, basically. And that's what I said, there's other functions going on. Gas is getting formed back together to make liquids, what we would call rain. You've also got plant life, which is absorbing hydrogen, producing less oxygen. So there's a whole heap of things going on that diminishes the gas volume whilst gas is getting produced.
But it's mostly like the hydrogen and the helium I'm talking about, because apparently they only go up. So you're saying they must eventually come down?
No.
No, they mix. If they're lucky enough to get up, they'll go up. But do you think like we have like stratification of different densities of gases?
I'm just saying, if more helium and hydrogen are being added, and they're only going up, then eventually the pressure will increase.
Yeah, if the system is a static volume, potentially.
That seems to be. Was it you talking yesterday about it?
Maybe.
I think it was. I'm just wondering how the pressure gets released, I mean, if you took a oxygen tank and you just put oxygen in it for like a millisecond every day, eventually that tank would blow at some point,
Yeah. If you didn't have something in the oxygen tank that didn't absorb oxygen.
Yeah, but if it's a sealed container.
But again, that's a fixed volume. So maybe the volume's not fixed.
Something's got to give.
He's still stuck on the fact that he doesn't understand that the gases are getting used. Gas pressure goes up, gas pressure goes down. Gas pressure goes up, gas pressure goes down. He can't comprehend that for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, no, if that's what you're saying, that's fine. But I hear it so many times. Helium and hydrogen only go up, never down.
Okay, how's this for something to think about? If helium and hydrogen only go up and they stay up the top and they sit up there and everything else is down the bottom, which is great, I'll accept your little theory. Next time they shoot a rocket up into the alleged space, when those flames hit the helium and hydrogen, there should be a fucking beautiful display of a fireball ringed around the Earth as it lights up.
If it was a sealed container,
and now he's going to sidestep.
I agree. They don't say that. They say that they escape.
That's nice.
All gases just expand in all directions to fill the available volume.
Yeah,
This is what they do.
So once it's filled the volume, and then you keep adding to it, the pressure must go up, no?
You keep also taking gas away.
Ultimately, we don't understand exactly how this system works. It is possible that these gases could go into some kind of return. There's a lot of different possibilities where they're not just constantly being produced, but cycled throughout the system. And, there's no new creation of them. There's definitely that possibility.
Yeah, I mean, there's only two possibilities: either escapes, or it comes back down. It just seems to go against what a lot of people seem to say on it.
No. It has to be contained for there to be pressure. If there's no physical boundary, the gas is just going to keep going.
Yeah, so it must
leave.
So the helium and hydrogen must come back down at some point.
Sorry?
So the helium and hydrogen must come down.
If it's
helium and hydrogen, the helium and hydrogen is going to do whatever it's going to do after its last collision.
Yeah, so it must come back down, because if there's more going in...
It goes everywhere. We're talking about the mixing of gases now.
What if all the helium and hydrogen...
Again, I asked you earlier, do you think gases separate into different layers based on their molecular mass?
So you're saying there's only a certain amount of every gas and it just gets recirculated all the time?
No, I was asking you a question about what you think happens to gas, i.e., do you think it stratifies and layers out due to the molecular mass of the gas? Helium at the top, for example, carbon monoxide at the bottom, for example.
Indeed.
No, that's not true. Gases mix. We can demonstrate this in the earth, deep underground, in caves, for example, where we have gas production. We have different types of gases in this contained system. And after, if we're going to believe the narrative, millions and millions of years, the gas that's in there is mixed. Doesn't stratify out based on the molecular density of the gas.
But more gases are being produced by the oceans and the trees and coming out.
That's nice. You understand that there's no mix, there's no stratification of gases in the way that you think.
Even if that's not the case, if there's more gas being added to a closed system
and taken out,
where is it being taken out? This is
reabsorption. Right, so biology and chemistry. In the water, in the tree life, nitrogen cycles, carbon cycles, oxygen cycles, dude.
Yeah, I get all that.
Good.
So the helium and hydrogen
gases are not just being put into the system, they're also being reabsorbed into the biology and chemistry of the system.
Okay.
Good.
So everything comes back down eventually?
No.
You can't have it both ways, can you?
Sorry, you keep saying that everything comes back down eventually. No.
Well, if the hydrogen and helium doesn't come back down,
it's going to change its direction after its last physical collision.
Okay, 80. Why do you assume it just goes up?
Well, that's what everybody says on here.
It mixes together
in all directions.
They all mix together to make one mass of whatever you want to call it, and it expands. That's it. Expands in all directions to match the shape and size of its container. So if it's not contained, guess what it keeps doing? Keeps expanding.
It is full and more is being produced by the ocean.
Obviously, you haven't heard of word. All you've got is gas getting produced, gas getting produced, gas getting produced. What about the gas getting used? If the gas keeps getting used, we're going to run out of gas and we're going to all... No, that's not good. There's more gas getting used than what's getting made. That's not good. We're going to run out. See how when you tilt it the opposite way, it sounds ridiculous? Maybe it's a very well-constructed balance from our creator. Deliberately put there so it doesn't run out, so it doesn't over explode or have too much.
That's fine, as long as you...
as long as you understand that gas also is getting consumed. So, gas gets created. I've got no problem with you saying that. Hell, I agree with you. But it's also getting consumed.
Eventually
all different cycles that Jedi spoke of.
Yeah, okay, so all the gases eventually come back down. It's got to be one or the other.
Yeah, okay. And they'll hit the floor and go back up again.
Well, as you say, get absorbed by whatever and then be released again.
Yeah, and start hitting things. Other gas molecules, its physical environment. That's going to be the reason it's gone in that direction, its last physical collision. Now, the only thing that's going to change its direction is a physical collision, right?
Yeah, it just seems to go against what I hear lots of people saying on here.
What? How does that go against what people say on here? Gases have the power of indefinite expansion, yeah? Anything that causes a gas to go in a direction is its last physical collision, expressed as an elastical collision, as in kinetic molecular theory. Where's the misunderstanding? What have other people said?
Helium balloons go up.
That's a contained fucking amount of gas. Pop the fucking gas, the helium goes everywhere and mixes with the environment.
And then comes back down. And gets reabsorbed.
No, mixes with its environment. Why do you say it's coming back down?
Because if it's not coming back down, then it's staying in the air, in the atmosphere.
Yeah, it's the air, the atmosphere, that's the gas that we're talking about. The air, the oxygen and the nitrogen. Atmo means gas. Right? So the air, is just in the contained environment. Because if it wasn't contained and there was another available volume, it would be in that volume also.
So if that air is in the contained environment, and then there's more being produced...
Matrix is all yours.
But there's not. You've just reset.
No,
okay, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to do it this the sensible way, so I don't have to put my headache any fucking worse than it is. You are going to provide us with a citation, anything from any credible source, and no, Wikipedia is not a decent source, that states that there is more gas getting produced than consumed.
I'm asking about whether...
you're not asking. You keep repeating the same question. The reason you keep repeating it is for some reason there's some kind of blockage which fails you from understanding what's going on. Gas gets produced, yes. Gas gets used, yes. But you don't see the used bit for some reason. I don't understand why, but gas is getting produced. We all agree with that. Gas is getting used. Most of us agree with that, except for you.
No. People say everything comes down to the earth, everything comes back down.
Shit goes up, shit goes down. Whoop-de-doo.
Sorry,
So what's that? What's that going to prove?
When you say people say everything comes back down to the earth, what people? You're talking about like anecdotally in folklore.
They say everything is attracted by gravity.
Oh, okay, so they forget about gas, though.
But then people say, no, the helium and the hydrogen go up.
That's nice. That would be relative
Gases are
to
attracted by gravity as
another
well.
already pressurized gas. That would be the stuff that we breathe. When you contain one of these gases in a balloon, can also cause the same phenomenon if you add heat, temperature. Heat rises also. That's also phenomenal. But gas expands to fill the volume, doesn't it?
So you're
In a
saying
balloon, yes, but the world is not a balloon.
gases
Right.
and they cycled.
Right, who are we dealing with? What?
Booger Smoker decided to chuck his 10 cents worth in.
Oh, we can shut up.
Is the world a balloon?
No, but we were talking about, or our friend here was talking about balloons, helium going up. Is that all right?
Well, that's what they say on here. That's what I hear all the time.
Yeah, that does happen.
Okay,
so that does happen. That would be a contained amount of gas in a container. And when you pop that, the gas is going to mix.
How about 80? What we do, all the known gases that are out there, they're all mixed together. So we're going to give them a density rating of 5. Now, when you isolate one specific gas, like helium, and you claim, hey, helium goes up, helium by itself has a density rating of 1. So what do you think's going to happen when you've got one particular item with a density rating of 1 versus something that's got a density rating of 5? The 5s are going to push down, the 1 is going to go up. Okay?
Yes.
So that's why isolated, it's going to go up. Now what happens is, when you pop that little balloon, it mixes with everything else.
I'm not on about a balloon, I'm on about into the atmosphere.
What do you think the fucking air is? I just made it so simple for you. And you still can't get it. For some reason, you're hooked on helium going up. Okay, so what? It goes up, it goes out, and it spreads out. Happy days.
Yep, great. So what about the more helium that's being produced from below?
Maybe there's not as much getting produced from below as what you think.
It doesn't matter how little is being produced. If there's more, there's more. Eventually, it's going to completely fill, and the pressure's going to go up.
And off we go around the same cycle again. This guy's more efficient than the rain cycle. Okay, 80. If I put a box, right, we've got a box that's 1 foot cubed. You put 1 marble in every week, I take 1 marble out every week. Is the box ever going to get filled up?
Yeah, but it doesn't work like that, does it?
Or how do you know, does it?
Because...
Is the box ever going to get filled up, yes or no?
It always goes to the top.
What goes to the top? The marbles?
The helium.
How do you know? Helium isolated in comparative densities will go up. That's because it's contained and isolated. Let's try again. The helium that's in a balloon has a density rating of 1. That makes it very light. The rest of the air mixed together has a density rating of 5. The 1s want to sit on top of the 5s. They don't like each other. So, the 1s go up. That's because they are isolated and contained. As soon as you uncontain them, they just spread out and go everywhere. Up, down, left, right, over there, back here, everywhere. They all mix together. I don't know why you don't like that.
Yeah, so they all come back down. That's what I'm trying to say. If that's
No, they just go everywhere. There's no up and down. They just go everywhere to fill their container.
1 minute you're saying they don't go up and down, 1 minute saying they do go up and down.
Gases expand to fill their container. Do you understand that bit?
I do.
Excellent. So, your next problem is there's gases getting produced. That's okay because there's gases getting consumed. So they are equal. 1 marble in, 1 marble out.
So the helium is being recycled?
Yep.
Okay, great. That's all I want to know. So when I hear people saying that helium only goes up, I can tell them they're wrong. Yeah.
The problem is you're using it in the wrong context. If I just get some helium and spray it out into the air, just open, I've got a canister on the ground full of helium and I spray it out into the air, it doesn't just go up, it expands in all directions. It mixes in with the available air that it's just been sprayed into. But when you isolate it, all of a sudden now you've got a container that's relative density has just become less than its surrounding medium. And that's what happens. That's why the balloons go up. What you've done is you've put something in there that's got a very low density. So it's relative density comparative to the medium that it's in. And that's where you're getting confused. You're thinking helium by itself. No, when you've got helium out and about, it's not by itself. It's mixed with everything. Helium, hydrogen, oxygen, argon, you name the gas. They're all mixed together. They're having a great old time.
Yeah, but eventually they will go out into their, like a density tower, no?
No, they don't stratify. That's what's really interesting. Everyone's got this idea in their head that they build up in layers. Now, if that's the case, we would not be breathing oxygen. Because if you go and have a look up what gases are more dense than others, technically, it should be, I think it's carbon dioxide, and there's another pretty nasty one that should be on the bottom, right where we live.
I think that was a problem at one time, wasn't it?
Not really.
No?
No. Nothing that can be verified or validated anyways.
Okay.
Hey, I've got a question for Flat Earth. If you don't mind, I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
Not really. I think I'll match Rory's questions out.
All right. Well, so, yeah, I just have a question about, like, a bicycle. So if the Earth is flat, how would the wheels on a bicycle retain the centripetal force?
Why would the shape of the Earth have any bearing on centripetal force?
Well, I don't know.
Hold on, I want to ask Flat Earth just something. How can you use the toilet? It's a dumbass question, bro.
If the Earth is flat, do doorknobs still operate the same way?
Hey, look, man, if you just don't know, you don't know, man. It's fine. Like, we can move on, but...
Dexter, just so you know, you came in here last week asking the same question, and you got the same answer. How does the shape of the Earth have any bearing on centripetal force? And you choose not to answer for some reason. So please enlighten us. Let's put a comparative of the two.
That's why I'm asking you.
No, you're under the misapprehension that the ground beneath a spinning object is going to affect the spinning object. Now, I want you to enlighten us how this is going to be so.
What do you mean how that's going to be so? Have you ever ridden a bicycle?
So, you've got a wheel that's rotating. Yeah? Let's go nice one step at a time, because obviously you're struggling here. Your wheels are rotating, yes?
Yeah, of course the wheels are rotating.
Okay, so if you're riding along a flat surface, or you're riding along a curved surface, does your wheel still rotate?
If it was flat, it wouldn't be able to rotate because it wouldn't be able to retain the centripetal force.
So you're telling me, when I go riding down the street, if I come along a flat section of road, I have to get off my bike and push it because it's flat?
No,
that's what you're saying.
Under your diagram,
that's what you're saying.
Being flat, it would affect.
What diagram?
The centripetal
what diagram?
force.
Oh, whoa! You're making a straw man, son. What diagram? What diagram? What diagram? You've made a claim. What diagram?
Centripetal force. It being flat. This is flat. Just measured to be flat.
Why are you not answering my question?
That's the diagram. It's just measured to be flat. Okay. So
what diagram? You've produced nothing. What diagram?
The diagram of it being flat? The Earth is flat? That's what you're...
What diagram? Listen, Dexter, I have not posted up a diagram. What are you talking about?
Visual... Well, you got to use your brain to make a picture. That kind of diagram.
So you're telling me to make it. You're telling me I've got to use a diagram that's not even produced yet. So you've got some conceptual idea of what you think flat Earth is and how you think it affects push bikes.
The bicycle issue.
So let's have a look at this.
Question.
So your bicycle question: Do bicycles work? Do bicycles work in a velodrome? Yes or no?
What the hell's a velodrome? And how does that?
Obviously, you know fuck all about bikes. Fuck off. If you don't know what a velodrome is and you're talking about bicycles, you should definitely go away, especially talking to some of the people in here. It's a shame Jin's not in here.
Matt, can I ask him the same question like I asked you, about molecules and that stuff, and let's see what he will answer.
Well, Sasha, I'll tell you what he's going to do. All he's going to do is keep rattling on the same thing, and he's going to try to rumpus you.
No, that doesn't matter. I want only to hear the answer. Right. The question is this: the flat earthers are people who realize that surface is not curving. Now, my question is for you: why would you ask these people who realize that surface is not curving the question about the bike?
Because it's my understanding that if the Earth was flat, the bicycle wouldn't be able to be a bicycle. The wheels wouldn't be able to turn because it wouldn't be able to retain the centripetal force. I've said this how many times?
Because you're a moron.
No one's explaining it. No one's explaining how I'm wrong. No one's proving me any evidence. No one's posting any data in the chat. I'm not seeing anything. I'm just getting muted over and over again.
Yeah, but did you hear first part of my sentence? I can hear that you hear that about bike. Did you hear first part?
Did I hear which part? Proof?
First part? How I started?
Exactly.
Did you say proof part? Your audio, sorry, your English isn't really... I'm so sorry, sir.
I
don't mean to like...
I will repeat the question. You are
laughing at you.
Okay, you're speaking here with the flat earthers, okay? These flat earthers, they realized that surface in reality does not curve. And now you are asking the question about the bike. Why?
Because it's my understanding that the wheels on the bicycle wouldn't be able to retain the centripetal force to work in a flat surface.
Is the first
flat Earth? Okay.
Okay. What is the first? What I said? What is the? How I started my story? I see that you remember everything about the bike, but you don't remember what I said in the first place. Before that,
I didn't know I had to repeat what you said in the. I have to repeat it like in the question. I'm like answering in school.
Okay, I will tell you again.
The answer to the question regarding why I'm asking about the bicycle to flat earthers who realize that the Earth is not curved is because it is my understanding that the wheels on a bicycle wouldn't be able
to
spin.
Where did you hold on? Where did you get that understanding from? How the surface of a device that can or cannot touch the ground, so you can hold your bicycle up and spin the wheels, and the centripetal force still will occur. So it's not touching any surface. So straight away, you've just sunk yourself.
Well, see now you're actually getting to somewhere. Okay, now we're actually gonna have a.
Well, I want to know from you. Hold on. I want to know from you.
Right?
All right, shut the fuck up. I want to know from you why the surface underneath a rotating entity has anything to do with the rotating entity's centripetal force. I want to know why you seem to be under the idea that the ground has to be curved in order for that device to work. Bikes actually work better on a flat surface. They're easier to ride.
Easier to ride?
Well, let's have a nice easy curve going uphill and we'll see which one's easier to ride. As opposed to a flat surface.
You think that's what I mean about the Earth and the shape of the Earth?
So you didn't tell us anyways. Why is it that you are of the misunderstanding that the shape of the ground will affect the centripetal force of a bike wheel? Interesting. That's what I thought.
The answer is because he's a moron.
Or may I ask a question?
Hopefully it's not as
Since
stupid
the
as
other-
that last one.
Do you know
Gravity
position?
exists.
Do you know the position of the flat earthers?
Well, how about he asks his question?
Okay.
Does gravity exist?
What is it?
Well, I would say it's a force that pulls things to the center of mass.
Your own priest Einstein would say that doesn't exist, so I'm not going to say it exists. Next.
What'd you say?
Your own priest Einstein would say that doesn't exist, so I'm not going to say it exists.
And what causes things to fall?
Ask Einstein. You can probably do that through Google. Go ahead now. Learn your religion.
Having a quick Google about, it seems that most of the helium does not come back down. I did post a link.
Yeah, there is a thing where like there's a worry that we're going to run out of helium.
Why? It's a closed system.
That's what I'm saying. If it's closed, that can't happen, can it? But
It's not happening.
It's not happening.
It
No.
appears to be happening.
Oh, it appears to you when you go outside that we're losing helium, does it?
Then why is there?
To the people with the instruments able to measure this stuff, it seems.
Oh yeah? Who are they? What instruments? It seems. Can you post these observations? Can you post these observations, please?
Microscopes?
Use a microscope some helium and see, we're losing helium.
Where we are losing helium?
Maybe 20% comes back, but the rest doesn't. So
how we measure that? How we measure that it's coming back or escaping, whatever.
I did just post a link. I think it's in there.
Oh, we can find the gradients of the helium in the atmosphere.
Sorry?
We can find, let's say, the layer of the helium gas in the atmosphere.
That's not really how it works.
Are we taking from CO2 inside, or all gas is taking out from there? Where is that helium?
Well, the helium goes to the top, apparently.
If you put in the balloon, that's what kids could see. But where you get the helium from? Some platform in the sky? Are we sucking that helium?
Well, the helium gets produced by the oceans and the plants, and then all
yeah. And where is going? In the sky?
Going up, yeah.
And how we get from the sky? We are taking that helium to have.
This is my question.
No, I'm asking you.
If it's a sealed container.
But if it's an open system, how we get?
We're going to go back to it again. People are going to go mad.
If it's an open system, how we get it helium then?
If it's an open system, it escapes, doesn't it?
So does every other gas.
So then you're not breathing.
So it can't be a closed system. It can't be a sealed container.
It has to be, actually, according to what you just said.
Are you breathing?
I hope so.
I mean, maybe he's saying he's not getting any oxygen to his brain, therefore it must be open. Maybe that's what he meant. I could have misunderstood.
If it's open, it makes sense, doesn't it? If it's
Yeah, I mean, you being this stupid makes sense if it's an open system. There's no oxygen going to your head.
If it's a closed system, I think we'd all be in more trouble, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. And if we have the sea level that it's flat, we will have even more problems.
The thing is, this problem doesn't really matter whether it's a globe or flat. You know, if it's a sealed system, it's going to blow up at some point.
Why do you still have this conception that there is more getting produced than there is getting used?
Well, I just posted a link. It said only about 20% possibly comes back. The rest is lost.
Prove it.
And how do you?
So that's 20% of the helium alone comes back. The rest is lost. So you're already running negative numbers. So every time there's some produced, 20% comes back. So you've just shot your own argument in the foot.
Why is it going to blow up?
80%, 80% remain.
Why is it going to blow up? Is this a first law violation now? What is this?
And that's assuming those numbers are real.
Left over and doesn't come back down.
How can he shoot himself in the foot if the Earth is flat? How would the bullet be able to have the trajectory to hit his foot?
You're a moron. Shut up. Why would it blow up? This is a first law violation. You're violating conservation of matter and energy now.
And more gas is being added. Eventually, the pressure is going to increase. Yeah.
There's more material just coming from nowhere. No, I think it's a cycle, dude. I don't think any matter is being created or destroyed. I think we have a cycle, and all the stuff that's here is always here, and it's just cycling around.
Okay, so the helium region does come back down. Yeah.
Goes everywhere.
If it's a closed system, there's a massive stockpile of helium at the top of the dome.
Oh, really? Because gases stratify like that, do they?
This is
so. If it was a dome, I agree with
show
that.
Show it, Kegwin. Yeah, instead of getting upset, show it. Show that gases stratify into layers like that according to their densities. Go ahead.
No, but if it was a closed system.
Okay, shut up.
Yes, that's your claim. Show it. Post it up in side chat when you get it, Kegwin. Welcome, Fish. How's it going, man?
Hey, what's up, Can you give me 1 second? Be right back.
You're good. And welcome to the other person. I didn't see who it was because I have my screen in the wrong spot. Apologies.
You know who it was. You know who it was.
I do now. Morning, Nobby.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good day, mate.
That sounds so wrong, doesn't it?
Did you know that you're upside down from me right now?
Did you know that I'm not?
Just want to let you all know I have the evidence that the Earth is round. Okay? I have the evidence.
Post it. Nobby, post it. Post it. Come on. Don't keep us waiting.
It will blow your minds away. Blown. Just blown.
Yeah, sure. Anyways, just post it in side chat.
Oh, did I miss the red mic parade?
Kegwin just saying crazy stuff again, like gases stratify into density layers.
I
So you got
didn't say
pools of
that.
carbon dioxide on the ground then?
That's
Yeah, you
not
didn't.
what I said.
No,
There
he's
are
lying.
pools of carbon dioxide on
He's
the ground,
lying. No, he's lying.
though. There are pools of carbon dioxide on the ground.
There's a pool of carbon dioxide.
Yeah, there's loads
Lakes
of
and
videos of it on
oceans.
YouTube.
You got lakes and oceans of carbon dioxide, huh?
It's believed to be possible.
Believed to be possible, or you do?
It seems like it's possible.
Seems like. Okay, you're not clear on your claim, so I'll let you figure it out and get back to us.
What's so unbelievable about it?
That you can't show it.
I'll get you a video. Fucking hell.
Get us an
don't make
observation.
it sounds like an effort.
Bring a citation, how about?
It's just, this is easily find out.
Not just some YouTube grifter. Get us a citation. It's easy to find, like you said, so no problem. Go get it. Find it.
What about like a demonstration of it?
Yeah, okay, demonstrate.
There you go.
Oh my god, Heretic, it's so hard when I make a claim and then I have to back up what I say.
Yeah, this is the sort of thing that you give to 10-year-olds to do.
Well, you're the one that said it.
All the carbon dioxide
and
just
you
settles
don't
to
know
the-
about it.
Be quiet, yeah. So what you're claiming is all the carbon dioxide in the air just settles to the bottom, to the ground, and just pools there at the surface, and that's where it goes. And it's not like a generally homogeneous mixture of air throughout.
You make such wild, stupid conflations of information.
Well, that's what I was asking you, dude. And you're saying, yes, 10-year-olds know this. That's what the question was originally. So what do you mean conflation? That's what I asked you, and that's what you responded yes to.
I try and describe it, and I interject when you start going wrong, but you're muting me, so you're not hearing it.
Why? How am I going wrong? I'm just asking the same question I was already asking. Maybe you went wrong when you answered a different question than the one I asked. That's what I was talking about. You said they stratify into density layers, basically, because you said they're going to have this big layer of helium up at the top. It's all going to just go up there to the top of the container. All the helium be right there. So you're telling us that gas is stratified by their densities. So you're going to have the heavy ones at the bottom, and then it's going to stratify, and you're going to get lighter and lighter in layers like that. Like a layer cake. Yeah, sure.
I didn't say that. I don't believe that.
Okay, then shut up about that. Because that's what you said. That's what it implied at first when you said the helium's going to all just chill at the top like that. Just be quiet.
I was making a hypothesis.
The cause and effect supposition of what? What's the natural phenomenon?
I've forgotten now. Fucking hell.
You didn't know to begin
I'm finding
with.
you this carbon dioxide thing.
Well, you're going to need a natural observed phenomenon first. What's that?
Are you just like trolling?
No, that's the scientific method.
No, I mean this whole thing.
Nice deflection.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm either being played by a major troll or you guys are fucking retarded.
Yeah, you did get played by a major troll, that being the globe.
I mean, it's a genius troll. I'll give you that. It's a genius troll if it is, but if it isn't, I mean, there's not much else it can be.
The globe's a pretty heavy troll. You got to hand it to them.
Oh, man.
I got you good.
There are caves with gas that are, pooling in the cave.
Well, it's
I
more.
posted an example in chat. I've seen a better video of this. I'm trying to find it, but there was some information about it.
Okay, well, that's not what I asked about because you're not really.
What do you think it shows? What do you think it shows?
Okay, I don't think it shows gases stratifying by their densities into layers.
Didn't say
side by
that.
side.
Oh
well,
my
that's
goodness.
what I was talking about. That's basically what you're implying when you tell us that the light ones all go up to the tippy top and they just chill there. So that would be an implication of what you said.
You guys said like
that's not what happened. So we can just abandon this whole line of thought.
Cool.
Because it's useless to us. Because that doesn't happen.
It's just about helium in a closed system.
It is a closed system. It has to be, or you wouldn't have no helium.
What do you mean we wouldn't have it? Why do you think we wouldn't have any helium? Do you know how helium is formed?
Because it would interact with its surroundings in the open system, right? Outside of the open system, meaning that the gas would just disperse and fill that area, right? It wouldn't be here.
But do you know how helium is formed?
Who cares?
It plays a role. It's kind of important. It's formed by the decay of radioactive, I think, or I can't remember the term, material. It takes millions of years, I think, and it can form in underground caves, for example, and it's harvested by basically trying to drill for it in the ground. And it won't reproduce. It's non-renewable. It's non-renewable in that, like in human lifetime, it won't regenerate as much as we're using it, or that we know exists. So there could be huge underground resources of it, but we don't know where they are.
Okay, and
once helium escapes, it's gone.
Oh, it doesn't escape. It's a closed system, so the helium has nowhere to escape.
What do you mean? How does it come back?
It's still in the same system. It's cycling. It's a cycle.
What do you mean?
I mean, there's a first law of thermodynamics called conservation of matter and energy, and nothing's being created or destroyed. You've got the same materials here within the same closed system forever, and they're just
Why
recycling.
does it have to be a closed system?
Cycling around. Well, I already answered that because the open system interacts with its surrounding, meaning that the gas is going to leave that system.
Yes, and if you have rock that's millions of years old in caves that are millions of years old, where the resources are, the radioactive material has been decaying all this time, it's still producing helium and whatever else it does. Like, this can keep happening for millions and millions of years.
Yeah, within a closed system.
We have to know where it is.
Yeah, within a closed system, yeah.
No, dude, it doesn't have to be closed. Like, it's underground now, being made underground in massive, in caves, in radioactive materials, forming fissures in the ground and
in a closed system
stuff.
There would be no atmosphere on the Earth.
Oh my goodness, Do you know how the atmosphere, in a simple way, do you know how the atmosphere has sort of is, or why it is?
Why it is, the gas ball outside in the vacuum.
Yeah.
I guess I could go with your vernacular for the sake of the conversation. But you're saying yes, it's literally,
the trees,
it's literally
and the
a gas
temperature
ball.
of the water of Earth, like all this stuff.
There's literally a gas ball outside. Well, that would have to be demonstrated first before you tell us why it is.
Oh my
Go ahead.
goodness! You just don't understand the basics of how reality has come to be.
Don't worry about what I am. Yeah, shut up, dude. Yeah, no, that's your imagination of what reality is, not reality. Don't conflate the two. So there is a gas ball in a vacuum. I was going to be generous and just grant you the term just so that we can get on with the conversation, but you're literally claiming that there is a gas ball in a vacuum. That has to be demonstrated first before you tell us why there's a gas ball in a vacuum. Go ahead and demonstrate.
It's not known. But if you try to think about like what's
not known?
It seems it's not. We're, like, as human race, we're still trying to figure out this shit. We don't know.
What are you talking about? We don't know there's a gas ball in a vacuum? Yeah, no shit. Okay.
So it's real simple. What you can do is you start with an idea. Like, what is the absolute biggest something can be? What's the absolute hottest something can be?
Okay, you're out of your mind, dude. Just show us there's a gas ball in a vacuum, or just drop the claim. How about?
Think, man. Use your mind.
It's a nice projection. Dude.
Verify, man. Verify what you're claiming.
I'm trying to get to a point, but you keep muting me.
Okay,
Starting simple.
Okay, you don't have a point unless you can show us a gas ball in a vacuum, because what you were claiming had to do with that. If you don't have that, then you really don't have a point to make. So just start there, and we can work out from there. But you need to demonstrate first, in the first place, that there's a gas ball in a vacuum. Please, go ahead.
I'm just trying to lay out the hypothesis of how all of this stuff can come to be.
You can't have a hypothesis before you observe the phenomenon, dude. And that will be a gas ball in a vacuum. Go ahead.
You're stopping yourself from thought. There's loads of...
No, I'm teaching you how to think, actually. So you're going to have to observe the phenomenon first. Then you can move to your hypothesis. After you've first done that...
You're missing the point a little bit. It's not necessarily that is the case. It's that
It is necessarily that that's the case. You've got no natural phenomenon to form a hypothesis about before you've observed one. Yes, that's necessarily the case. You're wasting my time, dude.
Stop muting me, dude. You're not.
No, I'm gonna just stop you. You're saying stupid shit. I want to see this gas ball in a vacuum.
There's pictures of it. If you don't accept them, then you need to lay out how it can come to be.
Yeah, right. Post a picture of the gas ball in the vacuum. Go ahead.
There's one in chat.
Really? Okay, what is that?
Well, I'm trying to explain it without using like NASA information. I'm trying to be as first principles as possible.
That's one in chat. How did you verify that that's what it is? You can see gases clumping into balls. How did you verify that that's what that is? What is that image? Where did it come from? Have you ever even seen it before now?
I've digested information about our sun and what people hypothesize it to be. It seems reasonable. I'm not saying it is true, but what I'm saying is that
what? You don't need a hypothesis for what it is? That's a cause and effect supposition, dude. What? You're just way off the reservation, dude.
you're missing the point completely.
Oh, no, you're missing all the points. What is that picture? Where'd that come from? Since that's what you're going with.
It looks to me like the sun. And you said under.
Where'd it come from?
It came from God.
God. Okay, you've never seen that picture before now. This is the very first time you've ever seen it, and that's what you're going to go with for your demonstration of a gas ball in a vacuum. Yeah, you don't have any way of validating that that's what that is, because you've never even seen that image before now.
Seen many similar
So what's
images.
Jupiter?
It's
not a gas ball.
It apparently is.
That'll be your problem, because you were the one dumb enough to make the claim of its composition, not me.
I'm not trying to claim that it is. I'm just trying to help you to understand why people say it to be this way. There's lots of parts
to respond to the other
really
to respond to the other clown
for conceptualization.
To respond to the other clown, Jupiter is a god, a Roman god, by the way.
Sorry. What? I missed that because Keglin was blathering through you. You can just pipe down now, Keglin, because you don't have any information for us. What's that, Francisco?
No, I was just replying to the other clown who's making a joke about Jupiter and saying that that's a Roman god.
Real informative.
The planet Jupiter in our solar system.
Thought-inducing stuff.
What solar system?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
How do you know it's in a solar system?
Use your fucking eyeballs.
Okay, how? What am I going to look at with them?
With the telescope.
Okay, what am I going to look at with the telescope?
You can see Jupiter with the telescope.
Okay, I can see Jupiter with a telescope, therefore I've confirmed that it's orbiting the sun?
Yeah, if you watch it for long enough, you will find...
That was his claim. Shut up.
Well, if you watch it for long enough...
Why are you white knighting? Go ahead, Dexter. He should be able to stand on his own 2 feet. Doesn't need you holding his dick. Or do you, Dexter?
That's fucked up.
Okay, I guess he does, because he went quiet. I guess he never thought about that. Okay, you see the light in the sky called Jupiter, you point a telescope at it, look at it, and what? Then what? What do you do to deduce that this thing is orbiting the sun?
Obviously, we're talking about it being a gas giant, right? Like that's
No, you said
the
it's in a
initial
solar
point, right?
system. You said it's in a solar system.
No.
Yeah, you did.
What's Jupiter if it's...
Yeah, you said it's in a solar system. Why are you running from that? Yeah, nobody can prove that those are pictures of gas balls and vacuums, dude. So we've already gone off of that. You said it was in a solar system. Go ahead and verify that one. Yeah, gases don't clump into shapes like that within vacuums. You should know that already. But I'm
Then
more
why do we
interested-
observe it with the telescope?
You don't. You just look at something. Yeah, you just look at something in the sky of unknown composition, and then you just believe some stupid story you were told about it that you have no means of verifying. That's all you do. You don't know that you're looking at a ball of gas, and that defies natural law, so it's stupid to even think that that's what that is. But I'm more interested now in how you know that it's in a solar system.
No, I'm more interested in asking you if it's not a gas ball, then what?
Okay, well, Keglin wanted to try it. I'm going to bring him back up. Go ahead, Keglin. How do you know it's in a solar system?
So at a minimum, the solar system is a collection of, 8 or 9 or sort of planets, we call them, and they're different than the other lights.
It was 12 at a point, by the way. 12.
How do you know? Yeah, how do you know Jupiter is orbiting the sun? How do you know that?
So I'm trying to get to that. I'm just trying to set up how. I'm just trying to substantiate.
Nah, don't do that. Just get there right now.
Long observation.
Okay, what, the entire orbit of Jupiter around the sun? That observation?
Sort of, like enough of the what is Jupiter's?
You watch it for 12 years?
It's like 70 years or something.
You watch it for 12 years.
Let me just.
Yeah, so for 12 years, you're going to watch Jupiter. You're going to eyeball it going around the sun, even though you don't see the two things at the same time. That's what you're going to do?
12 years old. Some people are older than 12.
I want to know how you see Jupiter orbiting the sun over 12 years when you don't even see both the sun and Jupiter at the same time.
So you pay attention to the position it is against the other lights in the sky that seem to stay in the same place, and you can watch that over and over, and you can say, hey, look, this seems to be moving at this rate between these stars, or these lights, I'll call them.
What stars?
What they are.
What stars? What rates? Did you do this?
No, but this is how they describe that they've done it.
Okay, you got no clue then. So you're just like it's just a bunch of vague gibberish, basically. You've got absolutely no clue.
The same can happen with the moon. You can watch the moon literally every 2 weeks. It repeats a cycle, and you can map that through the sky, and you can map it through a year, and you can see how the stars change and raise and lower around it, and you can say, hey, this seems to be making this sort of pattern. And then you can do that with the other celestials that we can see, and you can spend some time just trying to map them against each other, where they seem to be, and over time you can build a model of how these things are behaving, and you can use that, and you can test it and make it more precise. Yes, years, literally. This is what like observatories do. They literally have spent billions on telescopes to do this. You can do it in your backyard with a small telescope.
Yeah, go ahead, do it in your backyard with a small telescope.
Wait, let me just mention that.
I don't know why you went to the moon.
Let me just mention.
I literally showed you 2 videos of people taking a picture of Jupiter with consumer-grade telescopes, dude. Like, and it shows you the.
Is it his claim that the moon orbits the sun now? Why did he bring the moon into it? Kegwin?
As an example of a light in the sky that we...
I don't need examples. I just need direct confirmation that anything in the sky orbits the sun.
So we take these measurements and we compare them against the sun, and there are many examples. People have come...
Okay, give me an example of that. These measurements. What ones? Can you post an example of these measurements so I can know what you're talking about specifically? What are we going to be comparing to the sun? Show me an example.
All right, let me find you an example.
What tool am I going to use to take these measurements with?
Pen and paper and a telescope.
I'm going to use pen and paper? That's a measuring tool?
Yes.
Can I ask a quick question?
If you're recording.
Also, I want to ask Kegwin if he doesn't think it's very convenient that we always see the same face of the moon.
I mean, it's fascinating. It's fascinating the way that that's the case.
So he said that pen and paper is a measuring tool. This guy...
No, I didn't say that. I said you can use pen and paper. You can take records and you can...
Okay, did he say that, chat? Is he gaslighting me?
I heard it. He's drawing circles around.
He did say that he's going to take a pen and paper and that's going to be his measuring tool for whatever's going on in the sky with Jupiter, yeah.
He's going to need a few bits of paper.
Yep. He said that.
You're insane, Chief Kegwin. Quit wasting our time. What are you measuring with pen and paper? Tell me that. What are you measuring? What quantity?
You can draw a picture of the stars and you can label them. You can give them...
Drawing a picture of the stars isn't measuring shit. What the fuck's the matter with you?
If you let me finish, I can teach you how to do some math.
You don't need to, because here's how long it would take to actually answer the question if you could answer it. About this long. Let's say you ask me, I'm going to answer, what quantity? An angle. I'm going to say something like that, how about? Yeah, that's all the time you need. So as soon as you start blathering, right? Just running off.
What are you looking for an angle for?
As you start running off at the mouth, I already know you don't have the answer and you're just tap dancing, and I'm not interested in watching you tap dance.
Wait, Heretic, maybe he's drawing in a piece of paper.
What are you using it to measure? What are you using the pen and paper to measure? What quantity? What?
Just what are we working with here?
Okay, when you're going to do a measurement, you're going to be measuring some sort of quantity of something. What is that going to be?
Yes, what are we measuring?
You tell me. You said these measurements. What are they? What are we measuring? Height in feet? What?
No.
Distance in miles? What? An angle?
Centimeters.
What?
Centimeters in your perspective that you can relatively scale onto a page.
Centimeters in perspective. That's how they measure things in perspective. Is it centimeters?
Yeah, angular size.
Oh, angles. So it'll be in degrees, not centimeters, right?
Angular size.
Yeah, it'll be degrees then, won't it?
If you stop muting me, I can
Well, I don't know. You said centimeters in your perspective, so I don't want to talk to you. I think that you're certifiable, and you're punching way above your pay grade here. Let's bring someone else up. He's too stupid. He said centimeters in his perspective is what they're going to measure. I was only asking you those questions just to expose that you have no idea what you're talking about for like the millionth time. There was no other reason. I'm done now. Yeah, you really cooked with that centimeters in perspective one, yeah. Just dominating the chat.
It's very interesting how people know so much about Jupiter orbits, but when you show them the horizon on 10 miles, that somehow it's not possible to realize. But to find out how the Jupiter orbiting around the sun, that's most easier than to see the horizon on 10 miles. Always. Try it. Learn astronomy. Jesus Christ.
What a great point. Who was this? Sasha?
Yeah. You know, the people will start to explain random people all cosmology, you know, everything. But when then you show him the black swan, oh my God, there is a. Do you know how lights work? There is I don't know where it is.
Exactly. Exactly. And for Jupiter, there is no refraction.
or how he said, like a 10-year child. Okay, put all 10 years kids and ask where is the horizon on the black swan, and all of them will say it's behind the oil rigs.
Exactly.
But that's kids.
Do the line for us again, Kegwin. Centimeters in perspective.
If you get a 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter piece of card.
Well, just do the line. Centimeters in perspective. You're going to measure that.
Start drawing.
Can you cite somebody who measures centimeters in perspective? Just do that for us. Just so we know you're not just, pulling this out of the air, and that this is actually a well demonstrated, well understood, and cited method that people use to measure things in the sky. Go ahead.
What? Have you ever used a crayon and a ruler?
No, just go ahead and post us a citation of somebody measuring shit in the sky in centimeters in perspective. Go ahead.
Fucking hell, dude. You could just hold a frame up to the sky.
Well, I don't know. I don't need to do anything. There should be a well understood and documented method of measuring stuff in the sky in centimeters in your perspective. Go ahead.
Bless your heart.
Yeah, just post it.
Bless
Cite somebody doing that. Cite somebody measuring Jupiter.
I can describe it very simply.
Centimeter. No. Post a citation. Don't describe. Post a citation of somebody measuring Jupiter in centimeters of your perspective.
I can describe it very simply.
You're not making things up, are you, Kegwin? Because if you're not making this up, you'll be able to refer to somebody who's done it, right? Like you claimed, right?
You're so cooked and scared, dude. Just let me speak.
Hey, what do you mean I'm cooked? If this is something that actually exists that you didn't just conjure up now, then you can just reference it somewhere, right?
Hubble looks at a certain point of the sky over a...
Okay, cite Hubble doing measurements in centimeters of perspective, please. Can I see that?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
That's what you said, so we're gonna have to stick to it.
Oh, you said you were done
You're making a
steamrolling.
conflation, so try and win. You're getting cooked.
Okay, go ahead, Dexter.
Yeah, you said earlier you were done steamrolling.
Well, it was too much fun not to.
I mean, this poor guy, he's gonna burst like a brain vein or blood vessel or something, or however the hell that works on a flat Earth. I mean, you want to try to explain that one?
Yeah, let's unmute him and see if he's still going. I guess the vessel burst or something.
Yeah, vessels burst. Stay stupid. Fucking hell, guys. Just allow yourself to think, like, a few seconds, and then give
Think
it a few...
about what? Think, like, about what centimeters in perspective are? And
think
how
critically, think imagination.
About 10-year-old
how Hubble uses those to make measurements of shit in the sky? Just think about that.
Sure, why not? Hypothesize.
That's not a hypothesis.
Prove it wrong. Prove it wrong.
What wrong?
Prove its observations wrong. Do them yourself.
What observations? Well,
expose the system.
Well, I just exposed you. Is that a fair start?
You're getting so cooked, bro. All you have is mute. You pussy.
Well, I mean, I don't really want to listen to you that much. You're stupid. Everything you say is dumb. And I mean, I get stupidity gold out of you by just leaving you off mute for like one sentence. I can already jump on whatever you've said in one sentence and make a whole minute's worth of content out of that.
Intellectual coward.
I mean, you don't have anything intellectual.
I can describe very simply a very...
Yeah, I was stuttering, but I was still going, so it wasn't over. You don't have anything intellectual to bring to the conversation, dude.
You're embarrassing yourself.
I'll give you a very basic observation.
It's always very easy, but I see no drawing. I see no drawing still. Go draw.
Yeah, you two blockheads can't talk to each other.
It's real simple. Let me just describe it. If you don't understand what crayon looks like on a paper, then I can't help you. But if you do...
Well, I don't know why you're talking about crayons on a paper, because I thought you were talking about taking measurements of shit in the sky. Now you're talking about crayons on paper. What's the crayons on paper method of measuring anything? What quantity?
This guy's voice is so fucking obnoxious. Holy shit.
I'm just trying to help you. It seems you're still at crayon level, dude. Maybe felt tip pens. Will they work for you?
Okay, you're just having
sounds like he's on fucking speed, dude.
All right, so
maybe I am. So what?
If you get like a frame, like make it 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters, and place it on a tripod in your garden, and draw what you see in it each night. And if you look at your drawings over a certain period of time, you can start to like see where the stars sort of move, and maybe the moon crosses.
Yeah, that's stupid. That's
wrap
not.
Wrap it up.
Because this conversation came out of him saying these measurements. He's always vague when he speaks, right? And he just keeps doubling down and trying to save the stupid shit that he said earlier, as if it's not stupid as fuck. Yeah, these measurements. Yeah, drawing a 10 by 10 centimeter frame in crayons, what you see in your garden, that will not be a measurement of anything going on in the sky. Okay? Hope that's clear.
Yeah, the measurement happens after you've taken your recordings.
Recordings of what? Using what tool?
The crayon drawings you can make.
I told you!
You're going to take a measurement of a crayon drawing now. That's what you're going to do?
Wow, this is rage bait, dude.
That's what he said he's going to do.
I gotta give it to you, man. You're good at this. You're good at this, dude.
That's what he said he was going to do.
Holy shit.
Take a measurement of a crayon drawing that he did in his garden.
This guy is Master Miyagi of fucking rage bait.
If you don't understand it, you're the one that's like really stupid here. Like I'm saying crayons to. You're
sitting in your garden, right, doing crayon drawings on a 10 by 10 centimeter frame of what you see in your garden. And that's these measurements taken by Hubble of what, Jupiter or something you started out on. Nice one.
Now, Hubble was a little bit more precise. I'm just trying to help you to understand.
Oh, okay, well, that's what I was asking for, was the precise ones from the professionals, not Mr. Crayon Head in his garden over here, so get us those.
I don't think you know what you're asking.
All right, somebody else? I think
I'm trying to help, but...
He's done. He's done.
I'm not done, dude. You can do this. All you have is the mute button. It's real simple, all right?
Well, I have to mute you. It's just too stupid to allow it to carry on like that.
Does anyone else agree with Chief? Or can they like describe what Chief is saying if you agree with him? I thought so.
Yeah, he said these measurements.
You can actually use your thumb to measure distances and the rate at which the stars move across the sky.
Oh, is that how Hubble did
Just
it?
draw, bro. Just draw, bro.
Somebody used their thumb, or they drew a picture in their garden and then took a measurement.
No, that's probably not what Hubble did. Although initial observations, you can use your thumb with your arm fully extended, and then you use your thumb to measure how far away it covers your thumb, how much your thumb covers what you're looking at, and that'll measure distance.
Yeah, so clearly anybody with any clue what they're actually doing wouldn't do it like you guys have just described, right? So why you guys come here and make stuff up? Why don't you just bring us what the experts have actually done?
It's fine. It's fine. You can do this. Like, you can do this yourself. Like, you can measure a distance with your thumb.
It should already be done. I shouldn't have to.
Like, you can do that. You can measure a distance with your thumb and then go and measure it, and it's the same.
Dude, you could put your thumb to better use.
And what would that be exactly, sir?
It's rhetorical.
So he said that they took all these measurements of all these things in the sky, and it's very rigorous, and they made this really accurate model that they can use and, to make predictions of stuff and blah, blah, blah. And what he gives us is a crayon drawing in his garden, and you give us, use your thumb.
Yeah, you can use your thumb with your arm fully extended to measure distances with stars and planets.
Okay, you guys are idiots.
We're live on YouTube, so thank you for the content. Appreciate it.
That must be what Hubble did. They used their thumb and did garden drawings in crayon. I mean, he made it sound so irrefutable. Like, they did all these super rigorous measurements of all this stuff going on in the sky, which you couldn't quite say what it was. They did them over thousands of years, and they've got it right down to a fine art, and you guys give us crayon drawings and use your thumb.
Ever stop talking?
And you've got to do it yourself or tell me to do it. You can't actually refer to anybody who's done what you're talking about. I thought this was already done over thousands of years. Why are we talking about anybody going out into their garden and using their thumb and doing anything? Shouldn't you be able to listen to what's already been done?
Did you not, Flat Earther? Stop pretending.
Well, is that not true? Shouldn't he be able to just show us who's already done it? Why would any of us be doing anything? This work's already been done, right?
I'm still waiting for his drawing, by the way.
How can you be sure he even has a thumb?
He's not sure. That'd be epistemically arrogant to conclude that you have thumbs.
He's a thumb in a jar.
Yeah. All right, nobody else wants to talk. It's just Kegwin's the only one actually stupid enough to go on the mic and embarrass himself like that. The rest of them are like, I don't think so.
What was the crayon drawing supposed to prove?
He said that you're going to take a drawing in your garden with crayons on a 10 by 10 centimeter frame, and then you're going to use that to make measurements. I guess you're going to measure something with a ruler, maybe on your 10 by 10 frame, within the drawing that you've done. Yeah, and that's how you're going to, I don't know, build a model of the sky or something.
Well, we already have Stellarium, which is pretty good, right? The app.
Oh, yeah, use crayons on a 10 by 10 frame, and I guess draw your garden, and then you get Stellarium.
So if we download Stellarium, then it's like, it's already done for us.
Don't worry, Chief Kegwin's got this.
I'm just helping you to do it yourself, because you don't believe it.
Well, you're helping us to make an idiot of you on YouTube.
It's all there available, guys.
I mean, about the perspective, I'm also I'm not sure what he means with that.
Extrapolation, a little bit of thought.
But when, for example, when you cut a tree, then you can also use this the measurement. Like you take a stick, you hold it in your hand, you bend your waist to your shoulder, that the stick is reaching your shoulder, and then you put it up again on a 90 degree, and you put it on a tree that you want to cut, and it's going to fall exactly where you're standing when you pick when the peak of the tree is bounded to the stick. I mean, don't know if you know it, but
Yeah, nice joke.
no, that's actually how you can measure how far the peak of the tree is going to fall. That's for real though.
Have you got a citation for that?
Like,
no, I need a citation.
Well, you didn't need it for any of the
I'm
other
unable
stuff.
to conceptualize such basic information.
You didn't need it for any of the other stuff you pulled out of
Of
the
course
air.
it works.
Why do you need it for this? Why do you need? You didn't need citations for all the claims that you came in here and made. Why the
I'm
double
being
standard?
sarcastic, you retard.
I know you are being sarcastic. That's how stupid you are. You think that citation is a joke, right?
Wow, you're such a victim, dude. You're such a victim.
Yeah, you think it's a joke, right? You think that's something to mock somebody over, that they ask for a citation, right? That's how stupid you are.
I just think you're a joke. Or an expert troll. I'll give it to you. A genius troll.
You're mad.
Nah, dude. I'm in awe of how much effort you're willing to spend to stay stupid.
Well, you thought that was effort?
To be honest, you showed no proof, Chief. You showed
Stay
no proof.
stupid.
Thanks for clicking on my name so often. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, bro.
No, I was trying to put the effort in to not stay stupid. Allegedly, you know something I
That
don't.
was not what was happening.
I was trying to get to what that was.
Bless your heart.
Yeah, but all that effort that I put in, it only got stupider talking to you. So I'd be, if anything, putting in effort to get stupider by listening to the dumb shit that you said.
Some real intellectual stuff there, bro.
That's probably what's actually going on.
I love
Spending
you,
my
bro.
effort on getting dumber.
I love
Listening
you, bro.
to you take measurements of Jupiter with garden pictures that you drew in crayon.
Refute it. Where's it wrong? Where is it wrong?
Well, it's not a measurement of anything.
Then when you get a bunch of them, you can measure them and write down the distances that you've taken, and then
Yeah,
you
start
can
drawing
compare
them.
them.
Start drawing.
A bunch of crayon drawings? A bunch of crayons?
No, Chief. He would
crayons
fail
to mock
astronomy
you,
in any
because it's
college
really
course
very
because he
simple.
wouldn't hold out his arm and measure.
A bunch of crayon drawings. Once I get a bunch of them, then I
It's
can
funny
take
how
a
caught up you are on this crayon thing. That really got you, didn't it? You haven't got past the crayons yet, have you?
Well, it was so stupid.
All your friends are using felt tip pens now, bruh. You gotta level up.
Yeah, I was
I know you
blindsided.
like the crayons. I know they taste nice.
I can't get over it. I'm blindsided by the stupidity. I didn't see that coming. I didn't even think you would say something that's stupid. So yeah, I mean, I'm sort of stuck on that.
Well, as they say, boys go to
Just
Jupiter.
don't sniff the pad.
I think the artist left, guys.
Oh, he's muted though. He's still muted. Didn't mean that.
What is the firmament made out of?
They don't believe in the dome. They don't believe in the dome.
Firmamesium, dude. Firmamesium.
They don't want to tell you what it's shaped like or made of or anything. They actually deny dome Earth is just as much as globe Earth. So they're not actual flat earthers. They just libraries want to piss you off.
What they are saying about the surface?
But then, how are you containing the pressure without a dome?
Some kind of container or something they say, but you can't prove it. So
yeah,
it's just
you can try to tell them
to be in a container, but
yeah,
there's no
you
container.
can try to like appeal to the ancient cultures and how they all said it's a dome and how the stars.
What they are saying about the surface? What they are saying about the surface?
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. See what I'm saying? They're not interested.
Yeah, there it is. Right. It being a container is irrelevant to the shape of the Earth and all this fucking shit.
What they're saying about the surface?
Yeah, what they are saying.
Yeah, what are they?
Do you know what they are saying?
No, that's why I'm asking, man. That's what
they are saying. There is no measurable curvature in reality. There is no such a thing like a curve.
Who says that?
All of them.
All of you here in this channel.
All of these flat earthers.
Well, if everyone's saying it, then like, wouldn't that include you?
Yes.
No. Okay.
And now is it that a lie or is that true?
The Earth is round.
Truth, and your brain, that's true,
bro.
How we will know? How we will know is that true or lie?
Yeah, but how are you going to come to a conclusion or agreement with anyone if you can't even agree that the Earth is a dome? Like you can't even.
Did I say anything about dome? Did I say anything about dome or about the surface?
The point is that if you can't even agree on the shape of the Earth, you can't even tell me the shape of the Earth. How the fuck are you going to tell me anything else?
Are you saying the person who realized that the surface is not curving need to tell you how the all Earth look like?
He said the same thing to me when I was asking him about fucking bicycles. He said the same thing to me.
Yeah, the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, if Earth is a sphere, does surface can surface be flat?
Yes.
if really?
Yes. If the ground beneath
the sphere is big enough, yeah.
Yeah. If the ground beneath
Zach, you're yapping. Zach, wrap it up, buddy.
Okay, so this guy's a troll. Yeah, this is what I told you earlier, Francisco. You're a piece of shit. Anyway, so yeah, if the ground beneath the Earth is a sphere and the air above is a dome, right? Then that would be a sphere.
No, man, I'm asking you only about the surface. If surface it's curving, then it's sphere. If surface it's flat, then it's not a sphere.
No, I just told you how it can be flat and a sphere.
Can you distinguish 10 miles of the flat surface and 10 miles of the curved surface?
Again, please.
Can you?
I don't think you know what you're asking. Yeah, is the Earth in a container? Yes or no?
I'm asking you. Can you distinguish 10 miles of the flat surface and 10 miles of the curved surface?
Yeah. Crazy. Is the Earth in a container? Yes or no?
Earth is not a globe because it's measured flat.
Not the question I'm asking. Unfortunately.
What is the title of this server?
Yeah, I just want to know if the Earth's in a container or not, bro.
What is the title of this server? What is the title of this server? What is the title of this server?
Just answer the question, bro.
I don't know. I know that surface. I don't know about that. I don't know.
Listen, but they won't tell you anything about the flat Earth.
They won't tell you shit. They won't tell you anything.
It's flat.
Okay, we will tell you this and again and again and again. The surface is not curving in reality. That's why we are flat earthers. Not because of dome, not because of eclipses.
Okay, well then your argument.
Can I finish my sentence? Not because of eclipses, not because of sunset, not because of moon, not because of sun, not because where is the edge, not all of that. Only because surface does not curve. Did you get it now? It does. Can you show it?
You need to look into something called systems thinking, right? Because
no, can you show it in reality?
Hello, Dr. Shiva. Systems thinking? What the fuck?
Yeah,
Dr. Shiva fan. He must have wandered in here from Dr. Shiva's Twitter feed.
They're literally.
No, you said that it's.
When they start
You
giving
said
you a
that it's-
sales pitch like that, it's because they can't answer the question. They're cooked.
Yeah. So the
I'll tell you what's stupid is to think the air you're breathing is in an ultra high vacuum environment. That's kind of dumb.
Yeah, are we in a container or not?
No, you
Well, I
want
can
to
see
speak
you're not in an
about
ultra high
anything
vacuum. That's for sure. Come on, dude.
Okay,
Do you
so
want
we're
to
not. So we are in a container.
Why
'cause
not?
We're not in a vacuum.
Why not?
Excuse me, just answer my container question.
They're not sending their best.
I think this might be their best, actually.
Oh, okay. I overestimated.
It's as good as any baller antics I've heard. Which is to say, it's all shit.
You see, you have to be a systems thinker.
You don't even know what systems thinking is. You're just repeating a word.
It's because we're part of the swarm, right? Like flat Earth is part of the swarm, huh?
Dude, are they
And there's a
bringing
lot of
Dr.
dark money
Shiva's
in
points
flat
in
Earth
here?
too, I'm sure, huh?
Are they bringing Dr. Shiva's points, like talking points in here? What's going on?
Yeah, the guy told us we need to be familiar with systems thinking. I'm like, oh, okay, you
Like what?
thought
What
Dr.
is this guy, why is this guy just repeating like what I said, like a dumbass?
So
I don't even know
his
what it
minions
is.
are leeching.
This is hilarious.
His minions are leeching into this conversation now, huh?
I guess so.
Are these people like insane?
Like a bunch of
Are they
shit and
just,
urine straining through a
must be
sock.
The lead that the boomers imbibed when they were kids, I guess.
Leaking
Must be
in like
just,
shit
going
and
into
urine
manic.
strained through a sock.
Dude, your
is the Earth a container?
so-called leader is he's a liar. Number one, and number two, he doesn't know what he's talking about. So, bring your leader in here. We'll talk to him. If you're just a minion, we don't want to talk to you.
Why would anybody have to answer a question?
You're his
Yeah,
You're his afterthought, man.
Afterbirth.
Yeah, so we ask him, can you measure a curve? And the guy comes back with, well, you need to be familiar with systems thinking. Okay, well, I'll take that as a deflection.
I mean, good job of taking what I said out of context, but now you know
That's what happened.
All right.
Yeah, what's the right context for systems thinking? Go ahead, phrase it.
I'm not interested in your little gang rape thing you got going on here.
You didn't know how to do it, did you? You just said buzzwords.
I'm at a loss. I don't really understand. Like you're literally acting like not even a 12. You're acting like a fucking 10-year-old.
Yeah,
Dude. You're
whatever,
like a 40-year-old man.
So you're just speaking. Yeah, that's my age. Well, so
You're a
just speaking of
40-year-old
whatever
man
you
acting
think
like a literal child.
Yeah, it doesn't do.
But the thing is, it's not even charming. It's not even funny. It's not like a funny kid, like a kid trolling on Gmod or something, or Gary's mod. You're not doing that. You're just being obnoxious and weird.
Yeah, what's systems thinking,
You're
bro?
acting like you're on like, drugs or something, dude. Like it's not even charming. It's not charming. It's not.
I already
funny.
posted it inside chat. Asking that question doesn't make any sense. I already posted the
Yeah, it
definition.
does because he's not articulating it with his voice, dummy. That's what I'm asking him to do. He's not doing that. I don't give a shit if he posted in the side chat.
No, I did. I just looked it up and posted it. Like he could just read. No, I'm saying it. The question doesn't work because he can just read what I wrote out loud.
Yeah, so then let him read.
You're not going to read
Why
it. They
isn't he
don't
reading?
care.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell us what system thinking is.
I mean,
and
it's
how
right
we
there. I
can
already
apply
posted
that.
inside chat.
Yeah, you can just read
I'm not talking to you, man.
That's
If you've done
that's
that,
why I'm
then
saying the question is kind of pointless. I already posted inside.
Yeah, okay, so you posted it. Well done.
Systems thinking is a
does that have
holistic
to do-
approach to understanding problems by examining the relationships and patterns within a whole system, rather than focusing on isolated parts. This
Right, so
method encourages seeing the big picture to identify root causes, interconnection, and feedback loops that drive a system's behavior, leading to more effective and lasting solutions for complex issues.
what's the problem?
So the problem is when you say the Earth is flat and you're just like, oh, it's flat and that's it, and you completely think that's the only variable that matters, and that variable doesn't have anything connected to any other.
Okay, hold on. What is the problem you're using systems thinking to solve? What is that?
The shape of the Earth, for one.
Okay, how?
Apply it.
Yeah, I just applied it for you, but you cut me off mid-sentence. You made it me.
No,
so.
do it. Like whoever's saying that systems thinking is something applicable to this topic, apply it. Let's hear it.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now. So hopefully you don't cut me off in the middle of what I'm talking, right? So when you say the Earth is flat, I'm not even going to go for the globe Earth. I'm going to go for the fucking dome flat Earth, right? When you fucking when you say the Earth is flat, right? You cannot just say it's flat and that's it, because when it's flat, that has a bunch of other variables involved. That for instance, the boundaries, the pressure, the gradient of the pressure in the dome, right? So when you say that all those factors don't matter, right?
No,
and you're just saying, it's flat, I don't care what the shape is, I don't care what it's going to be. You ignore all the other variables.
Earth is flat.
That's the only thing that matters.
The same reality
that means you're basically thinking like a wild animal.
You don't see the globe. Do you see curvature?
There is universal implication to the Earth.
Do you see curvature? I want to know.
You should be able to substantiate that the Earth is flat.
Across an ocean.
Dude, do you see curvature? Come on, fair question.
Substantiate its claims.
Relax. We're asking how system thinking and how this has anything to do with the globe, proving that it's true. So go ahead and give us the logic behind systems thinking and attach it to how it describes the many parts of what the system of what the globe is. Go ahead. Tell us how it has anything to do with the topic.
The globe is a part of a larger system.
Like what?
How do you integrate a flat Earth measurement into your globe?
You gotta let him respond for more than 2 words, man. If you want
I want you to integrate flat Earth measurements into the globe system.
Question.
Yeah, integrate flat Earth measurements into the globe. Go for it.
That's just like not the question you asked initially. Like,
well, actually, it's the reality that you face is flat Earth.
Yeah,
we measure the Earth flat. You observe it flat. You don't see curvature.
No one's going to engage with you when you do that, man. When you ask a question and we're answering it, and then you go and change.
You're not answering it though.
Didn't answer. He didn't use the system thinking or what he was talking about.
There is even to everything.
He just started with globe Earth. No, because the thing that you don't like is that the surface is flat. So you want to say, oh, because you measured the surface to be flat, so you want to think about other things also. No, okay. You can use it in your system thinking. The surface is flat, so okay, that's settled. That thing is measured to be flat. So now
that's a problem. Hold on, Necros. They brought up systems thinking because they thought it was going to be a helpful point to talk about the Earth being a globe, like the preponderance of evidence, right? All the things that make up the Earth being a globe. It's not just one little thing. It's not just one thing you point to. It's all the things. And I want them to tell me what all things point to the Earth being a globe using systems thinking. This is what I'm asking them to do. They're failing at it. Oh, they want to talk about flat Earth.
Yeah, we're not in a vacuum.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, we're not in a vacuum.
So real simple. Guys, you're keeping yourselves. There is universal implication. There is universal implication. If
okay, you need to tell me how that relates to the globe right now. Systems thinking and how that relates to the globe.
Another one muted.
What? Go ahead.
There's universal implication if the Earth is flat. So starting from base plate of the Earth being flat, there are things that we can do at a very basic level to start testing whether this is true or not. And we can use things like
burden of proof reversal. We're not going to stand for it. You need to tell us how that has anything to do, because you guys brought it up. So tell us how it relates to the globe. Stop talking about flat Earth. If you want to talk about the globe and proving that it actually exists using systems thinking, then give us any way.
You don't even know what it is. You didn't even comprehend it.
Yeah. So you brought it up, numbnuts. So
you didn't even listen to the fucking definition that he gave you.
Yeah, you didn't
even want to read it. You don't even. Okay, explain what systems thinking is, that you know understand what I said.
Yeah, you're talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, exactly. You can't even explain what the fuck it is,
buddy. Yeah, you read the room title just now? Yeah, we are talking about flat Earth. That's right. Maybe stop unmuting the guy you're asking the question to.
Yeah. So if you're saying that system thinking has anything to do with the globe, prove it. That's what I've been asking. You guys redirect the question back to
We've been trying to prove it for the last 5 minutes, but you keep muting.
No, you're not. You're talking about flat Earth.
Keep muting the guy that's trying to explain and answer your fucking question. You literally continue to mute him.
And you're talking over it. You keep talking. Can I answer your question, or are you guys keep muting me?
Yeah. If you say anything about flat Earth, you're getting muted. Talk about globe system thinking.
I don't believe in the globe.
Wait. Why?
Why?
Because we're playing Taboo, bro. You have to know it. We're playing Taboo.
Why can't we talk about flat Earth and compare how it's not flat? And then you're going to mute us if we mention it's flat.
No, it ain't not. No, it's not about it not being flat. It's about you describing how that has anything to do with your idea that you believe you live on a ball.
Why are you telling me I believe?
Are you having like an ego trip right now?
Yeah, you really are. Like, I don't even believe the Earth is.
I'm actually pointing out the fact that you guys do this little fucking gimmick that you guys come in here with, and you have no idea of how to produce evidence that the Earth is an actual globe. You guys always do this shit.
Why are you assuming? Wait. Why are you assuming that I believe the Earth is a globe?
Systems thinking, AV. I've seen a lot of systems thinking in organizational theory and management, particularly applying to how businesses operate, as well as information technology. So if they're going to start talking about systems thinking, maybe they're applying it to the people that they're studying, because they're definitely not applying it to the globe. So if you want to learn more about systems thinking, pick up a textbook on organizational theory. Doesn't apply here,
man.
Yeah, I had to mute him because he was over talking.
Yeah, all you've got is the mute button, buddy.
Yep, I know. He's
yeah, we know you muted him, man. Yeah, we know.
Mute by over talking because he doesn't have a mute button.
You're not winning an argument just because you press mute.
What argument? You need to pose one.
Mute button. There you go. You win.
Well, I mean, that's what you're doing, is you're trying to mute him with your voice, just talking right through everything he's saying. So you're not winning an argument by trying to fundy mute your opposition.
Like
I wasn't even talking to you, dude. I was talking to AV.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know why you're speaking.
Why don't you address what you heard?
Yeah. So go ahead and keep pretending like you know what I believe in. All right.
Prove your globe.
Okay, so this is the whole thing. The point that I'm making too is that you guys come in here and you claim to be agnostic from the topic. I'm not claiming that the Earth is a globe. Yeah. Then why are you in here bothered by anything we're saying? You might as well just leave. If you don't even have a position to talk about, then just go. Just leave.
The reason being is because I've seen other flat earthers come in here. And they say
bullshit, dude. Listen, I'm gonna hold you to this.
Always about the people.
Okay, so yeah. So anyway, so
I get it, man. You're VC, man. Yeah, you're VC. So sorry, sir. So sorry, sir. We were trying to have a conversation.
Do you guys have a position that the Earth is a globe? Yes or no? Do you have a position that the Earth is a globe? Yes or no?
Yes, and I don't believe. Yeah, I don't believe the Earth is a globe. No.
Okay, so then we don't want to talk to you. We want to talk to the guy who believes that the Earth is a giant sphere. Who's that guy? Is there somebody that stands?
We weren't even talking about that.
Yeah, you guys are so weak-willed. You guys are so weak-willed, and it shows. Right? You're weak-willed.
This whole conversation arrived from me bringing up systems thinking. And I'm trying to tell you is that you guys make fun of people who believe it's a dome just as much as you make fun of people who think it's a globe. Because you don't want to stand on business and actually say what the shape of the Earth is. Because you know if you do, people will pin you down and you'll lose the argument.
The ceiling doesn't have anything to do with it, dude. Shape of the ceiling doesn't matter.
You're so disingenuous. You keep talking over people, using dogpiling tactics. It's disgusting. It's childish. It's evil and it's demonic.
Bro, what are you doing?
That's never been a talking point.
And no globe proof was mentioned at all by Zach.
Please, can we mute Chief, please?
That has never been our talking point. We have never talked about the shape of the Earth being a talking point that we bring up.
Evil, dude.
To declare that the Earth is flat. None of us ever do that. So that's a straw man that you've just said right now.
Dude, I just described what you've been doing in real time for the last fucking 10 minutes, bro. That's the truth. You've been doing it.
Yes, you tell them that you don't believe in the globe.
And of course you just bounce off each other because it's your little gang. You're a gang and you don't care about what's
right now. You told them that you don't believe. You told them that you don't believe in the globe.
Yeah, you're not playing the victim card. You're playing the victim card. Oh,
you've been victimizing like fucking 5 people in the last 10 minutes. And now you got a 6th guy coming in to jerk you off, right?
Here we go.
You should go ahead and just unmute Chief because he's been trying to talk.
Yeah, man, this poor Chief guy, like he was making good points, and you have him muted because he was making good points.
The crayon drawing of the garden, was that the good point? Which one?
They got 7th guy.
Oh yeah, don't even get me started on that, bro. You literally steamrolled that conversation for 30 fucking minutes. That was a clown fest. Hey, buddy,
because it didn't get me started on that.
I'm gonna have to mute this guy. None of you have enough gusto to talk about the Earth being a globe. You claim agnostic to what the Earth shape is.
Chief,
I never said it was agnostic,
unmute him.
though.
Unmute him.
Chief is
Unmute
your
him, you
hero?
pussy.
Mr. Crayon Drawings of Gardens, that's your hero? It's desperate for you guys.
Yeah, you're
isn't it?
scared. You're scared of Christ.
No, I love unmuting that guy. It's hilarious.
You're scared of
but it's
Christ.
stupid as fuck. And
Christ
that's
is king,
your
pal.
champion?
Yeah, whatever,
that's
bro.
sad.
Heretic, you wanna bet? No one of them will talk about the surface.
I think these.
No. It's worse than that. They're not. It's not that they're not talking about the surface. They're not talking about the Earth being the thing that they all believe that it is, and they're hiding behind them being agnostic. That's what they are hiding behind right now, and they're making it sound like they have all these cool talking points. It's just a fucking gimmick. They don't have enough balls to stand behind the idea that the Earth is a globe. That they think it is.
Literally talking
Like
about.
I said,
things you're
AV,
doing
like I
in real
said,
time.
it's worse. If you claim that you are agnostic and still you don't want to talk about the surface because you heard someone claiming that the surface is flat, the surface of Earth, the Earth is flat. You want to talk about something else?
Yeah, is the Earth in a container? Yes or no?
That's something else. That's not the claim.
There it is, everybody. Ding, 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 ding.
Read. And the Earth is not in container, so that's a stupid question. No one
it's not in a container. Oh, okay, so then why is there a vacuum then? Wouldn't all the oxygen just leave in a vacuum?
That's a stupid question. The Earth to
this is a stupid question.
For the Earth to be inside the container, it has to have a specific limit, an edge, so you can put that shit inside the container, so the container will envelop, surround it.
I'm not even implying there's an edge, just that it's in a container.
These are gimmicks. Hold on, Necros. These are gimmicks, right? Let's get them to address the fact that if they do not have a position, which I already know they all do, but they hide behind being agnostic about the shape of the Earth, and they're not going to talk about that. They're not going to talk about what they think the Earth is, and that's what they should be doing, proving their point, right? Their position. They don't want to do that.
Yeah, so the main claim, like I told them, is the surface of the Earth being flat. Container, no container, day and night, sun and moon. That shit is not the claim. The claim is simple. It's the title of the room. You can read it how many times, it doesn't matter, but read it till you understand it.
I genuinely think that you guys are deranged because when I brought up systems thinking,
you are deranged.
We don't care.
You are deranged.
How does air stay on the planet if it's not in
all of that matters if you're saying it's flat. It all matters. That's systems thinking. You have to consider all the variables because if you ignore all the other shit, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
The Earth is flat and be done with it. You have to look at all of everything in the system. That's the whole point he brought up.
You don't know what the system is. You have no concept of the system from God's eye view.
System is. You just heard me say the word system, and now you're going to go
God's eye view of the system.
Thinking. I already put the definition inside chat, pal. Okay.
I'm sorry, Sporadic. I gotta say this. So, when you talk about the air and a planet and the air sticking to a planet, you have to validate the bag in the question that you put there, which is planet. You have to validate that the Earth is curving, so it is a
Necros,
ball.
I got a better attack. They want to talk about systems. Let's talk about Earth as a thermodynamic system. What makes you think the gas pressure you're breathing is in an ultra-high vacuum?
Let's go continue about the flat Earth because that's what.
No. We're gonna rest this on thermodynamic systems. If you love systems so much, how do you thermodynamically diagram gravitational force?
So he's willing to go outside the flat Earth thing when it suits him, but when it doesn't.
I mean, this is your cosmology, right? How do you thermodynamically diagram the gas you're breathing residing within an ultra high vacuum?
Pretty cringe, bro. It's really cringe.
Oh, we're in a vacuum.
No, it's not
a container. Oh, okay. So based.
But you think your globe is in a container?
In a container, right? Because we're not in a vacuum, right?
You think your globe is in a container?
Shift the burden, Yoder. He's shifting the burden right now.
I hear it.
Well, the funny part is the funny part is that most flat earthers have already solved the questions that most people asked. It's that these guys try to add some weird sophistry.
Yeah. Other people, yada. Hey, let's talk
most flat earthers would
dynamic systems. I'll ask the question again. What makes you think pressurized gas is inside an ultra high vacuum? What do you think pressurized gas is in an ultra high vacuum? Your system contradicts itself.
What are the elements in my system?
We're talking about systems thinking, not
Okay,
just
element
the word
1 is
system.
pressurized gas. Element 2 is an expanding vacuum of space, an ultra-high vacuum.
Okay, what are the elements in the flat Earth system?
No, I want to hear you reconcile those two various rules of your systems. Apply systems thinking.
Yeah, exactly. Right, exactly. They never answer questions. They just make claims.
You're not answering the question.
He's fucking yapping. No one even wants to engage with you.
You guys are. Yeah, you see how you run? You guys are running from what he's telling you because you don't want to answer what he's saying. You do not want to answer.
Exactly.
So cringe.
You want to flip the bird
because you don't want to answer. That's why it's cringe.
How is it flipping the bird? And he literally
you
just
brought up systems thinking, and I flipped it back on you. This is a thermodynamic system. Great. Show me how you have pressurized gas within an ultra-high vacuum.
I asked, what are the elements in the system?
All right. Well, your system has
flat Earth. What are the elements in the system of flat Earth?
Vacuum adjacent.
If you don't answer that, then
this isn't about flat Earth. This is about your belief.
It's the fucking name of the room.
Oh wow!
You fucking demons! Shut up!
Listen to this guy.
Oh my god!
This whole conversation.
Hey, Egon, we need to go.
These are evil, monstrous gremlins, dude. Shut the fuck up,
Egon.
This is independent of the shape of the Earth, by the way.
Yeah,
this
you
is